Chapter 1. Seven Treasure Gourd. In the Xintian realm, at the Changshan Temple. The temple has long lost its incense offerings and is in a state of disrepair, with weeds growing in the cracks of the blue bricks on the ground. Rather than a temple, it resembles a slum. In a desolate courtyard within the temple, Hanzhou is daydreaming inside the house. He never expected things would turn out this way. He is not from the Xintian realm, but from a place called Earth. Orphaned since childhood, he was picked up by an old Taoist priest and lived in the temple. The old priest taught him feng shui, fortune-telling, talisman making, and exorcism, as well as Taoist mental techniques. However, to Hanzhou, these were merely tricks to deceive people for a meal. There were no demons in this world. As for the Taoist mental techniques, the old priest never managed to cultivate even a wisp of spiritual energy before he died. After the old priest passed away, the temple was demolished, and Hanzhou had no choice but to rely on these skills to make a living. At night, he would livestream online to read fortunes and do feng shui readings, while during the day, he opened a repair shop to fix appliances and such. Life was poor, but manageable. And just 3 days ago, Hanzhou finally received divine favor. His lottery ticket won a whopping 30 million. The money has been credited to his account, and amidst his surprise, he discovered that the Taoist mental techniques he had been practicing for years actually produced a wisp of spiritual energy within his body. This made Hanzhou even more thrilled, as all his luck seemed to manifest on the same day. However, with the appearance of this wisp of spiritual energy, Hanzhou suddenly felt darkness before waking up here. He had traveled through time. Hanzhou wanted to curse the heavens for playing this trick on him. He had 30 million, and a wonderful life was just beginning, only to end up in such a ghostly place. Master Uncle, are you done yet? The assessment of the Taoist sacred land is tomorrow. Is your spiritual treasure ready? At this moment, an anxious voice urged from outside. Hanzhou peeked through the crack in the door and saw 3 people in the courtyard, 2 young boys and a little girl. Hey, it's coming soon. Just wait a bit longer. Hanzhou could only respond perfunctorily. Turning around, Hanzhou felt a headache coming on. Although the Changshan Temple is said to be a sect, it has long fallen into disrepair. The sect leader went out a year ago and has not returned, and no one knows where he went. With the leader absent, only Hanzhou remains as the deputy leader. However, the original owner was a complete waste, lacking any talent for cultivation, and not only had low cultivation, but also had a gambling addiction. He became the deputy leader entirely because he was the sect leader's junior. With the sect leader gone, the original owner has already gambled away all the valuable items in the temple, and the disciples have dwindled from several hundred to just 4 now. Now they can barely afford to eat. There is still a debt of 800 taels of silver owed to creditors in less than 7 days. The repayment date will arrive, and if it is not paid back, the creditors will come and break both of Hanzhou's hands. Just a few days ago, the Taoist Sacred Land held a grand competition for sect disciples, where any disciple with a cultivation level of 5th rank could participate, and those who ranked in the top 1,000 would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. With the main disciple absent from the sect, the second disciple, Lu Dongyue, had just reached 5th rank. Barely qualified to participate, the original owner tricked Lu Dongyue into entering the grand competition, but Lu Dongyue was no fool with his cultivation level. He had no competitive edge and might even lose his life. Other disciples had equipment, pills, and spiritual treasures, while he was left with nothing but his wits. What was the point of participating? In the end, the original owner promised Lu Dongyue to create a spiritual treasure for him, and only then did Lu Dongyue reluctantly agree. However, the original owner unexpectedly died while making the spiritual treasure, leaving behind a bewildered Hanzhou who had crossed over. Hanzhou is also impressed by the original owner's audacity in this world. Those who can create spiritual treasures are called spiritual treasure masters, requiring a very strong soul. Otherwise, if the soul is insufficient and one forcibly makes a spiritual treasure, they will be drained of their soul and die on the spot. The original owner had no experience in making spiritual treasures and simply started operating after finding a relatively common guidebook on spiritual treasure creation. Hanzhou, relying on his past experience repairing washing machines and fans, studied for 2 days and found that making a spiritual treasure involved first creating an exterior shape, then using spiritual power to inscribe runes on the treasure, completing the runes, and finally activating it with true energy to stimulate the treasure. Before Li Hanzhou now is a red gourd. It is called the Seven Treasure Gourd. Its function is to forcibly absorb the enemy's weapons into its gourd, but the power of the treasure is also determined by the soul cultivation of the person making it. In these 3 days, Li Hanzhou has thought of various ways to return to Earth, but has found no clues. At this moment, he has only 2 paths ahead of him. One is to wait for the creditor to come and cripple his hands. The other is to let Lu Dongyue participate in the Taishan Sacred Land Disciple Competition, win 1,000 taels, and solve the debt crisis first. Either way, it's a dead and might as well give it a try. Li Hanzhou picked up the red gourd and, following the instructions in the book, focused intently, extending his finger, dipping it in vermilion, and continued inscribing the following runes on the gourd. This writing took 2 hours. When Li Hanzhou finished inscribing the last rune, he finally released himself from that intense focus. Strange. Li Hanzhou was puzzled. The book said that when a spiritual treasure master creates a treasure, excessive soul consumption would cause headaches, even dizziness. Yet he felt nothing at all, and he had completed the 7 treasure gourd in just 2 hours. Let's see. Li Hanzhou pointed at the gourd, and the wisp of spiritual energy within him directly flowed into the gourd. In an instant, the 7 treasure gourd in his hand began to vibrate. A faint green light spread from the gourd. Is this activation? Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. He had really created the legendary spiritual treasure. So, does that mean he is now a spiritual treasure master? It seems something is off. Li Hanzhou carefully compared the guidebook on making spiritual treasures. The page for the 7 treasure gourd states that once completed, it would emit a red light. But Li Hanzhou clearly remembered that his 7 treasure gourd had just emitted a green light. What was going on? Did he make a mistake somewhere? Li Hanzhou carefully compared the runes he had inscribed. Could it be that a line of code was written incorrectly? However, after comparing 3 times, he found no issues. "Master Uncle, are you done yet?" Just then, the urging voice came again from outside. Why the rush? Li Hanzhou pushed open the door and saw the 3 anxious faces outside, with the highest cultivation level among them being Lu Dongyue, now the 2nd senior brother of the sect. The younger boy beside him was called Ming, and the girl was named Hanzhou. "Here you go." Li Hanzhou tossed the 7 treasure gourd to Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue caught it, his eyes lighting up. The 7 treasure gourd. It really is the 7 treasure gourd. Ming and Hanzhou also joyfully gathered around. Perhaps for disciples from large sects or wealthy families, such postnatal spiritual treasures are not particularly rare, but for the disciples of the Changshan Temple, this item is a complete luxury. It is something they could never afford. Li Hanzhou had just thought about selling this 7 treasures gourd, but only spirit treasures made by famous spirit treasure masters would sell. Things made by someone like Li Hanzhou, who had little reputation, were simply not recognized. Trash spirit treasures were not worth anything. "Second senior brother, hurry and try it," Ming urged eagerly. "Try what?" Lu Dongyue shook his head. Post-heaven spirit treasures have a limit on usage. They can only be used 9 times, which is exceptionally precious. "How can we waste it here?" "Senior brother, I also want to see." Hanzhou came over, her big eyes staring at Lu Dongyue eagerly. Usually, as long as she acted cute, her senior brother would soften. But today, Lu Dongyue was very firm this spirit treasure was hard to come by, and it couldn't be used casually. In fact, Li Hanzhou also wanted to suggest trying out, thinking back to the green light he had just seen. He felt there was something off about this spirit treasure, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Seeing that Lu Dongyue was unwilling to try, the two felt a bit bored and turned to prepare dinner instead. Lu Dongyue thanked Li Hanzhou and happily returned with the gourd in his arms. Looking at the patched robes worn by the few disciples, Li Hanzhou sighed. The original owner of his body had a gambling addiction and had sold off almost everything valuable. Soon, the sect would have no money to buy rice. Before considering how to return to Earth, he first had to think about how not to starve to death. Perhaps he should set up a stall to tell fortunes tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Dongyue came here to bid farewell to Li Hanzhou. "Master Uncle, after I leave, I hope you could take good care of the junior brothers and sisters." Lu Dongyue pondered for a moment. "Try to go out and gamble less." As a younger generation of the sect, he technically had no right to say such things, but Lu Dongyue was worried that Ming and Hanzhou would suffer under Li Hanzhou, so he couldn't help but remind him. "Rest assured, Li Hanzhou was no longer the same Li Hanzhou as before and would naturally not gamble again. Then I will take my leave. Wait, take this. Li Hanzhou took out a talisman and handed it to Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue took it in surprise and murmured, "Vajra talisman? Be careful when you go out. I don't have any money to give you. This thing may not be useful, but consider it a protective talisman." Li Hanzhou had seen some vermilion left over from making spirit treasures yesterday and casually drew Vajra talisman to give to Lu Dongyue for safety. Changshan Temple had talisman techniques, but Li Hanzhou was only at the 6th rank. The talismans he drew could be considered entry-level and had no real power. They could only be a token of goodwill. However, Lu Dongyue suddenly felt that this talisman was different from those he had seen before. The strokes on it were fluid and particularly exquisite. More importantly, there seemed to be a faint stabilizing power emanating from the talisman, as if it could confine a towering mountain, standing firm and unmoving. Was it an illusion? Chapter 2. You have a blood disaster. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue carefully tucked the Vajra talisman away, then bowed solemnly to Li Hanzhou before turning to leave. Second senior brother, do your best. Yin Qianzhe waved and shouted. Until Lu Dongyue walked far away, Li Hanzhou asked, "Did Song Yu say when he would be back?" Big senior brother went down the mountain to exorcise demons, but he didn't say when he would return, Shi Ming replied. Heh, Li Hanzhou sneered. Exorcise demons? Every time something happened in the sect, Song Yu, the big senior brother, would go down the mountain to exorcise demons, and once the crisis was over, he would return. This time, he had heard that someone was coming to collect debts, so the big senior brother went down the mountain to exorcise demons again. Forget it. Looking at the dwindling food supplies on the mountain and the 2 hungry disciples, Li Hanzhou found a stick and a piece of cloth in Changshan Temple and made a simple sail too. Prepare to go out and earn a living. He had been here for several days and hadn't even eaten meat. Back on Earth, even though life was tough, he at least had meat at every meal. Since coming here, he had been eating only vegetable leaves, which were turning Li Hanzhou's face green. Master Uncle, where are you going? Shi Ming and Yin Qianzhe asked as they saw Li Hanzhou about to leave. Their master had already been gone for over a year. Could it be that Li Hanzhou was going to leave them too? Although Li Hanzhou usually acted strangely and wasn't very nice to them, as long as he was in the sect, the 2 little ones always felt at ease. Now, they were afraid that Li Hanzhou would abandon them as well. Seeing the look in their eyes, Li Hanzhou understood what they were thinking, so he smiled. I'm going out to earn some money to buy meat for you. You 2 stay here in the sect, and I'll be back tonight. Earn money to buy meat? The 2 little ones exchanged glances. Is this something Master Uncle would do? They were afraid he was going down the mountain to gamble again. Hoping for Li Hanzhou to buy them meat was like hoping for a piece of meat to fall from the sky. An hour later, Baiyun City. This was the nearest city to Changshan Temple. This was also Li Hanzhou's first time leaving Changshan Temple. Everything in the city was interesting. Li Hanzhou found everything new and exciting as he walked along. He touched the few copper coins in his pocket. This was the money that Yin Qianzhe had saved up and given to him before he left, meant for his lunch. Despite Li Hanzhou's appearance, Yin Qianzhe couldn't bear to see him go hungry. This genuinely moved Li Hanzhou. Down a bustling street in Baiyun City, Li Hanzhou found a corner to set up a small stall and propped up the simple sale he had made. However, after waiting for an hour, no customers came. Li Hanzhou wasn't anxious about this situation. He was quite experienced. At such times, he needed to take the initiative. Using his internal spiritual energy, a hint of blue aura flashed in Li Hanzhou's eyes. This was the Qi observation technique he had practiced on Earth. He couldn't use it due to the lack of spiritual energy, but in this world, he had cultivated spiritual energy and discovered that he could indeed use the Qi observation technique. This moment, in Li Hanzhou's eyes, people passing by had different colored auras above their heads, representing their fortune. Li Hanzhou observed the passers-by. Most of them had decent fortunes. He prepared to find a prominent target to make his first strike. He waited until noon, bought 2 buns from a nearby stall, and while eating the vegetarian bun, he lamented that in 2 lifetimes, human hearts were hard to deceive. After a busy morning, he had only managed to tell fortunes to 2 people. Fortune-telling relied on tips. One person finished and said thank you before leaving, while another aunt only gave him 10 coins after groping his hand for ages, almost drooling. Just as Li Hanzhou was thinking about whether to pack up his stall, a carriage slowly approached down the street. The carriage was very beautiful, seemingly belonging to some noble person. However, to his shock, there was actually a dark cloud covering the top of the carriage, and blood-red mist was seeping out from within the cloud. What the hell? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. So ominous? Whoa. The coachman suddenly saw someone in front of him blocking his carriage and quickly pulled on the reins, cursing, "Are you looking for death? What's the matter?" At this time, the curtain of the carriage was rolled up and a young man's head popped out. "This benefactor, you have a blood disaster coming up," Li Hanzhou stepped forward and said to the young man. "You're talking nonsense." The coachman immediately cursed, but the young man's eyes lit up and he jumped out of the carriage, excitedly grabbing Li Hanzhou's hand. "You can see it?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Why was this young man reacting so strongly? "Senior, to be honest, my family has been troubled by monsters recently. I didn't expect you to see it at a glance. Please help me." The young boy looked earnestly at Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou was a bit dumbfounded. He had prepared a set of deceptive words, but before he could say anything, the boy was already asking him for help. "Isn't he a bit too gullible?" "Young master, this person looks like a fraud, right?" The coachman said helplessly. The boy looked surprised at Li Hanzhou. "Are you a fraud?" Li Hanzhou quickly shook his head. "Of course, this poor Taoist is not. See, he says he's not." The boy said to the coachman, Li Hanzhou, coachman. Cough, cough. Li Hanzhou thought it was a rare opportunity to encounter a fool, and it would be a pity not to take advantage of it. However, he could read fortunes but couldn't exorcise demons. Although there were many cultivation methods preserved in the Changshan temple, he had looked through them in the past few days, and they all said it would take at least 50 years to make any progress. Li Hanzhou was too lazy to practice. The original body's cultivation level was also quite low otherwise. He wouldn't be afraid of those debt collectors. If it were another matter, he could think of a way to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, but exorcising demons was truly beyond him. But now that he had encountered such a big fool, Li Hanzhou couldn't let him go easily. "Don't worry, I am here." Li Hanzhou picked up a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and directly drew a talisman on yellow paper. "This is a talisman written by our sect's secret method. Stick it on your headboard, and it will keep you safe." Li Hanzhou handed the talisman to the boy. "Great." The boy accepted it as if it were a treasured. Li Hanzhou sighed inwardly, wishing him good luck. "How much?" the boy asked. Li Hanzhou waved his hand and held up 5 fingers. This boy looked like he was wealthy. Charging him 5 taels of silver wouldn't be too much, right? Only 500 taels? So cheap. Here you go. The boy directly took out 5 banknotes and handed them to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou was momentarily stunned. 500 taels? Is money this easy to earn? Thank you, senior. When I go back and deal with that monster, I'll come back to thank you properly another day. The boy grinned. If my father knows, he will definitely praise me. While Li Hanzhou was still in a daze, the boy had already gotten into the carriage and left. "I've struck it rich." Looking at the 500 taels, Li Hanzhou swallowed hard. However, at that moment, the young man selling sweet potatoes next to him sneered, "Buddy, you're done for." "What do you mean?" Li Hanzhou couldn't help but ask. "Do you know who he is?" The sweet potato seller laughed. "He's the son of the lord of Baiyun City. You know, it's no big deal that you tricked him, but he has an older sister named Yixing, who is a disciple of the Shanqing sect. She has a fiery temper and hates evil. If she finds out you deceived her brother, she will probably break at least 30 of your ribs." Li Hanzhou broke out in a cold sweat. On one side, there were debt collectors who wanted to break his hands, and now there was also Yixing who would break 30 of his ribs. Is life still worth living? But looking at the 500 taels, Li Hanzhou decided to take the risk. Worst, he wouldn't come back tomorrow after all. The 500 taels would last a long time at the Changshan temple. So Li Hanzhou hurriedly packed up and decided to leave in Baiyun City. He bought a lot of meat, rice, and even conveniently brought 2 candied hawthorns for Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhong before leaving the city. Just as Li Hanzhou was making his escape, Yi Yun returned to the Lord's manor. "Young master." The guard of the manor respectfully called out, but Yi Yun was too excited to pay them any mind and ran inside. "Dad, I found something great." As soon as he entered the main hall, Yi Yun saw his father, Yi Qingbei, sitting and talking to a young girl. "You're grown up, yet you're still so reckless," Yi Qingbei scolded. Then he said, "Didn't you see that your sister has returned? Hurry up and greet her." "Sister." Yi Yun had no choice but to approach and called out carefully. His sister had been a genius since childhood, joining the Shanqing sect early, and had always been Yi Qingbei's pride. Yi Yun often heard, "Look at you. Now look at your sister. Why can't you? Where have you been playing again?" Yi Xing frowned. Such a big thing happened at home, and you still went out. At your age, you should be helping your father. I didn't. Yi Yin felt very wronged. I went out to find a way to solve the family's problems. Dad said he's been having nightmares every day and his head is splitting, so I went out to find a solution, and I already found one. No need. Yi Qingbei waved his hand impatiently. What can you do? Your sister is a disciple of the Shanqing sect, and her cultivation is strong. Even if there's a monster, she will deal with it. I really found a solution. Yi Yun stubbornly took out the talisman Li Hanzhou had given him. I met a senior, and he said that as long as I use this talisman, I can eliminate that monster. Looking at the plain talisman in Yi Yun's hand, Yi Qingbei sighed and shook his head helplessly. Taoist talisman? Yi Xing reached out her hand, and the talisman flew out of Yi Yun's hand and directly landed in her palm. Looking at the talisman, Yi Xing sneered. Since the great change in the world 800 years ago, when the spiritual sea was sealed and the world could no longer absorb spiritual energy, the Taoist sect has long since declined. Their talismans are utterly useless. There are hardly any disciples left in the Taoist sect. You've been fooled again. How much did you pay for this? I 500 taels, Yi Yin stammered. Heh. Yi Xing narrowed her eyes. Very good. After I deal with the monster at home, I'll go find that fraudster to settle the score. How dare he deceive us at the Lord's Manor of Baiyun City? Just wait and see if I don't break 30 of his ribs. Chapter 3. The Taishan assessment on the road back to the mountain gate. Li Hanzhou inexplicably felt a chill. It seemed as if someone was plotting against him from behind. Could it be that fortune-telling auntie was mumbling about me? Thinking of the expression she had when she reluctantly left, as if she wanted to eat him, Li Hanzhou shivered all over. After hearing Yi Xing finish speaking, Yi Yin was also extremely disappointed. He had thought that this time he could finally help his family and father, but who would have guessed he was deceived in the end? With a flick of his hand, he placed the talisman on the table and left in disappointment. At his age, to still be easily fooled by roadside scammers. How did I end up with such a useless son? Look at your sister. When she was your age, she was already a disciple of the Qingchang sect. Yi Qingbei was filled with anger and sighed as he looked at Yi Yun's back. Yi Yun walked out numbly. He had heard those words so many times that his ears were almost calloused. He just wasn't as good as his sister. What could he do about it? Yi Xing said nothing, seemingly also deeply disappointed in her brother. Father, don't worry, Yi Xing said calmly at this moment. There is indeed a faint demonic aura in the house. I haven't found out where this monster is, but as long as it appears again, I will definitely let it experience the martial arts of the Qingchang sect. Good. With you here, I can rest assured. Yi Qingbei nodded in satisfaction. By the time Li Hanzhou returned to the Changshan temple, it was already evening. I'm back, Li Hanzhou shouted. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzi heard Li Hanzhou's voice and reluctantly came out of their rooms. Every time Li Hanzhou returned, he would have lost money gambling and drank a lot, coming back in a terrible mood to vent his anger on them. Shi Ming had once talked back and was slapped hard by Li Hanzhou. So, when they heard Li Hanzhou's voice, they felt uneasy. What are you all looking at? Come and lend a hand. Seeing the two hiding behind a stone stump, Li Hanzhou smiled and said. The two approached awkwardly and found that Li Hanzhou didn't seem to be drunk. What is this? The two were astonished to see the meat and rice in Li Hanzhou's hands, hardly believing their eyes. Since they could remember, it had always been Li Hanzhou taking things from the sect to sell. When had he ever brought anything back? Did he actually win today? Rice and meat, go. Take it to the kitchen, Li Hanzhou instructed. Yes. The two lifted the meat and rice and went to the kitchen. Despite their young age, they were already at the second rank in cultivation, and their strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. So moving these things was easy for them. I'm going to show you something tonight. Li Hanzhou had slaughtered a fat sheep and was in a good mood, deciding to cook himself. He was really tired of vegetarian dishes these days. Saying this, Li Hanzhou handed the candied hawthorn he bought to Shi Ming and Yun Qianzi. One for each of you. Don't fight over it. After saying that, Li Hanzhou went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzi stood in place in a daze, looking at the candied hawthorn in their hands, their faces showing expressions of horror. Third senior brother. The master must be in debt outside and plans to sell me, right? Yun Qianzi's legs were shaking at this moment. Shi Ming swallowed hard. He bought food again cooked, and even had money to buy us candied hawthorn. I might be the one to be sold. They probably already discussed the price, and someone must have paid a deposit. Junior sister, we can't just sit here and wait. With the senior brothers not around, we have to save ourselves. Shiming said firmly to Yun Qiancis. Third senior brother, the candied hawthorn is really sweet. The next morning, Taishian's sacred land. The Taishian sacred land is one of the strongest sacred lands in the Sheng kingdom and is renowned even throughout the entire eastern Yin state. The martial arts are divided into 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Beyond the 9th rank is the legendary Transcendence Realm, which truly surpasses the boundaries of mortals. The Taishian sacred land has many powerful beings who have reached the Transcendence Realm. Under the Taishian sacred land, there are dozens of sects and countless families, so this time, thousands of disciples participated in the Taishian sacred land disciple competition. The entry requirement is a cultivation level of at least the 5th rank. The disciples who came this time are all elites from various sects, with some even reaching the 8th rank. In some small sects, they would be considered elders. In the early morning, following the large group of disciples up the mountain, Lu Dongyue felt very timid. He usually focused on cultivating in the temple and rarely fought with others. The thought of competing with so many experts today made him very nervous. However, after touching the 7 Treasure Gourd at his waist, Lu Dongyue's anxiety lessened considerably. He had a spirit treasure refined by his master. What was there to be afraid of? Look, there's someone wearing a Taoist robe, and it's all tattered. At this moment, a disciple laughed. Indeed, a pure Tao cultivator. There are still pure Tao cultivators in this era? Isn't Taoism nearly extinct? Another remarked. Interesting. Lu Dongyue felt annoyed as people pointed at him, but due to his weak influence, he said nothing, pretending not to hear. His purpose for coming here was to qualify in the top 1,000 and win 1,000 taels of silver. As for the 5,000 taels for the top 100 and the even better rewards for the top 10, Lu Dongyue didn't even dare to think about them. He was well aware that those things had nothing to do with him. The content of this Taishian sacred land disciple competition was very simple. At this moment, a high-ranking elder of the Taishian sacred land stepped forward, and his voice quickly silenced everyone. Everyone listened attentively. Shortly, everyone will be teleported to our Taishian sacred land's Wind and Sand Valley. The Wind and Sand Valley stretches northward to the depths of the valley, where there is 100 Withered Mountain. The first 1,000 disciples to reach 100 Withered Mountain will receive rewards bestowed by our Taishian sacred land. The elder said, on the way, you can fight each other, but killing is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. The first disciple to reach 100 Withered Mountain can challenge the next 3 levels. The Taishian sacred land disciples will spar with you, but will only lightly engage and allow you 3 moves. They will suppress their cultivation to match yours. If you can defeat 3 disciples of our Taishian sacred land, the Prajna axe at the top of 100 Withered Mountain will be yours. The high-ranking elder of the Taishian sacred land smiled and added, even if you do not pass the assessment, the top 10 will still receive unexpected extra rewards based on their rankings. The Prajna axe? Everyone gasped. It ranked 47th on the divine weapon list of the 5 continents. Only genuine divine weapons could make the list. To think it would be awarded to the first place. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of some elite disciples in attendance lit up. They were already rolling up their sleeves, eager to take the Prajna axe back. Only Lu Dongyue wore an uninterested expression. The Prajna axe? How does that have to do with me? My goal is just to make it into the top 1,000. Chapter 4, the indecent 7 Treasure Gourd. The assessment will end once the first 1,000 participants arrive. An elder from the Taishian sacred land glanced over the crowd. Now, the assessment begins. As the command was given, a massive teleportation array appeared in the square. With a flash of golden light on the array, all the disciples in the square disappeared. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a valley. Looking at the empty square, the high-ranking officials of the Taishian sacred land and other sects took their seats. One of the elders casually pointed, and the entire ground of the square seemed to sink like a droplet of water, followed by the emergence of an incredibly large mirror, through which they could see the scene in the Wind and Sand Valley at that moment. The mirror of the Taishian sacred land. Such a marvelous martial art. The crowd was amazed, envious of the many supreme martial arts in the Taishian sacred land. They were also searching through the dense crowd for their own sect's disciples, hoping to catch a glimpse of them. Is that kid Tianqing going to be okay? An elder from the Taishan sacred land slowly asked. Don't worry, replied the elder in white beside him with a smile. Lu Tianqing is a once-in-a-century genius in our Taishan sacred land. At just 16 years old, he has already cultivated the pan-axe skill to the 4th level. This has never happened in the history of our Taishan sacred land. Otherwise, do you think the Holy Master would go to such lengths to acquire this prajna axe? Isn't today's assessment meant to create momentum for Tianqing? Once he obtains the prajna axe and strengthens his power, he will be unmatched among the younger generation, even in the divine ruins and cloud wilderness. There is even hope for him to bear the heavenly mandate in the future. The crowd smiled slightly. This grand event is all for Lu Tianqing. As for anyone else taking first place, that's completely impossible. At just 16 years old, Lu Tianqing has already reached the 9th rank, far beyond the disciples of these minor sections. Even if someone else were to take first place, the 3 assessments of the Taishan sacred land are not something they can pass. It can be said that the first place has long been predetermined. At this moment, the assessment had already begun, and thousands of disciples surged like a mighty army towards 100 Withered Mountain. Each sect had formed its own small alliance. This was not only a race of speed, but also a test of strength, as one could easily be eliminated along the way. Damn, how is that Taoist moving so fast? With only 5th grade cultivation, his lightness skill is incredible. He must be dealt with first. Lu Dongyue was weaving through the crowd, using his superb agility. In terms of direct combat capability, Lu Dongyue was lacking. The long life US techniques were too difficult to master. Over the years, Lu Dongyue had only learned one set of the Changchun sword technique, but he had spent most of his time training his lightness skill. His cultivation may not be the highest, but his lightness skill is definitely top-notch. The long life Vuzu Bu Jiuxing Fa is one of the finest lightness skills. Lu Dongyue stepped on the 9 stars, his figure graceful, and in just a short time, he had already surged to the front. The top 1,000 is within reach. Lu Dongyue's eyes brightened. Where did this foul Taoist come from? Get lost. At that moment, an angry shout came, and a blade light slashed towards him. The speed of the blade light was fast, and Lu Dongyue was startled, drawing his sword to defend. However, the powerful force sent Lu Dongyue staggering back several steps. Bashiendo! Lu Dongyue was alarmed and looked up to see that he was surrounded by disciples of the Badao sect, with 7 or 8 of them encircling him. The sword in Lu Dongyue's hand was trembling, numbed by the blow. First, cripple him. The leading disciple of the Badao sect, still young but already sporting a beard, was the chief disciple. The other disciples looked at Lu Dongyue with cold smiles. Kill! Just as the crowd was about to rush forward, the 7 Treasure Gourd at Lu Dongyue's waist suddenly appeared in his hand. The 7 Treasure Gourd! The disciples of the Badao sect exclaimed in surprise and instinctively halted. Even the chief disciple of the Badao sect was taken aback. They did not expect that a down-and-out disciple of the Taoist sect would possess a 7 Treasure Gourd. Quickly retreat, or don't blame me for sucking away your weapons. If you lose your weapons, you probably won't be able to leave this mountain range. Lu Dongyue, adhering to the principle of conserving resources, chose to intimidate rather than use the spiritual treasure. This, one must admit, the deterrent power of spiritual treasures is quite strong. A small sect, like the Badao sect, could not afford spiritual treasures. If Lu Dongyue were to suck away their weapons at this moment, they would have no chance. All right, you can go. The chief disciple of the Badao sect thought for a moment and decided to let Lu Dongyue leave. Lu Dongyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, I didn't expect the people from Badao sect to be a bunch of cowards and brainless fools. At this moment, a disdainful voice came. Who? The disciples of the Badao sect turned around to find a young man in white approaching with a smile, holding a folding fan like a scholar, followed by several other disciples. A member of the Zhao family. The chief disciple of the Badao sect clearly recognized the newcomer and coldly snorted. Zhao Xian, do you want to fight? Zhao Xian shook his head. I'm not interested in fighting you. I just can't stand your stupidity from the sidelines. Saying that, Zhao Xian pointed at Lu Dongyue and said, look at him, a disciple of the Taoist sect dressed in rags, utterly destitute. How could a poor wretch like him afford a 7 Treasure Gourd? The crowd was taken aback. That's true, they thought. Even we in the Badao sect can't afford spiritual treasures. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Gourd is supposed to radiate red light. When have you ever seen one emitting green gas? It can't be anything but fake. Zhao Xian couldn't help but say. The crowd looked closely and indeed saw that the Seven Treasure Gourd was emitting green gas, making Lu Dongyue's face turn green. Damn it. Almost let you fool me with that fake gourd. Just wait until I break one of your hands. The disciples of the Badao sect moved in closer, each one fuming. At this point, Lu Dongyue was genuinely panicking. After hearing Zhao Xian's words, he even began to doubt whether his Seven Treasure Gourd was fake. The Seven Treasure Gourd indeed radiated red light, but his was emitting green light. Could it really be fake? Master, oh master, you're going to get me killed. Whether it was real or fake would soon be known. Lu Dongyue gritted his teeth and directly took the Seven Treasure Gourd from his waist, infused it with his vital energy, and shouted, "Suck." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Seven Treasure Gourd suddenly glowed with a brilliant green light. It illuminated Lu Dongyue's head, turning it green. In the moment the crowd was stunned, an extremely strong vortex of airflow erupted from the Seven Treasure Gourd, sucking in everything around it. Damn, this spiritual treasure is real. Not good. Our weapons are going to be sucked away. The disciples of the Badao sect and those from the Zhao family panicked. They witnessed the Seven Treasure Gourd absorb weapons, and they never expected that a down-and-out disciple of the Taoist sect would actually possess such a treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They could no longer hold onto the swords and knives in their hands, all of them flying towards the gourd. However, at that moment, there was a ripping sound, and one of the disciples from the Badao sect found his clothes suddenly tearing apart, and in the next second, even his inner garments were shredded, turning into rags that were sucked into the Seven Treasure Gourd. The disciple stood there naked, stunned. What the hell? The disciple's face changed drastically. Lu Dongyue was equally dumbfounded. What has happened? The Seven Treasure Gourd is known for absorbing weapons. This is common knowledge, but he had never heard that it could also absorb people's clothes. Before the crowd could react, everyone's clothing suddenly ripped apart, and the next moment, all of it was sucked into the Seven Treasure Gourd. At this moment, the disciples of the Badao men and the Zhao family were all standing naked in the wind and sand valley, looking at each other in confusion. Ah, there's a pervert. A female disciple not far away saw this scene and immediately threw down her sword, quickly covering her eyes. The disciples in the entire wind and sand valley couldn't help but stop their battles, staring dumbfounded at this scene. Is the fight really that exciting? What kind of situation is this? Lu Dongyue looked at his Seven Treasure Gourd and swallowed hard. Master Uncle, what are you trying to refine for me? Chapter 5. Strip 1. Kill another, you stinky Taoist. I'm going to kill you. The chief of the Blade Dominance sect was furious, roaring at Lu Dongyue like a mad dog. Kill him. Damn it, I want to use you as a sacrifice for my knife. The disciples of the Zhao family were also screaming with rage. However, everyone was just shouting, and not a single person dared to step forward because they were all squatting on the ground, one hand covering their buttocks and the other hand covering their groin. They couldn't free their hands to kill Lu Dongyue, feeling the gazes and screams from those around them. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, but they didn't dare to stand up. I don't know what's going on, everyone. I'm sorry. Lu Dongyue was also extremely embarrassed at this moment. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? It not only collects weapons, but also takes people's clothes? After saying that, Lu Dongyue quickly escaped towards the direction of Baika Mountain. Bastard, come back and give me my clothes back. When I get out, I will definitely kill you. The people from the Zhao family and the Blade Dominant sect were all roaring loudly. The onlookers were stifling their laughter, continuing their fights, ignoring the people from the Blade Dominant sect and the Zhao family, who were destined to be eliminated. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Blade Dominant sect and the Zhao family in the plaza of the Taishan Holy Land were all blushing with shame. Their disciples had been stripped of their clothes by someone. The disciples of the two families were huddled together naked in the wind and sand valley, their white flesh exposed, while thousands of people walked past them, fighting beside them, as if they were on display. Such a scene was simply eye-watering. Ha ha! Your disciples from the Blade Dominant sect are quite white. Zhao Xian from the Zhao family had a nice little butt. Ha ha! The mocking voices around made the high-ranking members of both families wish they could turn around and leave immediately. But if they left, what would happen to their disciples? Even a few elders from the Taoist Holy Land felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shifted the focus of the mirror flower water moon to another place. That little Taoist must be a disciple of Chongqing View, right? His Seven Treasures Gourd is quite strange. How could it also take people's clothes? An elder mumbled. The others agreed, as they couldn't comprehend it either. They had never heard of such a spiritual treasure before. However, they didn't pay much attention, as this kind of assessment was no different from the younger generation's play fighting, which couldn't attract their attention. Moreover, this assessment was simply paving the way for the disciples of the Taoist Holy Land. At this moment, Lu Dongyue was dashing forward. With his profound lightness skill, he noticed that there were surprisingly few people ahead of him. Could it be that I have a chance to compete for that 5,000 taels of silver? Lu Dongyue's face lit up. The top 100 would receive a reward of 5,000 taels of silver. At that time, he could take out 800 taels to pay off his gambling debt to Hanzhou, keep the rest for himself, save it for cultivation, and buy a few sets of clothes for his junior brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, Lu Dongyue felt even more motivated. Where did this Taoist come from? Such lightness skill. Just then, a thunderous voice exploded, followed by a figure blocking Lu Dongyue's path. The newcomer had a strong aura with a curved blade at his waist, particularly sharp. Hanzhou from the Yu Mountain sect. Seeing the newcomer's attire, Lu Dongyue's heart sank. The other party's aura seemed to be at the 7th rank. He was simply not a match. The fallen disciples of the Taoist sect could actually chase into the top 30. That was somewhat impressive. However, the spots in front were not something a mere 5th-rank martial artist could win just by running fast. You think you can get a spot just because you're a small 5th-rank martial artist? Hanzhou said slowly. Fight out. Lu Dongyue had no hesitation this time. He knew he was definitely not Hanzhou's opponent. This person was the chief of the Yu Mountain sect and was renowned among the younger generation, far beyond his capability. Thus, the Seven Treasures Gourd flew out directly, illuminating Hanzhou's face green. What the heck? Hanzhou had already rushed ahead, remaining at the forefront of the group, completely unaware of what had happened behind him. He just looked at the Seven Treasures Gourd and sneered. It looks like a Seven Treasures Gourd. But where is the green light in a real Seven Treasures Gourd? You, a mere 5th-rank martial artist, even if you have the Seven Treasures Gourd in hand. What can you do? Hanzhou didn't believe that Lu Dongyue's Seven Treasures Gourd could absorb his weapon, unless it was crafted by a top-tier spiritual treasure master. Otherwise, with Lu Dongyue's strength, he couldn't shake the weapon in his hand. Seeing Lu Dongyue's torn Taoist robe, he naturally didn't believe the Seven Treasures Gourd in Lu Dongyue's hand could be very powerful. Absorb. Lu Dongyue also realized that he might really be in trouble this time, as the Seven Treasures Gourd might not work against Hanzhou. But at this moment, he had no other choice but to give it a shot. Whoosh! The Seven Treasures Gourd shook violently, and a powerful suction force surged out, pulling towards Hanzhou. Oomph! Hanzhou snorted coldly, golden light radiating all around him. 1,000-gene body. Hanzhou's body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and the curved blade in his hand was firmly locked in place. You can't absorb my weapon, Hanzhou sneered. However, at that moment, before the curved blade in Hanzhou's hand could fly out, his clothes suddenly ripped apart with a sh sound. Hanzhou didn't even understand what was happening, and his clothes turned into rags and were directly sucked into Lu Dongyue's gourd. In the blink of an eye, Hanzhou stood naked in front of Lu Dongyue. What the heck? Hanzhou quickly squatted down, hurriedly covering his private parts with his hands, while the curved blade in his hand flew out and was sucked into the gourd. Lu Dongyue looked at the familiar scene before him, and was also surprised that his gourd could even absorb the clothes of such a master. What the hell is wrong with you? What kind of spiritual treasure are you using? Are you a pervert? Hanzhou cursed loudly. Give me back my clothes. Hanzhou was about to cry. He was also a renowned genius among the younger generation. How could he show his naked, but to others, and continue to survive in the martial world? I'm sorry, your clothes got torn. I can't give them back to you. Lu Dongyue quickly apologized and said, I'll leave first. If you see your fellow disciples later, you can ask them for a piece of clothing. Saying that, Lu Dongyue used his lightness skill to leave quickly. Bastard, come back! Shinzong Ao shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, someone caught up from behind, saw Shinzong Ao squatting there naked, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laugh at your grandpa. Wait until I get out and kill you. Ha ha. The few disciples who followed behind were first stunned at Shinzong Ao's appearance, then all burst into laughter. Shinzong Ao was now too exhausted to curse. He even had thoughts of betraying his country. Leave this country and find a place where no one knows me to live. Chapter 6. The power of the Vajra talisman. Lu Dongyue's lightness skill was getting faster and faster. At this point, he was not far from Baika Mountain, and he began to shake off the people ahead one by one. As he saw fewer and fewer people in front of him, Lu Dongyue's heart became more and more excited. Initially, he only hoped to qualify in the top 1,000, grab some silver, and leave. Who would have thought he could make it this far? Although his methods were somewhat disgraceful, he couldn't care less at this moment. As a martial artist, Lu Dongyue's fiery heart was ignited. He was now in the top 10, and it seemed there were still 3 or 4 people ahead. This meant that he could even compete for first place. If he could achieve first place in the Taoist Sacred Land Assessment, how much money would they give him? 50,000 taels? Or 100,000 taels? With such a large sum, his junior brother and junior sister would never go hungry again and would have meat to eat. This little Taoist is so fast. The Taoist sect has such sharp footwork. Just then, Jiang Nanyan, who was ranked 3rd, saw Lu Dongyue about to overtake her and frowned. Wanted to take action. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Jiang Nanyan's ear. Do not obstruct. The voice was very urgent. Hearing this, Jiang Nanyan was taken aback and watched as Lu Dongyue passed her. Father's voice? Jiang Nanyan didn't understand why her father didn't want her to act against this little Taoist. After all, he was just at the 5th rank. And as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family at the 7th rank, how could she not defeat him? Seeing Jiang Nanyan let Lu Dongyue pass, Jiang Yin on the Taoist Sacred Land Square let out a sigh of relief. Several elders of the Jiang family behind him also wiped their cold sweat. Fortunately, the young lady didn't act otherwise. They couldn't bear to think of what would happen if Jiang Nanyan acted and had her clothing taken away by Lu Dongyue's 7 Treasures Gourd. Wouldn't she be exposed? How would she get married in the future? The Jiang family would be utterly humiliated. Ranking 2nd was a disciple of the Sword Sect, who was also stopped by family elders when he was about to act against Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue felt extremely lucky. These 2 people were quite good, unexpectedly not attacking him. Otherwise, he would have wasted another chance with the 7 Treasures Gourd. Lu Dongyue smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful about Jiang Nanyan. There was still 1 person left. Upon seeing Lu Tianqing not far ahead, Lu Dongyue's eyes turned fiery. He now had hope of contending for first place. Naturally, Lu Dongyue wanted to give it a try. What if he could succeed? The first place would definitely offer more silver. With this thought, Lu Dongyue's heart was filled with motivation, and the 9 stars Yubu technique was executed even more smoothly. Lu Dongyue seemed to transform into a shooting star as he chased after Lu Tianqing. His speed was so fast that it had clearly surpassed his usual limits. Even his 5th rank cultivation showed signs of loosening, as if he were about to break through to the 6th rank. Lu Tianqing, who had been firmly in first place, suddenly felt a presence chasing up from behind, which surprised him. He had always been first since the beginning, and his footwork was also among the best. How could someone catch up to him at this moment? Lu Tianqing instinctively turned to look, wanted to see which sect's elite it was. However, when he saw it was just a mere 5th rank little Taoist, Lu Tianqing showed an incredulous expression. Just a 5th rank? How could he catch up? What were the others doing? Why hasn't anyone acted against this little Taoist? Tianqing, be careful. At that moment, Lu Tianqing also heard the voice of a Taoist Sacred Land Elder. This person's waist treasure is somewhat unusual. Do not underestimate him. Treasure? Lu Tianqing focused and found that Lu Dongyue actually had a gourd at his waist. Just a 7 Treasures Gourd. And it's only used by a 5th rank martial artist. What danger could it pose? Lu Tianqing sneered, thinking he was the most outstanding disciple of the Taoist Sacred Land, while Lu Dongyue was just a fallen little Taoist at the 5th rank. Such a person didn't even count as a horse in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Tianqing stood directly on a rock wall of the cliff and a battle axe behind him automatically broke free from its ropes and flew out. The sound of the axe echoed through the valley. Behind Lu Tianxing, a faint shadow appeared, massive like a giant, its pressure sweeping across all directions. The fourth level of the Pan axe technique. Many experts outside the field were shocked upon seeing this scene. At such a young age, he had cultivated the Taoist sacred land's Pan axe technique to the fourth level. No wonder the sacred lord brought the Prajna axe. One strong person suddenly realized. It turned out that the disciples of their sect were merely a foil. The Taoist sacred land wanted to create momentum for its most outstanding disciple. In an instant, everyone understood the Taoist sacred land's intentions, but they dared only to feel anger without speaking. The Taoist sacred land was too powerful for them. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Dongyue, as everyone hoped he would act and embarrass the Taoist sacred land. However, they also knew it wouldn't be easy. Lu Tianxing was too outstanding. Unlike their disciples, with his 9th rank cultivation, Lu Dongyue's 7 Treasures Gourd might not even be effective. At that moment, as Lu Dongyue advanced, he felt a tremendous force coming from ahead. Like an endless wave, that oppressive feeling made him feel as if he was facing some prehistoric beast. So strong, Lu Dongyue was shocked. With this axe coming down, he would either die or be severely injured. Lu Dongyue instinctively reached for the 7 Treasures Gourd at his waist. I won't give you the chance. At this moment, Lu Tianxing stepped forward, his mysterious footwork executed to the extreme, and the battle axe in his hand slammed down fiercely. The enormous axe light crushed down like a bow. This axe seemed like a meteor falling. The speed was simply too fast. So fast that Lu Dongyue didn't even have time to use the 7 Treasures Gourd. It's over. Feeling that sharp force that could split him apart, Lu Dongyue knew he was doomed. My thing shall not be touched by anyone. Lu Tianxing's cold eyes were filled with a strong desire to win. Boom! The axe light shook the heavens and the earth, and under the immense true energy, the ground began to crack. The disciples behind all turned pale. Compared to Lu Tianxing, they were far too inferior. However, just as Lu Dongyue felt he was about to meet his end, the Vajra talisman within him suddenly trembled. Following that, a golden light enveloped Lu Dongyue. Above the golden light, runes surrounded him. Lu Tianxing's axe struck hard against the golden light surrounding Lu Dongyue. The terrifying momentum caused the ground beneath Lu Dongyue's feet to crack, yet failed to injure him in the slightest. What? Lu Tianxing's expression changed. He felt as if he had struck a piece of steel. No, it was even harder than steel. What is that? Many experts on the Taoist Sacred Land Square were also astonished. What was that golden light that could block Lu Tianxing's axe? It's important to note that most of the experts present did not have cultivation higher than Lu Tianxing's. Even those with equal 9th rank cultivation believed they would not be able to withstand Lu Tianxing's axe. They would definitely be injured from a direct hit. Yet a small 5th rank martial artist like Lu Dongyue could withstand this axe without a scratch. This was simply absurd. Taoist talismans? The elders of the Taoist sacred land suddenly stood up. They recognized that what was on Lu Dongyue was a Taoist talisman. However, after the decline of the Taoist sect, the power of the talismans also diminished greatly, having long been eliminated by the methods of the Taoist sect. And it had been many years since they had appeared in the world. Not only did a Taoist talisman appear on Lu Dongyue, but a small talisman was actually able to block a strike from Lu Tianxing, who was at the 9th rank. Who drew this talisman? Could it be that the Taoist sect has produced some kind of master? Did the Vajra talisman come into effect? At this moment, Lu Dongyue couldn't believe his eyes. He originally thought the Vajra talisman was just a souvenir from Hanzhou, but unexpectedly, it could block Lu Tianxing's attack? How could this be? With his master's cultivation level. How did he manage to do this? Lu Dongyue was baffled. However, this was not the time to consider such matters. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Tianxing was momentarily stunned, Lu Dongyue raised the 7 Treasure Gourd in his hand and shouted, "Collect!" A fierce wind rose. Lu Tianxing stumbled, and the battle axe in his hand flew out of his grip. It was then sucked into Lu Dongyue's 7 Treasure Gourd. Tianxing, run! At this moment, the collective shout of the elders from the Taoist Holy Land reached Lu Tianxing's ears. The voice was extremely urgent. Run? Lu Tianxing snorted coldly. Even if my weapon is taken away, I won't be afraid of a mere 5th rank. The effectiveness of his talisman won't last long, and once it dissipates, I can crush him with my fists. I, Lu Tianxing, have unyielding pride. I will only fight to the death, not flee. Lu Tianxing was filled with arrogance. The elders of the Taoist Holy Land couldn't help but cover their eyes at this moment. Lu Tianxing's pride hadn't lasted 2 breaths before a tearing sound was heard, and Lu Tianxing discovered that the seam of his pants had split. Lu Tianxing, what the heck? Lu Tianxing, you're such a freak. Lu Tianxing, my underwear. Lu Tianxing, if you have the ability, don't run. Come back here. Lu Tianxing, Master, save me. The entire square of the Holy Land fell silent. Many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to, only able to hold it in. The elders of the Taoist Holy Land were also completely silent at this moment. They originally wanted to create momentum for Lu Tianxing, but unexpectedly, he had become the laughingstock. Not only was he completely exposed for everyone to see, but the key point was that it was so small. Chapter 7. Passing 3 tests. The face of the Taoist Sacred Land is about to be completely humiliated. Lu Dongyue. The Grand Elder of the Taoist Sacred Land looked at Lu Dongyue's figure in the water mirror, grinding his teeth in anger. Where did this ancestor come from? Where did this strange spiritual treasure of his come from? And that diamond talisman, who drew it? How could it block the 9-grade 4th layer's pan-axe skill? Find out for me. The Grand Elder of the Taoist Sacred Land shouted angrily. Find out where this Lu Dongyue came from. Yes. The people behind him hurried to investigate. You 3, make sure to greet Lu Dongyue properly. At this moment, the Grand Elder also transmitted a message to the 3 assessment disciples of the Taoist Sacred Land. Baika Mountain. At the foot, mid, and top of the mountain, there was 1 disciple each. They were originally sitting cross-legged, but upon hearing the Grand Elder's transmission, they all opened their eyes with confusion. Who is Lu Dongyue? Isn't the one who came their junior brother Lu Tianxing? Although they were also disciples of the Taoist Sacred Land, their cultivation levels were far above Lu Tianxing. All 3 had surpassed the 9th grade and reached the Transcendence realm. They were among the top experts in the Taoist Sacred Land. According to the script, when Lu Tianxing arrived here, they would let him pass the assessment easily, reach the top of the mountain, and then present the Prajna axe in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, the one who came was not Lu Tianxing. The elder had previously instructed that if an accident happened and someone other than Lu Tianxing showed up, they should greet him as roughly as possible. They absolutely could not let him obtain the Prajna axe. The many sects in the square of the Taoist Sacred Land were also caught off guard that the first place in the final assessment turned out to be an obscure disciple who was only of 5th grade. How ironic. Today, the people of the Taoist Sacred Land have really lost face. Everyone was feeling schadenfreude, and they didn't mind seeing the Taoist Sacred Land humiliate themselves thoroughly today. The Taoist Sacred Land quickly arranged for someone to deliver clothes to Lu Tianxing in the Wind and Sand Valley. Meanwhile, Lu Dongyue had already arrived at the foot of Baika Mountain. At this moment, Lu Dongyue was particularly excited. He never expected to get first place just by participating in the assessment. At the foot of the mountain, a disciple of the Taoist Sacred Land was already waiting there, leaning against an ancient tree. He was taken aback when he saw Lu Dongyue approaching. Dressed in tattered Dao robes, and judging from his true Qi realm, this kid seemed to only have 5th grade cultivation, right? How could such cultivation win first place? Are you kidding me? You're first? The Taoist disciple stepped forward to size up Lu Dongyue and asked, Yes, senior brother, I'm here to take the assessment. Lu Dongyue, still a bit excited, replied. Huh, the Taoist disciple sneered. All right, let the assessment begin. According to the rules, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours, and you can attack first. After 3 moves, I will counter. Well then, senior brother, I apologize in advance. Lu Dongyue cupped his fists in salute. It's not certain who should apologize to whom. Junior brother, just give it your all. The Taoist disciple smiled. I'm sorry about that. Lu Dongyue certainly wouldn't he really compete with the Taoist disciple. That would be seeking death. What he could rely on was, of course, the 7 Treasure Gourd. Although the function of the 7 Treasure Gourd was cheeky, it was indeed useful. It could suck away a person's clothes. And no one would want to charge and bare-assed like a sausage in front of so many people, right? Collect. With a loud shout, the Seven Treasure Gourd emitted a green light. The Taoist disciple was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Dongyue to use a spiritual treasure right away. How ridiculous. I didn't even bring a weapon. What can your Seven Treasure Gourd do to me? Before the Taoist disciple could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that his clothes had been torn apart, and even his pants were sucked into the Seven Treasure Gourd. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist disciple was like a skinned egg. How outrageous! You little thief, dare to humiliate me. Don't run away. Stop right there. Lu Dongyue ignored him, letting the Taoist disciple hide in the grass and curse at him from behind. Lu Dongyue pretended not to hear. Anyway, he had already heard countless insults on this journey, and his ears were about to develop calluses. A few more insults would cost him a piece of meat. Kid, I remember you. On the mountainside, the second Taoist disciple saw Lu Dongyue walking up and was even more incredulous. A mere 5th grade not only took first place, but could also walk up from the foot of the mountain. Junior brother Ma Heng is really useless, unable to handle even a 5th grade. Kid, you can attack first. According to the rules, you get 3 moves. The Seven Treasure Gourd. What use can it be against me? Even without a weapon, I can easily defeat you with my fists. Wow, you shameless person, what the hell is that? Come back and give me back my clothes and we'll fight again. Don't pretend you can't hear me, you shameless scoundrel. At this moment, everyone in the square of the Taoist sacred land was dumbfounded. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? It's terrifyingly powerful. They all wanted one for themselves. This is simply a humiliating artifact. It's just a bit too immoral. It's indecent. The faces of the several elders of the Taoist sacred land were as dark as the soles of shoes at this moment. Grand Elder, if even the last round's Gu Yenji loses, then what will we do about the Prajna axe? A senior figure of the Taoist sacred land said with a grim expression. The Grand Elder stared fixedly at the water mirror, remaining silent. That Prajna axe was something the Taoist sacred lord had painstakingly retrieved. If it were handed over to an outsider just like that, the Taoist sacred land would truly lose face. No matter what, this last round must not let him pass. A shadow of darkness flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Gu Yenji, you absolutely cannot let the Taoist sacred land lose face in this round. The Grand Elder directly transmitted a message to Gu Yenji at the top of the mountain. At this moment, on a piece of green stone at the top of the mountain, a young man was lying there, holding a wine cup, savoring wine. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's transmission, he sneered disdainfully, then slowly shook his head. Grand Elder, rest assured, I, Gu Yenji, will definitely not let the Taoist sacred land lose face. After saying that, Gu Yenji reached out, and a huge stone not far away shattered with a bang, revealing a battle axe shimmering with silver-cold light, which flew into Gu Yenji's hand. That battle axe vibrated with a hum, as if it were sharp enough to split mountains and rivers. That is the Prajna axe. The people outside, seeing this axe, couldn't help but feel tempted. That is a divine weapon on the divine weapon ranking. Even if one is not a warrior who practices axe weaponry, seeing such a divine weapon, one would be unable to resist wanting to give up their own weapon to practice axe techniques. Having such a divine weapon in hand would not simply enhance one's strength a little. Such a divine weapon is something that can't be sought after. Only a major force like the Taoist sacred land could possess it. Moreover, it was ranked in the top 50 on the divine weapon ranking. Good. Let us use the Prajna axe against him. The Grand Elder nodded, showing a hint of approval. He didn't know if Lu Dongyue still had that diamond talisman. But even if he did, he wasn't worried. Gu Yenji was a master in the transcendence realm, and with the Prajna axe in hand, any diamond talisman could be cleaved. Furthermore, the rules didn't state that Taoist disciples couldn't use the Prajna axe during the assessment. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Dongyue finally arrived at the top of the mountain. Oh, Gu Yenji smiled when he saw Lu Dongyue. 5th rank? Yes. Lu Dongyue nodded and then cupped his fists, asking, Senior brother, are you the examiner for the final round? That's right, Gu Yenji said slowly. I watched the battles between you, junior brother Ma Heng, and junior brother Su Yun from the mountaintop. I must say, your Seven Treasure Gourd is quite interesting. Lu Dongyue frowned. This person had seen his 7 treasure gourd and remained so calm. It seemed he was quite confident. This was tricky. He must have a countermeasure. Having reached the final round, could he really be defeated here? All right, senior brother, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Lu Dongyue cautiously asked previously, your rule was to let me attack first with 3 moves. That rule won't be changed at the last minute, right? Of course not. Our Taoist sacred land sticks to its word, Gu Yinji said proudly, lifting his chin. All right then. Lu Dongyue took a deep breath and picked up the gourd. However, at that moment, he noticed a slight curve at the corner of Gu Yinji's mouth. Gu Yinji stepped forward, and amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, he suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Dongyue, holding the Prajna axe above his head. I concede, the Prajna axe is yours. The Grand Elder of Tai Xian Sacred Land spat out a mouthful of old blood. This kid just conceded. Everyone else was equally dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Even Lu Dongyue was stunned. He hadn't even made a move yet, and Gu Yinji had already conceded? Lu Dongyue stared blankly at the Prajna axe in front of him, and then picked it up. It felt warm to the touch, giving a surprisingly comforting sensation. Gu Yinji got up, laughed heartily, and turned to leave. He had clearly seen from above that Ma Heng and Su Yun had their clothes stripped off by Lu Dongyue, leaving them to hide in the grass with their backs exposed, swearing in embarrassment. He, Gu Yinji, was a person who valued his dignity. He didn't want to run around naked. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had also said not to disgrace Tai Xian's sacred land, so he naturally decided to hand over the Prajna axe. Otherwise, if he ended up stripped as well, wouldn't that disgrace Tai Xian's sacred land? As Lu Dongyue obtained the Prajna axe, the examination officially concluded, and the ground beneath everyone's feet glowed with the light of a teleportation array. Moments later, everyone returned to the plaza of Tai Xian Sacred Land. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue felt an extremely complicated gaze upon him, filled with envy, jealousy, hatred, murderous intent, dissatisfaction, defiance, and fear. Chapter 8. Li Hanzhou wanted to ascend, while Lu Dongyue felt that some people seemed to want to eat him alive. Glancing over, he found that those who harbored murderous intent and hatred towards him were almost all the ones who had just stripped him bare in the Sandstorm Valley. No wonder they had such strong animosity towards Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue pretended not to see it, as he had no way to explain. Master Uncle, your spiritual treasure is indeed very useful, but it really has put me in a bind, Lu Dongyue thought bitterly. He could only shamelessly shift his gaze elsewhere. The elders of the Tai Xian Sacred Land looked at Lu Dongyue with great dissatisfaction. They had worked hard to organize such a large assessment, only to end up making a wedding dress for this Taoist boy, and even lost the Prajna axe in the process. How could they possibly look favorably upon Lu Dongyue? Unfortunately, in front of all the sects, they couldn't say anything. Otherwise, where would the prestige of the Tai Xian Sacred Land be? Even if they had to swallow their anger today, they had no choice. Now that the assessment is over, first, congratulations to the disciples who made it into the top 1,000. We will begin distributing rewards shortly. The Grand Elder of the Tai Xian Sacred Land stepped forward, his chest still stained with blood from just having coughed it up. From the 101st to the 1,000th place, the reward is 1,000 taels of silver. And we hope you will continue to work hard, said the Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder. The many disciples were exceptionally happy. 1,000 taels of silver was a considerable income for them. It could buy some cultivation pills. Disciples ranked from 11th to 100th will receive 5,000 taels of silver, plus a gathering spirit pill. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more excited. Such rewards, plus the gathering spirit pill, would be enough to further enhance their strength. At this moment, Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up. Wouldn't the rewards for the top 10 be even better? 10,000 taels? Or 50,000 taels? Ahem. The Grand Elder coughed a couple of times, then addressed the remaining disciples. The rewards for the top 10 are even more generous. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Disciples in the top 10 will be able to become inner disciples of our Tai Xian Sacred Land, personally taught by the elders of Tai Xian Sacred Land. And you will learn the top martial arts of Tai Xian Sacred Land, gaining access to the resources for inner disciples cultivation. When you wish to leave in the future, you can still return to your previous sects, the Grand Elder of Taishian's sacred land said with a smile. This announcement shocked everyone. They could enter Taishian's sacred land? Such a good opportunity? They couldn't believe such a windfall could fall upon them. As with their qualifications, they were not even eligible to enter Taishian's sacred land, let alone enjoy its cultivation resources. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change their fate. Only Lu Dongyue was left dumbfounded at this moment. Was that it? No monetary reward? Grand Elder, Lu Dongyue awkwardly stepped forward and said, as the first place, shouldn't I receive some other reward? You greedy person. An angry disciple of Taishian sacred land stepped up and said, you already received our Taishian sacred land's prajna axe. What more do you want? Lu Dongyue felt like crying. He had thought the reward for first place would be better, but who knew he would just get a broken axe to take home? He didn't want this thing at all. It would be better if he could exchange it for money. Lu Dongyue really wanted to ask if anyone among the higher-ups of the surrounding sects was willing to exchange silver for his prajna axe. But he could clearly see that many people were both envious and wary of the axe. Lu Dongyue understood that while these people were greedy, few dared to ask for it. After all, this thing was originally a treasure designated for the disciples of Taishian's sacred land. Lu Dongyue was naive, but they were not. They wouldn't dare to take such a hot potato. How was he going to explain this to his master uncle when he got back? Lu Dongyue shook his head helplessly. As for becoming an inner disciple of Taishian's sacred land, Lu Dongyue had no interest. Chongqing View, library. Li Hanzhou had been soaking in the library for a day and night. His previous self had never been one to read, but in the library, he discovered many interesting books, and he found something recorded in the books that piqued his interest: ascension. According to the books, the vast universe is filled with infinitely large worlds, and when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, ascending to become an immortal means leaving this small world and heading to other worlds. Upon reading this, Li Hanzhou became excited. If that's the case, couldn't he return to Earth? He still hadn't spent that 30 million. Luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women. Now that was the life he was meant to live. How could he waste his youth in this godforsaken place? At noon, Li Hanzhou came out to eat. At the dining table, Shi Ming and Yun Qianjuan were enjoying a feast of meat. Yun Qianjuan had a satisfied look on her face, while Shi Ming looked worried, feeling that every meal he ate might be his last, thinking that after finishing this meal, someone would come to take them away. And Li Hanzhou must have sold them off. Shi Ming, Li Hanzhou said at that moment. Here. Shi Ming stiffened all over. What do you mean here? Li Hanzhou asked in surprise. And no, Master Uncle, you say, and your disciple is listening. Shi Ming quickly sat up straight, trying to appear more obedient. Do you know how to ascend? Li Hanzhou asked. Ascend? Shi Ming blinked. Why was Li Hanzhou asking about something so unrelated to him? But Shi Ming still explained seriously. Ascension naturally requires powerful strength. I've heard that not only that, but you must also compete for destiny. Only by competing for destiny can you qualify for ascension. Several seniors from our Zhantiang world have ascended, including the first emperor of the divine K kingdom, who ascended to become an immortal after breaking through to the supreme shattered realm, ascending in broad daylight under the gaze of the world. That's why the divine K kingdom has its unshakable position today. Supreme shattered? What kind of realm is that? Shi Ming set down his chopsticks and said seriously, after the 9th rank is transcendence, and above transcendence is the Tao of the Xian, and further up is comprehending heaven and earth to enter the Tiangang realm. After Tiangang, one can become a celestial immortal and then condense half a step into the divine pool to finally challenge the last supreme shattered realm. At that time, one will have the qualification to compete for destiny. Li Hanzhou's head started to spin. It was so complicated. He was only at the 6th rank right now. Was there hope for ascension? Master Uncle, Yun Qianjuan couldn't help but say, isn't it just avoiding gambling debts? Is it really necessary to ascend? Just eat your meal, Li Hanzhou replied speechlessly. Master Uncle, don't think about ascension. The 7 absolute sword immortal was so dazzling back then, known as the first genius of the Zhantiang world, and it took over 400 years from cultivation to family ascension. Shi Ming said to Li Hanzhou, wait, family ascension? Li Hanzhou's eyes widened as he looked at Shiming. You mean you can bring your family when you ascend? Of course, Shiming nodded. Then, Shiming, if one day you ascend, would you be willing to bring your master uncle? Li Hanzhou seemed to see hope. He might not be able to do it in this life, but his disciple could. He could aspire for his disciple to become a dragon. Upon hearing this question, Shiming was momentarily stunned, then nodded dumbly. As long as Li Hanzhou didn't sell him off, he would agree to whatever Li Hanzhou said. Great. Seeing Shiming agree, Li Hanzhou decided to find a way to help his disciple improve his strength. Then, no matter who ascended, they could leave this place and return to Earth to enjoy their lives. Seeing Li Hanzhou happy, Shiming also breathed a sigh of relief. However, he also felt that Li Hanzhou was a bit unrealistic. How could a third-rate small Taoist temple like Chongqing View produce someone who could compete for destiny, waiting for the master uncle to make more money and then buy you elixirs and weapons? I just don't believe I can't turn you into experts, Li Hanzhou said earnestly. Yin Qianzhu and Shiming exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. Making money? The master uncle is probably going to gamble again, right? When it comes to the promises made by Li Hanzhou, they only dared to smell them, not eat them. Li Hanzhou had no other way. He didn't understand cultivation and could only think of this method to produce an expert. After all, in any world, money is hard currency. Making money is very important. Calculating the time, your second senior brother should be back soon. Li Hanzhou looked into the distance. It wouldn't be long before the day to collect debts from the gambling house arrived. At night, in the Lord of Baiyun City's mansion, Yixing was currently cultivating in her room, practicing the jade reflection skill of the Shangqing sect. With each breath, the true energy within her body automatically circulated. And at this moment, a glow of true energy flowed around Yixing, enveloping her in a pure white aura, resembling a holy spirit. Although Yixing was not considered a genius disciple in the Shangqing sect, her aptitude was also above average, having reached the 7th rank at a young age. She had also cultivated the jade reflection skill to the 3rd layer, making her one of the few rivals among the young generation in the Shangqing sect. It had been a day since she returned, but the faint demonic aura at home still lingered without revealing itself. Yixing had no choice but to wait quietly. However, at that moment, Yixing suddenly heard a scream from Yiqingbei. It's here. Yixing stepped out and rushed towards Yiqingbei's room. With a loud crash, Yiqingbei's door shattered, and he ran out, looking utterly pained, holding his head as if he were suffering more than death. The guards in the Lord's mansion rushed in, but upon seeing the situation, they were completely at a loss. Everyone spread out. Yixing's eyes flashed with a purple lightning, and she immediately saw a shadow on Yiqingbei, gnawing at her father's soul. A dream demon. Seeing this creature, Yixing's expression changed, and she circulated her true energy, striking out a palm towards Yiqingbei, gathering purple thunder in her palm. It seemed capable of dispelling all evil. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dream demon was knocked back by this palm, its black, ethereal figure retreating several steps. Then looking up with a cold laugh. Jade reflection skill? Just not enough cultivation. I thought an expert from the Shangqing sect had arrived. But it seems to be nothing more than this. It's enough to deal with you. Yixing coldly stared at the dream demon. I see you wouldn't appear here without reason. Who is really behind you? Chapter 9. Ashes to ashes, you have too many questions. The dream demon grinned wide, saying, I haven't tasted the flavor of a disciple from the Shangqing sect yet. Let me have a try. With that, it transformed into a gust of demonic wind and engaged in battle with Yixing. Yixing also pushed her true energy to the limit to fight the dream demon. However, Yixing was only at the 7th rank, while the dream demon had already reached the 8th rank. Relying on her jade illumination technique, Yixing could barely contend with the dream demon, but as time passed, her stamina began to wane, and even her true energy started to run dry. Gradually, Yixing fell into a disadvantage. Father, you should leave quickly. Yixing realized she might not be able to hold off the dream demon and urged Yiqingbei to escape. Yiqingbei's face was extremely tense at this moment. However, he simply could not abandon his daughter and leave this place. Bang! The dream demon unleashed a palm strike, and at this point, Yixing could no longer block it. She was forced back, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. A disciple of the Shangqing sect is nothing much, the dream demon laughed. Then it charged toward Yi Qingbei. Father. Yi Ziying regretted being too arrogant. Before leaving, her senior brothers had asked if they should help. But she thought that the only demons in Baiyun City were small fry that she could easily handle, even without bringing any spiritual treasures. She never expected that the dream demon in Baiyun City was actually an 8th rank and had come specifically to deal with her father. Don't touch my father. At that moment, a dull sound rang out, and Yi Yun appeared behind the dream demon, wielding a long stick and striking fiercely at the demon's head. However, with Yi Yun's strength, it was hardly enough to even scratch the dream demon. Kid, you really are quite brave. The dream demon turned back, grinning, and simply raised its bony hand, sending Yi Yun flying back into the room. Yi Yun spat blood on the spot and fell to the ground dazed. Yunner, Yi Qingbei shouted loudly. Enough. The dream demon looked back at Yi Qingbei and said, I originally wanted to enter a dream to find something, but now I can't be bothered to search myself. Just tell me, where has the 9th prince gone? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingbei's expression changed, and he said, How could I possibly know the whereabouts of the 9th prince? Is that so? The dream demon nodded, then turned to walk into the room. If you don't know, I'll kill your son to remind you. With that, the dream demon grabbed the struggling Yi Yun, one hand gripping his neck, causing Yi Yun to grimace in pain. The demon's grip seemed ready to crush him at any moment. Stop! Yi Qingbei roared, his veins bulging, struggling painfully in his heart. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. The dream demon's hand began to tighten slowly. Yi Ziying watched helplessly as her brother was held by the dream demon. However, at that moment, the dream demon seemed to hear Yi Yun, whose face was turning red, mumbling something. What did you say? The dream demon leaned in curiously. I said, you. Go die. Yi Yun shouted with all his might, suddenly raising his hand. Unbeknownst to him, a talisman had appeared in his grasp. Taking advantage of the dream demon's complete lack of defense, Yi Yun pressed the talisman directly onto the demon's forehead. When Yi Yun fell to the ground earlier, the talisman had been beside him. Although he believed what Yi Ziying had told him, that it was likely a scam, at that moment, Yi Yun was willing to take a gamble. Buzz! In an instant, the talisman erupted with a dazzling light. Under this radiance, it was as if all demons and evil spirits were purified. The 8th rank dream demon didn't even have time to let out a scream before being completely turned to ashes by the exorcism talisman. In the eyes of several incredulous onlookers, it turned to dust. Clang! Yi Yun fell to the ground, coughing violently, then looked in astonishment at the ashes on the ground and said, This exorcism talisman is effective. Father, sister, this exorcism talisman really works. That Taoist didn't deceive me. This talisman is real, and he truly is an extraordinary master. Yi Ziying was stunned as she watched this scene unfold, her understanding of reality completely overturned. The Taoist sect had declined and lost its former glory. In fact, there was no longer any orthodox Taoist sect in the world, and she had never heard of any Taoist masters reaching the transcendent realm. How could a mere talisman possess such immense power? That was an 8th rank dream demon. Just a talisman had turned the 8th rank dream demon into ashes in an instant. What level of master could have drawn such a talisman? It was essential to befriend such a master. It would only bring great benefits to Baiyun City. Yinner, Yi Qingbei nodded. Well done. Tomorrow, you should find that senior and sincerely thank him for saving your life. Be sure to invite him to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Leave it to me. For the first time receiving praise from his father, Yi Yun was extremely happy. Why hasn't he returned yet? In the Changshan view, logically, Lu Dongyue should have returned today, but there was still no sign of him, which made Li Hanzhou lose interest in reading. There was another thing that left Li Hanzhou speechless. Originally, he had true energy at the 6th rank, but as his spiritual energy increased, it had domineeringly devoured all of his true energy, as if turning it into nourishment. Thus, Li Hanzhou now showed no trace of true energy and appeared to be an ordinary person. However, what Li Hanzhou did not expect was that, according to the explanation in his North Emperor scripture, his current cultivation had reached the qi refining stage, completely different from others' cultivation systems. Unfortunately, His North Emperor scripture was merely an intersect heart method and did not include any spells. Master Uncle, second senior brother, is back. At that moment, Yin Qianzhe's rushed in from outside. Finally back. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. Lu Dongyue has returned with 1,000 taels of silver. However, when Li Hanzhou walked out of the courtyard, he saw Lu Dongyue with a mournful face, carrying a large silver axe on his back. What happened? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Did you not make it in the top 1,000? Ah, yes. Lu Dongyue had thought about it on the way back. Rather than saying he got first place, it was better to say he didn't make it in at all, which felt a bit easier to bear. Who would have thought that the first place didn't give any rewards at all? Even with my 7 Treasures Gourd, I couldn't make it into the top 1,000? Li Hanzhou looked very disappointed, seemingly unable to accept it. 1,000 taels of silver is gone. The debt repayment day is approaching. There are experts in the gambling house in Baiyun City, and with the entire Changshan view, counting myself, the old, the weak, the sick, and minors, we can't possibly compete with them. Where did that axe come from? Li Hanzhou looked at the axe in surprise. When did Lu Dongyue start using an axe as a weapon? Oh, it's a souvenir from someone, Lu Dongyue quickly explained. Chapter 10. The Yi siblings, huh? Li Hanzhou took the Prajna axe in his hand and waited, feeling somewhat speechless as he said, in the Grand Tai Xian sacred land, such a large place. The participation prize is just a broken axe? Sai, forget it, it's all fate. Please punish me, Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue clasped his fists and said, Forget it. I can't blame you. Li Hanzhou had no intention of punishing Lu Dongyue. After all, he believed that Lu Dongyue had tried his best. The Changshan view was poor and lacking, and usually didn't provide enough nourishment for its disciples. So how could they compete with those outstanding disciples who had everything they wanted? Lu Dongyue was also a bit surprised. He had prepared himself mentally for a scolding when he returned, but Li Hanzhou didn't scold him at all. How strange. By the way, Master Uncle, is there a problem with your 7 Treasures Gourd in the refining process? Lu Dongyue couldn't help but ask. Problem? Li Hanzhou's heart skipped a beat. He had sensed there might be an issue with the gourd when it emitted a green light. It seemed that this time, the gourd was not usable, which was why he didn't achieve a ranking. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Dongyue recounted what had happened this time, but omitted his own victory, fearing that Li Hanzhou couldn't handle it. Draining people's clothes? Li Hanzhou was stunned after hearing this. The instruction manual didn't mention that the 7 Treasures Gourd had such a function. The code he wrote didn't have any issues. So how could this happen? So, you stripped the Zhao family members and the disciples of the Blade sect? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but be taken aback. Yes, Lu Dongyue said awkwardly. And also Lu Tianxing from the Taoist sacred land, among others. Li Hanzhou's expression darkened. Not only did he not get the money back, but he also offended so many people. What would he do if they came looking for an explanation? Why don't we just disband? I'll return to my Gao Laozhuang. Seeing Li Hanzhou's face turn ugly, Lu Dongyue hurriedly said, But Master Uncle, the talismans you drew are truly impressive. Even with Lu Tianxing's 9th grade cultivation, he couldn't break through your diamond talisman with a single axe strike. When did you become so powerful? Before he could finish, Lu Dongyue was stunned because he realized that Li Hanzhou had no trace of true qi left in him. He seemed like an ordinary person. What is going on? Although Li Hanzhou's cultivation had never been high, he was at least at the 6th grade. How could he have dropped to the 1st grade now? Sai, how am I supposed to live? Li Hanzhou completely ignored Lu Dongyue's comments about the diamond talisman. In his view, Lu Dongyue was just trying to change the subject. How could he not know what he had drawn? That thing couldn't possibly be useful, much less block an attack from a 9th grade martial artist. What's wrong with Master Uncle? Seeing Li Hanzhou return to his courtyard, Lu Dongyue asked Shiming and Yin Qianzhe beside him, but both just shook their heads, as they also didn't know what had happened to Li Hanzhou. Master Uncle said he wants to ascend, Shiming said to Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue almost choked on his own saliva. Could it be that Master Uncle is sick? He speculated. Before long, Li Hanzhou took his Pingjin fan and went out. He could only make another trip to Baiyun City to see if he could encounter some easy targets to earn some money and pay off his gambling debts. You all stay home. I'm going out to make money. With that, Li Hanzhou left the Chongqing view. Making money? Lu Dongyue sighed. It seems Master Uncle is seriously ill. Arriving at the familiar Baiyun City, Li Hanzhou first casually inquired about the city lord's mansion. That day, he had seen ominous energy above Yi Yun's head with his fortune-telling technique, speculating that the Yi family must have perished. However, after inquiring, he found that nothing had happened at the city lord's mansion. Strange, Li Hanzhou muttered in surprise. That ominous energy is still alive? Could it be that my fortune-telling technique is malfunctioning? Holding on to this suspicion, just as Li Hanzhou was about to set up his stall, he heard many footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw about 20 or 30 people coming toward him, with the leader having a scarred face that looked particularly fierce, while the others watched Li Hanzhou with hostile eyes. This made Li Hanzhou's heart skip a beat. From his memory, he recognized that these people were from the gambling house. Li Hanzhou, I didn't expect to run into you here. How's the money coming along? The scar-faced man sneered. In 3 days, it's time to repay the debt. If you don't pay us back, don't expect to keep your hands. 3 days? Li Hanzhou frowned and said, in 3 days, I will definitely return the 800 taels to you. 800 taels? The scar-faced man shook his finger and said, 800 taels is just the principal. You haven't even calculated the interest. Including interest, it's a total of 4,200 taels. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou fell silent for a moment. He didn't argue because he knew very well that the other party was being unreasonable, and arguing wouldn't help. It seemed that he really had to run away. 4,200 taels. Where could he rob that much? 800 taels. And they calculated the interest to be 4,200 taels? What audacity! Who gave you the right to calculate it like this? At that moment, a voice came from behind the scar-faced man. Who is so bold as to meddle in our Baiyun gambling house's affairs? The scar-faced man angrily shouted and turned to look, only to see a young man coldly smiling at them from carriage. Yiyun. The scar-faced man was taken aback. So it was young Master Yiyun. The scar-faced man quickly became polite. This senior owes you money. I'll help him pay it back. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled back, and Yi Ziying slowly walked out. An overwhelming aura immediately pressed down upon them. The gamblers were all startled, not expecting that Yi Ziying would personally come. Mississippi, they all respectfully said. The scar-faced man awkwardly smiled and said, 800 taels. He owes our gambling house 800 taels and hasn't paid. Yi Ziying didn't waste words and directly took out a silver note, throwing it in front of the scar-faced man. Here, S 1,000 taels. Take the money and get lost. Don't disturb the senior's mood. Yes, we'll leave right away. The scar-faced man quickly picked up the silver note and hurriedly left with his men. Li Hanzhou watched from the side, feeling his heart bleed. He only owed 800 taels. Why didn't they ask for the extra 200 taels? Yuqing sect disciple Yi Ziying pays respect to the senior. Yi Ziying walked up to Li Hanzhou and respectfully bowed. Yiyun pays respect to the senior. Yiyun also hurriedly came up to pay his respects. This surprised Li Hanzhou a bit. These two weren't here to cause trouble. They helped him pay off his gambling debts and were being so courteous. For what reason? Please. No need for formalities. Li Hanzhou activated his fortune-telling technique to look at Yiyun, and was astonished to find that the ominous energy above Yiyun's head had completely disappeared. The ominous energy is gone? Could it be that someone helped them defy fate? Thank you for granting me that exorcism talisman. It saved my entire family's lives. My father asked us to invite you to the city lord's mansion as guests, so we can show our hospitality. Yiyun hurriedly said, invite me as a guest. Li Hanzhou looked at the two of them, pondering. These two Wu-Ti have discovered that I tricked them and want to lure me to the city lord's mansion to take advantage of the opportunity to break 30 of my ribs. Would they? But that doesn't make sense. I only tricked them out of 500 taels. But they just paid off 1,000 taels for the gambling debt. That doesn't add up. Could it be that my talisman really helped them solve their problems? Could it be? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but think of some online novels he had read out of boredom in his past life. Am I actually a master, just unaware of it? Are the talismans I draw really powerful? Am I actually a genius? While Li Hanzhou was lost in thought, Yi Ziying was also observing him. She noticed that she couldn't detect even a trace of true energy on Li Hanzhou. She became even more convinced that Li Hanzhou was an unparalleled master, because she had once seen the ancestor of the Shangqing sect, who had reached that level, and it was equally unfathomable, completely devoid of any detectable true energy. Has this big shot already reached that level? Chapter 11. Please let Li Hanzhou take action. This is an invitation from my father. Yi Ziying took out a small cloth bag from her waist, and, as her palm gently brushed over the bag, an invitation appeared in her hand. A storage bag? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. This item is very convenient, belonging to a type of postnatal spiritual treasure, which can store items in a storage space. Li Hanzhou also wanted one and decided to buy materials to make one himself later. All right, since City Lord Yi has invited me, I will humbly accept, Li Hanzhou said with a smile as he took the invitation. After all, the other party had just helped him pay off his gambling debts. It would be inappropriate not to go. Additionally, Li Hanzhou wanted to see what this city lord wanted from him. Perhaps he could gain some benefits as well. Please, senior, get in the carriage. Yi Yun and Yi Xing invited Li Hanzhou into the carriage, which then set off towards the city lord's mansion. May I ask which sect you belong to, senior? Yi Xing respectfully asked in the carriage. Perhaps you have some connection with the predecessors of our Shangqing sect. Li Hanzhou had no knowledge of the people from Shangqing sect, but knew that it was a major sect. I come from Changshan Temple, Li Hanzhou replied honestly. Yi Xing recalled and realized she did not recognize this place. Changshan Temple was too small, ranking at the bottom among third-rate sects. And Yi Xing had never heard of it. Senior is truly low-key. With such cultivation, you remain inconspicuous. Even your sect is so secretive, Yi Xing thought to herself. So it turns out you are from Changshan Temple. I have long admired you, she said politely. The carriage soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. Li Hanzhou lifted the curtain to look outside and saw that the mansion was so luxurious that compared to his Changshan Temple, it was truly inferior. He must earn money to renovate Changshan Temple properly. Father, the senior has arrived. Yin called out eagerly. How old are you still so loud? You'll make the senior laugh. Yi Qingbei walked out, first scolding Yin, then coming to the front of the carriage and respectfully bowing. Yi Qingbei pays respects to the senior. City Lord Yi is too courteous. Li Hanzhou stepped out and assessed Yi Qingbei, not sensing any aura of a strong person from him. A city lord in Baiyin City must be a local lord in the kingdom of Shenkei, but when Li Hanzhou scanned the entire mansion with his spirit, he found no experts present. This was rather strange. How could a dignified city lord have no experts in his mansion? No wonder the previous bloodshed was so heavy. Please come in, senior. Someone, prepare tea. Yi Qingbei warmly invited Li Hanzhou. Thank you for saving my life, senior. If it weren't for the divine talisman you provided yesterday, I fear my life would have been lost here, Yi Qingbei said with a smile. You are too polite, Li Hanzhou nodded, not probing further. He knew that whatever had led to the death of a city lord involved complex internal issues, and he didn't want to get involved in such matters. After a brief acknowledgement, he began to sip his tea. The tea was quite good, much better than the one in Changxing Temple. I heard that the Taoist sects rarely intervene in worldly affairs now, Yi Qingbei asked seriously. Is it true that they seldom accept tasks released in the martial world? Yes, Li Hanzhou nodded. That's not just rarely intervening. It's that the disciples of their Taoist sects simply don't have the qualification, right? Other sects can still take on some entrusted tasks to earn money, but Changxing Temple is nearly out of incense offerings now. Who would spend money to have Changshan Temple do something? Senior Li, you are clear-minded and focused on cultivation, which I admire, Yi Qingbei said, cupping his fists. He felt that Yi Qingbei must have something to discuss with him, but didn't want to say it directly, so he was wasting time here. The tea is very good. Li Hanzhou put down his teacup and said, I also want to thank City Lord Yi for helping me today. I see it's getting late. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing that Li Hanzhou was about to leave, Yi Qingbei became a bit anxious. Senior, please wait. Yi Qingbei quickly said, Is there something else? Li Hanzhou looked at Yi Qingbei. Yi Qingbei waved his hand to the surrounding servants and maids, signaling them to leave. Yin'er, you go out first, Yi Qingbei said to Yi Yin. Yi Yin didn't expect to be asked to leave as well. Feeling a bit disgruntled, but seeing Yi Qingbei's stern expression, she could only pout and exit. Yi Xing stayed behind. Senior, I have a matter I would like to ask for your help with, Yi Qingbei said solemnly. You can say it. If I can help, it's no problem. Li Hanzhou nodded. But if it involves danger, then I must decline. I know that your skills are extraordinary and your cultivation is unfathomable. So I would like to ask you to help me escort someone out of the city, Yi Qingbei said. I have extraordinary skills? Unfathomable cultivation? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Where did this rumor come from? It's only about an hour's distance from here to the city gate. Does city lord you really need to do this secretly? Li Hanzhou laughed. Besides, I see your daughter's cultivation is quite good. Can't she escort the person? Senior, don't joke. My cultivation is nothing compared to yours, Yizing said with a wry smile. Yi Qingbei also helplessly said, perhaps you are curious why I, the city lord of Baiyun, have no experts around me. Actually, there were a few ninth-grade experts in the city before, even a transcendent realm strongman, but they all perished in a battle 6 months ago. I thought everything would be calm for half a year, but trouble has come again. Now, my Baiyun city has no one available, and I can only ask you for help. My Baiyun city has long been targeted, and only a master like you can send someone away without anyone noticing. After Yi Qingbei finished speaking, he stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. City Lord, you really thinks too highly of me. I don't have such ability. Li Hanzhou quickly declined. Are you joking? Your people have perished, and now you are being targeted. How dangerous must the person you want to escort be? With my abilities, escorting the person you want to send away would be courting death. Li Hanzhou firmly refused. If the senior agrees to help, I am willing to offer 20,000 taels of silver as a reward, Yizing said at this time. Previously, when Li Hanzhou was pressured for debts by the casino people, and with his tattered Taoist robe, Yizing guessed that he must be short on money. However, such a strong person lacking money must be due to being too low-key and unwilling to do evil, so his character could be trusted. But Yizing was also gambling, hoping that Li Hanzhou would indeed be willing to act for money. Otherwise, Baiyun City truly had nothing else to offer. What kind of person needs to be escorted? Li Hanzhou was tempted. 20,000 taels. That could really help renovate Chongqing Temple. Seeing Li Hanzhou loosen up, Yi Qingbei and Yizing couldn't help but brighten their eyes. It is a young man, Yi Qingbei quickly said. As long as we can get this young man to the pine forest 30 miles away, it will be fine. Li Hanzhou pondered again. Did my exorcism talisman really kill that monster completely? Yes, it did. Yizing didn't understand why Li Hanzhou asked that, but she still said, the 8th grade dream demon was instantly turned to ashes in front of your talisman, without any resistance at all. All right, I agree. Li Hanzhou nodded. Thank you, senior. What shall we act? Yi Qingbei was a bit excited. No hurry. Li Hanzhou stretched out his hand and then calculated some things with his fingers. Although his strength wasn't great, Li Hanzhou knew that the Taoist methods he learned in his previous life could be used now. Since his talismans worked, he planned to use some special methods to send the person out of the city. However, at this moment, he still needed some favorable timing. After pondering for a moment, Li Hanzhou said, 3 days later, I will send this person out of the city. Chapter 12 Li Hanzhou's storage bag, 3 days. Yi Qingbei pondered for a moment and then nodded. Then I will trouble you, Senior Li. Yi Qingbei said solemnly, clasping his fists. This 2,000 taels of silver is considered a deposit for you, Senior. Yi Qingbei took out 2 1,000 tael silver notes and handed them to Li Hanzhou. How can I accept this? Li Hanzhou said as he received the silver notes and placed them in his sleeve, a warm smile spreading across his face. This left Yi Qingbei somewhat at a loss. Yi Qingbei felt that Li Hanzhou was truly different from the masters he usually encountered. Very special. Li Hanzhou left the city lord's mansion with the money, promising to return in 3 days. After Li Hanzhou left, Yizing looked at his retreating figure and said, Father, Senior Li's personality is really a bit strange. He doesn't have the demeanor of a senior expert at all. Yi Qingbei said nothing, just took out a few sheets of paper and tossed them onto the table. What is this? Yizing picked them up curiously. Suddenly, her expression changed. The paper contained information about Li Hanzhou, and, as the city lord, Yi Qingbei could naturally investigate a person more easily. A gambling addict, unlearned and ignorant? Yizing looked at the descriptions on the paper, surprised. Is this really Li Hanzhou? Father, how could Senior Li be such a person? Plus, it says he only has 6th-tier cultivation, but Yizing was quite puzzled. If he had 6th-tier cultivation, she should have been able to tell. I don't know. Yi Qingbei shook his head. The Li Hanzhou I investigated is not the same as the one I met today. Yi Qingbei said, that talisman was able to instantly slay an 8th-tier dream demon, so logically, he should be a person of great ability. However, the information I found makes him seem like a fraud. Alas, but I have no choice. I can only take a gamble and hope he can bring the ninth prince out of Baiyun City. Father, if it really doesn't work, I'll go back to the sect and ask my master. Yi Xing said hurriedly. No. Yi Qingbei quickly refused. The news of the ninth prince cannot be leaked. Yi Qingbei frowned and said, the forces within the Divine K country are complex, and even your Shanqing sect has an inextricable relationship with the Divine K royal family. Once someone learns of the ninth prince's whereabouts, his life will be in danger. He is to inherit the throne in the future. If anything were to happen to him under my watch, then I would be the greatest sinner of the Divine K country. Although the information about Li Hanzhou was quite unreliable, according to the investigation, Changxing Temple had had no connections with other sects and the Divine K royal family for many years. This Li Hanzhou was currently the only clean person. But Xing. Yi Qingbei looked at Yi Xing and said, when Li Hanzhou helped the ninth prince leave the city, you must stay close by. Better safe than sorry. If you find that Li Hanzhou has issues and is just a man of empty reputation. As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in Yi Qingbei's eyes. He then made a gesture of cutting his throat. Yi Xing nodded, understood. With the money in hand, Li Hanzhou did not rush back to Changxing Temple, but instead went to the Divine Machine Chamber of Commerce. The Divine Machine Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout the Divine K country and is a very large force, claiming to sell anything. Li Hanzhou originally wanted to buy a storage bag. Today, when Yi Xing used the storage bag, it really made Li Hanzhou quite envious. However, a storage bag of merely 1 cubic meter size cost 50,000 taels of silver, a price that shocked Li Hanzhou so much that his jaw nearly dropped. It was too expensive. Even if he received all his rewards, he still couldn't afford it. Just when Li Hanzhou was feeling disheartened, he saw that there were half-finished storage bags for sale, specifically for spiritual treasure masters. Spiritual treasure masters could buy them back to inscribe runes, turning the half-finished storage bags into real storage bags. They only cost 500 taels each. Li Hanzhou did not hesitate and bought one directly. If I can't afford the finished product, I can just make one myself when I get back. He then ordered many meats, vegetables, rice, and seasonings from the Divine Machine Chamber of Commerce to be delivered to Changxing Temple. He also bought himself a new set of clothes. He wanted to buy a set for Lu Dongyue and Shiming as well, but Li Hanzhou really didn't know their sizes. So he decided to wait until he returned and give them silver to let them buy it themselves. I'm back. Upon returning to Changsheng Temple, Li Hanzhou called out. However, Shiming and Yun Qianzhe's were nowhere to be found, and Lu Dongyue was chopping firewood. With a firewood knife in hand, he was nearly dulling it. Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue quickly stood up after patting his hands. Isn't there that axe from the Tai Xian sacred ground? Why are you still using this firewood knife? Li Hanzhou looked at the shiny axe beside him, and found it somewhat amusing, feeling that Lu Dongyue was reluctant to use the new axe. This. Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Using the 47th ranked Prajna axe from the divine weapon ranking to chop firewood? That wouldn't be good, right? If the Tai Xian sacred master finds out, he might vomit blood. In the future, the Tai Xian sacred ground would definitely find a way to reclaim this axe. For now, it was only temporarily in his possession. The reason the Tai Xian sacred ground hadn't come to collect it yet was simply because the axe had just been delivered, and getting it back so soon would make outsiders talk. Lu Dongyue was afraid of damaging the axe. He couldn't afford to pay for it, even if he sold the entire Changxing Temple. Look at your stingy appearance. Let me tell you, Master Uncle, I am now a rich man. From now on, life at Changxing Temple will improve. Li Hanzhou casually tossed 10 taels of silver into Lu Dongyue's arms and said, Call Shiming and little Yun Qianzhe's. Tomorrow, take your junior disciples down the mountain to buy them a new set of clothes. Thank you, Master Uncle. Seeing the silver in his arms, Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up. He thought that the sun must have risen from the west. Li Hanzhou actually gave him money. Work hard on your cultivation and strive to reach that so-called supreme, shattered realm as soon as possible. Then take your master uncle to ascend. Li Hanzhou patted Lu Dongyue's shoulder in encouragement. Huh? Lu Dongyue was dumbfounded. Just giving me 10 taels of silver and you want me to ascend? That's too much to ask. Master uncle, don't joke around, Lu Dongyue said with a wry smile. Our Changxing Temple's mental methods and martial arts have mostly been rendered useless. We can hardly cultivate at all. The ones that can be cultivated are all mediocre techniques. Relying on those to ascend is completely impossible. Well, Li Hanzhou knew that what Lu Dongyue said was also true. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sealed, the techniques of Changshan Temple were almost all driven by spiritual energy, so there were really very few usable techniques now. However, Li Hanzhou was also curious. Why could he cultivate spiritual energy while they couldn't? Could it be that he had some rare constitution? Li Hanzhou felt that if he didn't solve this issue, he really wouldn't be able to ascend and return to Earth. He hadn't even enjoyed his 30 million assets yet. Wait for me to study it, Li Hanzhou said as he left that sentence and went into the house. He had something more interesting to do now. That was to make a storage bag. For the half-finished storage bag, Li Hanzhou only needed to use his divine soul to inscribe the runes. Having the experience of making the Seven Treasures Gourd, Li Hanzhou could be considered somewhat familiar with the process on the second attempt. So, just 2 hours later, Li Hanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. His storage bag was complete. With a puff of black smoke rising from his storage bag, it signaled that the storage bag was finished. Such a large space. Li Hanzhou looked at his storage bag, which had at least 10 cubic units of space. However, he picked up the instruction manual and, feeling puzzled, said, "The manual says that when the storage bag is completed, it will emit green smoke, and that signifies the bag is finished. Why is my storage bag emitting black smoke? Should I put something inside to see?" Li Hanzhou grabbed a banknote, intending to put it in, but his hand froze mid-air. No, what if there's a problem with the storage bag and the banknote gets ruined? Li Hanzhou shook his head, planning to find something worthless to test it out. Just then, he heard Yun Qianza's voice outside. Master Uncle, it's time for dinner. We have chicken legs tonight." Chapter 13. 3 treasures. When Li Hanzhou walked out of the room, the table was filled with delicious dishes. He had brought back a lot of good food today, and Yun Qianza's and Shiming, the 2 little ones, had been busy for half a day preparing this feast. Lu Dongyue hadn't seen such a sumptuous meal in a long time. The 3 of them were drooling, but since Li Hanzhou hadn't sat down yet, they naturally couldn't start eating. "Go ahead and eat." Li Hanzhou sat down and said, breaking off a chicken leg and placing it in Yun Qianza's bowl. "Uncle Master, you eat first." Yun Qianza's hurriedly picked up the chicken leg and returned it. In her eyes, all these good things were brought back by her Uncle Master from outside, and he must have worked hard for them, whether it was from gambling or however he got them. It was only right for Li Hanzhou to eat first. "All right." Li Hanzhou smiled. Although this little girl was young, she was really sensible. He took a bite of the chicken leg. Yun Qianza's and Shiming's cooking skills were limited, and the dishes they made weren't that delicious, but fortunately, the ingredients were good and not hard to eat. At least better than the vegetable leaves Li Hanzhou had eaten every day when he first crossed over. Looking at the chicken leg he had taken a bite from, Li Hanzhou suddenly had an idea and took out a storage bag. Storage bag. Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up at the sight of it. This was a good item. Sometimes he had seen disciples from large sects with such good things, and he had always coveted it. "Uncle Master, you can refine a storage bag now?" Lu Dongyue asked anxiously. "Uh-huh, it's considered a success." Li Hanzhou gently placed the chicken leg at the mouth of the storage bag, and then a puff of black smoke erupted from the bag, directly swallowing the chicken leg inside. "Success." Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. "Hey, wait, Uncle Master." Lu Dongyue quickly waved his hands. "I've seen other people's storage bags. They all emit green smoke when they take things in. Why is your storage bag emitting black smoke?" Lu Dongyue thought of his own 7 Treasure Gourd that emitted green light and felt that Li Hanzhou's storage bag was a bit off. "Your 7 Treasure Gourd was just an accident, but this is a storage bag. This item has no attack power. How could there be something wrong with it? It's just a different color, right?" Li Hanzhou said with a smile. "If you don't believe me, I'll take the chicken leg I just put it out for you to see." Saying that, Li Hanzhou gathered a surge of spiritual energy in his palm and entered the storage bag with his consciousness. He was about to take out the chicken leg to prove it. However, where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was stunned. His chicken leg was gone. But at that moment, there was a strange item in Li Hanzhou's storage bag. He didn't remember putting this kind of thing in his storage bag. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and black smoke enveloped it, revealing a complex lotus-like object. It felt icy to the touch, giving off a ghostly aura. and the components on it were intricately crafted. It was heavy and emitted a faint killing intent. The moment this thing appeared, it shocked everyone present. What is this? Where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was dumbfounded. His chicken leg was gone, and this strange item appeared instead. Uncle Master, Lu Dongyue suddenly stood up, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face filled with terror. This is the Tang sect's number 1 killing weapon, the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. Where did you get this? There's only one of these in the entire Tang sect. It's rumored to be one of their sect's treasured items. How could it be in your hands? Tang sect's treasured item? Li Hanzhou examined the object in his hand. He also didn't know how it ended up in his storage bag. Uncle Master, Yin Qianzas looked at Li Hanzhou with wide eyes. Did you suddenly become rich and steal from the Tang sect? Junior sister, you think too highly of Uncle Master. Ming shook his head, expressing disbelief. Li Hanzhou didn't speak. He set the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus aside and casually picked up a bowl from the table, placing it into the storage bag. Sure enough, the bowl disappeared after entering the storage bag. However, the next moment, Li Hanzhou took out a Dan furnace from the storage bag. The entire Dan furnace was wrapped in a green dragon, looking very imposing, and it contained the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Green dragon 100 flames? Lu Dongyue was stunned. Isn't this the Dan furnace of the 9-fingered divine, Dr. Sun Yao, from the Medicine King Valley? Uncle Master, you not only stole from the Tang sect, but also from the Medicine King Valley? Lu Dongyue's eyes widened in fear. Neither of these sects was something they could offend in the Chongqing view. Strange. Li Hanzhou didn't understand why his storage bag had such issues. So he tried to take some food from the table again, but Ming and Yin Qianzas quickly moved the dishes in front of themselves. Uncle Master, if you take more, we'll go hungry. Yin Qianzas stared at Li Hanzhou firmly. All right. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to go into his room. He looked at the books on the shelf and found a comic book titled The Years I Spent with the Master and the Mistress in Dual Cultivation. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but spit, realizing his previous self was really up to no good. He then unhesitatingly tossed this comic book into the storage bag. As expected, the storage bag emitted black smoke, and then Li Hanzhou took the item out. This time it worked. Li Hanzhou took out the comic book, pleasantly surprised that his storage bag was finally functioning normally. However, Li Hanzhou suddenly realized something was off with the book. Before he could gather his thoughts, the storage bag in his hand suddenly shattered with a loud bang. My storage bag. Li Hanzhou's expression changed. How could the storage bag break? Although the storage bag was a postnatal spiritual treasure, it had no usage limit. How could it break? Uncle Master, are you all right? Hearing the noise, the 3 of them hurried into the room and saw Li Hanzhou standing there in a daze, still clutching a book. I'm fine. It's just that the storage bag broke for no reason. Li Hanzhou felt speechless. Was the quality of the item he refined really that bad? He casually tossed the book on the table and decided to study what the problem was. What is this? Lu Dongyue curiously leaned in to look at the book and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique. Uncle Master, this is the national technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. Where did you get this? Lu Dongyue nearly fainted from holding his breath. Xinglua Kingdom? Ming was also shocked. Is that the Xinglua Kingdom that was defeated by the Divine Threshold? Yes, the Xinglua Kingdom is incredibly powerful. Although it was defeated by the Divine Threshold, there's still a group of people from the Xinglua Kingdom living well. They are currently hiding in the Yinhuang, and the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique is their most powerful technique. It's said that once cultivated, it can summon wind and rain with extraordinary power. Lu Dongyue explained. So powerful? Li Hanzhou looked at the book, and until now, he still hadn't figured out how this technique came about. After experimenting several times, he didn't discover any patterns, as if his items randomly turned into these things. However, the storage bag broke after being used 3 times. Suddenly, Li Hanzhou seemed to have a good idea. So he said, since this technique is so powerful, and you can't cultivate the techniques of our Chongqing view, why don't you cultivate this instead? That way, our Chongqing view will become stronger, and your hopes of ascending in the future will be greatly increased. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongyue's expression changed. Uncle Master, don't say such things. This is the technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. If we cultivate this technique, and are discovered, we will be identified as remnants of the Xing law, and we will likely face pursuit from the entire divine threshold kingdom. Is it that troublesome? Li Hanzhou felt a bit lost, thinking that the opportunity for longevity had finally come. But there were more troublesome matters at hand. Lu Dongyue was at a loss. The Qinglong Baiyin, the Great Celestial Technique, and the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus, all three of these things have appeared in our longevity view. If word gets out, we might attract great trouble. Whether it's the Medicine King Valley, the Tang sect, or the remnants of the star Luo in the Cloud Wilderness. We can't afford to provoke any of them. Master Uncle, where did you get these things? You should return them. Li Hanzhou looked at these items and felt a headache coming on. Return them? It sounds easy, but how do we return them? Should we refine another storage bag? What if something terrible comes out when we put these things inside? What if the imperial seal of the Divine Emperor comes out? Chapter 14. Traitor of the Tang clan, let us talk about this later. Let us eat first. Li Hanzhou currently has no way to handle it. A few people ate their meals anxiously. None of them spoke, and they occasionally glanced at Li Hanzhou, seemingly guessing what he had done. Just then, a voice came from outside. Is Lu Dongyue here? The group looked up and saw a man in purple entering from outside. It's someone from a UN escort agency. Shi Ming said, looking at the newcomer. I am Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue quickly stood up, also a bit curious. Someone from the UN escort agency is here to deliver a message, and someone actually wrote to him? This is really the first time in so many years that he has encountered such a rare event. Could it be a letter from senior brother? Yun Xianzhong asked curiously. The man from the UN escort agency rummaged through his bag for a while and then pulled out 3 invitations. Lu Dongyue, right? Please sign for these. The man from the UN escort agency handed over a piece of paper to Lu Dongyue and continued. This one is an invitation for the Bad Knife sect. This one is from the Zhao family. And this one is from the Yu Mountain sect. They say this is a challenge letter. 7 days from now, they will come to Changxingwen to spar with you. What? Lu Dongyue's hand trembled, and the pen dropped. The Bad Knife sect, the Zhao family, and the Yu Mountain sect want to come to him for a spar? He originally thought this matter was over. Who would have thought they would come and challenge him? Isn't this purely seeking revenge? He is only at the 5th rank of cultivation. How could he possibly compete with them? It's over, it's over. This time he is probably going to be beaten to death. He stripped them clean in the Tai Xian Holy Land. If they don't beat him until he is completely humiliated, it would be too lenient. The man from the GUN escort agency left, and Lu Dongyue sat on the ground with a look of despair. A challenge letter? Li Hanzhou looked at the 3 invitations and immediately understood that these 3 sects were here for revenge. It has been a long time since Changxingwen has been so lively. Uncle, save me. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou with pleading eyes and said, Uncle, it's because of your 7 Treasures Gourd that I have offended so many people. You can't just abandon me. This, Li Hanzhou helplessly replied. How can I help? I can't fight them either. Why don't you practice this? Li Hanzhou took out the book Great Celestial Technique and handed it to Lu Dongyue. Uncle, don't joke around. Lu Dongyue didn't dare to practice this thing. If he did, not only would he be chased by the people of the Divine Ruins, but perhaps even the experts from the Xingluo Kingdom would come after him. Then use this. Li Hanzhou handed over the Thousand Life Ghost Lotus to Lu Dongyue. Uncle, if I use this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The people from these 3 sects might all die. Lu Dongyue was both amused and exasperated. This is a joke. This is the number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang clan. If these disciples are killed, wouldn't they join forces to destroy Changxingwen? This won't work, that won't work. Li Hanzhou frowned and then looked at the Qinglong Baiyin and suddenly said, I see there's an alchemy furnace here. Why don't I refine some pills for you to eat, which might help you increase your strength? That way, you might be able to fight them. What? Lu Dongyue's eyes widened as he looked at Li Hanzhou. Uncle, you can refine pills? Li Hanzhou pondered for a moment. Does braising meat count? Uncle, please don't joke around. Lu Dongyue didn't expect that at such a time, Li Hanzhou would still have the mood to joke with him. I'm not joking. Li Hanzhou turned around and took a book titled Beginner's Guide to Alchemy from the bookshelf and said, Look, I have this. According to the methods in this book, it's actually not difficult. Just wait and see. I can refine spiritual treasures. Refining a pill is nothing. Li Hanzhou was full of confidence. Uncle, the problem with the spiritual treasures you refined is not small. Lu Dongyue quickly said, "The spiritual treasures are fine, even if there are some mishaps. It's not a big deal. But if the pills are not refined properly, they could kill me. Uncle, the diamond talisman you gave me last time was very powerful. Why not draw a few more for me? That way, they won't be able to kill me." Talisman? Li Hanzhou suddenly remembered that he had this skill, but he still shook his head. "The diamond talisman can ensure you don't die, but you'll just be taking hits." Then, "Uncle, do you have any attack talismans? You can give me some." Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou with eager eyes. Li Hanzhou still shook his head. He himself was not sure how powerful his talismans were. That Yi Yun had killed an 8th-rank dream demon just with his evil-repelling talisman. He indeed had attack talismans, such as the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Coffin Suppression Talisman, etc. But the power of these things was uncertain. What if he accidentally turned someone's disciple to ashes? Wouldn't that provoke a strong enemy? If he accidentally destroyed Chang Xingwen, that would be a problem as well. Moreover, seeing this Qinglong Baiyin, Li Hanzhou was indeed very interested in trying alchemy. Sigh. There's no hope. Lu Dongyue walked out in despair. He felt that his life had lost all hope. At nightfall, in Beichuan City, a small tavern on the street still had its lights on, and inside the tavern, a middle-aged man wearing a hat was drinking. Just one person, one pot of wine. His back was lonely. However, the number of people in the tavern gradually decreased, and even the street outside slowly became silent. "Waiter, bring me another pot of wine." The man shouted into the shop, but after a long while, there was still no sound. "Hee." The middle-aged man sneered and suddenly stretched out his hand. From his sleeve shot out countless flying needles, heading straight for the opposite building. Each flying needle was infused with strong internal force, instantly piercing through the building across, accompanied by screams. "Attack!" With a shout, in an instant countless arrows flew in. The man leaped into the air, raised his palm to the sky, and directly blasted a hole in the entire roof, and the next moment he appeared on the roof. But it seemed the opponent had already anticipated this, and a sky full of hidden weapons rained down like a storm. "Hum!" The man snorted coldly, waving his hand. Countless hidden weapons flew out, directly colliding with the hidden weapons in midair. His movements were smooth and fluid, without any hesitation. "Come out!" The man shouted loudly. As soon as his voice fell, 3 figures appeared on the roof, standing opposite the man. The 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and a law enforcement hallmaster. Looking at the 3 people approaching, the man smiled. "The Tang clan really values me. 3 masters of the profound realm actually came together. It seems AVE made sure to catch me today." The law enforcement hallmaster stepped forward and frowned. "Zhou Ziyin, you were once the most outstanding disciple of our Tang clan. Yet you betrayed the clan and even killed your master. You are truly worse than a beast. Today we must clean up the clan." "Ha ha ha." "The most outstanding disciple of the Tang clan?" The man suddenly laughed wildly. "Since I am the most outstanding disciple, then why was the method for making the 1,000-machine peacock feather only pass to the little junior brother and not to me? I refuse to accept this. For so many years, any good thing has been the little junior brothers, and I have had no share. Since that's the case, there is no need to stay in such a Tang clan. As for that old thing, killing him is no big deal. He never agreed to let his daughter marry me. Why? Am I not that excellent?" Zhou Ziyin's face twisted with rage. "You are beyond saving. You should just surrender." The 3rd elder shook his head. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Ziyin sneered. "If it were in the past, if the 3 of you came together, I would certainly be no match for you. But now, it's just the right time to test the power of the 1,000-life Ghost Lotus." 1,000-life Ghost Lotus. Upon hearing this word, the faces of the 3 changed dramatically. The 4th elder angrily said, "The 1,000 lives Ghost Lotus has disappeared. It was indeed you who stole it." "That's right. The number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect is now in my hands. It's just right to test the power of this top hidden weapon on you 3 old things." Zhou Ziyin shouted loudly, and a flash of light appeared from the storage bag at his waist. Instantly, something appeared in Zhou Ziyin's hand. "Come and experience my 1,000 lives chicken leg. To die under the number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the 1,000 lives chicken leg, is not in vain for you 3 to have been in the Tang sect." "Huh?" Zhou Ziyin's expression suddenly changed. What he pulled from the storage bag was clearly the number 1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the 1,000 lives Ghost Lotus. But where did this chicken leg come from? Moreover, it was a chicken leg that had been bitten into. What the hell? Where's my hidden weapon? Chapter 15. Yi Xing speculation, looking at Zhou Xin, who was actually brandishing a chicken leg at the three of them and threatening to kill them. The head of the Tangmen Law Enforcement Hall was so furious that his beard seemed to puff up. Zhou Xin, you dare to insult us. Prepare to die. With that, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall stepped forward, his true energy surging, instantly causing the surrounding space to tremble. The palm technique was like the wind, and the Talman's white jade palm struck with a loud bang. Zhou Xin's expression changed. His opponent was a strong master of the Transcendence realm, and he had just barely reached the Transcendence stage himself, making it impossible for him to be a match for this old thief. His greatest reliance, the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus, was also not in his possession. At this moment, his first thought was to run, but as soon as he turned around, the figures of the third elder and fourth elder appeared behind him like ghosts. Their hands pressed directly onto his shoulders, and the thick, true energy instantly made it hard for him to breathe. Bang! The white jade palm crashed onto Zhou Xin's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. His entire body's meridians were shattered by this palm. Zhou Xin, hand over the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall shouted angrily. Zhou Xin gritted his teeth tightly, staring at the chicken leg in his hand. At this moment, he couldn't understand at all how the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus in his storage bag had inexplicably turned into a chicken leg. I hate. Zhou Xin shouted. Speak quickly. The third elder's hand, now claw-like, grasped Zhou Xin's shoulder, and with a crack, Zhou Xin's collarbone was crushed. Zhou Xin was drenched in sweat from the pain. Even now, he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. According to his original plan, once he obtained the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus, he wouldn't fear any pursuit from the Tangmen. With the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus in hand, he could kill as many people as the Tangmen sent after him, and then escape from Tianke, fleeing into the wilderness, where he would have nothing more to do with the Tangmen. As a result, he didn't know which bastard had actually stolen his 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus and even replaced it with a chicken leg. The most infuriating part was that the chicken leg had already been bitten into. What an insult. Kill me or skin me. Do as you wish. Zhou Xin glared fiercely at the three of them. He also knew that if he claimed he didn't know where the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus was, the three old geezers wouldn't believe him. The third elder and fourth elder exchanged glances, both revealing anger in their eyes. Take him back. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall said flatly. There are countless punishments waiting for him in the Tangmen. I don't believe we can't pry open his mouth. Zhou Xin was taken away. The Tangmen, as a powerful force, were already being secretly watched by countless people, so when this incident occurred, it quickly spread throughout the martial world. Zhou Xin of the Tangmen betrayed the sect and stole the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. This matter stirred quite a commotion in the martial world. However, far away, Hanzhou was unaware of this incident. For the past 2 days, he had been studying books and researching alchemy, thinking about how to help Lu Dongyue improve his strength. Yet, Lu Dongyue had been in a bad mood these days, unable to sleep well, always feeling that Hanzhou's gaze towards him was off, as if he were looking at some experimental lab rat. It had gotten to the point where Lu Dongyue considered running away from home. At the White Cloud City Lord's mansion, Yi Qingbei sat in the hall with a slightly solemn expression, lost in thought. Father, at this moment, Yi Xing walked in. Did you call for me? Yes, Yi Qingbei said in a deep voice. Today is the day. According to Hanzhou, he should come to escort the 9th prince out of the city today. Father, escorting the 9th prince will definitely have to wait until night. There are too many eyes during the day, Yi Xing replied. I've had people monitor the Changshan temple for a few days, Yi Qingbei said. In these 3 days, Hanzhou hasn't left the Changshan temple at all, nor has he prepared anything. Every day, he's just been reading in his room. I now suspect that Hanzhou is playing me. He said he needed 3 days to prepare, yet during these 3 days, he hasn't done anything. Escorting the 9th prince out of the city is a major matter. Looking back now, I was really too hasty. Father, this is also unavoidable. Yi Xing pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I will go to the Changshan temple now and see what Hanzhou is up to. Go ahead. If Hanzhou wants to stir up trouble, We will deal with it as needed. Yi Qingbei also felt a murderous intent. Rest assured, Yi Xing said, turning and leaving the city lord's mansion, heading towards the Changxing Temple. A fast horse took only a quarter of an hour to arrive outside the Changxing Temple. This is the Changxing Temple? Yi Xing looked at the mountain gate. The 3 characters for Changxing Temple were almost illegible. She could hardly believe that such a place was actually a sect. Who are you looking for? At that moment, a voice came from nearby. Yi Xing looked up and saw a little girl in a Taoist robe, looking particularly cute. Hello, I'm looking for Li Hanzhou, Li Sr. Yi Xing approached and said, Oh, you're looking for my master? I'll take you there, Yun Qianzhe said with a smile. Thank you. Yi Xing smiled and asked, Are you also a disciple of the Changxing Temple? What's your name? My name is Yun Qianzhe. Yun Qianzhe said, studying Yi Xing carefully. Sister, you are so beautiful. No woman dislikes being complimented, and Yi Xing's heart naturally felt happy. After thinking for a moment, she took out a long sword from her storage bag. This sword is for you. Yi Xing handed over the sword. Wow, such a beautiful sword. Yun Qianzhe's eyes were fixed on the sword. This sword is forged from Yunjin iron. It cuts through iron like mud. Yi Xing handed over the sword. It was specially made for her by her family when she first started cultivating, but now she no longer needed it. Thank you, sister. Yun Qianzhe quickly expressed her gratitude. Seeing Yun Qianzhe's expression, Yi Xing thought to herself that the Changxing Temple was so poor that this little girl probably hadn't seen many good weapons. A sword made of Yunjian iron should be considered a divine weapon for the Changxing Temple. Third senior brother, look at my sword. It's a gift from this sister. At this moment, Yun Qianzhe saw Shi Ming walking over from the opposite side and hurriedly showed off. Oh, it's quite beautiful. Shi Ming glanced at Yi Xing in surprise, then clasped his fists and said, Thank you, miss, for gifting my junior sister a divine weapon. You're welcome, Yi Xing replied. Third senior brother, where are you going? Yun Qianzhe asked. I'm out of firewood. I'm going to chop some. You go back first, Shi Ming said, shouldering an axe and leaving. Okay, senior brother. Yun Qianzhe said to Yi Xing, Sister, let's go. Just ahead is where my master lives. However, at this moment, Yi Xing was completely stunned. Her gaze fixated on the axe that Shi Ming was carrying. She couldn't help but rub her eyes. The Prajna axe? No way. Yi Xing could hardly believe her eyes. Wasn't that the Prajna axe, ranked 47th on the divine weapons list? Hadn't it been reported that the Prajna axe was previously in the hands of the demon clan? And recently the Taoist saint personally made a big fuss in the demon clan and retrieved the Prajna axe? How could it be here at the Changxing Temple? Qianzhe, where did that axe come from? Yi Xing doubted her eyes and quickly asked Yun Qianzhe. The axe? Oh, Yun Qianzhe blinked, not understanding why Yi Xing was asking about a broken axe, but still said it was brought back from the Taoist Holy Land. Sure enough, Yi Xing exclaimed. I heard that the Taoist Holy Land held a grand competition for disciples recently. Did your Changxing Temple participate? Yes, Yun Qianzhe said. Second senior brother went to participate. It was my master's order. Yi Xing's heart was greatly shaken. The disciples' competition at the Taoist Sacred Land is no joke. Yi Xing has already stated that it is meant to pave the way for Liu Tianxing, and there are powerful figures like Shun Zhong-ao, the elite of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, it ultimately fell into the hands of the disciples of Chang Shengwen. Is Li Hanzhou behind this? Why does Li Hanzhou want this Prajna axe? Knowing that the Taoist Sacred Land is primarily paving the way for its disciples, Li Hanzhou still intervened. Does he have some secret plot? Does he have a grudge against the Taoist Sacred Land? At this moment, Yi Xing is even more convinced that Li Hanzhou is not simple. So many talented disciples participated in the assessment, and even Liu Tianxing was defeated by the disciples of Chang Shengwen. Chapter 16. Yi Xing encounters a ghost. It seems that your second senior brother is quite impressive, Yi Xing said casually, seemingly making small talk, but in reality, she wanted to probe into the details of the Changshang Wan. Second senior brother? The young girl Yun Qianzhe didn't have any ulterior motives. The second senior brother's strength isn't strong at all. He only has a 5th grade cultivation level. If it weren't for the fact that the uncle had refined a spiritual treasure for him and even gave him a talisman, he wouldn't have gone. Yun Qianzhe pouted and said, in the end, he just brought back a broken axe. Upon hearing this, Yi Xing was greatly shocked. Fifth grade cultivation? A fifth grade cultivation level actually passed the assessment of the Taoist sacred land? Wait a minute. Did you say your uncle refined a spiritual treasure for your second senior brother? Yi Xing doubted if she had heard wrong. Yes. Yun Qianzhe blinked and replied. Yi Xing could see that Yun Qianzhe didn't seem like someone who would lie. At this moment, Yi Xing's gaze turned to the distance. It turned out they had all underestimated Hanzhou. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he was also a spiritual treasure master. Moreover, his abilities as a spiritual treasure master were not weak. A disciple with a fifth grade cultivation level could actually dominate the competition with Hanzhou's spiritual treasure, even suppressing Liu Tianxing from the younger generation. This was enough to explain everything. Who exactly is Hanzhou? He remained inconspicuous, and for so many years, the whole of Dongyan Prefecture had not heard of this character. Even all these years, he had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, acting as a waste. What was his purpose? Why did he suddenly take action this time? And why did he focus first on the Taoist sacred land? In any case, once they returned to the Shangqing sect, this matter must be reported to the sect. Thinking of this, Yi Xing also got off her horse. In front of such a big shot, riding up would seem too impolite. Sister, we're here. Yun Qianzhe led Yi Xing to a small courtyard ahead and then shouted inside. Uncle, we have guests. Yi Xing stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, looking inside, and did not expect that Hanzhou lived in such poverty. With such a high cultivation level and the ability to refine spiritual treasures, such a strong person lived this way. Could this be the legendary return to simplicity? Looking for me? Who is it? Hanzhou walked out of the room and saw Yi Xing standing at the door. Miss Yi. Upon seeing Yi Xing, Hanzhou quickly invited her in to sit. Sorry to bother you, senior. Yi Xing respectfully clasped her fists and walked in. Qianzhe, go make tea. Okay, uncle. Yun Qianzhe ran off. Seniorly, today you promised the city lord's mansion to send someone out of the city. Do you still remember? Yi Xing asked. Of course I remember. Hanzhou smiled and said, since the sending off is at night, I wasn't in a hurry. I originally planned to wait until after dinner to go to Baiyan City, but I didn't expect you to come first. Please don't misunderstand, senior. I'm not here to urge you, Yi Xing quickly said. It's just that my father has always admired you and said that being able to see you in action this time is a great learning opportunity. He wants me to follow you to learn. I wonder if you would mind? Are you sure you want to come along? Hanzhou's expression suddenly became strange. If senior minds, I won't disturb you. Yi Xing quickly stood up and said, I don't mind. Hanzhou smiled and said, it's just that my methods are a bit. I'm afraid they might scare you. You can rest assured, senior. Yi Xing also smiled. As a disciple of the Shangqing sect, what hadn't she seen? She had even seen sword immortals. What could scare her? All right then, after dinner, we'll make preparations, Hanzhou said. Yes, if there's anything you need help with, please let me know, senior. Yi Xing said. Then help me pick some vegetables. Yes. Wait, picking vegetables? Right, it's time for dinner. That brat Sherming went to chop firewood, so I can only cook myself. You come help me wash and pick the vegetables. And I'll make something delicious for you to taste tonight, Hanzhou said with a smile. Okay, Yi Xing replied awkwardly. As the young lady of the city lord's mansion and a disciple of the Shangqing sect, she had never done such things. After picking 2 basins of vegetables, Yi Xing felt more exhausted than after fighting several people. Hanzhou, on the other hand, was experienced slicing meat and stir-frying dishes with ease, his movements more skilled than a chef. Watching from the side, Yi Xing found it incredible that such a high-level person could also cook and do it so well. Originally, Yi Xing didn't plan to eat, as she usually didn't eat much. However, she couldn't resist the allure of Hanzhou's cooking, and in the end, she couldn't help but eat 2 bowls. After eating, Yi Xing even suspected whether Hanzhou had worked in some restaurant before. He truly was a mysterious man. Gradually, the sky darkened. Hanzhou went back inside to prepare something, while Yi Xing waited outside. As it grew late, Yi Xing checked the time and saw it was almost midnight. She couldn't help but anxiously say, Seniorly, it's getting late. Shouldn't we leave? Wait a moment. Hanzhou's voice came from inside. Yi Xing had no choice but to continue waiting. After nearly another hour, Hanzhou's door finally opened. Senior, let's head to Baiyan City. Yi Xing quickly said, No, we'll go to another place first, then we'll return to Baiyun City. Li Hanzhou had a cloth bag on his back, not knowing what was inside. Where to? Just follow me. Li Hanzhou instructed Shi Ming and the others to stay well in the Taoist temple while he went out to handle some matters. The few of them nodded in agreement. Yizing, full of curiosity, left Changxingguan with Li Hanzhou, heading west. As they traveled west, the quiet night became eerily silent. There were no figures on the official road. Throughout the journey, Li Hanzhou did not speak, and Yizing felt an inexplicable chill. "Senior, where are we going?" After walking for half an hour, Yizing finally couldn't help but ask. "Just ahead." Li Hanzhou pointed ahead. Yizing focused her gaze and saw a grove of trees ahead, filled with desolate willows. At this moment, there was not a sound in the entire grove. The atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. "Senior, what are we doing here?" Although Yizing saw nothing unusual, she felt that something was off. Borrowing something, Li Hanzhou took Yizing into the woods. Looking ahead at a wide road, he pinched his fingers, then looked up at the moonlight, which was now obscured. It was quiet and dark all around. "It's about time." After saying this, Li Hanzhou took out willow leaves from the cloth bag. He traced his fingers over the willow leaves, and in an instant, golden words seemed to condense on the willow leaves. Before Yizing could see what was written, Li Hanzhou rubbed one of the willow leaves on his eyelids, while another willow leaf was rubbed on Yizing's eyelids. With a hand seal, Li Hanzhou shouted open. As Li Hanzhou shouted open, Yizing trembled all over, unable to suppress a shiver. At this moment, a mournful sound of a suona echoed in Yizing's ears. This sound resonated through the night, appearing extremely desolate. In just a moment, Yizing felt all the goosebumps on her body rise. What is this sound? Why does it sound so spine-chilling? However, before Yizing could even ask, the next scene made her legs go weak. In the previously empty willow forest, a ceremonial procession suddenly appeared. The leader was playing a suona, and they were dressed in colorful clothes, their faces as pale as paper, with 2 red blush marks on their cheeks. Their eyes showed no signs of life, making it particularly eerie. The people following them were also dressed in wedding attire, moving like zombies, beating various instruments that emitted mournful sounds. Even more terrifying was a red bridal palanquin behind them. The palanquin was adorned with auspicious characters, looking exactly like someone was getting married. But who would be making such strange sounds in the dead of night to marry off a daughter? It was the middle of the night. Could it be a ghost encounter? Chapter 17. The Shadow Bride is indeed useful. Li Hanzhou was not afraid when he saw this scene. Ever since he discovered that his Taoist skills could be used in this world, he knew he would definitely be able to see the ghosts of this world. In the past 2 days, he had indeed tried and seen some wandering spirits in the mountains. He had calculated beforehand that the Yin energy was heaviest today, and that a ghost bride was to be married, which is why he brought Yizing along. Li Hanzhou was not afraid of ghosts, as he knew exactly how to deal with them. "Senior, did we encounter a ghost?" Yizing's face turned pale with fear. After all, she was just a teenage girl and had never seen such a scene before. In this Xiantian realm, there were human races, demon races, and devil races, but she had never heard of ghosts. Such things had always existed only in novels and tales meant to scare people. Yizing never expected that there were indeed such things in this world. Now that she saw it for real, she felt a chill run down her spine. The unknown was terrifying. Moreover, Li Hanzhou could lead her to encounter ghosts. Who exactly was he? "Are you scared?" Li Hanzhou asked with a smile. Yizing swallowed hard. Although she didn't respond, she quietly took a step back and couldn't help but grab the hem of Li Hanzhou's clothes like a frightened child needing protection. At that moment, the bridal sedan continued moving forward as if it hadn't seen the two of them. "Senior, they're coming closer." Yizing was so nervous that her voice trembled. She even regretted coming here tonight. However, Li Hanzhou took out a copper bell from his bag. Dingling. As the copper bell rang, everyone turned their heads, their eyes fixed on Li Hanzhou and Yizing. Yizing felt a wave of coldness wash over her, living people blocking the Shadow Bride. At that moment, a thin voice came from the sedan. The voice was eerie and uncomfortable to hear. "Sorry." Li Hanzhou stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "We have something to do tonight and would like to borrow your bride and your sedan for a while. I know you are getting married tonight, so could you please walk there instead? You seek death." The woman in the sedan was furious, and in an instant, 2 red ribbons flew out, heading straight for Li Hanzhou. However, Li Hanzhou calmly watched this scene. With a flip of his hand, an 8 trigrams mirror appeared in his palm. Utilizing the moonlight, the light reflected by the mirror instantly shot towards the red ribbons. Boom! With a loud explosion, the red ribbons exploded. At this moment, Li Hanzhou took out a candle and performed a sealing gesture. The candle lit up instantly, and Li Hanzhou's finger touched the candle, causing the flame to appear on the tip of his finger. Then, following the trajectory of the exploded red ribbons, it transformed into fire snakes and sprayed forward. The flames illuminated the entire willow forest as if it were daytime. The fire reached the sedan, and a scream came from inside, followed by a bride in red flying out of the sedan, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene left Yizing dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? She couldn't understand it at all. Was this the legendary, mysterious Taoist technique? The ghost bride felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. But she could see that Li Hanzhou had great abilities. If he hadn't held back just now, she would have been consumed by those 2 fire snakes, and her soul would have scattered. Borrow or not? Li Hanzhou asked lightly. Is this borrowing? You're robbing. The ghost bride couldn't see his face due to the red veil, but her voice was filled with grievance. After everything is done, I will help you move on. How about that? Li Hanzhou smiled and said, what is so good about being a ghost? Wouldn't it be better to reincarnate and become a person again? Help me move on? The ghost bride sneered. It seems you don't understand at all. The cycle of reincarnation has already shattered. Where's the chance for reincarnation? Fine. Take the sedan. I'll walk to the wedding. Cycle shattered? Li Hanzhou was taken aback by these words. He quickly calculated again, and his expression became somewhat strange. It turned out to be true. He calculated that this woman indeed had no fate for reincarnation. Even if he forcibly helped her move on, he couldn't send her to be reincarnated. What was going on? Such a bizarre world. I'm leaving. The ghost bride looked at Li Hanzhou, a bit scared, and floated away. The remaining members of the procession stood there as if they had no awareness. Li Hanzhou decided not to think too much about it. He shook the bell in a specific rhythm, and those in the procession slowly turned around, heading toward Baiyun City. Senior, they are heading toward Baiyun City. Yizing had been holding her breath and finally dared to speak when she saw all the ghosts leaving. Then let's go back, Li Hanzhou said to Yizing. Okay, let's hurry back. Yizing no longer wanted to stay in such a place. It was eerie, and what if something else came out later? With a leap, Yizing used her lightness skill to fly away. This surprised Li Hanzhou. Was she really scared? He originally wanted to say that he couldn't perform lightness skill, but then remembered that although the original body wasn't strong, it had practiced lightness skill. He just hadn't tried it after crossing over. At this moment, Li Hanzhou also gathered his spiritual energy and performed the Yubu in 9 stars method from Changxing Temple. In an instant, he felt as light as a swallow, and the wind around him seemed to intensify. In just the blink of an eye, he appeared hundreds of meters away. How fast? Li Hanzhou was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect he could still perform lightness skill. What man didn't have a martial arts dream of lightness skill? Senior, slow down. I can't keep up. Yizing saw only a shadow, while Li Hanzhou had already run ahead. His speed was too fast for her to keep up. Oh, okay. Li Hanzhou had to slow down and wait for Yizing. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, Li Hanzhou and Yizing returned to the Lord's mansion of Baiyun City. Dad, I'm back. Yizing felt a sense of safety upon returning to the mansion. What happened? Yi Qingbei noticed Yizing's appearance and felt something was strange. His usually cold daughter seemed a bit different, as if she had been frightened. Lord Yi. Li Hanzhou also stepped forward. Li Xianbei. Yi Qingbei also clasped his fists in greeting as he looked at Yizing with a knowing glance. Seeing Yizing nod slightly, he felt reassured. It seemed Li Hanzhou was indeed capable and had earned his daughter's recognition. Although his daughter's strength wasn't very strong yet, she had gained some insight during her years at the Qingyan sect. Since Yizing felt it was fine, then should be fine. Thank you, Li Xinbei. Yi Qingbei turned to a small room behind him, walked over, gently knocked on the door, looking particularly respectful. Come in. A faint voice came from inside. Yi Qingbei then respectfully opened the door and gestured for Li Hanzhou to enter first. Li Hanzhou was curious about Yi Qingbei's respectful demeanor, so he walked into the room. The entire room was quite simple and in the center sat a young man who was reading a book. With just a glance, Hanzhou could tell that this young man exuded an air of imperial authority. He was indeed a prince. Hanzhou knew that this person could not be the emperor of Shenke, but with such an imperial aura surrounding him, he must be a prince. The young man put down the book and sized up Hanzhou. "Thank you for your efforts tonight, sir," he said politely as he stood up. He had great faith in the people arranged by Yi Qingbei. "May I ask how to address you, young master?" Hanzhou inquired. "Yu Qingyang," the young man replied. Chapter 18. The road out of the city, young master Yu Qingyang. Hanzhou politely said a word. Upon hearing the surname, Hanzhou confirmed that he was indeed of royal descent, as the surname Yu is associated with the Shinshu royal family. Young master. Yi Qingbei was a bit anxious and was about to say something, but was stopped by Yu Qingyang, who raised his hand and said, "Since we want Senior Li to take me out of Baiyun City, we naturally need to be honest with him." Yes. Since Yu Qingyang had said that, Yi Qingbei naturally couldn't say anything more. "Sir, are we leaving now?" Yu Qingyang asked. "Not in a hurry. Let's wait a bit." Hanzhou smiled. "Wait? What are we waiting for?" Yu Qingyang asked curiously. However, as soon as he spoke, Hanzhou suddenly looked toward the door and said, "They've arrived." In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew in, opening the doors of the house. Yi Qingbei hurriedly stepped forward to close the door. However, at that moment, Yizing felt the hair on her body stand on end. She stared wide-eyed at the door as the ghostly figures returned, carrying a terrifying red bridal sedan chair. But Yi Qingbei couldn't see them and even collided with the procession, passing right through his body. "They're here." Yizing quickly hid behind Hanzhou, trembling all over. She was a disciple of the Shanqing sect and had cultivated the jade reflection technique quite well. Even when facing monsters or demons, she would dare to fight them without fear, but when it came to ghosts, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. "Zing, what's wrong?" Yi Qingbei looked at Yi Zing curiously, wondering why she was suddenly so afraid. Yi Qingbei looked around but saw nothing. At this moment, Yu Qingyang was also curiously staring ahead. But no matter how hard he tried to see, he couldn't discern what was in front of him. Hanzhou didn't waste any words. He directly took out a talisman from a bag on his body and raised his hand to stick it to Yu Qingyang's forehead. Yu Qingyang's pupils contracted, and he immediately felt a subtle change in his body. At this time, flames ignited on his shoulders and head. "Young Master Yu." Seeing this scene, Yizing looked at Yu Qingyang in surprise. Yu Qingyang hadn't yet understood what was happening when he saw Hanzhou take out a small bottle from the bag and then inhaled the flames from Yu Qingyang's shoulders into the bottle. As the two flames were absorbed, Yu Qingyang felt as if something was missing from his body. But before Yu Qingyang could react, he saw the ghostly figures ahead. Even though Yu Qingyang had seen a lot in his life, seeing the scene suddenly made him take 2 steps back, his eyes wide in fear. "Young master, what's wrong?" Yi Qingbei was startled by Yu Qingyang's reaction. "Senior Li, what's going on?" Yi Qingbei quickly asked Hanzhou. "It's nothing, just saw something that scared him a bit." "It's not a big deal." Hanzhou said to Yu Qingyang. "Were you scared?" "This." Yu Qingyang was indeed frightened and looked incredulously at Hanzhou. "Is this a ghost?" "Just some minor ghosts. I called them to escort you out of the city." Hanzhou pointed to the talisman on Yu Qingyang's forehead and explained. "This is a life-sealing talisman. I've temporarily sealed your living aura with it. Soon you will get into this bridal sedan chair, and then I will have these minor ghosts take you to the pine forest 30 miles away. I have to sit in this." Yu Qingyang looked at the large red bridal sedan, feeling an eerie chill. Just looking at it made him uneasy. "Young master, this is a bridal sedan. It was specially snatched for you by Senior tonight." Yizing couldn't help but say, originally, there was a ghost bride in it. But she had to go for a ghost marriage tonight, so now she can only walk. Cough, cough. Yu Qingyang coughed once, nodding woodenly. "I see you also have some cultivation." Hanzhou observed Yu Qingyang. "You won't have any problem holding your breath, right?" "Of course not." Yu Qingyang nodded. "Once you're in the sedan, you must hold your breath the whole time and must not let any air out. Otherwise, if your yang energy bursts forth, the ghostly path will become unstable and you will easily be exposed. At that time, whether you get discovered will depend on your luck." "Lianzhou instructa." "Sir, I remember," Yu Qingyang said solemnly. "Get in." Hanzhou pointed. Looking at the red sedan, Yu Qingyang swallowed hard. he still felt very uneasy. However, this was the only way to leave the monitored Baiyun city. So, Yu Qingyang steeled himself, took a deep breath, and rushed towards the red sedan, lifted the curtain, and got in. For Li Hanzhou and Yi Xing, they saw Yu Qingyang get into the sedan. But for Yi Qingbei, he watched in disbelief as Yu Qingyang vanished before his eyes. However, from their previous conversation, Yi Qingbei seemed to understand that something was coming to take Yu Qingyang, and that this thing was invisible to him. Since he couldn't see it, others shouldn't be able to see it either. Let's go. Li Hanzhou shook the bell in his hand, and the ghost began to play music again, taking Yu Qingyang away from the city lord's mansion. Yu Qingyang sat in the bridal sedan, secretly looking outside, only to find that he was actually passing through walls. This was so miraculous that it piqued Yu Qingyang's immense interest in Li Hanzhou. What kind of divine technique is this? We should follow, Li Hanzhou said to Yi Xing. As long as we safely escort him to the pine forest, my task will be considered complete. Yi Xing swallowed hard at this moment, pointed at herself, and awkwardly asked, "Do I have to go too?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "Isn't this the person your family is trying so hard to protect? Are you not going to follow and see?" "Xing, what are you talking about? Of course you have to go. It's your responsibility to ensure the young master's safe arrival at the pine forest," Yu Qingbei said in a deep voice. "Yes, father." Yi Xing felt like crying. She really wished Li Hanzhou would open Yi Qingbei's heavenly eye to see how terrifying that thing was, and whether he would still think it was so natural. The two rode horses, slowly following behind the bridal sedan. Late at night, on the deserted streets, following a group of ghosts made Yi Xing's heart race. So, she started to find a topic to chat with Li Hanzhou. "Senior, is there really such a thing in this world? Why have we never heard of it before? Even our Shangqing sect has no records of it." "Because you can't see them," Li Hanzhou said calmly. "The Yang realm and the Yin realm are two different worlds. People walk the human path while ghosts walk the ghostly road, so naturally you wouldn't have heard of it." "Will these things attack people?" Yi Xing asked nervously. "When I was young, I heard some strange stories that said evil ghosts harm people. Is that true or false?" "You just said they were strange stories." Li Hanzhou shook his head. "If you can't see ghosts, they can't harm you either, unless they possess extreme power to disrupt the yin and yang. You might encounter such things, so you don't need to worry." "Oh." Yi Xing felt much more at ease now, as long as these things wouldn't harm people. But at this moment, Li Hanzhou was still pondering the earlier question. This world was very strange. How exactly was the cycle of reincarnation broken? As Li Hanzhou and Yi Xing followed the bridal sedan out of the city, Li Hanzhou vaguely felt that there were many pairs of eyes watching them near the city gate. However, after glancing at them, the gazes quickly moved away. Yet, scouts still wrote messages to send out. The daughter of the lord of Baiyun City, Yi Xing, left the city at midnight, accompanied by someone of unknown identity. But she did not notice the presence of the ninth prince. The news spread just like that. And so, Yu Qingyang also left the city. The people at the gate were likely waiting to find Yu Qingyang. Once outside the city, Li Hanzhou asked. "Yes," Yi Xing nodded. "It seems they haven't realized that the young master has already left the city." However, Li Hanzhou's gaze was fixed on the distance. Using his divination technique, he sensed that the road ahead tonight might not be so smooth. Nevertheless, Li Hanzhou had already made some other preparations. This could be considered an important attempt by Li Hanzhou in this world. Chapter 19, Zhao Qinxiu, 30 miles away. It's neither too close nor too far, but the speed of the shadow sedan is not very fast. However, according to Li Hanzhou's calculations, they would definitely reach the pine forest before dawn. Piyu Lake. This is the necessary route to the pine forest. By the side of Piyu Lake, a bonfire is lit, illuminating the pitch-black night. Sitting next to the bonfire is a middle-aged man, who is intently polishing his knife. With a pure white handkerchief in hand, he carefully wipes every part of the blade, and there is a hint of cold-bloodedness hidden in his focused gaze. "Come out." The man does not lift his head at this moment, merely speaking to the air. As soon as he finishes speaking, a man in white clothes leaps down from a cliff across from him, moving like a ghost, leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky, and in the next moment, he appears beside the bonfire. His speed is astonishing. "Zhao Qinxiu." The man in white looks at the man by the bonfire and asks, "I haven't heard news about you in the martial world for a long time. I thought you were dead." I didn't expect to see you here in the kingdom of Shinkei. What are you here for this time? It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Qinxiu does not lift his head, seemingly disregarding the man in white. At least it has nothing to do with your Taishan sacred land. Zhao Qinxiu slowly replies, I'm not here to cause trouble for your Taishan sacred land. You and I are like water and fire. There's no need for you to keep an eye on me. Can you trust what your blood sacrifice pavilion says? The Taishan Lord sneers. Haven't you done enough dirty work in your blood sacrifice pavilion? Besides, you, Zhao Qinxiu, a peak Tiangang realm assassin, how come to my Taishan sacred land's territory? How can I rest assured? If you're not at ease, then what? Zhao Qinxiu says. I also heard about the recent disturbance you caused in the western courtyard continent, retrieving the Prajna axe from Divine Ox Mountain. That place is not a good one, and its people are not easy to deal with. You must have paid a price to retrieve the Prajna axe. After you returned, you held a disciple assessment in your Taishan sacred land, yet you didn't show up. You must have been injured. Do you really think that with your injuries, you can stop me from doing what I want? Upon hearing this, the Taishan Lord's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively took a half step back. Because Zhao Qinxiu was right. He indeed suffered injuries at Divine Ox Mountain. Although he has recovered quite a bit, in a fight between experts, even a slight factor could lead to defeat. Zhao Qinxiu, a master from the blood sacrifice pavilion with peak Tiangang realm cultivation, is not weaker than him at all. If they really fought, he would have a very high chance of losing. However, if Zhao Qinxiu really intended to target the Taishan sacred land, it wouldn't be so easy, as this is indeed Taishan sacred land's territory. If it came to a desperate fight, Zhao Qinxiu would not have it easy either. As if sensing the Taishan Lord's slight wariness, Zhao Qinxiu chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to fight you. The target of my mission is not you. Even if I killed you, no one would pay me for it. I wouldn't waste my time and effort on you. Who is your target? The Taishan Lord pondered for a moment and asked. You're asking too much. Zhao Qinxiu continued to polish his knife. The Taishan Lord looked at the knife. It is ranked 32nd on the divine weapon list. Autumn Burial. Countless souls have died beneath this knife. Someone is coming? At this moment, the Taishan Lord sensed two auras approaching. Just then, Zhao Qinxiu moved, already arriving at the top of a nearby ancient tree. The pitch-black night seems to pose no obstacle for him. His gaze is sharp like that of a hawk, and he sees two figures riding horses coming this way. Not them. Zhao Qinxiu frowned. At this moment, the Taishan Lord also reached the top of the tree and saw Yizing and Li Hanzhou approaching. The daughter of Yi Qingbei. The Taishan Lord recognized Yizing when he saw her. The little girl was very clever, and Taishan Sacred Land had liked her back then. However, the techniques of Taishan Sacred Land are mainly focused on axe techniques, which Yizing did not like. So she eventually went to the Shanqing sect. Now, seeing Yizing again, she has already grown into a young lady. What could she possibly be doing at this late hour? As for the person next to Yizing, the Taishan Lord and Zhao Qinxiu did not pay any attention. He was just an ordinary person without even a trace of true energy. Zhao Qinxiu turned to leave. His mission was to kill the ninth prince, who was likely to appear in the kingdom of Shinkei. As for others, he had no interest and had not been paid for that. Inside the shadow sedan, Yu Qingyang had been holding his breath and concentrating. However, at this moment, Yu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed. He had been injured previously and had not fully recovered. Normally, he managed quite well, but after holding his breath for so long, he suddenly found it hard to endure. A surge of energy rose from his body. Yu Qingyang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started coughing. Cough, cough. Two coughs echoed. Yu Qingyang leaked his yang energy. With the sound of these two coughs, the entire shadow sedan and the surrounding little ghosts all broke free from the underworld. And in just a moment, those little ghosts wobbled, seemingly unwilling to move forward. In just that instant, Zhao Qinxiu and the Taishan Lord both sensed it. A strange aura suddenly appeared, but it quickly concealed itself. However, the concealment was not very skillful. If one sensed carefully, they could still feel the lingering aura. The target is here. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Qinxiu's eyes. He had been waiting for this person for 2 days. Zhao Qinxiu instantly drew his knife, and the blade light cut through the long night, directly striking at the place where the aura had just appeared. The crescent moon-like blade light instantly severed the entire official road. In an instant, the void shook. Numerous little ghosts and the shadow sedan completely vanished, and Yu Qingyang also fell directly from the shadow sedan, landing on the ground. Not good. Yizing, not far behind, changed her expression upon seeing this scene. Yu Qingyang had been discovered. Moreover, the strength of the attacker was formidable. Just that blade light proved that the incoming person's power was very strong. He leaked his yang energy. Li Hanzhou shook his head as he watched. Just now, when Yu Qingyang coughed, his yang energy leaked, directly shaking his body out of the underworld. But someone is trying to kill the prince. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but lament that being born into the royal family was indeed troublesome. It was so much better to live a simple life as an ordinary citizen. I finally waited for you. Zhao Qianqiu's figure slowly descended, arriving in front of Yu Qingyang. Yu Qingyang looked at the visitor and felt the overwhelming strength from the other party, which was far beyond what he could contend with. Who was this person? The Taishan lord had never seen the ninth prince, so he did not make a move, merely standing on the treetop watching the unfolding events. It's Zhao Qianqiu. Yi Ziying's expression changed. She felt that the ninth prince was really in danger tonight. Zhao Qianqiu, a master from the blood sacrifice pavilion, peak Tiangang realm. His name is indeed fearsome in the martial world. He wields the divine weapon, autumn burial. Countless souls have been buried beneath this knife. Senior Li, save the prince. At this moment, Yi Ziying could only place all her hopes on Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou was riding on horseback, saying nothing. He just stared ahead, knowing that the person in front of him was definitely a master, but he wasn't sure how skilled they really were. Tonight, Li Hanzhou also wanted to test his own strength to see if he could fight. It would be great if he could save the ninth prince. If not, his lightness skill was quite good, and escaping would definitely not be a problem. Entrusted by others, I will take your head. Zhao Qianqiu slowly raised his hand, ready to behead Yu Qingyang. Yu Qingyang closed his eyes in despair. Facing a master like Zhao Qianqiu, he had no chance at all. However, just as Zhao Qianqiu's knife was about to fall, a thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky, transforming into a roaring silver serpent that opened its massive jaws to bite at Zhao Qianqiu. Chapter 20. The Great Celestial Technique. Zhao Qianqiu's expression remained unchanged at this moment as he retreated, swinging the knife in his hand directly at the thunder. Boom! With a loud bang. Zhao Qianqiu's strength was indeed formidable, and this bolt of thunder was actually cleaved apart by him. However, Zhao Qianqiu was not so composed. The ground beneath him cracked, and the autumn burial knife in his hand buzzed with a faint arc of lightning, trembling continuously. Zhao Qianqiu felt his arms tingling at this moment. How could a bolt of heavenly thunder suddenly descend? The Supreme Master Taishan was also somewhat surprised. Was it the work of a master? Who was it? Yu Qingyang was also startled, but upon seeing someone make a move, he leapt and came directly to Yi Ziying and Li Hanzhou's side. Mr. Li, I'm sorry for wasting your efforts, Yu Qingyang said somewhat apologetically. Li Hanzhou had exerted so much effort to escort him out of the city. Everything had gone smoothly, yet it was ultimately his fault that led to failure. Now, they had to face a master from the blood sacrifice pavilion. No worries, Li Hanzhou appeared indifferent. Are you all right, young master? Yi Ziying quickly asked. I'm fine, Yu Qingyang replied with concern, but it mainly drags you two down. This person is not easy to deal with. Yi Ziying couldn't help but glance at Li Hanzhou. Others might not have seen clearly, but she had seen it clearly. It was Li Hanzhou who made a move earlier, using a talisman that transformed into heavenly thunder, forcing Zhao Qianqiu back. That Zhao Qianqiu was a master of the blood sacrifice pavilion, and Li Hanzhou had actually repelled the enemy with a single talisman. What kind of strength did he possess? At this moment, Li Hanzhou looked at Zhao Qianqiu ahead. He could sense that Zhao Qianqiu should be quite powerful, but he had no concept of how powerful exactly. His heavenly thunder was actually severed by this person. He didn't know if Zhao Qianqiu was too strong, or if he himself was truly too weak. Which master has made a move? Why not come out and meet? Zhao Qianqiu's gaze was vigilant as he looked around. However, he could not sense anyone's presence at all. It was strangely eerie. Even if a master from the immortal realm had come, he shouldn't have been unable to detect it. Stop looking, it's me. Li Hanzhou stepped forward on his horse. You? Seeing Li Hanzhou step forward, Zhao Qinxiu and the Supreme Master Taishian were stunned. Wasn't this just an ordinary person? It was only then that they noticed Li Hanzhou was dressed in a Taoist robe, looking like a Taoist priest. Taoist? Is there really a true Taoist sect in this world? Most people wearing Taoist robes nowadays were just con artists in the martial world. A genuine one had appeared now. I will protect this person, and I hope this brother will retreat, Li Hanzhou said politely to Zhao Qinxiu. You're joking. Taoist. Zhao Qinxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. My blood sacrifice pavilion does not abandon contracts halfway. Since you want to protect him, then I can only kill one more person at a loss. Zhao Qinxiu raised the knife in his hand again. You can try, Li Hanzhou said calmly as he looked at Zhao Qinxiu. He originally thought he might feel nervous facing such a master in a life-and-death battle. But at this moment, he found that not only was he not nervous, but there was also a kind of blood boiling in his bones. Li Hanzhou himself did not know why. Did he have a dream of being a martial artist or a cultivator in his heart? Yes, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have practiced the fundamentally untrainable Northern Emperor technique day after day while on Earth. Now that he had the ability, how could he not try this martial world? Anyway, if he couldn't win, he could just run away. At that moment, a cold light flashed in Li Hanzhou's eyes. Zhao Qinxiu had struck with his knife. His knife was fast, and the powerful momentum instantly pressed down, making Li Hanzhou feel as if he was surrounded by Zhao Qinxiu's knife momentum, as if he were in this person's domain. Fall! Li Hanzhou did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, 36 Thunder Talisman flew out directly. Li Hanzhou formed hand seals, Heavenly Gang Thunder Array. The 36 talismans instantly transformed into terrifying thunder, condensing into a great formation that suppressed downward, dense lightning like a thunderstorm, smashing the endless knife momentum to pieces. Zhao Qinxiu's knife momentum shattered in an instant, and his expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sky, thunder roared down, chasing after Zhao Qinxiu. Under one bolt of thunder, a boulder was smashed to pieces. Zhao Qinxiu never expected that Li Hanzhou could unleash so much thunder. He had felt the power of this thunder. It was not something easy to withstand. Therefore, Zhao Qinxiu quickly used his lightness skill to dodge, while channeling true energy to the knife, striking out several times to contend with the roaring thunder serpents. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. Everyone present was left dumbfounded by this scene. Even the Supreme Master Taishian was shocked. What kind of technique was this? 36 bolts of thunder actually gathered into a formation, specifically targeting Zhao Qinxiu. Although Zhao Qinxiu's knife light was sharp beyond compare, he could not cut down the thunder. Blood falls 7 kills. Bang, bang, bang. 7 knife lights shattered 3 bolts of thunder in succession, but the 4th bolt of thunder came crashing down. Zhao Qinxiu drew in a breath of true energy, swinging the knife in his hand to clash head-on. Bang! Zhao Qinxiu staggered back dozens of steps. At this moment, he looked particularly miserable. His hair was already disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and a burnt smell wafted from his body. PFF. Zhao Qinxiu couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior is so strong. Yi Ziying was stunned. That was Zhao Qinxiu, a killer who made the martial world tremble, with cultivation at the Heavenly Gang realm, already among the top experts. Yet he was treated like a stray dog in Li Hanzhou's hands. Who on earth was this person? The Supreme Master of Taishian couldn't help but look at Li Hanzhou. His inner shock no less than that of Yi Ziying. Mr. Li is actually this strong. Yu Qingyang's eyes also lit up. He is still alive? Li Hanzhou did not expect Zhao Qinxiu to be this strong, able to survive in his Heavenly Gang Thunder Array with only minor injuries. I really underestimated you. At this moment, Zhao Qinxiu stared fixedly at Li Hanzhou. I didn't expect there to be a person like you in Dongyan Prefecture. I was indeed ignorant. But I still say, those whom my blood sacrifice pavilion wants to kill, we must kill. After saying that, a scroll flew out directly from Zhao Qinxiu's storage bag. Not good, it's a spiritual treasure. Yi Ziying exclaimed it. It's the storm map. Yu Qingyang was also startled. A spiritual treasure? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but look at that object. Was that painting also a spiritual treasure? Why wasn't it mentioned in his guide to beginner's spiritual treasures? Open. Zhao Qinxiu took a step forward, true energy surging, and directly opened the scroll in his hand. Before he could see what was depicted in the scroll, a violent wind surged out from it. Once the storm emerged, the entire world seemed to be swept away by it. The fierce wind blew, almost making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Senior, this is the storm app. The wind inside will instantly intensify, and then at 1T, just be wind, but endless knives. Yizing hurriedly said to Li Hanzhou. Bang! An ancient tree was instantly blown to powder by the storm. The power of this storm map was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Li Hanzhou raised his arm to shield his eyes, suddenly realizing that his clothes had also been torn by this storm. My new clothes! Li Hanzhou immediately became angry. He had just bought this outfit. Fighting was one thing, but why tear my clothes? This Taoist robe cost a few silver. Li Hanzhou completely forgot that his own Seven Treasures Gourd had probably torn the clothes of countless people. Buzz! A pure surge of spiritual energy erupted from Li Hanzhou's body. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious force effortlessly tore apart the storm, and the numerous storms converged around Li Hanzhou's palm. The storm formed a vortex of airflow in midair, resembling a vast sea, and ultimately transformed into long rivers that flowed into the palm of Li Hanzhou. Yizing and the others suddenly felt the wind disappear. When they looked up to see this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. What? Zhao Qinxiu saw the blade winds released from his storm diagram being absorbed into Li Hanzhou's palm and couldn't believe it. You, who exactly are you? How could you? Zhao Qinxiu's voice trembled at this moment. The Supreme Lord of Tai Xian also gasped. The supreme secret technique of Xing Luo Kingdom. The Great Celestial Technique. Chapter 21 Killer Move. Yizing and Yu Qingyang couldn't help but take a step back. Li Hanzhou actually knows the Great Celestial Technique? What is his relationship with those from Yunhuang? After Li Hanzhou obtained the Great Celestial Technique, he was also curious about what this technique was like. So during the past few days when he had nothing to do, he flipped through it and unexpectedly found that he could actually perform it. When the Great Celestial Technique is cultivated to its peak, one can control the power of celestial phenomena. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The way of nature. Because of this, once the strong of Xingluo Kingdom mastered such power, they were regarded by the world as the true son of heaven, the representative of the heavenly way, which even influenced the people of Shenshu Kingdom. Shenshu then waged war against Xingluo Kingdom to prove that this country, which truly represents heaven and earth in the eyes of the world, is not so invincible, and only they Shenshu are the ones truly destined by heaven. Now seeing the Great Celestial Technique, they naturally linked Li Hanzhou with the remnants of Xingluo Kingdom. Bang! The endless storm that had gathered in Li Hanzhou's palm instantly dissipated. Huh! Seeing the wind power in Li Hanzhou's hand disperse, the people present were taken aback. This person's Great Celestial Technique is only at the entry level. The Supreme Master of Tai Xian couldn't help but be surprised. The strength of the Great Celestial Technique lies not only in its ability to gather the power of heaven and earth, but also in its control and transformation into various forms. With immense power, yet Li Hanzhou merely gathered the wind. The strong storm depicted in the storm diagram had already been controlled by Li Hanzhou. If Li Hanzhou were to counterattack, Zhao Qinxiu in his current state would likely not be able to withstand it. Unexpectedly, Li Hanzhou actually dispersed the storm he had gathered. It was clear that Li Hanzhou had only scratched the surface of the Great Celestial Technique and had not cultivated it to a high level. However, even so, being able to cultivate the Great Celestial Technique was enough to show that Li Hanzhou was not an ordinary person. At this moment, Li Hanzhou's gaze fell on the storm diagram in Zhao Qinxiu's hand. He thought this item was quite good and worth studying. If he could snatch the storm diagram from Zhao Qinxiu, that would be great. At that moment, Zhao Qinxiu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had just been injured by Li Hanzhou, and now forcibly activating the storm diagram had indeed left him in a severe state. Zhao Qinxiu was already thinking of retreating, because if he didn't leave at this moment, once Li Hanzhou unleashed a few thunder charms, it would be enough to kill him. Although he was unwilling, the mission to assassinate the ninth prince had already failed. If he didn't leave, he would also have to pay the price here. The mission was important, but his life was even more important. We will meet again. After Zhao Qinxiu finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Yu Qingyang stepped forward and looked at Zhao Qinxiu's back, saying, Mr. Li, This person has killed many people in our Shenchi kingdom. I wonder if the senior can make a move to keep him here, so he doesn't go out to commit evil again. Yes, Senior Li, use your lightning to kill him, Yi Xing hurriedly added. In the past, even experts from the Qingyun sect had died at Zhao Qinqiu's hands. Not possible. Li Hanzhou shrugged. I've run out of my 5 thunder charms. I only brought this many. If he wants to leave now, I have no way to stop him. What? Yu Qingyang and Yi Xing were dumbfounded. They had finally heavily injured someone like Zhao Qinqiu. Were they really just going to let him go? Opportunities like this were rare. However, just then, Zhao Qinqiu, who had just walked a short distance, unexpectedly turned back. Your lightning is gone? Zhao Qinqiu's figure emerged from the darkness, sneering. Then why should I leave? He could see that Li Hanzhou's means of attack seemed to be limited to that thunder charm. Other methods appear to be lacking. Despite being heavily injured, Zhao Qinqiu felt no need to fear Li Hanzhou, and as for the supreme master of Taoist behind him, he had even less to worry about. He dared to rob the divine Cow Mountain in the western courtyard, but he wouldn't easily provoke the blood sacrifice pavilion. The people from divine Cow Mountain didn't dare to come to Dongyanzhou, but the blood sacrifice pavilion was everywhere. For the sake of the supreme master of Taoist, he wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, he didn't even know the ninth prince. His chances of winning were still very high. That little Yi Xing was only at the 7th rank of cultivation and could be completely ignored. Not good. Yi Xing and Yu Qingyang's expressions changed when they saw Zhao Qinqiu return. Senior, Yi Xing could only place all her hopes on Li Hanzhou, hoping he still had another means. But Li Hanzhou indeed had no other spiritual charms on him. Zhao Qinqiu knew he couldn't delay any longer, and, despite his serious injuries, charged at Yu Qingyang. As long as Yu Qingyang was dead, the one in the capital of Hsinchu would give him a lot of money. I don't know if this thing will work. Seeing Zhao Qinqiu about to kill, Li Hanzhou took something out of his bag. The moment Zhao Qinqiu, who was rushing up, saw what Li Hanzhou held, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Hanzhou was holding the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. He had seen this thing once before. The Tang sect had relied on the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus to slay 2 experts at the celestial barrier level. Wasn't this the treasure of the Tang sect? How could it be in this person's hands? At this moment, Zhao Qinqiu didn't care about killing Yu Qingyang anymore and turned to flee. But at that moment, Li Hanzhou saw the button on the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus and pressed it. In an instant, countless terrifying hidden weapons were triggered from the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. The sky filled with hidden weapons that resembled petals, directly forming a massive sea of flowers, densely wrapping Zhao Qinqiu within it. This scene was particularly shocking. The sea of flowers surged towards Zhao Qinqiu, and no matter how powerful his true qi was, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. In just 2 breaths, his true qi was shattered, and then he no longer had any breath. After killing Zhao Qinqiu, the endless sea of flowers actually gathered together, like a great river, and returned to the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. It was truly miraculous. He died just like that. Li Hanzhou didn't expect Zhao Qinqiu to die so easily. Yi Xing and Yu Qingyang were also left speechless. The 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus was indeed the strongest hidden weapon of the Tang sect, and they never expected it to have such great power. The Supreme Master of Taoist was increasingly unable to fathom Li Hanzhou's identity. He understood the great celestial technique and possessed the Tang sect's treasure, the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus. Who exactly is he? However, the power of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus was indeed strong. Although Zhao Qinqiu had been injured earlier, being able to slay a heavily injured expert at the celestial barrier level in an instant was enough to demonstrate the power of this item. Li Hanzhou didn't expect the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus to be unexpectedly useful. However, once the petals returned to the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus, it seemed that the form of the lotus underwent some change. Li Hanzhou discovered that the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus could no longer be used. It was unclear whether it had entered a cooldown period or needed some kind of battery. In any case, this item was too precise, and Li Hanzhou didn't understand it fully. At this moment, he no longer studied it, tossed the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus back into his bag, and leaped over to Zhao Qinqiu's corpse. Looking at Zhao Qinqiu's body, which was riddled with holes, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. This was his first time killing someone. At this moment, the bloodlust in his heart had receded by more than half. Hanzhou turned to look at the two people who were still in shock not far away and couldn't help but ask, "The government won't come looking for me, will they?" The two were instantly left speechless. "Mr. Li, don't worry. The government won't interfere," Yu Qingyang quickly said. "Are you kidding? The one who died is in the celestial realm. Does the government dare to intervene?" "That's good." Hanzhou took down the storage bag from Zhao Qinxiu. He had just seen Zhao Qinxiu put the storm map into the storage bag, and he was very interested in studying this item. After securing the storage bag, he noticed the knife next to Zhao Qinxiu. "This knife is not bad." Hanzhou picked up the knife. "Senior, be careful." Seeing Hanzhou actually pick up Qiuzong, Yi Ziying exclaimed. Such divine weapons recognize their masters. Qiuzong had been nurtured by Zhao Qinxiu for many years and was accustomed to Zhao Qinxiu's true energy. If it sensed someone else's true energy, the sword energy containing Zhao Qinxiu's essence would definitely explode, potentially injuring the new master. Therefore, such divine weapons cannot simply be obtained and used directly. They require a period of nurturing, unless one is significantly stronger than the original owner and can domineeringly suppress it with their own true energy. However, Zhao Qinxiu himself is already in the celestial realm. How easy would it be to suppress Zhao Qinxiu's knife? Chapter 22. Overnight Wealth. The moment Hanzhou grasped Qiuzong, the spiritual power within him directly entered Qiuzong. Buzz! Qiuzong shook violently. The blade aura that had been nurtured by Zhao Qinxiu for many years instantly collapsed at this moment. Qiuzong sank completely into Hanzhou's spiritual power. Compared to Zhao Qinxiu's true qi, Hanzhou's spiritual power was far more pure, causing Qiuzong to succumb on the spot, completely disregarding Zhao Qinxiu. Who is Zhao Qinxiu? He didn't even recognize him. After being nurtured by spiritual power, Qiuzong felt as if he had been living a life of hardship before. It was like eating chaff for a lifetime and suddenly tasting braised meat today. He feared he would never go back. With a casual flick, a blade light shot out, shattering a nearby ancient tree on the spot. Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. This blade was too good. It should be worth a lot of money. He was also curious about what was in the storage bag, but since Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang were still there, Hanzhou didn't want to take it out to avoid appearing as if he had never seen anything good. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Yu Qingyang hesitated for a moment and respectfully bowed. "No problem. I promise to protect you." Hanzhou waved his hand. "Sir, what you just used was the great celestial technique, right?" Yu Qingyang asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. "It seems so." Hanzhou recalled that Xinglua Kingdom and Shenk Kingdom were archenemies, and Lu Dongyue had mentioned that using the great celestial technique in Shenk would attract the attention of the royal family. "I only learned a little bit by chance. I'm not proficient in it. I have no connection to Xinglua Kingdom." Hanzhou clarified his relationship with Xinglua Kingdom. As for whether Yu Qingyang believed him, that was up to him to decide. "I don't mean anything else," Yu Qingyang quickly said. "I just hope you try not to use this martial art in front of others. Otherwise, it could easily bring you trouble." "Understood." Yu Qingyang glanced at the bag on Hanzhou's back. He wanted to ask why the 1,000-life ghost lotus was in Hanzhou's hands, but he ultimately refrained from asking. If he probed too much, what if Hanzhou silenced him in this desolate place? "We're approaching the pine forest. I'll escort you there." Hanzhou patted Yu Qingyang's shoulder. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Yu Qingyang bowed respectfully. Yi Ziying also stepped forward to bow. After this battle tonight, Yi Ziying truly realized that Hanzhou was an unparalleled figure. His strength was unknown, but he was undeniably powerful. It was astounding that such a person existed in Dongyan Prefecture without anyone in the martial world knowing. He was hidden too deeply. After Hanzhou left with them, the Supreme Xian Lord finally emerged from the shadows. He approached Zhao Qinxiu's body and looked at the severely wounded Zhao Qinxiu, feeling that the situation was unreal. Zhao Qinxiu's name echoed throughout the martial world. He was one of the top experts in the blood sacrifice pavilion, and many sought revenge against him. Yet he had killed them all in return. A single Qiuzong had flooded the martial world with bloodshed, his name striking fear into others. Such a legendary figure had died on an ordinary night, killed by someone without even a name. Who exactly was he? The Supreme Xian Lord gazed at Hanzhou's departing figure. capable of using the great celestial technique from Xingluo Kingdom and possessing the treasure of the Tang sect. This person was truly mysterious. In the early morning, in the imperial capital of Shenk, Emperor Yu Yang emerged from a small tower. The sunlight illuminated him, causing his imperial robe to shimmer. He exuded a subtle, oppressive aura that made people wary. Over 60 years old, he looked like a 40-year-old man. Outside the small tower, a eunuch had been waiting for a long time. "Your Majesty," the eunuch approached and respectfully handed over a memorial. "The great celestial technique has appeared," the eunuch whispered beside Yu Yang. Yu Yang remained silent, quietly opening the memorial and reading the news on it. "Great celestial technique, thousand life, ghost lotus." Yu Yang's expression showed no sign of emotion as he closed the memorial and looked at the eunuch, asking, "What do you think of this person?" "I dare not speak recklessly," the eunuch quickly replied. "Speak freely. I won't hold it against you," Yu Yang said, walking away. The eunuch hurriedly followed, saying, "Your Majesty, this person understands the great celestial technique, which is a closely guarded secret of Xingluo Kingdom. Among the remnants of Xingluo Kingdom, those who can master this technique are few. Therefore, this Hanzhou must have a connection to the remnants of Xingluo Kingdom. However, what I'm worried about is not this matter." "You are worried about the Tang sect?" Yu Yang asked. "Yes." The eunuch pondered for a moment before saying, "The Tang sect is one of the strongest sects in our Shen Kingdom. When the previous emperor was alive, the Tang sect often intervened to assist in quelling rebellions. Thus, although the head of the Tang sect is a martial world figure, he was also granted the title of a local lord. Now, the thousand-life ghost lotus of the Tang sect is in Hanzhou's hands. And since he has ties to the remnants of Xingluo Kingdom, the Tang sect is bound to be affected." At this point, the eunuch stopped speaking, believing the emperor understood. Yu Yang simply responded without saying anything further. "Your Majesty, what should we do about Hanzhou? Should we send someone to monitor him?" The eunuch cautiously asked. "That Hanzhou is from the Changxing Temple?" Yu Yang inquired. "Yes. Let's not worry about him for now." Yu Yang dropped this sentence, leaving the eunuch somewhat perplexed. Usually, if there were news of remnants from Xingluo Kingdom, the emperor would definitely order their execution, preferring to kill the wrong person than let one escape. What was happening today? Hanzhou had even used the great celestial technique, yet they were saying not to worry about him. The emperor's intentions were hard to fathom. He felt that after being by Yu Yang's side for so many years, he still couldn't guess what was on the emperor's mind. Hanzhou returned to Changshang Temple after receiving the remaining 30,000 taels from Yizing. With just a few little ones in the temple, he felt uneasy, especially since he wanted to see what treasures were in Zhao Qianqiu's storage bag. "I'm back. Uncle Master. Uncle Master is back." Shi Ming was cooking with Yin Qian's Zhu, while Lu Dongyue was nowhere to be seen. "Where's your second senior brother?" Hanzhou asked curiously. "Second senior brother went to the back mountain to cultivate," Yin Qian said. "He has been practicing very diligently lately." "Cultivating?" Hanzhou was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that in a few days, the Bablade sect, the Zhao family, and the Yuanshan sect would all send people to challenge him. Was he trying to cram for the exam at the last minute? "Just wait until I'm done. I'll refine some pills for you to enhance your cultivation." Hanzhou returned to his small room, eagerly opening the storage bag. As soon as the storage bag opened, it truly surprised Hanzhou. Inside were several cultivation techniques, various cultivation materials, spirit treasures, and most importantly, Hanzhou discovered a large amount of silver notes. Zhao Qianqiu, being an assassin of the blood sacrifice pavilion, earned money by killing people, and since he was also a money lover, he had quite a bit of money on him. Hanzhou grabbed a thick stack of silver notes and counted them 6 times. There were a full 700,000 taels. This made Hanzhou's heart race. 700,000 taels. This was truly a fortune for Changxing Temple. It seemed he could finally renovate the temple properly. He wouldn't have to live in such a shabby place anymore. He could buy a better bed, get Shi Ming and Yin Qian a nice house, and tidy up the temple to at least have the appearance of a sect. Hanzhou put away the banknotes and walked out to see how to renovate the Taoist temple. The Changshang Temple is actually not small, but it appears very empty. Hanzhou realized that since he arrived, he had never really explored the Changshang Temple, so today was a good opportunity to take a closer look. As he walked, Hanzhou suddenly noticed that the main hall at the front had always been locked. He hadn't paid attention to it before. It was kept inside. Normally, a Taoist temple should enshrine a certain ancestor. He wondered who was enshrined in the Changshan Temple. Chapter 23. The Master of Longevity View in the Memories of Li Hanzhou's Original Self. There wasn't much information available. It was clear that this fellow not only didn't cultivate, but also didn't care about the affairs of the Longevity View. Relying on being the junior brother of the sect leader, he had become a parasite here. Master Uncle, what are you doing here? At this moment, Lu Dongyue had just returned from his cultivation, and, seeing Li Hanzhou standing in front of the main hall, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why is the main hall locked?" Li Hanzhou replied, turning his head, "Master Uncle, ever since Master went missing, our disciples of the Longevity View have either left or scattered. It's been a long time since any pilgrims came to offer incense. We also haven't had money to buy incense to worship the ancestors, so we locked it up. What made you suddenly think of coming to the main hall?" Lu Dongyue said curiously. His master uncle had really changed lately. He hadn't been to the main hall for 800 years. What was going on today? Just wanted to take a look, Li Hanzhou nodded. Who has the key? Probably with the senior brother? Lu Dongyue said uncertainly. By the way, hasn't your senior brother returned yet? Did he go to exorcise demons, or was he eaten by a monster? Li Hanzhou said speechlessly. Lu Dongyue expressed he didn't know either. Since the key was not there, Li Hanzhou stepped forward, a flash of light in his hand, and Qiuzong appeared. With one slash, the lock broke apart. Good knife. Seeing how sharp the knife was, Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up. However, that knife looked so familiar. Lu Dongyue scratched his head. He seemed to have seen the shape of the knife somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't recall. But Master Uncle has a storage pouch now? Lu Dongyue looked enviously. He also wanted one. Li Hanzhou had already pushed the door open and walked in. Creak! The door panel made a friction sound, and a musty smell hit him, with dust everywhere. Li Hanzhou waved his hand. The main hall was large, but dust covered the ground, and there were many spider webs. It was evident that no one had been here for a long time. In the middle stood a huge incense burner, with only remnants of incense ash inside. When Li Hanzhou raised his head to look at the giant statue of the ancestor ahead, he was stunned. The ancestor of the Longevity View looked so familiar. How could he forget that face? It was the old Taoist's appearance. Old Taoist? Li Hanzhou rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was overly nostalgic and had seen it wrong. But no matter how he looked, it was indeed the old Taoist's face. Especially that big, alcoholic nose. It was exactly the same. What is going on? Why does the ancestor of the Longevity View look exactly like the old Taoist? Is it a coincidence? Master Uncle, what's wrong? Lu Dongyue walked in and saw Li Hanzhou staring blankly at the ancestor's statue. So he curiously asked, "This person is our ancestor of the Longevity View?" Li Hanzhou calmed his breathing and then asked, "Yes, this person is the founder of our Longevity View," Lu Dongyue nodded. "You will naturally learn about such things after coming to the Longevity View." "What is his name?" Li Hanzhou asked again. Lu Dongyue thought Li Hanzhou was testing him, so he answered seriously, "Master Uncle, as a disciple of the Longevity View, I naturally remember such things. Our ancestor's name is Li Qingfeng, once known as the Qingfeng Daozu in the Jianghu. Back in the day, when our Longevity View had Qingfeng Daozu, it was truly awe-inspiring. He was the #1 in the world." As soon as Lu Dongyue said the name Li Qingfeng, Li Hanzhou's mind went blank. That's right. The old Taoist name is Li Qingfeng. What's going on? Li Hanzhou felt his mind was in chaos. Initially, he thought his crossing into this world was a coincidence. But upon arriving at the Longevity View, discovering that the ancestor is the old Taoist Li Qingfeng, he began to suspect that this was not a coincidence at all, but something Li Qingfeng had calculated long ago and arranged. Because he cultivated the Baitiju and produced a trace of spiritual power, he came here, and that Baitiju was exactly what the old Taoist asked him to cultivate. He even deceived him into thinking that as long as he cultivated this, he could achieve 10 times in one night without falling. It's all a scam. Old bastard. Li Hanzhou glared fiercely at the statue. Feeling that the old bastard must have started plotting the day, he picked up his own. So sinister. My 30 million. Li Hanzhou's heart was bleeding. Master Uncle, are you all right? I see your face doesn't look good, Lu Dongyue said worriedly, noticing Li Hanzhou's strange expression. I'm fine. Li Hanzhou suddenly looked at Lu Dongyue and said, "If I remember correctly, the cultivation method you practice is also the Beidiju, right?" "Yes. The Beidiju is our longevity view's top-tier cultivation method. But ever since the changes in the world, the Beidiju has lost its former power," Lu Dongyue said. "I heard that during the ancestors' era, cultivating the Beidiju could absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth into oneself, but I don't know if it's true." "Let me see you operate it," Li Hanzhou said. "Okay." Lu Dongyue didn't ask further and began to operate his own Beidiju. Li Hanzhou gently placed his palm on Lu Dongyue's shoulder, his soul probing into Lu Dongyue's body. He carefully observed Lu Dongyue's operation route, wanting to see what differences there were between Lu Dongyue's Beidiju and his own. However, after Lu Dongyue operated for a few cycles, Li Hanzhou was astonished to discover that the operation routes were the same. The only difference was that when he cultivated, all his pores opened, allowing him to the spiritual power of heaven and earth into his body, while Lu Dongyue was completely unaware of the existence of spiritual power. Ultimately, after the technique operated, it condensed into true qi and flowed into his dantian. So, he cultivated spiritual energy, while Lu Dongyue cultivated true qi. In many of the longevity view's extraordinary techniques required spiritual power to operate. Relying on true qi simply couldn't unleash their full power. No wonder the longevity view has declined. The garage is full of top-notch sports cars, but they can only be powered by number 5 batteries. It's a wonder they can run at all. But why is this happening? Li Hanzhou couldn't understand. If the people of the longevity view couldn't cultivate spiritual power, then the longevity view would never be able to rise again. And why could he absorb spiritual power? The old Taoist went through so much trouble to bring him here. What did he want him to do? He didn't give him a single hint. What was the old bastard up to? Did he want him to revive the longevity view? But if they couldn't cultivate spiritual power, how could he do anything? "Master Uncle." At this moment, Lu Dongyue said dejectedly, "The 3 sects are about to arrive, and my strength hasn't improved at all. I'm afraid I will be killed by them." Chapter 24. What is the point of wasting money? Master Uncle can do it. Or not. Li Hanzhou comforted, "Master Uncle has money now. Helping you improve your strength is easy, and we can also renovate the Chongqing view nicely. Get you a new bed. How about that?" "Money." Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up. "I don't want a new bed. Why don't you buy me a more powerful spiritual treasure instead? With that, I can deal with them." Lu Dongyue quickly said, "I saw a spiritual treasure. The soul-capturing bell at the Divine Machine Merchant Association. With this, I'm sure I can defeat them and save the face of our Chongqing view." "All right. Master Uncle will definitely support you in saving face for our Chongqing view." Li Hanzhou immediately agreed. "Got money. What is there to fear? It only costs 200,000 taels." Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou eagerly, his eyes filled with excitement. "Lianzhou Rupia." "Dongyue, that soul-capturing bell isn't complicated. How can it be sold for 200,000 taels? Isn't that just robbery?" "Of course. Master Uncle isn't stingy about money. You want to save face for our Chongqing view. That's a good thing. I also think those 3 families are too arrogant, thinking there's no one in our Chongqing view. When they come, we must teach them a good lesson. As for the soul-capturing bell, Master Uncle can refine one for you. It's a trivial matter. No need for 200,000 taels." "Master Uncle, maybe you shouldn't refine it?" Lu Dongyue shivered. The last time the 7 Treasures Gourd was refined, the situation left him still haunted. "Don't worry. What Master Uncle refines this time will definitely be reliable. Just trust me." Li Hanzhou patted his chest and guaranteed. "Then Master Uncle, give me some money to buy pills. I want to buy a divine power pill. It can temporarily boost my strength and is said to be able to fight 4 enemies at once. It's a very powerful pill, only 50,000 taels each." Lu Dongyue extended his hand, eagerly waiting for Li Hanzhou to give him the banknotes. Li Hanzhou said, "Don't eat things from outside. They're all high-tech and dangerous, you know? Who knows what side effects they might have? It's just a divine power pill. Master Uncle can refine it for you. I already promised to refine medicine for you. Since I've finished my busy tasks these days, I'll go back and refine it for you. Don't worry. I guarantee it won't kill you. Just wait patiently." Li Hanzhou laughed heartily as he left the Great Hall. Watching Li Hanzhou's departing figure, Lu Dongyue couldn't help but shiver all over. He had a bad premonition. Why are these things so expensive? As Li Hanzhou walked, he sighed. He thought that getting 700,000 taels from Zhao Qinxiu was already a lot of money. But who would have thought that a spiritual treasure in pills would be so expensive? If he could make it himself, why go out to buy it? Having lived a hard life on Earth for so many years, Li Hanzhou understood one thing. If you can do it yourself, never go out to buy it. He wasn't without the conditions to do it. So Li Hanzhou set off for the Divine Machine Merchant Association in Baiyun City to buy things. However, at this moment, the news of Zhao Qianqiu's death had spread throughout the martial world. The entire martial world was greatly shocked. Zhao Qianqiu's strength was on the verge of reaching the sword immortal realm. Who would have thought he would die? The news circulated among major sections. Even some experts from large sects found it hard to believe. But no one knew exactly who killed him. However, everyone's attention was focused on one force, the Tang sect, because it was rumored that Zhao Qianqiu died at the hands of the Tang sect's hidden weapon, the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. Some forces had even gone to the Tang sect to congratulate them, saying the Tang sect had eliminated a scourge from the martial world, and warned them to be cautious of retaliation from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Tang Ju, the leader of the Tang sect, had already met 4 or 5 groups of guests since just getting up, but even after the guests left, he was still at a loss about what had happened. Zhao Qianqiu died at the hands of the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. The key was that the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus had already been stolen by Tang sect disciple Zhou. Zhou had been beaten for 3 days and nights in the dungeon, burned with fire, poisoned, and even had his fingernails pulled out. Yet he still refused to reveal who had the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. The disciples of the Tang sect began to admire this former senior brother for being so tight-lipped. He would rather die than say whose hands the hidden weapon was in. Even at night, when no one was around, he would mumble to himself about some chicken leg thief, but no one could understand him. Leader. At this moment, a disciple walked in and respectfully said, "The ancestor requests your presence." "I'm on my way." Tang Ju knew this matter would definitely alarm the ancestor. So he tidied up his clothes and went to a courtyard of the Tang sect to meet the ancestor. Ancestor. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw an old man sitting at a chess table, playing against himself. "Ju, are you here?" The ancestor of the Tang sect, Tang Xuan, didn't even look up, just tossed a note to Tang Ju and said, "Take a look." Curiously, Tang Ju picked up the note, and when he saw the contents, his expression changed immediately. News from the palace. Tang Xuan said lightly, "Zhao Qianqiu died at the hands of our Tang sect's Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. And that person can also perform the great celestial technique. It seems that our Tang sect is inexplicably linked to the people of the Xinglua kingdom. This is troublesome." Tang Ju's face turned grim. The emperor must know about this. If the emperor suspects our Tang sect is involved with the Xinglua kingdom, what should we do? Perhaps the emperor has already sent someone to the Tang sect on the way. Tang Ju sat down, gripping the paper in his hand. Who is it? Since the news comes from the palace, don't they know this person's identity? What the emperor wants you to know, you will naturally know. Tang Xuan dropped the piece. If the emperor didn't want you to know, you wouldn't know. Ancestor. Do you mean that this person's name is something the emperor is hiding? Tang Ju asked in surprise. What do you think? Tang Xuan said. The emperor hasn't sent anyone to our Tang sect to demand an explanation. Either he doesn't care about this matter at all, or he wants to make a move against our Tang sect. Alas. Tang Siwin Sai Lai Di. If the emperor really sent someone to our Tang sect to demand an explanation at this time, it would actually make me feel a bit more at ease. I really can't figure out what this emperor is thinking. Ancestor, I think it's best to make full preparations. Tang Ju pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "What do you want to prepare?" Tang Xuan's calm eyes flashed with a hint of disturbance. "What? Do you intend to rebel?" Chapter 25. Divine Power Pill. Tang Ju was startled and quickly said, "Disciple only meant to say, if your majesty truly intends to target our Tang sect, we cannot just let ourselves be slaughtered. That concerns the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in our Tang sect. Don't worry." Tang Xuan shook his head. "Our majesty will not easily target our Tang sect. What about the 1,000 lives Ghost Lotus?" Tang Ju asked, "Shall I send someone to Baiyun City to look for it? If we find it, we can bring the 1,000 lives Ghost Lotus back. After all, it is our Tang sect's clan treasure. Go now." Tang Siwin Scop. Do you want to deliver more incriminating evidence to the divine imperial capital? Hearing this, Tang Zhu thought carefully and realized the point. Zhao Qinxiu had just died. If they were to retrieve the 1,000 lives ghost lotus for the Tang sect at this time, who would believe that the Tang sect had no connection with the person who understood the great celestial technique? The 1,000 lives ghost lotus could only temporarily remain in the hands of that mysterious person. Taishan Holy Land. After the Taishan Holy Master returned that night, he continued to enter seclusion to recover from his injuries and did not tell anyone about the matter. He was unaware of Hanzhou's identity and had no intention of provoking such a mysterious and powerful enemy. Moreover, it seemed that the other party harbored no hostility towards the Taishan Holy Land and was likely just a reclusive powerhouse, someone who had not been heard of even in Dongyan Prefecture. Master. At this moment, a voice came from outside. It was the voice of the Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land. What is it? Asked the Taishan Holy Master. Reporting to the Holy Master, the Yu Mountain sect, the Zhao family, and the Bad Knife sect have submitted a challenge letter to jointly spar at the Chongqing View. And they hope that our Taishan Holy Land can send someone as an arbitrator, thus requesting the Holy Master to come out, the Grand Elder said from outside. It's just a sparring match between disciples. Can't we just send someone casually? Does this matter really require my personal involvement? The Taishan Holy Master felt a bit perplexed. Master, I believe it would be better for you to lead the team. During the last disciple assessment, our intentions were clear to them. Additionally, the three families suffered significant losses during the last assessment. If you personally attend, it will show our Taishan Holy Land sincerity. Also, there is one very important point. The Prajna Axe is at Chongqing View. If the Holy Master personally comes, they will understand the situation and will secretly return the Prajna Axe to us. That Prajna Axe was something you risked your life to retrieve from Divine Bull Mountain for Lu Tianxing. We cannot let the disciples of Chongqing View take it away without reason. After listening, the Taishan Holy Master found this reasoning valid. In that case, I will make a trip. Where is Chongqing View? The Taishan Holy Land had too many forces under its command, and the Holy Master could not recall such a small place. It's near Baiyun City, a small temple with only a few people, not even a third-rate sect. This time, their disciples managed to secure first place relying on a peculiar spiritual treasure. I have also investigated. The master of Chongqing View has long been missing, and now the entire Chongqing View has only a few disciples and their useless master uncle. The Prajna Axe has fallen into such a place. We must retrieve it for the Taishan Holy Land, the Grand Elder introduced. The Taoist sect. The Taishan Holy Master murmured, that makes sense. After all, the Taoist sect has declined for hundreds of years, and the existing Taoist sects are extremely rare. Even if they exist, there are hardly any disciples. The Holy Master couldn't help but think of Li Hanzhou, who also seemed to be a master of the Taoist sect, but should have no connection with Chongqing View. Li Hanzhou returned from the Divine Machine Chamber after purchasing a large amount of alchemical materials and arranged for the Divine Machine Chamber to come to Chongqing View the next day to prepare for the renovation of the temple. After all, the people from other sects would be arriving soon. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they saw Chongqing View in shambles? In a few days, they could renovate it to whatever extent possible. Li Hanzhou also bought some live chickens to take back. Once back at Chongqing View, Li Hanzhou immediately entered a state of seclusion. Eagerly, he took out the Qinglong 100 flames and began attempting to refine pills according to the methods described in the Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. Upon realizing that Li Hanzhou was indeed refining pills for himself, Lu Dongyue felt anxious. Can the pills refined by Master Uncle really be consumed? Refining pills also required a vast amount of spiritual power. Li Hanzhou had plenty of spiritual power, even if he lacked in other areas. Although he failed twice at the beginning, he became proficient on the third attempt and directly refined 3 pills. I did it. After a busy half-day, looking at the 3 pills in the furnace, Li Hanzhou hurriedly took them out. Hot! Li Hanzhou felt as if he was holding roasted chestnuts. Let me compare. He held the pills and compared them according to the guide. The color was brownish. Yes, correct. The aroma was sweet and fragrant. Let me smell. The taste is also right. There are 3 blue lines on them. Let me see. Li Hanzhou's face twisted like a deflated eggplant. The color and aroma were correct, but when it came to the lines, he found something was off. The guide said there should be 3 blue lines. But if he wasn't mistaken, the lines on his pills were indeed 3, but their color was red. What's wrong again? Hanzhou scratched his hair. Every time he refined either spiritual treasures or pills, there seemed to be deviations. What could be the reason? Sigh. Hanzhou naturally did not dare to let Lu Dongyue consume such a thing. What if he accidentally poisoned his beloved disciple? So he went outside, grabbed a chicken from the coop, and fed it one of the divine power pills he had refined. After the chicken swallowed it, Hanzhou waited for a moment and found that the chicken showed no changes at all. How strange. No effect? Hanzhou curiously examined his pill and concluded that it seemed to be non-toxic. But just being non-toxic is useless. The pill must have effects. Hanzhou casually took out a talisman and silently recited the incantation. Illusion. Illusion technique. The chicken that had eaten the pill immediately fell under an illusion and launched an attack on a more aggressive chicken. In an instant, the two chickens began to fight fiercely. Moments later, the chicken that had consumed the divine power pill was actually beaten to the point of losing a lot of feathers by the stronger chicken. Not useful at all. Hanzhou was a bit speechless. This pill had no effect at all, making it just a little ball. Chapter 26. The burial feng shui formation. Hanzhou sat on a stone bench, replaying in his mind what went wrong with the elixir he had concocted. However, he had no clues. He had followed the steps meticulously. Even a master alchemist would find no faults in his process. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Yin Qianz's voice. Master Uncle, why are the chickens fighting? Hearing this, Hanzhou remembered that he had previously cast an illusion on that chicken and had yet to dispel it. However, when he looked up, he was amazed to see an incredible scene. The chicken was currently in a fierce battle with 4 others, fighting valiantly. 2 of the chickens were clearly stronger than it. It was managing to hold its ground. 1 against 4. It was handling them with ease, and the 4 chickens were losing ground and even starting to flee. Hanzhou quickly dashed over and caught one of the chickens. Now, only the one that had consumed the divine power pill was left to battle the other 3. The situation instantly reversed. The 3 chickens teamed up and began to beat the one that had taken the pill mercilessly. Could it be? Hanzhou was taken aback. The description of the divine power pill indicated that after consuming it, one's strength would surge for half an hour, allowing them to fight 1 against 4. Hanzhou had initially thought this was just a metaphor, but it turned out that the elixir he had concocted truly achieved such an effect, allowing 1 to fight against 4. However, the flaw was evident. It could only handle 4 opponents. 1 more or 1 less, and it wouldn't work. This was too strange. Was there really such an odd elixir? To test it, Hanzhou went into the mountains and caught a few wild boars, then tried to initiate a battle among them using the same method. The result was the same. 1 boar could easily dominate 4 others. If 1 opponent was removed, it would immediately get beaten up. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Hanzhou handed the divine power pill to Lu Dongyue. Master Uncle really succeeded in concocting it? Lu Dongyue looked at the round pill and couldn't help but admire Hanzhou. Master Uncle is actually an alchemist? But when Hanzhou explained the properties of the pill to Lu Dongyue was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. The good news was that it allowed 1 to fight 4. The bad news was that it could only fight 4. Forget it, Lu Dongyue thought, not being picky anymore. He took the pill because he knew that even a normal divine power pill would only increase his strength temporarily, in terms of cultivation level and methods. He still couldn't compare with the stronger disciples, so his odds of winning were still low. Such a pill might genuinely help him turn the tables. But he couldn't fathom how Master Uncle had concocted such a peculiar thing. The next day, people from the divine mechanism chamber arrived, bringing materials to renovate the Changxing temple. This made the 2 little ones, Shiming and Yun Qianzhu's, very happy. It had been a long time since the temple had been this lively. Although it was called a renovation, the Changxing temple wasn't dilapidated. It just hadn't been maintained for many years. When the workers from the divine mechanism chamber pulled out the weeds and cleaned the temple from top to bottom, it surprisingly took on an ancient and elegant beauty. The divine mechanism chamber was mainly delivering items Hanzhou had purchased earlier, including some furniture. Previously, all the tables and chairs in the Changxing temple had been sold off by the original owner. Now, they were being replenished. After all, They couldn't have guests arriving and find no place to sit. They also tidied up the disciples' rooms, replacing old beds and quilts with new ones. For Sherming and Yun Qianzu's, it felt like a festival. Everything was new. They had never experienced such good days before. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou was inside helping Lu Dongyue craft a new spiritual treasure. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, please don't let there be any mistakes this time. Just produce a normal spiritual treasure without any random attributes, Li Hanzhou muttered while writing runes. By evening, he finally completed the soul-capturing bell. Buzz! As the soul-capturing bell was finished, it erupted with a dazzling golden light. The color is right. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. The manual had stated that it would emit golden light at the moment of successful creation. He had been worried about any mishaps, like black or green light appearing, but it seemed there were no problems now. Ding dong. Gently shaking it, the soul-capturing bell emitted a strange sound. Lianzhou. A normal soul-capturing bell should make a tinkling sound. What was this ding-dong sound? Where had the problem arisen? He wanted to find someone to test it. But this spiritual treasure targeted the soul, and his own soul was too strong. If he lost control, he could easily obliterate someone's soul. Forget it. I'll let Lu Dongyue try it himself. To avoid any accidents, he decided to draw a Vajra talisman for the boy. After drawing the talisman, Li Hanzhou prepared to hand both items to Lu Dongyue. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed an old tree in the yard, now devoid of leaves. It was a tall phoenix tree. After thinking for a moment, he went back inside to draw a few more talismans, then stepped out and waved his hand. 9 talismans flew out and fixed themselves in different positions on the phoenix tree. Changing his hand gesture, Li Hanzhou calmly said, 9 Yang departure fire formation. As his voice fell, all the talismans sank into the ground and disappeared. Moments later, the formation beneath the phoenix tree began to glow, and the air around it grew warm. In this warm atmosphere, the phoenix tree visibly began to sprout and grow leaves. This scene was truly miraculous. Li Hanzhou nodded in satisfaction. Although his little yard looked decent, it lacked some spirit. Now, with this lush phoenix tree, it felt much more vibrant. Just as Li Hanzhou was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at the phoenix tree with surprise. Something felt off. Why did it seem that after reviving the phoenix tree with the 9 Yang departure fire formation, there was a significant fluctuation in the spiritual energy of the world? Was it his illusion? Li Hanzhou subconsciously activated the North Emperor technique. Sure enough, it felt much smoother. Li Hanzhou was stunned. He walked around the phoenix tree a few times and then calculated with his fingers. Now I understand, Li Hanzhou exclaimed, rushing back inside to find a map of the Xintian realm. The burial feng shui formation. The phoenix tree was planted at a crucial feng shui spot in the Xintian realm, effectively sealing off the entire spiritual vein of the world. No wonder the disciples of the Changshan temple couldn't sense any spiritual energy. It all made sense now. Chapter 27. The 3 sects come to the door using a death burial feng shui arrangement to seal off the spiritual energy of the entire Xintian realm is indeed a grand scheme. Li Hanzhou looked at the map seriously. Completely resolving this trouble is a huge project. Did no one in the Taoist sect notice that this was a death burial feng shui arrangement after the celestial changes? Did no one step in to unravel this death burial feng shui arrangement? It shouldn't be the case. Li Hanzhou felt something was strange. Recently, while reading, he had come across mentions of a time when the Taoist sect was invincible, with many experts emerging from within. If they didn't notice this, and only he did, then Li Hanzhou could not believe it at all. What exactly happened? The records in the Changshan temple did not document anything. As long as this death burial feng shui arrangement could be thoroughly overturned, the Taoist sect could restore its former glory, which means there would be a great chance to ascend and leave this world, returning to Earth to enjoy a life of luxury. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the map. However, this feng shui arrangement was quite troublesome. Cracking it would likely not be a matter of days. Now, he was the only elder in the Changshan temple, and the 2 little ones, Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhu, were still young. What would they do if he were to leave? Although their time together was short, only half a month, Li Hanzhou had grown fond of these 2 little ones. After going out to hand over the spiritual treasures and talismans to Lu Dongyue, Li Hanzhou returned to continue studying the map and the feng shui arrangement. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. To create a feng shui arrangement that spans the entire Xiantian realm, this person's ambition was truly immense. Who could it be? It was hard to imagine such a grand scheme. What was this person after? Just as Li Hanzhou was pondering this feng shui arrangement, Lu Dongyue, who was feeling a bit disheartened in his own room, looked at the soul-capturing bell on the table, his expression somewhat vacant. Gently shaking the soul-capturing bell, it chimed softly. This strange sound made Lu Dongyue sigh. As expected, nothing created by his master was normal. Sometimes, he felt so helpless that he wanted to report it to the authorities. Did this thing have some strange side effects? Lu Dongyue wanted to try it. But this item was aggressive, and he couldn't ask his junior brother and junior sister to test it. 3 days later, in the divine K Emperor capital, Your Majesty, the chief supervisor respectfully approached Yu Yang and handed him a piece of paper. Yu Yang was reading at the time, took the note, and upon opening it, found it contained only one sentence. The phoenix tree of the Changsheng temple has awakened. The phoenix tree has awakened. Yu Yang's expression momentarily lost focus upon reading these words. The chief supervisor cautiously observed Yu Yang and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Where's the ninth prince? Yu Yang's true energy shattered the note into pieces, and he casually inquired, Reporting to Your Majesty, the ninth prince is currently in the Taibai sect's sword forest, the chief supervisor replied. Yu Yang did not say anything further. In the early morning, outside the Changsheng temple, a commotion arose. The Bad Blade sect came to pay respects. The Yu Mountain sect came to visit. The Zhao family came to pay their respects. Representatives from the 3 factions had already arrived. Li Hanzhou never expected them to come so early. Hearing the sounds outside, Lu Dongyue also forced a smile, then took a deep breath and stepped out, thinking, will be. Today, he would confront them. As the acting head of the Changsheng temple, Li Hanzhou naturally went out to welcome them. Each of the 3 factions had strong leaders leading the way, but when they saw that Li Hanzhou was just an ordinary person without any true energy, they were momentarily taken aback. The head of the Changsheng temple had no cultivation at all. However, this oddly made them somewhat pleased. They had originally come to seek an explanation from the disciples of the sect, and if the opponent was a powerful expert, they would feel constrained. Now, it seemed that their grudge could be settled today. Greetings to all. Your visit to my Changsheng temple truly brings glory to this place. Please come inside, Li Hanzhou said politely, cupping his fists. Head Li is too polite. We are here for an exchange of skills with the disciples of your esteemed temple. We hope you will be forgiving of any disturbances, Liang Sheng, the head of the Bad Blade sect, said nonchalantly. Head Li, no need to be courteous, Zhao Wuxing, the head of the Zhao family, also chimed in. Nie Xingyu, the leader of the Yu Mountain sect, remained silent. The attitudes of the 3 factions were somewhat cold. Looking at their disciples behind them, each one appeared quite arrogant, not putting the Changsheng temple in their eyes at all. These are your sect's disciples? Li Hanzhou glanced at the disciples following them. Each faction had brought only 3 to 5 disciples, but Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised by their clothing. Are you all cold? Li Hanzhou noticed they were dressed in many layers, at least a dozen pieces of clothing. They looked as if they were about to freeze to death. Moreover, all of them were male disciples, with not a single female disciple present. We dress this way to keep warm, Su Hong, the chief disciple of the Bad Blade sect, blushed and retorted. Yes, it is cold, Zhao Xian from the Zhao family quickly added. Then were those large bags each of you is carrying? Li Hanzhou noticed they all had big bags on their backs. Inside are the clothes we need to change into, said Shun Zhongyao from the Yu Mountain sect. Li Hanzhou was somewhat speechless. Wearing so many clothes and carrying more in their bags. Those who knew they were here for a skill exchange would think they were here to sell goods. However, Li Hanzhou also realized they were likely cautious of the 7 Treasure Gourd. Previously, the gourd had absorbed all their clothes, so now they had brought spare ones, right? They were indeed well prepared. Please come in. Li Hanzhou led the heads of the 3 sects to the reception room, which had been renovated just a few days ago and was barely presentable. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to host guests here. I'll go make tea for everyone, Li Hanzhou said. Head Li, there's no need to trouble yourself. We are here for an exchange, so just prepare for the disciples to compete. Liang Sheng of the Bad Blade sect said. To ensure fairness in the exchange, we have also invited people from the Taishan sacred land to serve as judges. Once they arrive, we can begin. They should be here soon. Oh, all right. Li Hanzhou was surprised. Such a trivial matter required involving the Taishan sacred land? Were they so idle that they needed to join in on this? While Li Hanzhou went to brew tea, the lord of the Taishan sacred land and the grand elder had already arrived, along with Lu Tianqing, who insisted on joining after hearing about the events at the Changxing temple. Everyone has arrived. The lord of the Taishan sacred land walked in. Greetings, your excellency. The leaders of the three sects were astonished to see the lord of the Taishan sacred land and were immediately taken aback. Why had this great figure come? Chapter 28. Something's off with the Supreme Master of Taishan. Everyone, please take a seat. The Supreme Master of Taishan looked at the three of them, then glanced at the disciples behind them. He couldn't help but be stunned. Is it very cold? Why is everyone dressed so warmly? The Supreme Master was puzzled. They could make up stories in front of Li Hanzhou, but they were really nervous in front of the Supreme Master and didn't dare say much. This was the ruthless person who had snatched the Prajna axe back from Divine Bull Mountain. His strength was immense, and he was their goal to strive for. However, Lu Tianqing immediately understood their thoughts because he had been stripped bare before. Thinking of this made Lu Tianqing grit his teeth in hatred. He was a proud son of heaven in the Taishan Holy Land. How many female disciples had harbored secret crushes on him, vying to be his partner? But ever since that incident, he hadn't seen a single female disciple. Lu Tianqing came today to see how the detestable Lu Dongyue was beaten up by the disciples of the three sections. He was here to vent his anger. But where was the master of the longevity view? The Supreme Master of Taishan sat in the middle position. Master, the master of the longevity view went to brew tea. Zhao Wuxing said politely. The master is personally brewing tea? Lu Tianqing sneered. This small sect is really too small. They don't even have servants. I've been here and haven't seen many disciples. They claim to be a sect, but they don't even have as many people as a dental clinic. Not only that, but the master of the longevity view was actually a person without cultivation. Nie Xingyu from a Yu Mountain sect showed a disdainful expression. In this world where the strong prevail, having no cultivation at all is naturally looked down upon. No cultivation? The Supreme Master Taishan was a bit puzzled. Isn't it strange for a sect leader to have no cultivation? Master, since the master of the longevity view has no cultivation, as long as we give a hint later, the Prajna axe will naturally be handed over to us easily, the elder said with a smile. If I had known it would be like this, you wouldn't have needed to come. I could have handled it myself. True enough, the Supreme Master of Taishan nodded. Just then, Li Hanzhou walked in from outside. The tea is here. To his surprise, when Li Hanzhou walked in, there was another group of people. Li Hanzhou was taken aback. I didn't know more people were coming, and we've brewed less tea. The moment the Supreme Master of Taishan saw Li Hanzhou, his eyes widened. It's him. He could never forget Li Hanzhou's face. Because just a few days ago, it was Li Hanzhou who killed Zhao Qinxiu outside Baiyin City. That day, with the thunderstorm formation, the Thousand Ming Ghost Lotus, and the Great Celestial Technique, the Supreme Master of Taishan never expected to encounter Li Hanzhou here. So he was the master of the longevity view. Masterly. At this moment, Liang Sheng from the Blade Dominant sect frowned and said, seeing the Supreme Master not bowing is a bit disrespectful, isn't it, Supreme Master? Li Hanzhou looked at the Supreme Master of Taishan, not expecting this one to be the famous Supreme Master of the Taishan Holy Land. Brother Li, there's no need to be courteous. The Supreme Master of Taishan quickly stood up and said, no need to call me Supreme Master, just call me Jiang Yishuan. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Brother Jiang? The three sect masters exchanged glances. They had known the Supreme Master for so many years and didn't even know his name. Every time they met, they had to respectfully address him as Supreme Master. How come with Li Hanzhou? Not only did he introduce himself, but also called him Brother Li and Brother Jiang. What was going on? Oh, Brother Jiang. Li Hanzhou set down the tea and said, I'll go brew a couple more cups. No need, Brother Li. They didn't come here just to drink tea. Since everyone is here, if we're going to spar, let's start quickly. There's no need to waste time on tea, Jiang Yishuan said with a smile. The three sect masters. Is it a waste for us to drink a cup of tea? All right. Liang Sheng, the master of the Blade Dominant sect. slammed the table, and said, "Since the Supreme Master has said so, let's start the disciple sparring. We want to see the martial arts of your longevity view." Li Yongsheng thought that by saying this, Li Hanzhou would definitely be provoked into a fiery argument with him. Who would have thought that Li Hanzhou would walk over, squat down, and carefully examine the table Li Yongsheng had slapped? This table is newly bought. Li Hanzhou saw that there were no cracks on it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Be gentle when you slap the table, Li Yongsheng," Jiang Yishuan reprimanded. Li Yongsheng felt speechless. Why was the atmosphere so strange today? Li Hanzhou, from the longevity view, was a peculiar person. The Supreme Master of Taoist was also quite odd today. "Before we begin the sparring, I have a question," Li Hanzhou said. "How do the disciples spar? Is it just sparring? Is there something at stake? Something at stake?" The three were taken aback. "You longevity view are already poor. Do you want to bet on something? Is Master Li suggesting we bet on something?" Zhao Wuxing looked at Li Hanzhou curiously. "It would be more interesting with something at stake." Li Hanzhou chuckled. "Why not do something profitable?" "All right, Master Li, what do you want to bet?" Li Yongsheng asked. "If my Yu Mountain sect loses, then our martial art mountain shattering palm will be given to you, longevity view. How about that?" said Nie Xingyu, the sect leader of the Yu Mountain sect. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment. Having a martial art would be good, just right for the disciples to practice. "If my Zhao family loses, we will give you 30 meridian expansion pills. How about that? We of the blade-dominant sect have a blade. While it's not a divine weapon, it's still a rare treasure. If we lose, we will give this blade to you, longevity view." "Good," Li Hanzhou readily agreed. "These items should be worth something." "Then, Master Li, what will you give us if you lose?" Zhao Wuxing asked. "We don't want your longevity view's martial arts." "Exactly. If you have nothing to offer, then this bet can't be established," Li Yongsheng added. "Well," Li Hanzhou thought for a moment. Since none of the three families were betting money, it wouldn't be good for him to take out money either. What should he bet on? The 1,000 Ming Ghost Lotus? Would the Tang sect come looking for trouble if he took that out? The Great Celestial Technique? They wouldn't dare take that either. "I have a good knife. Let us use it as the stake for this bet," Li Hanzhou said, pulling out a knife from his storage bag. At first, everyone showed disdain when they heard Li Hanzhou was taking out a knife. What good knife could come from this broken place called the longevity view? Especially the people from the blade-dominant sect. They were disdainful. Bringing out a knife in front of them was like showing off in front of an expert. However, when the knife was revealed, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Chapter 29. The stakes are getting higher. Qiu Zong. How could anyone present not recognize the person ranked 32nd on the divine weapon ranking? Recently, it had spread throughout the martial world that Zhao Qianqiu had been killed, but no one knew who had done it. Now, seeing Qiu Zong, an unbelievable thought occurred to them. Could it be that Zhao Qianqiu was killed by this Li Hanzhou standing before them? Impossible, right? Li Hanzhou didn't have a trace of true energy about him. He clearly seemed like an ordinary person. How could he have killed Zhao Qianqiu? "May I ask, Master Li, where did you get this knife?" Li Yongsheng stared intently at Qiu Zong, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. As a knife master from the Blade Gate, he had no resistance to Qiu Zong. He wished he could rush forward and snatch Li Hanzhou's knife. But with so many people present and the Supreme Master of Taoist there, he naturally could not do so. "Found it. What is wrong with that?" Li Hanzhou, seeing their expressions, thought they believed it was not a good item. So he said, "Don't judge this knife by its looks. It's actually very sharp, definitely a good weapon." "Found it?" Zhao Wuxing and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. "How good are you at finding things? Where did you find it? I want to go find one too." "Yeah, found it," Li Hanzhou insisted. "Am I supposed to tell you that I killed someone and took his knife? You guys look like bad people at a glance. What if you go report me later?" "Let us bet. How could we miss such a good thing?" All three families agreed. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to Qiu Zong. "Let us not delay. Let us start now." Li Yongsheng was a bit anxious. This Qiu Zong knife was a divine weapon. If it were in his hands, he would hug it to sleep every night. It was much more tempting than any woman to him. The Supreme Master of Taoist also didn't expect Li Hanzhou to put Qiu Zong on the line, which made him feel an urge to bet as well. After all, it was Qiu Zong. Although he didn't use knives, he couldn't resist the temptation of a divine weapon. At this moment, the Grand Elder was even more confused. Zhao Qianqiu's knife was actually in Li Hanzhou's hands? Could it really be found? However, there was no time for him to think too much. The three sect masters were already impatient, standing up with their disciples to prepare for this so-called competition. Changsheng Temple had a huge arena. Since the disciples had scattered, it had been neglected for a long time, but it had recently been cleaned up by the people from the Divine Machine Chamber. The giant arena now looked quite impressive. Around the arena, everyone was ready. Lu Dongyue unwillingly stepped onto the stage. As soon as Lu Dongyue stepped onto the platform, all the disciples from the three sects glared fiercely at him. Lu Dongyue couldn't help but shiver, looking at the hostile gazes around him, filled with hatred, gritted teeth, and killing intent. He felt that if looks could kill, he would have been riddled with holes by now. Senior brother, go for it. Senior brother, crush them. Below the arena, Yin Qianzhong and Shiming had also arrived, excitedly watching the arena. It had been many years since Changsheng Temple had such a lively event. Moreover, they were about to witness their second senior brother showing his might on the stage. Shoo! Lu Dongyue quickly signaled for them to be quiet. He didn't want to make more enemies at this moment. Senior brother is invincible. Senior brother is invincible. Seeing Lu Dongyue's actions, the two became even more excited. Their senior brother was just too low-key. Previously, Lu Dongyue had inadvertently revealed to them that he had come back first in the disciple assessment of the Taoist sacred land. Now, in their eyes, Lu Dongyue was simply the epitome of invincibility. Who cares about the proud sons of heaven? They should step aside for my senior brother. Lu Dongyue was speechless at this moment. Since the people from Taoist sacred land had also come, he invited the seniors from Taoist sacred land to witness today's competition. Li Hanzhou walked up, cupping his fist to the Supreme Master of Taoist and the Grand Elder, saying, I believe both of you heard the wager clearly just now. With the two of you here as witnesses, I'm not afraid of them playing tricks. The three sect masters couldn't help but feel a bit speechless upon hearing this. Are we afraid you'll cheat? Our disciples will take turns competing with the disciples of Changsheng Temple. If we lose, we'll give you the wager we just agreed upon. How about that? Liang Sheng stepped forward to say, Wait. Li Hanzhou waved his hand and said, You want your disciples to take turns competing with our Changsheng Temple disciples? You really have the nerve to say that. Li Hanzhou said irritably, We only have Lu Dongyue as a disciple who can fight. How could your disciples compete one after another? My disciple wouldn't stand a chance. He wouldn't even keep up physically. You can rest assured about this. Zhao Xingwu smiled and said, Our disciples are very measured. They will only go as far as necessary. Moreover, after each competition, my Zhao family will provide a recovery pill to help your disciple recover. Once he has recovered, we'll start the next competition. How about that? That's fine. Li Hanzhou walked over and extended his hand, handed over. Zhao Wuxing was taken aback. He didn't expect Li Hanzhou to ask for it right away. But thinking of Qiu Zong, Zhao Wuxing directly took out a bottle of recovery pills and handed it to Li Hanzhou. Great. Li Hanzhou turned back to Lu Dongyue on the stage and said, Perform well. Lu Dongyue was about to cry. Uncle Master, you're selling me a bottle of recovery pills? Wait. At that moment, an unexpected voice came. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was actually the Grand Elder of Taoist Sacred Land. The Grand Elder walked up, a bit red in the face, and said, Can our Taoist Sacred Land also participate in this competition? Taoist Sacred Land is participating? As soon as this was said, the faces of the other three sects changed. Lu Tianxing is also participating? Is there still any suspense in the outcome? At that time, Qiu Zong will definitely belong to Taoist Sacred Land. Who would dare to claim it? Sure, Li Hanzhou didn't mind. But the Grand Elder noticed the change in the expressions of the others and said, Our Taoist Sacred Land doesn't want your knife. We want an axe from your sacred land, the one your disciple brought back last time. Huff. Upon hearing this, the three families finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Taoist Sacred Land only wanted the Prajna axe. They felt at ease now. Axe. Li Hanzhou thought for a long time before finally remembering that Lu Dongyue indeed brought back an axe. But wasn't that a commemorative gift? Why would a commemorative gift need to be taken back? However, if they wanted it, so be it. It didn't matter. After all, that axe could only be used for chopping firewood in Changsheng Temple. Jiang Yishuan originally wanted to stop it, not wanting to offend Li Hanzhou, but thinking that the Prajna axe was still in the other party's hands, it would be good to get it back. So Jiang Yishuan said, in that case, our Taishian sacred land will also add something to the stakes. If our Taishian sacred land loses, we will give the Changshan Temple our Taishian Heart Sutra. Chapter 30. The side effects of the soul-collecting bell. As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Hanzhou, almost everyone present changed their expressions. The Taishian Heart Sutra. That is one of the top heart methods of the Taishian Holy Land. To use such a thing is a bet. But upon reflection, whether it is the Prajna axe or the autumn burial blade, they are both divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking and indeed worthy. By this calculation, the items they used as a bet were truly not impressive. Deal. At this moment, Li Hanzhou had an idea. His thinking was too limited. He only wanted his disciples to ascend and become stronger. Why should he limit them to cultivating the longevity methods of the Chongqing sect? Is it not the same to practice the martial arts of other sects? A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice. It's a good cat, right? If he could obtain the Taishian Heart Sutra and let them cultivate it, anyway, it was authorized by the Taishian Lord. So it couldn't be considered stealing. Those axes and knives were nothing compared to these good things. Tianxing, you must work hard later. The Grand Elder turned back and patted Lu Tianxing's shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. Grand Elder, Holy Lord, don't worry. At this moment, Lu Tianxing looked at Lu Dongyue with a fierce expression. This guy was the reason he was now in this state, and he would make him pay for it later. Although first, just then, a disciple from the Zhao family stepped onto the stage first. He glared at Lu Dongyue and said, Zhao Long from the Zhao family. I challenge you. Zhao Shidi, go for it. The Zhao family disciples cheered below. Zhao Wuxing looked at Zhao Long and nodded. Although Zhao Long was not the strongest among the Zhao family disciples, his sixth-grade cultivation was indeed stronger than Lu Dongyue's. Moreover, Zhao Long was well prepared. He could guarantee he would defeat Lu Dongyue before his clothes were completely absorbed. Lu Dongyue, come and die, Zhao Long shouted, his true energy surging, and he pulled out a long staff from behind, saying, I'm not afraid of your Seven Treasure Gourd today. Let us begin. The Grand Elder of the Tai, Xian Holy Land, also spoke up. Lu Dongyue looked at Zhao Long and knew that his opponent's strength was not something he could easily handle. So, he calmly took out the soul-collecting bell from behind. Huh, not the Seven Treasure Gourd? The soul-collecting bell? Upon seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Wasn't Lu Dongyue's spiritual treasure the Seven Treasure Gourd? When did it turn into the soul-collecting bell? I don't care what it is, Dai. Zhao Long roared, and the staff struck out like a snake, rushing toward Lu Dongyue with a gaping mouth. The momentum was fierce. The power of this strike was strong enough to create a sound as the air was compressed. The fierce wind came rushing in, and with just one move, Lu Dongyue knew he was no match. He quickly used the Yubu 9-star technique to evade Zhao Long's attack. Then the soul-collecting bell in his hand began to shake. Guard your mind. Cover your ears. Zhao Wuxing quickly shouted upon seeing this. The soul-collecting bell was a low-level spiritual treasure. As long as one covered their ears and couldn't hear the bell's sound, they wouldn't feel their soul being disturbed. Therefore, as long as they blocked the attack of the soul-collecting bell, there would be no problem. Ding-dong. The bell sound came, somewhat muffled. This made everyone present look at each other in confusion. Should the sound of the soul-collecting bell be like this? Lu Dongyue's soul-collecting bell did not target them. So for them, they could only hear the sound of the soul-collecting bell and would not sense their souls being attacked. Zhao Long also casually tossed the long staff in his hand and covered his ears. After all, the postnatal spiritual treasure could only be used 9 times. At most, he would cover his ears 9 times, not listening to the sound. Once Lu Dongyue's spiritual treasure was out of uses, he could easily defeat Lu Dongyue. Moreover, Lu Dongyue didn't even bring the 7 Treasure Gourd today. So what was there to be afraid of? After shaking the soul-collecting bell once, Lu Dongyue found that Zhao Long was completely unharmed. Zhao Long also lowered his hand, then grinned and said, Your soul-collecting bell is useless to me, Lu Dongyue. I want to see how many times your soul-collecting bell can be used. After saying this, Zhao Long slowly walked towards Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue's face turned pale with fear. This spiritual treasure was actually ineffective against him. Li Hanzhou frowned upon seeing this, not expecting the method to stop the soul-collecting bell to be so simple. Just covering the ears would do? Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, my Zhao family takes the lead. Zhao Wuxing laughed heartily, then looked at Liang Sheng and Ye Xingyu, saying, "It seems that the competition will still be between the three of us. Let us see who will finally possess this autumn burial. This autumn burial must belong to our Ba Dao sect. Do you think you are worthy?" Just as the three were about to quarrel, Zhao Long, who had taken a few steps, suddenly changed his expression. "Get out of the way." Zhao Long turned and ran towards the edge of the stage. Before everyone understood what was happening, Zhao Long had already jumped off the stage. There is no time. Zhao Long was about to cry, seeing a tree not far away. He ran under it and frantically tried to undo his pants. However, today he was wearing at least a dozen pairs of pants, and no matter how flustered he was, he couldn't get them undone. What is going on? Zhao Wuxing's face turned extremely ugly. The competition hadn't even finished, but Zhao Long had already left the stage, which meant the Zhao family lost. At that moment, a loud fart sounded, accompanied by a loud noise. Zhao Long, who had originally looked anxious, suddenly relaxed, and a look of relief appeared on his face, as if he felt incredibly comfortable. Along with that was the liquid seeping out from the dozen pairs of pants, accompanied by a foul smell. "What the hell, Zhao Long, did you just poop your pants?" a Zhao family disciple exclaimed. Seeing this, the others quickly retreated. After feeling comfortable, Zhao Long was also on the verge of tears. It was all because of him, his strange spiritual treasure. After shaking the soul-collecting bell, I felt unbearable abdominal pain. Couldn't hold it in and just... Zhao Long pointed at Lu Dongyue on the stage and shouted, "Me?" Lu Dongyue pointed at himself in astonishment. Then he looked at his soul-collecting bell. Could it be the effect of this soul-collecting bell? The other disciples looked at Lu Dongyue, their faces also changing. Previously, the Seven Treasure Gourd absorbed clothes, and this soul-collecting bell made people soil their pants. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Lu Dongyue, your spiritual treasure is too filthy. Zhao Xian from the Zhao family couldn't help but curse. Exactly, it's too dirty. The crowd's accusations made Lu Dongyue feel almost wronged to death. This spiritual treasure was refined by my master uncle. Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou, who seemed to be unconcerned, chatting with Yin Qianzhong and Xiao Shiming beside him. Did you two see that? When you grow up, don't learn from that, brother. Pooping your pants is unhygienic. Got it. Chapter 31. I want to fight for. At this moment, the disciples of the three sects looked at Zhao Long with fear in their eyes. They had just overcome the embarrassment of being stripped down, and now they had to face the fear of having their pants filled with excrement. Each of them had worn at least 10 pairs of pants today, and after being affected by that soul-capturing bell, they wouldn't have time to take off their pants. Were they supposed to go up against Lu Dongyue bare-bottomed? In an instant, all fighting spirit vanished. Whoever wants to go ahead, I won't. Or else this will be embarrassing if it gets out later. Sensing the disciples' emotions, the three sect leaders also felt that the situation was becoming dire. If they retreated without a fight, wouldn't that mean they lost? Not only would they not get the autumn burial, but they would also have to compensate for their treasures. Masterly, at this moment, Zhao Wuxing stepped onto the stage, anger evident on his face as he said, "I think we should add a rule. No use of spiritual treasures." Hearing this, Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. No use of spiritual treasures? If the Zhao clan encounters enemies outside in the future, will they demand that the enemies also not use spiritual treasures? Just look at whether they would listen to you. Martial arts competitions are like this. There are no initial regulations on what techniques or spiritual treasures to use. What's wrong? Can't the Zhao clan afford to lose? Li Hanzhou said, somewhat sarcastically. He then turned to Yin Qianzhe and Shi Ming, saying, "Uncle Master tells you, be an honest and trustworthy person in the future, and never go back on your word, as it will make people dislike you." The two little ones nodded vigorously. This made Zhao Wuxing's face darken immediately. Ahem. At this moment, Ye Xingyu also stepped up and said, "Masterly, we came here today to spar about the martial arts of the Chongqing view. If we constantly use spiritual treasures, how can our disciples appreciate the demeanor of the disciples of the Chongqing view? So I also propose, why not use spiritual treasures and let them spar with their own skills? Yes, we've never seen the martial arts of the Chongqing view, only your strange spiritual treasures. How can our disciples gain insight?" Liang Sheng quickly added, "Gain insight?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "Isn't my spiritual treasure enough for you to gain insight? Forget it. Forget it. Let's not say that the Chongqing view is bullying you. Li Hanzhou extended his hand to Zhao Wuxing. What? Zhao Wuxing looked at Li Hanzhou in surprise. The meridian opening pill, Li Hanzhou said in astonishment. This match is already lost for your Zhao family. Do you intend to go back on your word? From now on, we'll not use spiritual treasures, but you can't deny this match, right? All right, I'll give it. Zhao Wuxing gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of meridian opening pills. Handing it to Li Hanzhou, Li Hanzhou grinned and accepted the pills. Dongyue, no need for the soul-capturing bell anymore. Teach them a lesson, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Uncle Master, Lu Dongyue was somewhat panicked. Without spiritual treasures, would he have to rely on divine power pills? Are these pills really effective? He had taken the pills before going on stage, but he couldn't feel any effect at all. It was like eating a dough ball. By the way, Zhao clan leader, if your Zhao family wants to participate again, you need to bring out something new. Otherwise, don't compete. Li Hanzhou glanced at Zhao Wuxing. Bring it. Zhao Wuxing's teeth were nearly crumbling, and then he took out a wooden box from his storage bag. Upon opening the box, there was a somewhat yellowed herb inside. Ancient wind-settling herb. Seeing this, Liang Sheng and Nie Xingyu exclaimed in surprise. The Zhao clan even took out such a hidden treasure. Even the elder of the Taishan Holy Land was somewhat moved. That is the ancient wind-settling herb, a rare treasure that the Zhao clan has never been willing to use. Unexpectedly, they brought it out as a stake. Master Li, this is the ancient wind-settling herb. Using this as a stake should be enough, right? Zhao Wuxing stared intensely at Li Hanzhou. Although Li Hanzhou didn't know what the ancient wind-settling herb was, he could tell from their expressions that it must be a treasure. So he nodded and said, All right, then let your Zhao family participate one more time. I'll go first. This time, the chief disciple of the Bad Knife sect, Su Hong, was about to step onto the stage with his big knife. Wait, let me go first. I want to give this little punk a good beating. At this moment, Shun Zhong of the Yu Mountain sect was also itching for a fight. My Zhao family has already lost one match. This time, it should be our turn to regain our honor. You two wait to go on. Zhao Xian, shaking the folding fan in his hand, walked up. I'll go first. You Zhao family have already competed once. Why should it still be your turn? The three families argued over who should go up first. Just then, Lu Dongyue took a deep breath and shouted, Stop wasting time there. All of you come up together, and I'll take care of you all at once. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lu Dongyue wants to take on three? Is he crazy? Could it be that he can't beat any of them one-on-one and wants to take them all on at once? You're seeking death. Arrogant. Daring to underestimate me. Su Hong, Shun Zhong and Zhao Xian were all filled with rage and jumped onto the stage. Did you hear? It was Lu Dongyue who said to let us all come together. Su Hong shouted loudly. Wait. Just as the three were about to step forward, Lu Dongyue suddenly called out to stop them. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Xian sneered. Lu Dongyue ignored Zhao Xian and just counted. 1, 2, 3. After counting, Lu Dongyue's gaze turned to Lu Tianxing of the Taishan Holy Land, pointing at him and saying, Aren't you also here to challenge? Don't hide behind like a turtle. Come up too. I'll take you all on. With this statement, the entire venue was shocked. Even Jiang Yishuan and the elder of the Taishan Holy Land were moved. Is this kid really crazy? He, a 5th-grade martial artist, wants to challenge 4? Lu Tianxing is a 9th-grade cultivator. Where did he get the courage? I disdain to let others bully you alongside me. Lu Tianxing snorted coldly, refusing to go on stage. 4 against 1, what's the big deal? Are you afraid? Lost your guts? Chicken out? Come on, come on. Lu Dongyue taunted Lu Tianxing. Damn it, just wait. I'll smash you today. Lu Tianxing was furious. He originally looked down on Lu Dongyue, thinking that without spiritual treasures, Lu Dongyue was worthless. But he never expected this worthless person to provoke him like this. Today, he would let him know how terrifying his anger could be. With that, Lu Tianxing stepped forward and arrived at the stage, standing in front of the three. The great sect disciples must be in the C position. Chapter 32. The terrifying strength Lu Dongyue. Today, I won't let you off easily. As Lu Tianxing extended his hand, a battle axe appeared in his grip. And with a surge of true energy, his 9th-grade cultivation level was fully revealed. Su Hong, Zhao Xian, and Shun Zhong, standing behind him, were immediately pushed back a few steps by Lu Tianxing's true energy. Although the three were also talented disciples from their respective sects, they were still far inferior to Lu Tianxing. Feeling Lu Tianxing's true energy, the disciples from other sects were also shocked. Is this what a genius is like? However, facing the overwhelmingly powerful Lu Tianxing, Lu Dongyue remained unmoved. At that moment, Lu Dongyue felt a strange sensation. The four people standing before him seemed incredibly insignificant. Lu Tianxing's ninth-grade cultivation and his so-called overwhelming true energy felt fragile in Lu Dongyue's eyes. How marvelous! Lu Dongyue had never felt so strong before. At this moment, he felt terrifyingly powerful, as if he would dare to kick the Supreme Lord of Taoist if he came. Get down on your knees. Lu Tianxing stepped forward, swinging his battle axe down with a force akin to splitting mountains. Boom! The momentum was astonishing. Even the Supreme Lord of Taoist's expression changed at this scene. Lu Tianxing was being too ruthless, right? If he was just teaching Lu Dongyue a lesson, that would be one thing. But if he killed Lu Dongyue, wouldn't Li Hanzhou go berserk? He had the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus in hand. He had even killed Zhao Qinxiu, and now that he was still severely injured. If Li Hanzhou really went on a killing spree, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Once Lu Tianxing made his move, Lu Dongyue was bound to lose. Just a mere 5th-grade cultivator daring to challenge for people. He must be tired of living. Just moments ago, he had provoked Lu Tianxing, who had been holding back his anger last time. This time, he would definitely cripple him. The crowd below was buzzing with discussions. Second senior brother, Yin Qianzhe and Shiming were very worried. They could all feel the terror of this axe. The axe's light shattered the ground, and the stones beneath Lu Dongyue's feet cracked. However, Lu Dongyue did not flinch or evade. There was a mysterious determination in his eyes. Boom! As the axe came down, Lu Tianxing was also taken aback. Lu Dongyue actually didn't dodge. He had intended to hold back a bit of strength since he didn't really want to kill anyone. But before he could restrain himself, Lu Dongyue raised his hand and grabbed the axe blade. No matter how powerful the axe was or how rich the true energy above it was, at this moment, it was completely suppressed in Lu Dongyue's grasp. Lu Dongyue's 5 fingers clutched the axe blade tightly, and he squeezed with all his might. Lu Tianxing's true energy shattered. The axe light also instantly collapsed. What? Lu Tianxing's jaw nearly dropped. Bang! 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 The sect leaders of the 4 sects all stood up, even knocking their chairs over, staring in disbelief at the scene. How is this possible? Lu Tianxing was a 9th-grade cultivator, having practiced the pan axe skill to the 4th level. And that axe was actually caught by that kid with a single grab. He didn't even move. How could this be? That kid is only a 5th-grade cultivator. The elder of the Taoist sacred land was at a loss for words. The Supreme Lord of Taoist, Jiang Yishuan, was also baffled. He truly couldn't understand it. No matter how you looked at it, Lu Dongyue was just at the 5th-grade level. There were certainly geniuses in this world who could challenge higher levels, but a 5th grade facing a 6th grade was not uncommon, and a 7th grade was still within reason. But facing a 9th grade and crushing the opponent's true energy with just one hand, what kind of operation was this? At this moment, Jiang Yishuan looked at the calm-faced Li Hanzhou, and his heart surged with waves of astonishment. He believed that Lu Dongyue could not have done this on his own. There must be Li Hanzhou's influence behind it. This person is truly mysterious. He possesses so many hidden methods. Shen Zongyao and the others were also stunned. They had thought Lu Dongyue would be defeated instantly, yet he had now caught Lu Tianxing's attack with one hand. I don't believe it. Lu Tianxing was furious. He was the pride of heaven, the future holy son of the Tai-Xian sacred land, a genius who had practiced the 4th level of the pan axe skill. How could he be blocked by a 5th grade waste? Boom! 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 Lu Tianxing no longer held back, attacking frantically, unleashing the pan axe skill to its fullest. Each axe strike came down with the momentum of splitting mountains and rocks. However, Lu Dongyue remained unfazed, not even retreating. He raised his hand and lightly slapped down a few times, effortlessly neutralizing all of Lu Tianxing's moves. The spectators were left dumbfounded. It was like playing with a child. Let us all attack together. Seeing this, Shen Zongyao and the others joined the battle, turning it into a true 4-on-1. The Blade Dominator's blade techniques were fierce and grand, powerful beyond compare. Zhao Xian's movements were ethereal, and the folding fan in his hand seemed capable of cutting through everything. The wind sharp as a blade, lurking like a ghost. Shun Zhongyao's mountain shaking palm was also filled with surging waves of energy, as if each palm could break mountains and rivers. Yet, despite the four geniuses teaming up against Lu Dongyue, he was entirely unafraid, as if the four of them were mere ants in front of him. Bang! With a few muffled sounds, Lu Dongyue sent all four of them flying with just a few slaps. They landed uniformly outside the arena. At the moment they fell, they still could not believe they had lost. Lost. Zhao Wuxing felt darkness before his eyes, almost fainting. The elder of the Taoist sacred land also wore an expression of disbelief. He stepped forward onto the stage and directly grabbed Lu Dongyue's arm. Lu Dongyue was startled. However, the elder did not harm Lu Dongyue. He merely sensed him for a moment and then looked at Lu Dongyue with a ghostly expression. He really was only at the 5th grade level. Everyone, Li Hanzhou chuckled. Stepping onto the stage, the sparring is over. Your disciples have all been defeated. Since that's the case, the things you promised earlier, with the Supreme Lord of Taoist here, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Or if you're still unconvinced, you can hand over the items and bring out other stakes, and we can continue to compete. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Liang Sheng and the others exchanged glances. What was there to compare at this point? Lu Dongyue was overwhelmingly strong. Even Lu Tianxing was no match for him. Letting their disciples go up again would be pointless. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Liang Sheng took out a large knife. Although this knife was not among the divine weapons, it was still a treasure obtained from the divine weapon valley, with extraordinary power. Liang Sheng looked at the knife in his arms with reluctance. Just as he was about to say something further, Li Hanzhou directly took the knife from him. Give it here. No need to be polite. I will take good care of it. Li Hanzhou looked at the large knife with joy. It was quite nice. The moment Li Hanzhou picked up the knife, the expressions of the three others also changed slightly. This Li Hanzhou was indeed not an ordinary person. Zhao Wuxing spoke solemnly. Nieshingyu nodded as well. The blade of the Blade Dominators is forged from dark treasure iron and weighs over 1,000 pounds. Li Hanzhou lifted it effortlessly. It seems he is not without true energy, but his cultivation is too high for us to see. Chapter 33, The Rise of the Sect, depends on you so. Does that mean the autumn burial knife was really taken by him after killing Zhao Qinqiu? At this moment, Liang Sheng from the Badao sect felt a chill down his spine. He had originally thought that with the people from the Tai Xian Holy Land here today, it would be bad for him to go back on his word. However, after the Tai Xian Holy Land members left, he planned to find a way to sneak into the Chongsheng View in a few days to reclaim his Badao. At worst, he would just cover his face. With a non-combatant like Li Hanzhou and a few junior disciples here, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if he killed everyone in the Chongsheng View, there would be no obstacles. But now, thinking back to his earlier thoughts, Liang Sheng felt cold sweat running down his back. Fortunately, he discovered Li Hanzhou's hidden strength. Otherwise, if he really went, he feared he wouldn't even know how he died. Zhao Qinqiu was a celestial realm expert, a half-step into immortality with extraordinary strength. Even he fell at Li Hanzhou's hands. With his own meager strength, he wouldn't even be able to serve as a snack for Li Hanzhou, right? At this moment, Zhao Wuxing also wasted no time and obediently handed over his ancient phone grass. Nieshingyu also immediately gave Li Hanzhou the manual for the mountain shaking palm. The Taoist Holy Land is powerful and wouldn't go back on their word, right? Li Hanzhou looked at the Grand Elder of Taoist Holy Land and Jiang Yishuan. He wasn't worried about the three sects not giving their items. He was worried that the Taoist Holy Land might not cooperate. After all, the Taoist Holy Land is such a large place with strong experts everywhere. If they really decided not to give and want to go back on their word, Li Hanzhou truly had no way to counter it. Our Taoist Holy Land is certainly not a place without credit. Jiang Yishuan stood up and took out the Taoist Heart Sutra from his storage bag. Then, thank you very much, Holy Master. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. This was a good item, the advanced mental cultivation method of the Taoist Holy Land. This was not something that the mountain shaking palm from the Yu Mountain sect could compare to. This heart method was coveted even by the leaders of the three sects. Such an advanced heart method could be cultivated to a very high level, completely beyond what their sect's mental methods could compare to. Then thank you, Brother Jiang. Li Hanzhou felt that the Taoist Holy Master was quite easy to talk to. Holy Master, I have disappointed you. Lu Tianxing walked over and directly knelt in front of the Taoist Holy Master. At this moment, Lu Tianxing's Tao heart was somewhat shattered. He never expected to repeatedly fall into the hands of Lu Dongyue. Get up. Jiang Yishuan didn't make it hard for Lu Tianxing. He knew that Lu Dongyue must have had Li Hanzhou's assistance behind him. Otherwise, Lu Dongyue wouldn't have such strong strength. With such a strong expert helping, Lu Tianxing couldn't possibly win. Since they had lost, the people from the three sects didn't want to stay here any longer. Li Hanzhou's feigned invitation for them to stay for dinner only made the sect leaders want to leave even more quickly. It was as if he was saying, if you dare stay for dinner, I'll kill you. It was better not to provoke this bad luck. The Taoist Holy Land also left subsequently. The Grand Elder of Taoist Holy Land saw, shimming from a distance, chopping wood with the Prajna axe, feeling heartbroken but unable to take him away. Finally, as Jiang Yishuan was leaving, he invited Li Hanzhou to visit the Taoist Holy Land when he had time. Li Hanzhou agreed, but he also knew this was just a formality. He had no business going to the Taoist Holy Land. Once everyone had left and the sun had set, Li Hanzhou felt tired after a day of turmoil. However, today was truly a fruitful day. Master Uncle, Lu Dongyue walked up, his face full of excitement. I can't believe I actually won today. It's incredible. However, at this moment, Li Hanzhou was circling around Lu Dongyue, stroking his chin and looking at him closely, not revealing what he was thinking. Master Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Dongyue's previously excited emotion cooled under Li Hanzhou's gaze, and he felt that Li Hanzhou was plotting something bad. Dongyue, you performed very well today. Master Uncle will stew some braised pork for you tonight, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Huh? Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Master Uncle, I won against the Yu Mountain sect, the Zhao family, the Badao sect, and even the Taoist Holy Land. I brought you the Taoist Heart Sutra, the ancient phone grass, and other good things, and you're only giving me a bowl of braised pork? Oh, you know our Chongqing view is in a very poor situation, Li Hanzhou sighed. Now it's finally showing signs of rising. Everything I've won is, of course, to enrich the sect. The stronger our Chongqing view becomes, the more disciples we can attract, and we can become a powerful sect, living up to our ancestors' expectations. In the future, you, Lu Dongyue, will be recorded in history. This significance is far more important than any reward, isn't it? Listening to Li Hanzhou's earnest words, Lu Dongyue felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. So he numbly nodded. Therefore, Master Uncle is also working hard for the sect. These things aren't for you. They're for the sect. Don't you want our Chongqing view to restore its former glory? With the Grand Master gone, you are now the highest-ranking disciple in Chongqing view. You can't expect little Shimming and little Qianzizu to bear this heavy responsibility, can you? Li Hanzhou continued to persuade him. For the rise of the sect, I am willing, Lu Dongyue said gravely at this moment. Good, since that's the case, our Chongqing view declares war on the world. From today onwards, we will challenge disciples from all sections. Anyone can come and challenge us, in groups of 4, but they must bring corresponding treasures. If our Chongqing view loses, I will give him that knife. Lianzhou Grinat. But don't worry, it will only be limited to disciples of the 9th rank or below. Your divine power pill is indeed powerful, but it only works on those below transcendence. Master Uncle won't let you take risks. Huh? Lu Dongyue was dumbfounded after hearing this. Is this asking me to compete? That's settled then. You should rest. There's a long way to go, so no need to rush. Here, take this Taoist Heart Sutra and practice it. See if you can master it. Li Hanzhou handed the Taoist Heart Sutra to Lu Dongyue and then turned to leave, leaving Lu Dongyue alone, confused in the wind. The martial world is a place where no secret can be kept forever. Anything will spread in a mysterious way throughout the martial world. The news of the disciples from the Zhao family, Badao sect, Yu Mountain sect, and Taoist Holy Land returning defeated after challenging the Chongqing view quickly spread. In no time, the name Chongqing view appeared in everyone's sight. Additionally, the autumn burial knife also became a topic of discussion among the crowd. When the Tang sect learned of the news, the sect master Tang Zhu couldn't help but be stunned. If the autumn burial knife was in the hands of this person, namely Hanzhou, did that mean the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus was also very likely in his possession? The emperor wanted to help Li Hanzhou cover up, but unexpectedly, Li Hanzhou exposed himself instead. Chapter 34. Secrets of the Innate Spiritual Treasures. Is this a divine weapon from the divine weapon list? At this moment, Li Hanzhou listened to Yin Qianzhe's and was somewhat surprised. He had only known that this was a good sword, but he had no idea it was a weapon on the divine weapon list. No wonder the people from the three sects went to such great lengths to get it. My master usually only knows how to gamble and drink and doesn't care about anything else. We have a divine weapon list in our library, and we can look at it any time, but I haven't seen it myself. I just heard them mention that this sword is called Autumn Burial, and then I remembered it should be a weapon on the divine weapon list. Yin Qianzhe said to Li Hanzhou. That's troublesome. Li Hanzhou frowned. This sword has such a significant background. A common man has no fault, but is guilty of possessing a treasure. If this thing stays in my hands, won't it just bring me trouble? There might be many people wanting to seize the sword. It seems our Changshan temple needs to rise quickly. Lianzhou siga sufli. Only with strong power or a powerful background can one protect their possessions. Otherwise, why did Xie Sun run all the way to Siberia, but the Central Plains martial world still pursued him relentlessly, while the heaven-defying sword was stuck in the true martial hall, and no one dared to snatch it? It's all about strength. To completely unlock the power seal of Changshan Temple, I can only break the dead burial feng shui formation and find the location of the dead hole. However, apart from myself accidentally opening the dead hole of Changshan Temple, I have no idea where the other dead holes are. Although I can derive a general location from the map using feng shui, I can't break free right now. This is not something that can be resolved in a day or two. Even if I find a general location, determining an accurate coordinate will take a lot of time. Damn it, where did my senior brother run off to? At this moment, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but think of his missing senior brother. Should I derive something? With this thought, Li Hanzhou attempted to calculate. What puzzled Li Hanzhou was that no matter how he calculated, it was all void. How strange. Li Hanzhou calculated a few more times, and it was still void. It was as if this person did not exist in the world at all. It could even be said that his senior brother, the true master of Changshan Temple, never existed. How could this be? Both the memories of the original owner and the disciples of Changshan Temple contained this person. How strange. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but walk into the main hall of Changshan Temple. Looking at the statue of the ancestor in the hall, Li Hanzhou sighed deeply, waved his hand, and the hall's door closed. Li Hanzhou sat down, quietly gazing at the statue of the old Taoist. After a long while, he finally spoke. What exactly do you want me to do by bringing me here? You don't expect me to break this dead burial feng shui formation, do you? You left me with this mess and didn't even leave anything useful to help me, making my current situation so difficult. I know you want to uphold the orthodox way of the Tao, but you can see the current situation. The spiritual energy hasn't opened up, and the feng shui formation is not that easy to break. Changshan Temple still needs to be maintained, so I can only take an alternative path. I hope you, old man, don't blame me for acting recklessly in the afterlife. I'll give you a heads up if I get the chance to see you again. Don't nitpick at my faults, as my abilities are limited. After speaking, Li Hanzhou stood up, offered 3 sticks of incense to the ancestor, and then left the main hall of Changshan Temple. The next day, Li Hanzhou assigned a task to Yin Qianzhe and Xiao Shiming, which was to go to Baiyun City and distribute flyers. They were to spread the word about Changshan Temple's betting challenge, inviting those who wanted to challenge the disciples of Changshan Temple for the Autumn Burial Sword to bring their betting capital to accept the challenge. However, they would only accept teams of 4. Xiao Shiming and Yin Qianzhe were thrilled to finally be able to go down the mountain to the city, and Li Hanzhou even gave each of them 2 taels of silver to spend freely, so they were naturally delighted and rushed off. Li Hanzhou wasn't too worried. The public order in Baiyun City was quite good, and moreover, while Xiao Shiming and Yin Qianzhe were still young, they had some cultivation. Generally, petty thieves wouldn't even catch their eye. After the 2 little ones went out to busy themselves, Li Hanzhou directly entered the library. He realized that if he didn't understand this world better, many things would easily lead to losses. Therefore, he decided to seriously read more books, as he might find clues about the dead burial feng shui formation from them. Li Hanzhou first found the divine weapon list and began to examine it carefully. To his surprise, when he saw that autumn burial was actually ranked 32nd on the divine weapon list, he was shocked. This ranking was already quite high. Hey, this axe looks a bit familiar. Li Hanzhou frowned as he looked at the 43rd ranked Prajna axe. After looking at it from different angles, he felt it resembled the axe used by Changshan Temple for chopping firewood. Could it be? Li Hanzhou was somewhat astonished. Didn't that kid Lu Dongyue say it was a consolation prize from the Taoist sacred ground? Damn, this little brat tricked me. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but curse. No wonder the elder from the Taoist sacred ground bet the Taoist Heart Sutra for that axe. It turned out this kid brought back a divine weapon from the Taoist sacred ground. After finishing the divine weapon list, Li Hanzhou also looked at the spiritual treasure list. Spiritual treasure list? Li Hanzhou curiously opened it. Spiritual treasures were divided into innate spiritual treasures and acquired spiritual treasures. The ones made by spiritual treasure masters were all acquired spiritual treasures. Innate spiritual treasures were born from heaven and earth and were extremely rare and precious. There weren't many innate spiritual treasures, each one being particularly rare. Some innate spiritual treasures were hidden in places of absolute danger, where survival was nearly impossible. Some innate spiritual treasures even appeared with the birth of certain individuals. However, once an innate spiritual treasure recognizes its master, it binds with their soul, and forcibly severing the relationship will cause severe damage to the soul. Rank first is the Changshan grass. It allows one to attain immortality, living as long as the heavens. With an uncertain origin, is it really something that grants immortality? Li Hanzhou was quite surprised. Such a treasure would surely cause countless people to fight over it. Who wouldn't want to live forever? The more he looked, the more astonished Li Hanzhou became. Innate spiritual treasures were indeed so miraculous. After reading the spiritual treasure list, Li Hanzhou then looked at some Taoist secret techniques left by Changshan Temple. He completely lost track of time, finding the materials here quite captivating. However, what Li Hanzhou didn't know was that due to his flyers, an enormous wave was stirring in the martial world outside. Lidongjiu, the first under the realm of transcendence from Changshan Temple, waiting for all the young talents to challenge. These two sentences on Li Hanzhou's flyer offended the entire young generation of the martial world. Chapter 35. Various challengers. The world is vast, and there are exceptional talents everywhere. Which sect does not have outstanding individuals? Who among the young has not been proud? Yet, this flyer from Li Hanzhou challenges their pride. The first person under transcendence? How incredibly arrogant to think that defeating Lu Tianxing of the Taoist sect gives one the right to claim such a title. Little do they know, there are always greater talents beyond. Ridiculous. Short-sighted. They probably have never seen a true genius. In an instant, after learning of this news, the talented disciples from reputable sects in the martial world were filled with indignation. Have you heard? The Heartless Fairy from the Heartless Valley has gone to Baiyun City, claiming she wants to teach that arrogant disciple of Changshan Temple a lesson. What? The Heartless Fairy has come? It is said that she entered the 9th rank at the age of 10, making her one of the top geniuses of Dongyan Prefecture. She practices the Heartless Valley's Song of Forgetfulness and possesses extraordinary strength, rumored to have already reached the Transcendence realm but has not yet broken through to accumulate her power. Who would have thought that the Heartless Fairy would step out for someone like this? It said she looks like a celestial being. I wonder if I will have the fortune to see her beauty. In the tavern, such news was everywhere. Not only the Heartless Fairy, but also the Tang sect's young trio, the Tang Three Heroes, were said to be heading to Baiyun City. The Tang sect is coming too, and the direct disciple of that person from Shunfeng Mountain has also arrived. At this moment, someone whispered, it is said that this disciple came down the mountain specifically to claim the title of the first under transcendence. Shunfeng Mountain? The direct disciple of the Azure Sword, Immortal Luo Genie? Wow, this is going to be exciting. It seemed that the arrival of these individuals had made Baiyun City exceptionally lively. Even merchants from other regions had come to do business, and many disciples from various sects filled the inns. The city lord of Baiyun, Yi Qingbei, did not expect that Li Hanzhou's flyer would cause such a stir. Even disciples from the Shangqing sect had arrived. Sister Yi, your Baiyun City is truly bustling, a few disciples from the Shangqing sect remarked as they walked down the street. The leading young man, smiling and observing his surroundings with interest. It hasn't been this lively before. It's all because of the matters concerning Changshan Temple, isn't it? Yi Xing, replied. How much do you know about Changshan Temple, Sister Yi? Another woman asked. I've never heard of such a place before. A small Changshan temple produced someone like Lu Dongyue, who dares to claim the title of the first under transcendence. I'm quite curious to see what kind of extraordinary talent he is. Well, I can't really say. Yi Xing found it hard to explain, as she had met Lu Dongyue and did not find anything remarkable about him. She also did not understand what Li Hanzhou was trying to accomplish with this. Since returning to Shangqing sect last time, she had informed her master about Li Hanzhou, and the Shangqing sect was surprised by his emergence, but did not pay too much attention, as it was normal to have a few hidden masters in such a vast martial world. However, to be able to defeat Lu Tianxing of the Taishan Sacred Ground is quite a feat. It is said that Lu Tianxing is also a genius, having already cultivated the pan-axe technique to the 4th level at such a young age. But the Heartless Fairy and others coming this time are not weaker than Lu Tianxing. I am very curious indeed, her senior sister from Shangqing sect said with a smile. In the Changshan Temple, Master Uncle. Master Uncle. Hearing Shi Ming's voice from outside, Li Hanzhou put down his book and walked out. What is the matter? He asked, looking at Shi Ming, who was panting heavily. Someone has come to challenge. Shi Ming hurriedly said. Someone wants to challenge senior brother Lu Dongyue and claims they will win back the Qiuzong. Business is coming our way? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. It seemed the flyer was effective. He quickly went to the side hall and saw a middle-aged man sitting there with several disciples, waiting for him. The middle-aged man had a steady aura, and his physique exuded a strong, oppressive force. He seemed to be a powerful body cultivator. Apologies for not welcoming you, Li Hanzhou said respectfully. I am Yin Shengtian from the Yin family of Yinwang City. The middle-aged man stood up and bowed, before Li Hanzhou could exchange pleasantries. Yin Shengtian spoke. I have brought my Yin family disciples to challenge your temple's Lu Dongyue. I heard he claims to be the first under transcendence and is willing to take on 4 opponents. We Yin family are not overestimating ourselves. We want to give it a try. I heard that if we win against your Changshan temple's disciple, we can take the Qiuzong knife. Is that true? The knife is right here. Li Hanzhou directly took out the Qiuzong. The chilling aura made Yin Shengtian's eyes brighten. But you also need to put forth a comparable wager, Li Hanzhou said, staring at Yin Shengtian. Our Yin family has nothing else. The most valuable is our body cultivation technique. Yin Shengtian took out a book. This is our Yin family's body cultivation martial art. 9 apertures golden body, cultivated to the extreme. It can make one impervious to blades and spears. What do you think? Not quite enough, Li Hanzhou said nonchalantly. Recently, he had been reading, and he was no longer the clueless Li Hanzhou. He said deliberately, no matter how strong your Yin family's 9 apertures golden body is, can compare to the Buddha's golden bell. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengtian's expression changed. That naturally cannot compare. Then Yin Shengtian was still thinking about what else he could wager. Brother Yin, Li Hanzhou waved his hand. How about this? If we win, let me read books in your family's library for 3 months. What do you say? This. Yin Shengtian hesitated upon hearing this. I don't read martial arts, Li Hanzhou added. Deal. Since Li Hanzhou did not read martial arts, there was nothing more to discuss. All right, let us begin, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. At that moment, Yin Qinjuan rushed in from outside. Master Uncle, many people have come outside the mountain gate. They heard that the Yin family from Yinhuang City is here and all want to come in to watch the competition. Want to come in to watch the excitement. Li Hanzhou immediately understood their intentions. Refuse them. Just say we're not entertaining guests today. Lianzhou instructa. Yunqianzun. Okay, Master Uncle. In the evening, some martial artists guarding the entrance of Changshan Temple finally saw the Yin family members coming out of the temple. However, each of them looked like a frostbitten eggplant. These usually proud disciples of the Yin family all displayed expressions of defeat. Chapter 36, Why Can't You Do Anything? What happened? Seeing the people from the Yin family come out, many martial artists who wanted to watch the excitement but couldn't get in gathered around to ask. Faced with these curious martial artists, Yin Shengtian hesitated to speak. Ultimately, just managing a bitter smile and waving his hand to say 4 words. There are heavens beyond heavens. After saying this, he left with the disciples of the Yin family. It seemed that the Yin family disciples had been defeated. The Yin family was known for their external skills, yet all 4 of their disciples together couldn't defeat Lu Dongyue. These 4 disciples were all at the 9th rank. Together, they should be able to give even a transcendent realm practitioner a headache. An elderly man said in disbelief, I'm really curious. I want to see the match that just happened, but the Changshan Temple actually doesn't allow entry. Other martial artists complained. Lu Dongyue, who could be called the best under the transcendent realm, truly had some skills. Others also exclaimed in surprise. However, the Changshan Temple belonged to the Taoist sect, which had declined for hundreds of years. Could it be that the Taoist sect is about to rise again in this lifetime? Some speculated. At this moment, in the Changshan Temple, Lu Dongyue was somewhat nervously looking at Li Hanzhou in front of him. According to the previous routine, after taking the divine power pill refined by Li Hanzhou, Lu Dongyue would challenge 4 opponents. Although they were all 9th rank, Lu Dongyue remained fearless and easily won. Li Hanzhou had also obtained the 9 orifices golden body. However, standing in front of Li Hanzhou now, Lu Dongyue noticed that Li Hanzhou didn't seem very happy. Master Uncle, what's wrong? Lu Dongyue asked anxiously. How's the Taoist Heart Sutra coming along? Li Hanzhou inquired. I've tried practicing it. The Taoist Heart Sutra is indeed a top-level heart method from the Taoist sacred land. It's very powerful. I've already reached the 1st layer, and my cultivation is about to break through to the 6th rank, Lu Dongyue replied, feeling a bit excited. Oh, Li Hanzhou blinked and then asked. True Qi also has quality distinctions. The Taoist Qi cultivated from the Taoist Heart Sutra is considered a superior type of true Qi. You could try using it to stimulate the martial arts of our Changshan Temple and see if it works. Using Taoist Qi to perform our Changshan Temple's martial arts? Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's words, Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up, not expecting it could be done this way. The martial arts of the Changshan Temple were all Taoist secret techniques that could only reach their maximum effectiveness when stimulated by spiritual power. However, since the spiritual power of heaven and earth had been sealed, the Taoist sect could only shift from cultivating spiritual power to cultivating true Qi. Unfortunately, heart methods like the North Emperor's Secret were only suitable for cultivating spiritual power, and once converted to true Qi cultivation, such profound heart methods were reduced to 3rd-rate techniques. The Taoist sect's secret techniques had been lost over generations, and no one knew how to use them. The ancestors of the Taoist sect had once considered seeking profound martial arts, internal methods, to replace spiritual power methods like the North Emperor's Secret. But the Taoist sect had declined. Lacking money and power, how could they find effective heart methods? At that time, even with 1 or 2 remaining experts in the Taoist sect, they wouldn't easily take action with their meager spiritual power reserves. Moreover, they had heard that they were to replace the Taoist traditions with ordinary, true Qi methods, and they had long been enraged. How could they possibly take action to acquire techniques from other sects? Wasn't that betraying their master and ancestors? It was only in Li Hanzhou's generation, after pondering for several days, that he wanted to give it a try. After all, the Taoist sect had already fallen to this extent. Li Hanzhou didn't have that many bottom lines. Since the old Taoist had handed this mess to him, he would just let him mess around with it. Currently, the dead burial feng shui setup wouldn't be resolved so quickly. If he wanted his disciples to become powerful, they could only cultivate heart methods from other sections. There was nothing shameful about it. Then, Master Uncle, I'll give it a try. Lu Dongyue took a step back and took a deep breath. True Qi began to circulate within him. As Lu Dongyue's true Qi circulated, a golden light suddenly appeared around him. The golden light was filled with dense Taoist inscriptions, directly enveloping Lu Dongyue, shining brilliantly as if it were unbreakable. The Taoist golden light spell? Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. This was a defensive technique within the Taoist sect. The golden light spell protects the body, impervious to blades and fire. When cultivated to a high level, it could even rebound and kill enemies, condensing sword intent. Let me try. Li Hanzhou moved his hand, and a stone on the ground flew directly into his hand. Bang! With a flick of his finger, the stone instantly flew out and crashed into Lu Dongyue's golden light spell. With a dull sound, Lu Donyue's golden light spell shattered instantly, and he staggered back several steps, almost spitting out blood. Just the residual force nearly injured his internal organs. Lu Donyue looked at Li Hanzhou in astonishment, his heart swirling with disbelief. How is this possible? When did Master Uncle become so powerful? Your golden light spell isn't that great either. I casually threw a stone, and it broke, Li Hanzhou said, somewhat disappointed. Master Uncle, could it be that you're too strong? Lu Donyue was on the verge of tears. I felt that the golden light spell I just unleashed was already very strong. Several times stronger than the one I released before. It seems the Taishan Heart Sutra really is useful. Oh, is that so? Li Hanzhou said awkwardly. Then show me another move. I can't do it anymore, Lu Donyue said truthfully. What do you mean you can't do it anymore? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. You can't do other Changsheng temple martial arts either? Ah, I can't. Lu Donyue scratched his head. What about the Tai E Divine Elephant technique? Can't do it. What about the Great Dragon Soul Hand? Can't do it. You can at least draw a talisman, right? Can't do it. All these years. Have you just been eating at the Changsheng temple? Li Hanzhou was somewhat angry. Master Uncle, learning those things is useless. I can't even perform them. So learning is pointless, Lu Donyue said with a bitter smile. Sai, forget it. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to say. Then learn slowly in the future. I have something important to discuss with you. Your performance on the arena today was somewhat off. Off? Lu Donyue said in surprise. Where did I perform poorly, Master Uncle? I easily defeated all 4 of the Yin family disciples. Didn't you already obtain the 9 orifices golden body from the Yin family? Lu Donyue looked puzzled. It's precisely because you defeated them so easily that it's not right, Li Hanzhou frowned and said. If you keep defeating your opponents so effortlessly, who will come to challenge us at the Changsheng temple in the future? You need to give them a sense of hope that they can win against you. Only then will they keep coming to our Changsheng temple to experience it. Moreover, I've already arranged for Yun, Qinjue, and Shiming to go down the mountain to promote in Baiyin City. In the future, many martial artists will come to watch your matches. You need to take this seriously. Will there really be people coming to watch? Lu Donyue was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had become a performing monkey. Chapter 37 Challenge Registration Office in Baiyin City. At this moment, on the most bustling street in Baiyin City, 2 little ones, Shiming and Yun Qianzhe, set up a small stall. Next to it hung a big sign, Chongqing View Challenge Registration Office. Nowadays, Chongqing View is a hot topic, so as soon as the stall was set up, it immediately attracted a lot of people to gather around. Little sister, what does this mean? A martial artist asked curiously. Uncle, although Yun Qianzhe was just a child, her aura was not weak at all. She fluently explained, recently, there have been many people coming to challenge at our Chongqing View, but my second senior brother is just a person and cannot accept too many challenges every day. So those who want to challenge come to me to register. In the future, our Chongqing View will only accept 1 challenge per day. Additionally, to prevent people from causing trouble by registering and not showing up, we will charge a registration fee of 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. We have to register for a challenge? And we have to pay? A young man said with some anger. This is clearly a money grab. Exactly. Charging for registration is unreasonable. Why should we pay to challenge? This matter caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the crowd, and the scene became a bit noisy. Many people stood up to oppose it, while some were observing and did not speak. Shiming's character was somewhat honest, and seeing so many people oppose it, he had never encountered such a scene and suddenly became speechless, not knowing what to say. This was a rule set by Li Hanzhou, and he did not dare to go against it. However, at this moment, Yun Qianzhe was not afraid of their noise at all. Instead, she gathered her true energy and said loudly, You all came from far away to challenge. Aren't you just coveting my master's divine weapon, Qiuzong? To ensure that those who come to challenge are not here to cause trouble, this registration fee must be collected. If you can't even take out 100 taels of silver, then there's no need to come for a challenge, because if you can't even take out 100 taels, you can't expect to put up a decent wager. Register if you want, don't if you don't. Yun Qianzhe slammed the table and said, In any case, those who register first will challenge first. If the earlier challengers win and Qiuzong is taken away by someone else, don't come crying to me. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. She makes a point. Whoever challenges first has the advantage. The earlier you fight, the greater the chance of winning. If they win, Xiaozong will be taken away by someone else. We want to register. At this moment, a few young men squeezed out of the crowd, and the leading young man in blue slapped a silver note directly onto the table, saying, "We register for tomorrow's match. I am a disciple of the Huanghe sect." All right. Yin Qianzas looked at Shiming beside her. "Senior brother, write it down. Huanghe sect, first match tomorrow." Oh. Shiming hurriedly wrote it down in his notebook. "May I ask, what is your wager from the Huanghe sect? We need to evaluate it to see if it is suitable." This was also what Li Hanzhou instructed before coming. Although Yin Qianzas was a child, she had read a lot of books and was at least better than him in terms of evaluating treasures. This, a disciple of the Huanghe sect, directly took out a yellow pouch and placed it on the table. When opened, it revealed a large seal. Fontaine, a spiritual treasure? Yin Qianzas looked at it and then focused her gaze on the disciple of the Huanghe sect. That's right, it's the Fanny Nyn, crafted by the master spiritual treasure maker, Sun Haiquan. The disciple of the Huanghe sect said proudly. Master Sun Haiquan's Fanny Nyn. Upon hearing this news, the crowd became restless. Sun Haiquan was a very reputable spiritual treasure maker, and the spiritual treasures he created could at least contend with powerful practitioners in the Tongxin realm. Extraordinary strength. Although it was Master Sun Haiquan's Fanny Nyn, it was still somewhat inferior to Qiaozong. Yin Qianzha said, "How about this? In addition to this spiritual treasure, we also need to borrow your Huanghe sect's collection for 3 months, without looking at your Huanghe sect's martial arts." This, the disciple hesitated. "I need to discuss it with the elders of the sect." "All right, then you go discuss it first. Is there anyone else who wants to register?" Yin Qianzha called out. "I want to register. I am from the Hingyang sword sect. I came first. I also want to register. I am from the Wanhua Valley. I also want to register." In an instant, more and more people rushed over to register. However, at this moment, a chill emanated from behind the crowd, as if something icy was approaching. The crowd quickly made way, and appearing before everyone was an unparalleled young girl. The girl's cold eyes seemed to see through the world's myriad forms, and the frost aura surrounding her made some of the martial artists present, who were also of the 9th grade, feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Accompanying the girl were a few maids who looked ordinary, yet their aura was also extraordinary. Just relying on their momentum, everyone felt compelled to close their mouths. So beautiful. This woman's beauty was truly stunning. In an instant, countless men were mesmerized, their jaws dropped. Faced with such beauty, they could not harbor even a hint of impure thoughts, only a deep sense of inferiority. What kind of man could be worthy of such a stunning beauty? "It's the Jiuetching fairy," someone exclaimed. "What? She is the Jiuetching fairy." Someone finally reacted. No wonder she was so cold and so beautiful. It turned out that the Jiuetching fairy had personally arrived. Registration for Jiuetching Valley. The Jiuetching fairy slowly walked to the stall, and one of the maids directly took out a silver note. "Third senior brother, what are you looking at? Write it down." Yin Qianzha saw Shiming staring blankly at the Jiuetching fairy and could not help but poke him in the ribs. Oh. Shiming finally came to his senses. His face flushed and hurriedly wrote down the name of the Jiuetching fairy. "Our wager from the Jiuetching Valley is this." The Jiuetching fairy spread her palm, and a small jade bottle appeared in her hand. The Jiuetching fairy said lightly, "1,000-year-cold jade essence. This item doesn't need much explanation. It should be roughly equivalent to Qiaozong. Additionally, if you win, I can also allow your Chongsheng View people to come to my Jiuetching Valley to read for 3 months. Even letting you see our techniques is not a problem. Sister, you're straightforward." Yin Qianzha also enjoyed communicating with such people. It wasn't that tiring. The date for the Jiuetching Fairies Challenge was set for 7 days later. Yin Qianzha looked at the list and spoke to the Jiuetching Fairy. "Good." The Jiuetching Fairy agreed and then turned to leave. "The Jiuetching Fairy is coming to challenge Chongqing View. I really want to see it. It's a pity that it seems Chongqing View doesn't allow spectators." Just as the crowd was discussing, Yin Qianzha smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, our Chongqing View will be open. As long as everyone buys a ticket, you can come to watch the battle." Chapter 38, Are the ladies here for rent? Everyone. Buy a ticket? Do you really need to buy a ticket to go to the Chongqing Pavilion? Is your Chongqing Pavilion a tourist attraction? However, They were very curious about the challenge. They want to know if Lu Dongyue, who was claimed to be the strongest under transcendence, was really that strong. How could someone of the same realm fight 4 opponents alone? More importantly, they wanted to see Changshan Pavilion get slapped in the face. Tickets can be bought at the entrance of our Changshan Pavilion. There are always 10 VIP tickets, 100 inner area tickets, and 300 outer area tickets available. The prices and locations of the tickets vary, so the feeling of watching the fight will naturally be different. Tickets will go on sale tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit. First come, first served. The specific ticket prices will be posted at the entrance of our Changshan Pavilion, and we hope everyone won't be late. Yin Qianjue spread the news according to Li Hanzhou's instructions. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. They never expected that Changshan Pavilion would use this to make money. After explaining the duel involving Lu Dongyue, Li Hanzhou also came to Baiyan City. He still had enough silver, and this time he came to the slave market to buy some servants and maidens. Changshan Pavilion was quiet and desolate. Everything had to be done by oneself. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. He also bought materials for refining elixirs and some good tea. Just as Li Hanzhou was about to leave, the sky had already darkened. "Sir, come play." At that moment, a voice entered Li Hanzhou's ears. He turned his head to see a brightly lit area not far away, with brothels standing side by side. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. After struggling for half his life in his previous life, now that he was here with money, he thought he should enjoy himself. A brothel. He had never been to such a place before. Li Hanzhou unconsciously walked over. When he saw the women in the brothel enticing customers from the upper floors, Li Hanzhou suddenly had a bright idea. "Sir, come in and have some fun. Is this your first time at our Baihua residence?" An old madam quickly came out to greet him. Li Hanzhou entered Baihua residence and looked at the beautifully dressed women inside, realizing that there were indeed quite a few pretty ones. "Are the ladies here for rent?" Li Hanzhou's question nearly fried the old madam's brain. "Rent? You mean to have them come with me?" Li Hanzhou explained to the old madam. Oh, you mean to take them out?" The old madam smiled and said, speaking rather ambiguously, then added, "Of course, that's fine. Which one do you have your eye on? Just say it, but if you want to take them outside, the price might be a bit higher." "What price?" Li Hanzhou asked. "Our Baihua residence's ladies are all stunning. If you want to stay overnight here, it would cost 100 taels of silver for one night. If you take them out, then—" The old madam said with a smile, "The price would double to 200 taels. "All right, then, 200 taels. Li Hanzhou thought for a moment and agreed. "You're so straightforward. Which one do you want? I'll call her down for you." The old madam said quickly, "Bring me the 10 most beautiful ones you have." Li Hanzhou said with great flair. "What?" The old madam was taken aback. She took 2 steps back, sizing Li Hanzhou up and down, and couldn't help but say, "Are you joking, Taoist? You want 10? The old madam was worried that Li Hanzhou might die in bed tonight. "Yes, 10. Is there a problem?" Li Hanzhou was stunned. "This." The old madam hesitated. Li Hanzhou thought she was worried about money and directly took out a banknote for 2,000 taels of silver and handed it to her. The old madam took a look at the banknote and, without any further ado, couldn't help but marvel that rich people know how to have fun. She quickly went to find 10 girls. "This Taoist, these are the 10 most beautiful girls in our Baihua residence." The old madam hurriedly introduced them to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou took a glance and found them acceptable. The 10 girls were also quite confused when they learned that someone had booked them to go out. They were surprised to find just one Taoist. "What is going on?" "All right, call for a carriage tomorrow morning and come to Changshan Pavilion outside the city. I'll be waiting for you there," Li Hanzhou instructed. In the morning, everyone was startled. During the day at the Taoist temple, and with 10 of you. "Is this how you play? A Taoist temple. How exciting." "As you command." The money master calls the shots. Soon after, Li Hanzhou left Baiyan City, and the people from the Divine Machine Chamber of Commerce delivered the items and servants he had purchased to Changshan Pavilion. Upon seeing so many servants, Lu Dongyue was also surprised that Changshan Pavilion had suddenly gained so many people. Before long, Yin Qianjue and Ming returned as well. Yin Qianjue handed Li Hanzhou the registration form signed today. Li Hanzhou looked over them. "The Heartless Fairy?" Li Hanzhou said, "I remember this Heartless Fairy is quite famous. It is said that among the younger generation, few can match her. I didn't expect someone like her to come. Master, that Heartless Fairy is really beautiful." Yin Qianjue couldn't help but say, She is even prettier than the sister named Yi Xing I saw last time, but her temperament is a bit too cold. Very beautiful? Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. That was indeed a great promotional point. Master, the servants have set up everything near the arena, as you instructed. Is there anything else? Lu Dongyue came in. Nothing else. Just remember not to finish the fight too quickly tomorrow. Li Hanzhou reminded him again. I understand. Lu Dongyue gently shook his head. The next morning, the 10 girls from Baiwa residence arrived at Changxing Pavilion. Once they got there, they realized that Li Hanzhou's intention was not for that kind of thing, but to have them help serve the guests. Initially, they were somewhat unwilling, but when Li Hanzhou promised them a commission, their eyes lit up one by one. The conditions Li Hanzhou offered were indeed very tempting. Time was getting close, and Li Hanzhou also arrived at the mountain gate, setting up a small stall there with Sherming. Not long after, many martial artists arrived. Where do we buy tickets? Is it here? Everyone gathered around, and a strong man said, Give me a ticket. Li Hanzhou sat there, pointed to the sign behind him, and said, If you want to buy a ticket, tell me which one you want. Everyone looked up. Outer area ticket, 300 taels of silver each. Inner area ticket, 1,000 taels of silver each. VIP ticket, limited to 10, 5,000 taels of silver each. The prices left everyone dumbfounded. Isn't this too expensive? Chapter 39, what ticket do you want? The outer area ticket for 300 taels of silver seems acceptable, but the inner area ticket has actually reached 1,000 taels of silver. The VIP ticket is even more outrageous, 5,000 taels. Is that for real? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone, this ticket price is not expensive at all, Li Hanzhou said with a smile at that moment. The outer area tickets are farther away, so you can't see as clearly as with the inner area tickets. And what's the benefit of seeing clearly? Naturally, it's to analyze Lu Dongyue's weaknesses to see what he is not good at. Once you figure that out, when you come to challenge him, targeting his weaknesses isn't their hope to defeat him and bring the divine weapon Xiaozong home. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, because after analyzing it, they found that Li Hanzhou made a lot of sense. If they could see carefully and discover Lu Dongyue's weaknesses to defeat him, they could indeed bring the divine weapon home. Spending 1,000 taels of silver to bring Xiaozong home is quite a bargain. For a moment, everyone's mindset wavered. Watching the battle indeed has this advantage. So, what about that VIP ticket? A middle-aged swordsman stepped up, pointing at the price of the VIP ticket, and said, 5,000 taels for one ticket. Why don't you go rob a bank? This statement was misplaced. Li Hanzhou smiled and said, Although the price is here, I'm not forcing you to buy it. You can just buy the outer area ticket. The VIP ticket is actually meant to be sold to those with status in the martial world, strong fighters, not to those wandering martial artists whose names they can't even remember. Generally, such tickets can only be afforded by people of high status, right? Moreover, we also provide corresponding VIP services at no cost. Why am I telling you all this? You can't afford it. I see you can just buy an outer area ticket, Li Hanzhou said blandly. However, this remark made the middle-aged swordsman's face turn red. Who are you calling a nameless wandering martial artist? The middle-aged swordsman angrily placed his sword on Li Hanzhou's table and said, I am a famous red dust sword Xia Yan in the martial world. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou's expression changed immediately, and he quickly stood up respectfully and said, It was my fault for not recognizing a great figure. So you are actually the renowned red dust sword Xia Yan. My bad. A distinguished guest has arrived, and I have not entertained you properly. Li Hanzhou's performance satisfied Xia Yan, who gently picked up his sword and raised his chin, saying, No harm done. I didn't expect you to know my name. Of course, it resounds like thunder. I have long admired you. Li Hanzhou quickly replied, The famous red dust sword in the martial world. I thought it was an old man, but I didn't expect it to be such a young brother. It is indeed a rare honor to meet you today. My earlier words were a bit impolite. Qianzhu, quickly get a VIP ticket for the senior red dust sword. Yin Qianzhu blinked and hurriedly took a VIP ticket and handed it to Xia Yan. Senior, 5,000 taels. Xia Yan was stunned. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Looking at the expressions of Li Hanzhou and Yin Qianzhu, Xia Yan's trembling hand reached into his pocket, then shakily pulled out a stack of silver notes. He counted out 5,000 taels, and at that moment, Xia Yan's heart was bleeding. He suddenly regretted it, just as he was about to say he could just exchange it for an inner area ticket before he could speak. Li Hanzhou unexpectedly shouted loudly first. Red Dust Sword Xia Yan Sr. 1 VIP ticket. Congratulations to Senior Xia Yan for becoming our honored guest at Chongqing Pavilion today. Yin Qianzhu also followed Li Hanzhou's lead and shouted. At this moment, all the martial artists behind turned to look this way, their gazes focused on Xia Yan, filled with curiosity, envy, and shock. Someone really bought such an expensive ticket. What wealth! Some women even cast admiring glances at him. At this point, Xia Yan was completely choked up. If he said he wasn't buying anymore and wanted to exchange for another ticket, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the martial world anymore. Haha, a mere VIP ticket. Watching the competition means choosing the best spot, so you can see the clearest. Xia Yan generously slammed the 5,000 taels of silver notes onto the table. Someone, please escort Senior Xia Yan to the VIP seating. Li Hanzhou clapped his hands at this moment. Immediately, two maids came over, warmly inviting Xia Yan into the Chongqing Pavilion. As Xia Yan walked in, his legs were trembling. Master Uncle, who is Red Dust Sword Xia Yan? Yin Qianzhu asked in a low voice. Who knows? I haven't heard of him. Li Hanzhou replied with a blank expression. Oh, Yin Qianzhu nodded. She probably hadn't heard of him either. Those buying tickets, please line up. With the first ticket sold, naturally, more people wanted to buy tickets afterward. Hello, please tell me your name. I will register it. Li Hanzhou looked at the second person, who was also a middleman with a very strong aura. The martial world referred to him as Thunderhand Sun Qingfu. The man proudly declared. Another name Li Hanzhou hadn't heard of, just another nobody. Yin Qianzhu guessed that Sun Qingfu would only buy an outer area ticket because his cultivation was only at the 8th rank. Such a person, what title could he have? Just self-proclaimed. He was even worse than the earlier Red Dust Sword Xia Yan. At least Xia Yan was a transcendental realm expert. You are Thunderhand Sun Qingfu? However, at this moment, Li Hanzhou surprisingly said, your name in the martial world is not inferior to the earlier Red Dust Sword Xia Yan. I didn't expect to see another celebrity today. Huh? Sun Qingfu was taken aback. Really? He hadn't even heard of that Red Dust Sword Xia Yan's title. But judging by others' reactions, it seemed that this Red Dust Sword was indeed quite renowned in the martial world. Now Li Hanzhou said his name was not inferior. Really? Sun Qingfu didn't expect to be so famous. Of course, you're not inferior to Red Dust Sword Xia Yan. There have been rumors in the martial world about who is stronger between Red Dust Sword and Thunderhand. Some say if they were both at the same level, your Thunderhand would be superior. Forget it, I'm digressing. Earlier, Senior Xia Yan bought a VIP ticket. I wonder what kind of ticket you want to buy? Li Hanzhou was talking nonsense. VIP ticket. Sun Qingfu directly slammed down 5,000 taels of silver notes. He sits in the VIP area. I certainly want the VIP area too. Qianzhu, 1 VIP ticket. Lianzhou Nudda. Give the ticket, collect the money. Then he had someone take Sun Qingfu inside as well. In the following queue, Li Hanzhou didn't continue to praise, but still, some people bought VIP tickets. They believed they had a name in the martial world and a status. Why should they sit in the inner or outer area? After half an hour, all the tickets were sold out. Many martial artists in the back who didn't manage to buy tickets could only leave in disappointment. Chapter 40. The Moon in the Cup and the Flavors of Life. The Concept of Longevity. The current concept of longevity can be described as bustling and lively, with the largest square filled with people. The outer area is packed, and tickets are priced at 300 taels of silver, with only small benches to sit on. The inner area is much closer to the arena, with paired chairs. And each person has a small table in front of them with a plate of sunflower seeds and a plate of peanuts. It looks like the treatment is much better here. This has made the people sitting in the outer area begin to feel envious. Indeed, spending money is good. However, when they see the VIP area, everyone feels a surge of blood. The seating in the VIP area can hardly be considered chairs. They are more like beds, covered with soft bedding, allowing guests to lie down while watching the matches. There are snacks of sunflower seeds nearby, along with freshly picked fruits. Yet, this is not what makes them most envious. What they envy most is that each person in the VIP area has a beautiful woman accompanying them. Xia Yan is the first to arrive, and at this moment, he did not expect watching the martial arts competition to be like this. Senior Xia, have a grape, said Lin Shaoxian, the head courtesan of Baiwa residence, who is sitting beside Xia Yin. With a graceful figure, she leaned closely against Xia Yin, gently feeding him a grape with her slender fingers. Really sweet, Xia Yin said, enjoying the grape while feeling the warmth against him. Even his breathing became heavy. The other guests in the VIP area are also enjoying such treatment. What? You are the Thunderhand, Sun Qingfu? I have long admired you. It's truly a great fortune to see you today, a woman exclaimed. You must be exhausted coming here so early. Let me give you a shoulder massage. This made the eyes of many people in the audience turn red. The disparity is too great. Why do they all have beautiful women accompanying them, while we only have small benches to sit on? I will buy a VIP ticket tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the martial arts competition will begin in a moment. Please wait a moment, Li Hanzhou said on the arena. Also, if anyone needs anything, you can tell our service staff at the Longevity Pavilion. We have tea for sale, and if you want to drink tea, you can order it, and we will deliver it to you as soon as possible. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been thirsty for a long time, someone complained. Come here. A martial artist saw a maid from the Longevity Pavilion and waved her over. Guest, what do you need? The maid asked respectfully. Give me a cup of tea, the man said casually. All right, the maid nodded and then asked, do you want lower grade tea, middle grade tea, or upper grade tea? What? The martial artist was taken aback. I just want a cup of tea. Do I have to distinguish between upper, middle, and lower grades? Before the martial artist could ask, the maid continued. Lower grade tea is 1 tael of silver per cup. Middle grade tea is 50 taels of silver per cup. And upper grade tea is a bit more expensive at 300 taels of silver per cup. What the heck? The martial artist couldn't help but exclaim. Guest, our lower grade tea is just ordinary tea that can be found anywhere outside. So it's cheap, but the middle grade tea is very rare, called the moon in the cup. After drinking it, you can feel a refreshing sensation like moonlight, which is very soothing. Regular consumption greatly helps in balancing the yin and yang within the body and reduces the risk of going astray while practicing internal martial arts. The maid's words stunned the martial artists present. Such tea has such effects? It can reduce the risk of going astray? What about the upper grade tea? Someone couldn't help but ask. The upper grade tea is called the flavors of life, the maid continued. This is a unique tea source of our Longevity Pavilion, which cannot be found anywhere else. It has a slight bitterness when first tasted, just like life itself, but after savoring it, there's a faint sweetness. Our pavilion's ancestor once said that those who understand the flavors of life in our Longevity Pavilion can truly grasp the essence of life and can be considered true figures of the martial world. When the founder of the Divine K country discussed philosophy with the founder of our Longevity Pavilion, they drank this very tea, and in the end, they were able to transcend and achieve a remarkable tale. This entire speech was naturally taught to her by Li Hanzhou. As expected, when this speech was delivered, the crowd erupted. There is such a treasure. Then, I will have a cup of middle grade tea. The martial artist wanted to drink the upper grade tea, but couldn't bring himself to spend that much. At that moment, many people ordered tea. Some ordered middle grade tea. Some ordered upper grade tea, while almost no one ordered the cheapest lower grade tea, as if drinking that kind of tea would make them ordinary people. Senior Xia, I also want to try that upper grade tea. It said that the founder of the Divine K country drank it. With your cultivation and magnanimity, you surely wouldn't drink ordinary tea, right? Lin Shaoxian looked at Xia Yin with an admiring gaze. Xia Yin, not thinking too much, waved his hand, bring me 2 cups. Before long, almost everyone was holding a cup of tea. The moon in the cup, looking at the tea in their hands, it really looked like ordinary tea leaves. However, when that martial artist took a sip, his eyes lit up. Although the tea was hot, after one sip, he truly felt a coldness traveling through his mouth. Indeed, it's extraordinary. Those who drank the upper grade tea frowned even more because they really tasted a bitterness. Brother, do you think this tea is good? A martial artist in red asked, feeling something was off, and couldn't help but ask a nearby martial artist. The martial artist beside him closed his eyes, savoring the bitterness in his mouth. To be honest, it's not good at all. However, he slowly said, I didn't expect the flavors of life to be really good. It has a slight bitterness and a sweet aftertaste, just like life itself. I seem to see the figure of the ancestor of the Divine K country ascending from hundreds of years ago. Ah, yes, yes, I feel the same way. The red-clad martial artist nodded repeatedly. It seems we also have the same magnanimity as the ancestors of the divine K country. Uncle Master, these two teas sell really well. Where did you buy them? Yin Qianzu did not expect that selling tea would make so much money. Huh, didn't you buy them? Li Hanzhou said in surprise. Me? I bought tea at 10 copper coins for 3 pounds in Baiyun City, didn't I? Yes, Li Hanzhou nodded. I found some wild mint behind the mountain and added it in, which is why it has a cooling effect. Mint? Yin Qianzi didn't know what that was. In this world, not many people eat mint, so it was normal not to know, as it was only regarded as a weed. What about the bitterness of the upper-grade tea? I added some licorice powder, Li Hanzhou said calmly. It's good for clearing heat and dispelling fire. Chapter 41. The steel of Huanghe's sect looking at the calm Li Hanzhou beside him, who seemed to be recounting a trivial matter. Yin Qianzi suddenly felt that she barely recognized her master uncle. 10 copper coins for 3 pounds of tea, and with a bit of licorice powder added. They claimed it was the tea that the ancestors of the Zushi and Shanke kingdoms discussed while drinking. They even said that those who understand how to appreciate such tea might possess the same broad-mindedness as the ancestors of Shanke kingdom, and might even ascend. This was outrageous, and they were selling it for 300 taels of silver a cup. How outrageous! Moreover, Yin Qianzi clearly saw many people frowning while drinking, but they still claimed the tea was truly exquisite. How could she not know that this tea was far from exquisite? Even selling it for 1 copper coin a pot would still leave her with a profit. 300 taels, TSK. There are really so many wealthy people. Senior, is the tea good? At this moment, a girl leaned against a fat martial artist's embrace, her face full of tenderness as she asked. Of course it's good. The fat martial artist replied, enjoying the moment, just thinking that the ancestor of Shunke kingdom once drank such tea, savoring the myriad aspects of life. Makes me feel incredibly powerful right now. Really? Can I, a little girl, also have a taste? I want to drink a cup too. The girl blinked her eyes. Ah, well. The fat man hesitated after hearing this, as 300 taels of silver per cup was indeed not cheap, despite having bought a VIP ticket. How many of those who bought the VIP tickets weren't coerced by Li Hanzhou? He had already spent most of his fortune on the 5,000 taels ticket. Buying a cup of tea for 300 taels was already a painful decision, and if he bought another cup, it would truly exceed his budget. Oh, I envy the little fairy sister. At this moment, the girl looked at Lin Shaoxian not far away, saying enviously, Sister Shaoxian was arranged to accompany the senior Hongchun Dao Xiaoyan. Senior Xiaoyan is truly broad-minded, treating Sister Shaoxian to such high-quality tea. It seems that Senior Xiaoyan really has the demeanor of chivalrous hero. Nonsense. What am I lacking compared to him, Xiaoyan? The fat man, hearing this, became a bit pleased and couldn't help but say, Am I Su Chu of the Qinglong sword any worse than him, Xiaoyan? Nonsense. Come, bring another cup of the myriad flavors of life. Today, let this little fairy taste what exquisite tea is. Ah, I can have some too, the girl exclaimed in delight. No wonder you're the famous Su Chu in the Jianghu, with such a broad mind. Who else could ascend if not you? A compliment made Su Chu feel great. Enjoy it well. Such good stuff you've never drunk in your life. Su Chu said grandly. Thank you, brother Su Chu. A sweet call of brother made Su Chu's vanity swell. The girl also took the high-quality tea handed over by the maid from Chongqing Temple. She had been curious about what kind of exquisite tea could make all these martial artists, who had seen and eaten so much, drink it so intoxicated. However, after tasting a sip, she nearly spit it out on the spot. What is this? So terrible. How is it good, right? Su Chu asked while savoring the tea. It's good. The girl was about to cry, wanting to spit out the bitter tea in her mouth, but at 300 taels a cup. She feared Su Chu would explode if she did. She could only silently drink it down with tears in her eyes, seeing that the tea was almost sold out. Li Hanzhou walked onto the stage at this moment and cupped his fist to the crowd, saying, Thank you all for your patience. The competition is about to begin. Today, the challenger from Chongsheng Temple is a disciple of Huanghe's sect. Huanghe's sect disciple? Then we can see the steel of Huanghe's sect today. I've heard that the steel of Huanghe's sect can break mountains and rivers with a single palm. Incredibly powerful. Yes, Wan Changhai of Huanghe's sect once fought against the demon race, and with a single palm of the steel, he forcibly severed Qingma Lake. Truly eye-opening. The crowd below was buzzing with discussions. At this moment, four disciples of Huanghe's sect had already stepped onto the stage. The leader was Wan Xiuhen, a talented disciple of Huanghe's sect, the grandson of Wan Changhai, and now at the 9th rank of cultivation, he was the pride of Huanghe's sect. Having mastered the steel to the 3rd level, he was well known among the younger generation. The other 3 were also strong, all at the 8th rank of cultivation. It's Wan Xiuhen. He asked Wan Changhai's grandson, "Is Lu Dongyue really going to take on 4 alone? Isn't that a bit too arrogant?" Hearing the discussions, an elder from Huanghe's sect scoffed at the stage, thinking Lu Dongyue was simply looking for death. These 4 were the strongest among the younger generation below the transcendent realm. Together, they were unbeatable at the same level. Today, the autumn burial blade is ours. Lu Dongyue looked at the 4 in front of him, feeling a bit of headache. After taking the divine power pill, it was no problem for him to take on 4. But the key was that he felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. Turning around, it was Li Hanzhou, as if telling him not to defeat the opponent too quickly. Lu Dongyue could only try his best. "Let's begin," Li Hanzhou said. Everyone below became serious, ready to enjoy the match. "You all, pay attention. Watch Lu Dongyue's weaknesses. If Huanghe's sect loses today, your chances will be even greater. We can't let today's ticket money go to waste." An elder was instructing his disciples. Yes, everyone widened their eyes to watch. "Elder, can we buy inner tickets next time? The outer tickets are too far away," a disciple complained. "And elder, we also want to taste that high-quality tea." "Shut up." The elder frowned and said, "A bunch of wasteful kids. I haven't even tasted the myriad flavors of life yet. And you want to drink?" At this moment, the battle on the stage had already begun. "Lu Dongyue, let me see what qualifications you have to claim to be the first under Transcendent." Wan Xiuhen, with a defiant look, struck a pose, his true energy surging, and his aura completely transformed. With his palms, the energy flowed, and a fierce wind rushed toward him, as if those hands could destroy any obstacle. Still, since he had already been elevated to this position, Lu Dongyue didn't bother with empty words and could only say, "Just try it and you'll know." "Kill." The 4 of them attacked together. Immediately, the entire stage was thrown into chaos. The steel was grand and powerful, combined with the 9th rank of cultivation. Each palm struck like 1,000 pounds. However, such attacks were nothing in front of Lu Dongyue. He faced 4 alone and shockingly matched the force of the steel, his figure standing firm. This astonished the 4 from Huanghe's sect. How is this possible? Cough, cough. At this moment, Li Hanzhou suddenly coughed twice. Hearing Li Hanzhou cough, Lu Dongyue, after exchanging a palm with Wan Xiuhen, stepped back several paces, forcing his true energy to calm the blood on his face. In an instant, Lu Dongyue was pushed back, and his face turned pale, looking as if he had been seriously injured. Chapter 42. Brother, should we get a membership card? This scene made the eyes of Wan Xiuhen and the other 3, who had just felt a bit disheartened, light up. Lu Dongyue was not truly invincible. His previous series of opening monument palms had already injured Lu Dongyue, and he had merely been holding on. Now, he could finally not withstand it any longer, right? The 4 saw hope. "Junior brothers, let's go together. Today, the autumn burial blade belongs to our Huanghe sect," Wan Xiuhen said excitedly at this moment. Even the elders of Huanghe's sect became tense, breathing heavily. There's hope. Only Li Hanzhou sat quietly, showing no signs of anxiety at all. The battle became increasingly intense. Lu Dongyue faced 4 opponents. Although he was not at a disadvantage, he also did not gain an upper hand, and they fought evenly matched. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collisions were incessant. The spectators grew more and more anxious, with many even forgetting to breathe. Among them were no shortage of experts, those who had reached the Transcendence realm and beyond, yet they still watched with trepidation, fearing that Lu Dongyue would be defeated by the disciples of Huanghe's sect, and then the autumn burial blade would be taken away, leaving them with no chance. Some sects were already beginning to regret, lamenting that they had registered too late. Their matches were scheduled many days later. It was possible that by the time it was their turn, the autumn burial blade would already be gone. This battle lasted a full half an hour. The 4 disciples of Huanghe's sect were already panting heavily, their internal vital energy nearly exhausted. Wan Xiuhun was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes fixed on Lu Dongyue. Wan Xiuhun had never felt so exhausted in a competition before. The four of them had been attacking Lu Dongyue together, yet they still had not managed to take him down. Every time they thought Lu Dongyue was reaching his limit, he would unexpectedly find the strength to stand up again, like an indestructible cockroach. Senior brother, I can't hold on much longer. One disciple of Huanghe's sect couldn't help but say, my vital energy is depleted and my stamina is about to give out. Lu Dongyue is truly unkillable. Senior brother Wan, I can't hold on either. Another disciple also spoke up. The last disciple said nothing, but the beads of sweat rolling down his face spoke volumes. Wan Xiuhun was no different. His vital energy was running low too. With 1 9th grade and 3 8th grade disciples, they actually couldn't defeat a 5th grade opponent? What a joke. Lu Dongyue, you must be close to your limit too, right? Wan Xiuhun smiled widely at this moment. Lu Dongyue was also panting on the opposite side and said, pretty much, but so what? Today, the autumn burial blade will be mine. After receiving Lu Dongyue's confirmation, Wan Xiuhun shouted loudly, channeling the remaining vital energy in his body as he stepped forward, launching the opening monument palm once more. However, this time the opening monument palm was different from before. The palm wind was no longer as fierce. Instead, it was ethereal like clouds, containing a unique charm. Opening monument palm, 4th layer flowing clouds. The elder of Huanghe sect exclaimed. He did not expect that at such a critical moment, Wan Xiuhun could master the 4th layer of the opening monument palm. Truly worthy of being the grandson of Wan Changhai. This was Wan Xiuhun's trump card, since he had not fully mastered the 4th layer of the palm technique. He could not control his vital energy well. After using it once, he feared he would exhaust all his vital energy. So he had waited specifically for this moment. The palm wind howled toward Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue raised his eyebrows. This palm was indeed very different from the previous techniques. But on this stage, as long as there were 4 people on the opposite side, Lu Dongyue, would remain unbeaten. The pills for my master are just that domineering. So, facing this powerful palm strike, Lu Dongyue activated his golden light spell, allowing the ethereal palm print to crash directly onto his golden light spell. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. Lu Dongyue's golden light spell remained unyielding. What? Wan Xiuhun was taken aback, not expecting Lu Dongyue to block it. At this moment, Lu Dongyue saw that the time was nearly up and was tired of playing with the Huanghe sect people, so he directly threw a punch, sending Wan Xiuhun flying over 10 meters, crashing down to the ground. Senior brother, several disciples of Huanghe sect exclaimed. The elder of Huanghe sect, seeing this scene, couldn't help but cover his face in regret. So close. Just that little bit more, and they could have obtained the autumn burial blade. Thank you for the lesson. Lu Dongyue cupped his fists in respect to the disciples of Huanghe sect. Phew! Seeing Lu Dongyue emerge victorious, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was perilous, at least Lu Dongyue had not lost, and the autumn burial blade had not been taken by Huanghe sect. Everyone, today's competition has concluded. Thank you all for coming. Tomorrow is the Wu Qinmen. If you're interested, please come to my Changshengwen at the same time. Li Hanzhou stepped onto the stage and smiled at everyone. I, Changshengwen, guarantee that whoever can defeat my disciple Lu Dongyue will take the autumn burial blade directly. As he spoke, Li Hanzhou's hand emerged, and the autumn burial blade appeared in his grasp. Buzz! The blade flew through the air and lodged itself into a pillar on the square. Everyone, the blade is here. Whoever has the ability can take it. Li Hanzhou's gaze swept across all present. Indeed, after the autumn burial blade appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Such a divine weapon. Seeing it in person stirred their greed. Once greed arose, Li Hanzhou could manipulate them. Just then, everyone was preparing to leave. Brother Sheyan, Lin Shaoxian was the first to speak. Should we get a membership card for our Changshengwen? Yes. Brother, you should also get one, the other girls chimed in, shaking their arms and looking at him with affectionate eyes. What card? Everyone was taken aback. What was that? It's an event launched by our Changshengwen. As long as you recharge 10,000 taels of silver now, you could get a membership card. With our Changshengwen's membership card, you will become a distinguished member. In the future, when buying tickets, you will get a 10 discount and it's 20 off for tea deducted from your membership card balance. Additionally, there is a function for free upgrades. For instance, if Brother Cheyenne arrives late tomorrow and can only buy a ticket for the outer area instead of the VIP seats, it doesn't matter. As long as you have a membership card, we will immediately upgrade you to the inner area and even offer a complimentary drink. Also, whenever Changshengwen launches new events, members will receive the most significant discounts. Lin Shaoxian enthusiastically listed the benefits of the Changshengwen membership card. This left everyone present in a daze. There are such things? Chapter 43, 2 Meridian Expansion Pills. Moreover, the Chongqing Pavilion also promised that if the challenge ends in less than 10 matches, a full refund will be given. Lin Shaoxian said enticingly. Less than 10 matches for free? Many people felt tempted upon hearing this. Can't take down Lu Dongyue in 10 matches? They believed it was highly unlikely. If that's the case, buying it would still be worth it. I'll buy. At that moment, a strong practitioner from the Transcendence realm stepped out from the inner area and raised his hand, saying, "What about this card? Give me one." However, at this moment, Li Hanzhou stepped out and apologetically said, "I'm really sorry, brother, but our Chongqing Pavilion's membership card has a threshold. Only the VIPs of Chongqing Pavilion are eligible to purchase it, meaning only the 10 people in the VIP seats qualify. If you want to buy it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning when you purchase a VIP ticket." "What? I have money, and you won't sell it to me?" The warrior was somewhat angry. "Rules are rules. Only those 10 have the qualification." Li Hanzhou smiled and glanced at the 10 people in the VIP seats, who all seemed to feel immensely honored, unconsciously straightening their backs. It was as if they were saying, "See, you all don't qualify. We are VIPs, and we have the right to buy. To thank you all for your support today, we are having a grand opening promotion. The membership card is only 9,000 taels of silver, and we will give you a credit of 10,000 taels of silver. This is a rare opportunity, and the price will return to normal tomorrow," Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed. 1,000 taels cheaper today. Damn it. I want to buy a VIP seat earlier. There were still 3 spots left when it was my turn to buy tickets. I should have thought it through. A martial artist from the Jianghu lamented. Many others were also envious. At this moment, Xia Yin was also moved. If he bought this membership card, he could use the money from ticket purchases and tea expenses to cover it, and there was a discount. More importantly, if Lu Dongyue didn't last the 10 matches, then all of this would be free. Who could resist such temptation? Unfortunately, Xia Yin had just over 3,000 taels left. He simply couldn't afford it. He was too poor. He wanted to cry. In the end, only 5 people bought the membership card in the VIP seats, 2 of whom borrowed money from friends on the spot. The crowd then dispersed. After everyone left, an elder from the Yellow River sect reluctantly handed over the Tian seal to Li Hanzhou. "Whenever Master Li wants to visit the Yellow River sect to read, just let us know," the elder said, cupping his fists. "Thank you," Li Hanzhou also politely replied. After the people from the Yellow River sect left, Yin Qianzas looked at Li Hanzhou with admiration and said, "Uncle Master, you're amazing. You easily earn so much money. There will be more opportunities to make money in the future." Li Hanzhou said with a smile, "Once we have money, Uncle Master can buy you cultivation pills, good weapons, armor, techniques, and spiritual treasures." Li Hanzhou could certainly make spiritual treasures and pills, but the things he created were always peculiar, and he was afraid they would bring him trouble. "Brother Dao," at this moment, the girls from Baiwa residence came over, each beaming as they reported their achievements for the day. Who sold a few cups of tea, who got them to buy membership cards, and so on. Li Hanzhou had to give them commissions for these, otherwise they wouldn't work so hard. Li Hanzhou kept his word and gave them some money, asking them to come to Chongqing Pavilion on time tomorrow. "Uncle Master, I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Lu Dongyue was really exhausted from the fights today. No, it should be said that he was too tired from the acting. "Don't just sleep. Think carefully about today's matches," Li Hanzhou reminded him, glancing at Lu Dongyue's back. Lu Dongyue was stunned when he heard Li Hanzhou's words, but soon he seemed to understand. Although he relied on pills to fight against the disciples from various sects, each of these disciples was a genius, and their strength was formidable among the younger generation. He could learn a lot from the experience of sparring with them, if he thought carefully about it. he would surely gain many insights. So that's what Uncle Master meant. Uncle Master let me spar with so many prodigies to cultivate me, to help me improve my shortcomings, and to learn more from them to enrich myself. Uncle Master, I won't disappoint you. Lu Dongyue felt a bit moved and hurried back to review his performance. Uncle Master, what did the second senior brother understand? Yin Qianzhe asked curiously. Who knows? This kid is a bit strange. Li Hanzhou shrugged. I just wanted him to think about it properly and refine his acting skills. He was a bit too exaggerated today. I hope he can be more natural. But this kid suddenly got excited. Go call your third senior brother, Li Hanzhou said to Yin Qianzhe. Okay. Although she didn't know why Li Hanzhou wanted to call Shi Ming, Yin Qianzhe obediently went to fetch him. After the challenge ended, Shi Ming went to chop wood. Originally, Changsheng Pavilion had bought servants, so he wouldn't need to do this work, but Shi Ming was still used to chopping wood. He found that the Prajna axe was quite handy for chopping wood. When he heard Li Hanzhou calling him, Shi Ming put down the axe and followed Yin Qianzhe to Li Hanzhou's courtyard. Uncle Master, this sycamore tree in your courtyard is really beautiful, Yin Qianzhe said while looking at the sycamore tree. It is beautiful. Shi Ming also stared at the sycamore tree. You two come here. Li Hanzhou walked out from the house, called the two over, and handed them 2 pills, saying, These 2 are meridian expansion pills. Take them, and I will help you dissolve the medicinal power and enhance the strength of your meridians. Once your meridians are widened, your cultivation speed will become faster. Yes. The 2 were somewhat surprised. Meridian expansion pills were very precious. If it were before, they couldn't afford them in Changsheng Pavilion. Without any hesitation, the 2 little ones swallowed the meridian expansion pills. Immediately, Li Hanzhou placed his palms on Yin Qianzhe's and Shi Ming's foreheads. The spiritual power surged from within him, entering the bodies of the 2 little ones to help them dissolve the pills. The meridian expansion pills sensed the urging of the spiritual power and seemed to maximize their efficacy. Yin Qianzhe frowned slightly because widening the meridians still felt a bit painful. But Shi Ming, on the other hand, showed no expression. It seemed that the medicinal effects entering Shi Ming's body had no use for him at all. Chapter 44. Just a little bit short, after just a moment of breathing, Yin Qianzhe's medicinal effect was completely refined, and she directly sat cross-legged under the parasol tree, involuntarily beginning her cultivation. Meanwhile, Shi Ming stood there foolishly, looking blankly at Li Hanzhou, exchanging glances. Shi Ming looked at Yin Qianzhe beside him, who at that moment seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. With every breath, surging true qi flowed around her. At this moment, Yin Qianzhe was also cultivating the Tai Xian Heart Sutra, and after just half a stick of incense, a purple mist actually emerged behind her petite body, surprising both Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. Purple mist, true qi? They had both seen the Tai Xian Heart Sutra. To cultivate purple mist true qi meant that the Tai Xian Heart Sutra had already entered the second layer. How could this happen in such a short time? Li Hanzhou stepped forward to check Yin Qianzhe's body with spiritual power, and was astonished to find that her body had undergone a significant transformation. Her meridians were now shimmering with golden light, as if they had mutated after being nourished by his spiritual power. Strange. Li Hanzhou had never encountered such a thing before. Shi Ming, don't you feel anything? Seeing Shi Ming act as if nothing were amiss, Li Hanzhou also used spiritual power to sense Shi Ming's body, but found that Shi Ming's meridians were still the same as before, with no changes at all. He didn't know where the effects of the previous meridian opening pill had gone. I'm a dull disciple, Shi Ming said awkwardly. It's okay, everyone has their own opportunities, Li Hanzhou thought for a moment and said, I recently read about a method in an ancient text that we could try. What method? Shi Ming asked. Passing qi method. Li Hanzhou had seen in ancient texts that during the heyday of the Taoist sects, someone had used this method to condense spiritual power into finger techniques and then tap on the disciples' 8 important acupoints to stimulate their potential. Li Hanzhou decided to give it a try. To avoid disturbing Yin Qianzhe's cultivation, Li Hanzhou took Shi Ming to the back mountain and helped him open the 8 acupoints. Morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming returned from the back mountain, exhausted. Li Hanzhou realized that Shi Ming's name was truly fitting. He truly had a stone's fate. Despite trying every method, Shi Ming's body remained unchanged, with no sign of improvement. His meridians were still narrow, and his cultivation talent was still quite average. It was already commendable for him to reach the 3rd rank. Hanzhou felt that if nothing changed, reaching the 9th rank might be his limit in this lifetime. Shiming also looked dejected. Master Uncle, it's okay. Everyone has their own fate. Even if I can't cultivate to a high level in this lifetime, it's fine. One doesn't have to be a master to live this life. Shiming said with a smile. Lianzhou siga legally. It's fine if you don't become a master. I'm still counting on you to help me ascend. However, when the two returned from the back mountain and saw Yun Qianzhe's, they were instantly dumbfounded. At this moment, Yun Qianzhe's was still in meditation, but the true qi emanating from her body truly shocked both of them. When they left yesterday, Yun Qianzhe's was only at the 2nd rank, but now she had actually reached the 4th rank. Breaking through 2 ranks in one night, was the effect of a single meridian opening pill really that great? It's over. I've become the one with the lowest cultivation in the sect. Shiming felt darkness before his eyes. He might as well go chop firewood. Watching Shiming's departing figure, Hanzhou could only consider ways to help Shiming improve his strength in the future. As for Lu Dongyue, the meridian opening pill was useless to him. He had already passed the best age to take it. However, today, the Wuqian sect came to participate in the challenge, and the wager was actually a Tianyuan pill, which could be given to Lu Dongyue. Baiyun City, Donglaoyin, the head of Wuqian sect, Wu Sanchong, personally came with his proud disciples. Each of the 4 disciples was very strong, and they had also practiced a formation from Wuqian sect. If they teamed up, their strength would multiply. Today, we are quite hopeful. Wu Sanchong earnestly instructed his disciples, don't be fooled by Lu Dongyue's strength. He managed to narrowly defeat Wan Xiuhan because they were disorganized and lacked any cooperation. Our Wuqian sect's 4-symbol formation will ensure that Lu Dongyue won't know what hit him. Yes, the 4 of them said in unison. All right, let us go. Today, we will reclaim the autumn burial knife. With yesterday's experience, many people had already come early to buy tickets. Even before the time, people were already fighting outside to see who would buy tickets first. It was quite lively. Hanzhou couldn't be bothered to manage it. Let them fight among themselves. He was currently guarding Yun Qianzhe's side. She had already woken up and was very surprised to find that her cultivation had actually reached the 4th rank. Moreover, Yun Qianzhe's clearly felt that the true qi contained in her meridians was far from being as simple as the 4th rank. It seemed even more pure and substantial. A genius has come out of the Changsheng Temple. Hanzhou was very pleased. With such a genius, Yun Qianzhe's might have hopes of ascending in the future. Master Uncle, it's time to go out and sell tickets. Yun Qianzhe's reminded Hanzhou. Hanzhou looked at the time. It was almost time to deal with the fat sheep. Today's ticket sales were exceptionally hot. The disciples of Wuqian sect came up and immediately used the 4-symbol formation, which indeed made everyone sweat. But Lu Dongyue still narrowly defeated the disciples of Wuqian sect. Oh, just a little bit short. Wu Sanchong was regretful at that moment. If it had been just a little bit more, he could have taken the autumn burial knife home. Seeing Lu Dongyue win, the other sects felt relieved. By the 3rd day, Hanzhou couldn't be bothered to show up at all and left it to his subordinates. After all, the events happening every day were pretty much the same. The only difference was that the Baiyun gambling house in Baiyun City had actually opened a betting table, with people coming in droves to place bets every day. However, Lu Dongyue's odds remained very low, only 1-1, while his opponents generally had odds of 1-10. However, these matters seemed to have nothing to do with Hanzhou. He didn't even place any bets. He hid in the library reading books, and every day he was also cultivating the Beidi Ju. However, seeing Yun Qianzhe's speed of cultivation, Hanzhou realized that he was really not suited for cultivation. His speed was too slow. After such a long time, he had just barely stepped into the 2nd layer of qi training. In the days that passed, Yun Qianzhe's had actually cultivated to the 5th rank. If it weren't for Lu Dongyue having some insights these past few days and breaking through to the 6th rank, that 2nd senior brother would have been surpassed by Yun Qianzhe's. Not only that, but Hanzhou discovered that Yun Qianzhe's learning speed was also astonishing. The mountain-shaking palm from a Yu Mountain sect was cultivated to the 3rd layer in just 1 day. The Golden Light spell was mastered in half a day. It was completely unlike a human speed. Today was the end of the sixth match. The contestant was the Biyun sect. The Biyun sect's master side, just a little bit short. If only we could have taken the autumn burial knife. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow because it would be the Juetching Valley, where the Juetching Fairy would personally attend. Chapter 45. The Fate of Stone Life, the Unmatched Heartless Fairy. She is the dream of many young talents in the Xiantian realm. Countless young men have exhausted their family fortunes just to catch a glimpse of the Heartless Fairy in the Heartless Valley. Many outstanding individuals have even convinced the high-ranking members of their sects to seek a marriage alliance with the Heartless Valley, hoping that the Heartless Fairy would marry them. However, all have ultimately been rejected by the Heartless Fairy. The forgetful song of the Heartless Valley is an unparalleled mind technique. Practitioners must sever their 7 emotions and 6 desires, or they will not be able to cultivate the supreme path. The Heartless Fairy is destined to contend for the heavenly mandate, so it is natural that she cannot waste energy on trivial matters of love. Yet, the more she distances herself, the more suitors she attracts. Therefore, upon hearing that the Heartless Valley will challenge them tomorrow, the entire square erupted with excitement. Who wouldn't want to see her beauty? Moreover, the strength of the Heartless Valley is exceptional, and everyone wants to see just how capable this young generation's elite really is, and whether the Heartless Valley can defeat Lu Dongyue. Everyone has a premonition that the betting scene in Baiyun City will be bustling today. Everyone, since tomorrow is the contest with the Heartless Valley, and considering that there will be a large crowd. Tickets for tomorrow will be pre-sold tonight at the entrance of Baiwa Residence. I hope you all will support us. Li Hanzhou announced as he stepped forward. Pre-sale? Selling tonight at Baiwa Residence? When everyone heard this news, they found it strange and didn't understand why there would be a pre-sale. But they didn't think too much about it. The crowd dispersed. The sisters at Baiwa Residence received their share of the money. Thank you, Brother Hanzhou. The sisters sweetly thanked him, having earned more in the past few days with Li Hanzhou than they had in several years. They all regarded Li Hanzhou as their biggest benefactor, constantly throwing him flirtatious glances. Have you remembered what I told you to do? Li Hanzhou asked at this moment. Don't worry, Brother Hanzhou, we will handle what you asked us to do clearly, Lin Shaoxian replied with a smile. That's good. Hurry back, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. After all the sisters left, the leader of the Biyun sect approached with a sorrowful face to hand over the wager to Li Hanzhou. Thank you, sect leader Qin, Li Hanzhou said as he accepted a box from the leader of the Biyun sect. Opening the red wooden box revealed an inner core from a demon clan expert, a highly valuable treasure. It can be used for alchemy or crafting treasures. Ah, so close. The leader of the Biyun sect looked up at the autumn funeral stake embedded in the pillar with a face full of regret. They had pushed Lu Dongyue to the brink, only for him to defeat their 4 exhausted disciples at the last crucial moment with the last of his strength. This made the leader of the Biyun sect feel a pain in his chest. Next time, we'll definitely win. You can continue to sign up, Li Hanzhou said cheerfully. Sigh. The leader of the Biyun sect sighed as he left. When he returned to his courtyard, Yun Qianjuan was still sitting cross-legged under the parasol tree meditating. Li Hanzhou approached, circulating the spiritual power in his body and injecting it into Yun Qianjuan's body from a distance, helping her cleanse her internal organs with his own spiritual power. Li Hanzhou had read in ancient texts that while Yun Qianjuan's meridians had been altered by spiritual power pills, making her appear to cultivate rapidly in the short term, this would eventually have negative effects on her body. Therefore, it was essential to regularly cleanse her internal organs with spiritual power to ensure they reached the state of nurturing spirit. Additionally, her physical strength needed to be cultivated stronger. Otherwise, as her realm increased and her true qi became too strong, her physical body might not be able to withstand it. This was not a troublesome matter for Li Hanzhou. The method for body refinement was available in the Chongsheng view. The Yin family's 9 orifices golden body met the criteria, but Li Hanzhou still desired martial arts like the Buddhist golden bell. Unfortunately, the Buddhist sect was far away in the South Sea and had not come here. So Li Hanzhou could only let Yin Qianjuan cultivate first and see if there was a way to acquire the Buddhist martial arts for her to practice later. Currently, Yin Qianjuan was Li Hanzhou's greatest hope. Lu Dongyue's improvement was also unsatisfactory, and there was no need to mention Shi Ming, despite Li Hanzhou trying various methods. Shi Ming's cultivation speed remained consistently slow, with no changes at all. Truly, as his name suggested, he had a fate as hard as stone. Li Hanzhou had almost given up on Shi Ming, thinking it would be better to place all hope on Yun Qianjuan instead. However, in recent days, he had observed Shi Ming diligently working hard on his cultivation after finishing his chores. Although this child did not possess excellent talent, his perseverance moved Li Hanzhou. He felt he could not give up on Shi Ming. Shi Ming, Li Hanzhou called out as he saw Shi Ming returning from chopping wood. "Uncle Master, is there something you need?" Shi Ming put down his axe and walked over. "I heard that the nine-fingered divine doctor from the Medicine King Valley has also come to Baiyun City. Go to Baiyun City and invite the people from the Medicine King Valley to my Changsheng View," Li Hanzhou instructed little Shi Ming. "Okay." Shi Ming changed his clothes and was about to leave, but Li Hanzhou stopped him and said, "Don't go like that. Let me dress you up a bit." Saying this, Li Hanzhou covered Shi Ming's face, leaving only his small eyes visible. He then changed Shi Ming's Taoist robe for a very ordinary commoner's outfit. Seeing himself dressed like this by Li Hanzhou, Shi Ming felt somewhat puzzled, but did not ask further. He simply did whatever Li Hanzhou told him to do. After all, Shi Ming now knew that Li Hanzhou would not harm him. After Shi Ming left, Li Hanzhou also dressed up to go out. "Uncle Master, are you going out again?" Seeing Li Hanzhou leave, Yun Qianjuan felt that Uncle Master was not going out to do good deeds. An hour later, Shi Ming arrived at Baiyun City. After inquiring about where the people from the Medicine King Valley were staying, he headed straight for the Qingyang Inn. The Medicine King Valley was not in Baiyun City for the purpose of Changsheng View, but merely passing through for other matters. The nine-fingered divine doctor, Sun Yao, was known as a divine doctor and naturally attracted attention. Thus, news of Medicine King Valley spread quickly in Baiyun City. The Qingyang Inn is located on the busiest street in Baiyun City, and Shi Ming's sneaky appearance caught the attention of many people. It was indeed a bit conspicuous to dress like this in broad daylight. However, there were many strange people and things in the martial world, so no one paid too much attention to this. Just then, on the rooftop of a nearby tavern, Li Hanzhou's figure appeared by the window. While drinking, he looked outside, and upon spotting Shi Ming's figure, he slowly raised his palm, gathering spiritual power in his palm. Chapter 46. The Nine-Fingered Divine Doctor. As the spiritual energy surged, a stream of air gathered in Li Hanzhou's palm, resembling a small storm. This was the Great Celestial Phenomenon technique. Recently, while practicing, Li Hanzhou had also studied the Great Celestial Phenomenon technique. Not only that, but he had been researching the techniques he won from bets, as Li Hanzhou wanted to find inspiration to improve the Taoist North Emperor technique, hoping to adapt it for true qi cultivation. During his research, Li Hanzhou had also cultivated the Great Celestial Phenomenon technique to the 5th level. The more he studied, the more he marveled at the power of this technique. No wonder the Divine K Kingdom was so wary of it. The ability to manipulate celestial phenomena was indeed powerful. After gathering the airflow in his palm, Li Hanzhou struck out a palm strike at Shi Ming from a distance. In an instant, a violent wind swept across the entire street. The airflow rushed through the street. Whoosh! The street was instantly thrown into chaos by this gust of wind. What the heck? What's going on? Where did this strong wind come from? What happened? The people on the street were bewildered by the wind, wondering how such a strong gust could suddenly appear. Even Shi Ming was shocked by the strong wind. The force blew the cloth covering his face away, but fortunately, he was quick-witted and immediately grabbed it back, quickly covering his face again. Since his master uncle asked him to cover his face, it was clear that he didn't want anyone to know. And Shi Ming naturally didn't want anyone to see his face. However, now in this Baiyun City, there were many people from the martial world, including experts. Shi Ming's attire was already attention-grabbing, and when the face cloth fell, it was naturally noticed by others. In a nearby tavern, a martial artist said curiously, "Brother Chong, that person just dropped his face cloth. I've seen him before. He's a disciple of the longevity view." A drinker across the table was also taken aback. A disciple of the longevity view? Why is he dressed like that? Not even wearing a Taoist robe. Instead, he's covering his face? It looks like he's up to something sneaky. Not only this person saw it, but some others also noticed, sparking curiosity about Shi Ming. After Shi Ming put on his face cloth and left, Everyone quietly followed him, wanting to see what he was up to. Li Hanzhou, who was drinking in the tavern, noticed that some martial artists were following Ming and smiled faintly. He then called for the waiter and ordered another plate of sauced beef. Soon, a person entered the tavern. Although he was dressed in plain clothes, his noble identity was evident, exuding an air of nobility. It was Yi Yun, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Mr. Li. Yi Yun approached respectfully and bowed to Li Hanzhou. Having witnessed Li Hanzhou's abilities, Yi Yun had long regarded him as his lifelong idol. When Li Hanzhou asked him to meet here, Yi Yun could hardly believe that such a powerful figure would seek him out, so he hurried over. Ever since he used Li Hanzhou's talisman to deal with the dream demon, even his father, Yi Qingbei, had started to look at him more favorably, smiling at him more often. All of this was thanks to Li Hanzhou. Sit down. Li Hanzhou invited Yi Yun to take a seat and poured him a glass of wine. Yi Yun was flattered and quickly took it, saying, Mr. Li, if there's anything you need me to do, just give the word. There is indeed a small matter I'd like your help with, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. I don't have many acquaintances in Baiyun City, and it's not easy to find someone to help me, so I can only trouble you. Mr. Li, you are my family savior. My father often tells me that if there's a chance, I must repay Mr. Li's kindness. Yi Yun said boldly, whatever you need, just say the word. Although I may not have many skills, I still have some influence in Baiyun City. Good. Rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly for helping me. Li Hanzhou waved his hand. Come croze. Yi Yun hurriedly leaned in, listening as Li Hanzhou whispered something in his ear. Yi Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing it. Meanwhile, Ming arrived at the Qingyang Inn, requesting to see the nine-fingered divine doctor. When the people from a Medicine King Valley heard that someone from a longevity view had come, especially since the longevity view had been gaining prominence recently, Sun Yaoxian allowed Ming to enter. Ming saw that Sun Yaoxian was a kindly old man, and he mentioned that he had invited Li Hanzhou to the longevity view and stated that the longevity view would cover the consultation fee. Sun Yaoxian, known as a divine doctor, was respected not only for his superb medical skills, but also for his heart to help others. Upon hearing that Li Hanzhou was urgently looking for him, he didn't hesitate, packed his things, and prepared to accompany Ming to the longevity view. Master, several of Sun Yaoxian's disciples quickly expressed their desire to go along. You all wait for me here. I can return tonight, Sun Yaoxian said calmly. Yes. Since Sun Yaoxian had said so, the disciples had to agree. However, after Sun Yaoxian and Ming left, the three disciples became curious. Why are the longevity view people so eager to find our master? I wonder what's going on, the eldest disciple couldn't help but say. Do you think it might be related to the recent challenge with the Wuqian sect? The second disciple asked. You two, be quiet and stop gossiping here. The youngest junior sister said sternly. Doctors should only focus on illnesses, not on other messy matters. If you could put more thought into studying medicine, our master wouldn't have to worry about you for so long. Though she was the youngest, her words made the two senior brothers hesitate to respond and quickly pulled out a medical book to read. As Ming took Sun Yaoxian away from the Qingyang Inn and boarded a carriage heading toward the longevity view, the news was immediately spread by those who were observant. Disciples of the longevity view had secretly disguised themselves and come to Baiyun City to invite the nine-fingered divine Dr. Sun Yaoxian to the longevity view. This instantly sparked a lot of speculation. What could have happened at the longevity view to urgently summon the nine-fingered divine doctor? Could it be, brother, do you remember the battle with the Wuqian sect yesterday? A martial artist couldn't help but say. Although Lu Dongyue won, he took 3 punches from the Qingyang force. Are you saying that although Lu Dongyue seems fine, he actually sustained internal injuries? The longevity view secretly took the nine-fingered divine doctor there to treat Lu Dongyue's injuries. Everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 47, The Fountain of Youth. Lu Dongyue was injured. Yes, although Lu Dongyue has been displaying invincibility for so many days, defeating all the talented disciples from various sects, he is still human. After so many days of battle, he has been hit quite a few times, and yesterday he was struck several times by the Qingyang force. How could he not be injured? That is indeed the Qingyang force of a 9th-grade martial artist. Even someone at the Transcendence realm would not dare to take it head-on, right? Lu Dongyue has sustained internal injuries, and they are not light. With this, Doesn't it mean that the chances of Jueching Valley winning are significantly increased? The Jueching fairy of Jueching Valley is already extraordinarily powerful, and with Lu Dongyue injured, the battle tomorrow can be said to be a foregone conclusion in favor of Jueching Valley. The news spread quickly. In no time, almost everyone in Baiyan City, including various sects and wandering martial artists, knew about it. Lu Dongyue was injured. The high-ranking members of several sects began to worry, because they ranked just below Jueching Valley. If Lu Dongyue was injured and Jueching Valley's chances of winning increased, wouldn't the Qiuzong blade fall into Jueching Valley's hands? Damn it. In the end, a powerful figure from Shunfeng Mountain furrowed his brows and looked at his calm disciple drinking tea nearby, unable to help but say, "Aren't you worried at all? The Qiuzong blade is about to fall into Jueching Valley's hands. Do those women know how to use a blade? Your master sent you down the mountain, and you might not have another chance." However, the young man drinking tea showed no signs of anxiety and simply replied, "I, Feng Beixian, did not come for the Qiuzong blade. My master sent me down the mountain for training to experience the talents of the world and to gain insight into swordsmanship. As for the Qiuzong blade, it doesn't matter whether I have it or not. Even if the Qiuzong blade is gone, I still want to challenge Lu Dongyue to see who is the best under the Transcendence realm. Just like your master, a stubborn fool." The high-ranking member of Shunfeng Mountain said helplessly. No, Lu Dongyue cannot lose like this. After pondering for a moment, the high-ranking member of Shunfeng Mountain walked out. At the same time, the odds in the gambling houses throughout Baiyan City also underwent a significant change. The odds for Lu Dongyue, which had been a constant 1-to-1, unexpectedly changed to 1-to-5. Meanwhile, the odd for the Jueching fairy shifted to 1-to-1. Those who had previously bet on Lu Dongyue began to refund their tickets, exchanging their bets on Lu Dongyue for bets on the Jueching fairy. Today, there were exceptionally few people betting on Lu Dongyue. I bet on Lu Dongyue to win. At this moment, a man walked over and placed a stack of silver bills on the table. This stack of silver bills immediately attracted everyone's attention. 1,000,000 taels. Seeing the stack of silver bills, everyone present was astonished, speculating about who this person was to have so much money to bet 1,000,000 taels on Lu Dongyue. Anyone who can take out 1,000,000 taels must be from a large sect, but this person looked unfamiliar. "Friend, haven't you heard? Lu Dongyue is actually seriously injured. In tomorrow's battle, he is likely to be powerless to fight back. This 1,000,000 taels of yours is probably going to be lost." A kind-hearted person came up to dissuade him. However, the man remained unmoved and insisted on betting on Lu Dongyue to win. Many people laughed at him for being a fool, but the gambling house was quite pleased. The more such fools, the better. Not long after Li Hanzhou returned to Changshan Temple, Shiming brought son Yaoxian along. "Greetings, divine doctor." When Li Hanzhou saw the kind old man before him, who radiated a saintly glow, he could even see the holy light enveloping the old man through his qi observation technique. He must have done many good deeds in this life. Li Guanzhu, son Yaoxian, also said politely. When clasping his fists, Li Hanzhou noticed that son Yaoxian indeed had only 9 fingers. Li Hanzhou had heard the old man's story. When he was young, he had taken a risk to try an ancient acupuncture method to save a patient, but it ended in failure, and the patient died in his hands. Son Yaoxian felt immense guilt, although the patient's family did not pursue the matter, as the patient was already beyond help and had sought son Yaoxian as a last hope. Son Yaoxian felt that it was due to his reckless use of an unstudied ancient method, and out of guilt, he cut off one of his own fingers to remind himself. For this reason alone, son Yaoxian was indeed worthy of respect. Li Guanzhu, which patient are you referring to? Son Yaoxian did not engage in too many pleasantries. Treating and saving lives was the priority. He is the patient. Li Hanzhou pointed at Shiming. Shiming was taken aback. "I'm the patient?" Son Yaoxian was also surprised and examined Shiming up and down, but did not find any symptoms. "My disciple." Li Hanzhou briefly explained what had happened to Shiming. Li Hanzhou could not tell that Shiming had any issues, but since no elixirs seemed to have any effect on him, he was quite puzzled and thought to let the divine doctor take a look. After all, he was the professional. Such a strange occurrence. Son Yaoxian also became interested and then took Shiming's pulse. After a while, Son Yaoxian finally released his hand and shook his head helplessly, saying, This child is born with a stone pulse. His absorption rate for any medicine is shockingly low, and his cultivation speed will also be slow. It seems he will have no hope in the martial arts path in this life. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Hanzhou's heart sank. Meanwhile, Shi Ming showed no expression, as if he had known all along that he had no future in the martial arts path. Is there any way to change this innate stone pulse? Li Hanzhou still refused to give up. This time, it was not for his own ascension, but because he liked this child, Shi Ming, who was still very young and worked hard in his cultivation. He could not bear to see Shi Ming live a life without achievement and fade away quietly. Changing an innate stone pulse is difficult. Sun Yaoxian shook his head. Difficult? It's not impossible, is it? Li Hanzhou raised his eyebrows. Sun Yaoxian pondered for a moment and said, I could refine a tea on my pill. Using the tea on my pill to break the innate stone pulse should have some hope. However, the materials needed to refine the tea on my pill are quite precious, especially the water from the Fountain of Youth. If you can obtain it, I can refine it for you. The Fountain of Youth? Li Hanzhou remembered that there was a record about it in a book. The Fountain of Youth of Tianxin Academy? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. Exactly. But the things from Tianxin Academy are not so easily obtained. Sun Yaoxian sighed deeply. Moreover, it's strange. My Qinglong Baiyin has inexplicably gone missing, and I am still searching for a new alchemy furnace. I can only help you refine it after I find a new furnace. Cough, Divine Dr. Sun. As long as you're willing to help me refine it, I will take care of the Fountain of Youth. Also, I have a good alchemy furnace here. If you're interested, feel free to use it. After Li Hanzhou finished speaking, he took out a pure white alchemy furnace from his storage bag. Chapter 48. Delivering Gifts This Dan Furnace. Looking at the Dan furnace that Li Hanzhou took out, Sun Yaoxian examined it carefully, feeling that it looked familiar. However, in front of Li Hanzhou, Sun Yaoxian naturally couldn't keep staring at it. Thank you, Master Li. In that case, the other materials for the tea on my Dan will be provided by my Yaowang Valley. Sun Yaoxian accepted the Dan furnace given by Li Hanzhou. After giving a few instructions, Li Hanzhou sent Sun Yaoxian out of Changshengwen. Phew! Li Hanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. The Qinglong Baiyin originally belonged to Sun Yaoxian. He accidentally took someone else's Dan furnace in his storage bag, so returning it was just right. However, Li Hanzhou felt a bit embarrassed about taking out the Qinglong Baiyin directly, so he had already coated it with a layer of white oil before taking it out. Since it was getting late, Sun Yaoxian didn't examine it closely and only found it familiar for a moment. Master Uncle. At this moment, Shi Ming walked over and said seriously to Li Hanzhou, I don't need any tea on my Dan. I will just focus on my cultivation. Although my progress will be slow, I will work hard. The Immortal Spring is a treasure of the Tianxin Academy, which is one of the top forces in Dongyan Prefecture. They want to easily give it to us. Don't worry. Li Hanzhou patted Shi Ming's head and smiled. Just leave the rest to me. You don't need to worry. It's just the Immortal Spring. There will always be a way. Okay. Since Li Hanzhou said so, Shi Ming nodded. At that moment, a servant approached. Master, there is a guest asking to see you. He says he is from Shinfo Mountain. Please let him in. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Yes. Meanwhile, Shi Ming looked puzzled and asked, Master Uncle, why would someone from Shinfo Mountain come here? To deliver a gift to our Changshengwen, Li Hanzhou replied. Huh? Shi Ming didn't understand why Shinfo Mountain would come to give gifts to Changshengwen. Before long, a person from Shinfo Mountain arrived in front of Li Hanzhou, cupping his fist politely and saying, Luo Zixia from Shinfo Mountain pays his respects to Master Li. Luo brother. Li Hanzhou invited Luo Zixia into the main hall and had him sit down, then had someone brew tea. Li Hanzhou also politely asked, I didn't expect Luo brother to come to our Changshengwen so late. Is there something you need? I heard. Luo Zixia said quietly that Lu Dongyue was injured during the match with Wukiemin. Is that true? Luo brother, don't say such things. Dongyue is perfectly fine. The people from Wukiemin didn't hurt him at all. Li Hanzhou suddenly stood up, looking tense as he walked to the door to check outside. Then turned back and said, Luo brother, don't joke like that. It's simply not true. Seeing Li Hanzhou's expression, Luo Zixia was sure his guess was almost correct. Then he laughed and said, Li brother, don't be nervous. I don't mean anything else. I just recently saw Dongyue's performance and really like this kid. I was worried he might get hurt during the match today, so I especially came to check and also bring something for him." Saying this, he took out a box. "This contains our Shinfeng Mountain's unique Dan, Xuanji Dan. No matter how severe the injury, taking one will help him recover well. Please don't reject it, Li brother." He pushed the Dan over. "Luo brother, you could have just come without bringing anything. This is too much," Li Hanzhou quickly said, then discreetly accepted the Xuanji Dan. Seeing Li Hanzhou accept the gift so readily, Luo Zixiao was somewhat speechless. Why did Li Hanzhou have to be so contradictory? After some polite conversation, Luo Zixiao left. Not long after, several high-ranking members from various sects began to visit Chang Xingwen, all coming to deliver medicine to Lu Dongyue. They were afraid that Lu Dongyue would be defeated by the people from Jueqing Valley tomorrow, and then they would have no chance. This scene left Shi Ming in a daze. After meeting the various sect leaders, Li Hanzhou went to see Lu Dongyue. "Dongyue, don't work too hard on your cultivation. Tomorrow," just as Li Hanzhou thought Lu Dongyue was diligently cultivating, he entered the room to find Lu Dongyue freshly bathed and dressed in new clothes. Admiring himself in front of the mirror, "Lianzhou, Master Uncle, seeing Gu Lian Su Kumin," Lu Dongyue quickly put down what he was holding and said respectfully, "This is quite vain, I assent it," Li Hanzhou said speechlessly. "Aren't we competing against Jueqing Valley tomorrow? I heard that Jueqing Ferry is stunningly beautiful, so I have to tidy myself up a bit. I can't embarrass our Chang Xingwen, can I?" Lu Dongyue said somewhat shyly. "Stop with the useless things." Li Hanzhou replied speechlessly, "You are now the first person under the transcendent realm. After you challenge all the talented individuals from various sects. What kind of women can't you have? Even if you wear tattered clothes, there will be plenty of beauties flocking to you. Acting like this just for a beauty from Jueqing Valley is what truly embarrasses our Chang Xingwen. But Master Uncle, my status as the first under the transcendent realm relies on your Dan," Lu Dongyue said with a. He knew all of this was fake. If he were to truly compare strengths, any opponent he casually encountered these days could easily pin him down. "Everything will come in time." Li Hanzhou patted Lu Dongyue on the shoulder and said, "In the future, you might be the #1 in the world. Now you can step on them. And in the future, you can do the same. Work hard on your cultivation and strive for ascension. I will still be relying on you in the future." After Li Hanzhou painted a bright picture for Lu Dongyue, he indeed felt full confidence. As night fell, chaos erupted in Baiyan City. When these martial artists came to Baiwa residence to buy tickets for tomorrow's match of Jueqing Ferry, they found that all the tickets were sold out. They were dumbfounded. No tickets, what is the point? However, just as these people were trying to figure out what was going on, a few people suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Tickets, tickets! VIP tickets for tomorrow's match of Jueqing Ferry. 50,000 taels of silver each. Anyone interested? I have inner field tickets for 10,000 taels each, honest prices. Outer field tickets for 5,000 taels. Buy quickly, or they will be gone soon." This announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. The prices had suddenly increased so much. In a nearby tavern, Jiang Yishuan was sitting on the second floor, watching the ticket-selling scene across the street with a smile. Sitting opposite Jiang Yishuan was Lu Tianqing. "Master, why have the ticket prices suddenly gone up so much?" Lu Tianqing frowned and said, "If Chang Xingwen finds out someone is maliciously raising ticket prices, won't they step in?" "Step in?" Jiang Yishuan smiled and said, "That is probably the handiwork of Chang Xingwen." Chapter 49, The Appearance of the Heartless Fairy Master. Are you saying? Lu Tianqing looked outside in surprise and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this Longsheng view too despicable? One shouldn't say that." Jiang Yishuan poured himself a glass of wine and said, "Being able to legally put someone else's money into your own pocket is a skill. Lianzhou, the master of Longsheng view, is not a simple person. In this martial world, if you don't have a bit of brains, you won't survive." "Then why is the ticket price so high?" Lu Tianqing frowned. "Even if it's expensive, it has to be bought," Jiang Yishuan said. "Didn't you say you wanted to see the match between Lu Dongyue and the Heartless Fairy Song Yitao? Your cultivation has been slowing down recently, and you've lost to Lu Dongyue twice. He has become your inner demon. If you don't resolve this inner demon, you might not make any progress in this life." "I'm sorry to have worried you, Master." Lu Tianqing looked ashamed. His cultivation speed had indeed been decreasing. Whenever he closed his eyes while cultivating, he would see Lu Dongyue provoking him and beating him up like a grandson. Gradually, Lu Tianxing realized he had developed an inner demon. That's why he wanted to come and watch the decisive battle between Lu Dongyue and the heartless fairy Song Yitao, to see how much chance Lu Dongyue had against the experts from the Heartless Valley. Even though the ticket prices had skyrocketed, there were still people buying them. They were willing to risk it all just to catch a glimpse of the Heartless Fairy. Moreover, many had already placed high bets and obviously wanted to see the outcome of their wagers. Otherwise, how could they be at ease? So, just moments later, all the tickets were sold out. The ticket scalpers were all from Yiyun and Baiwa residents, working together to drive up the prices. This was naturally under Li Hanzhou's instructions. With such a good flow of traffic from the Heartless Fairy, Li Hanzhou certainly wanted to make a hefty profit. The next morning, as dawn broke, the entrance of Longsheng View was already crowded. When Li Hanzhou first saw the Heartless Fairy, he was shocked by her beauty. With such looks in modern times, no female streamer would stand chance. Greetings, Senior Li. The higher-ups from the Heartless Valley didn't come. Only the Heartless Fairy and 3 junior sisters were present. You're being too polite, Li Hanzhou said. Did your master not come? My master doesn't like to join in on the excitement, so he didn't come, the Heartless Fairy replied. On my way here, I heard Lu Dongyue was injured. I wonder how severe his injuries are. If it's too serious, I can come back to compete in a few days. No need, he's fine. It won't affect your match at all, Li Hanzhou joked. Tickets have already been sold. If we delay for a few days, that would be a lot of money lost, and many people outside can't afford to wait. All right, since Li Hanzhou said so, the Heartless Fairy naturally didn't say more. Half an hour later, everyone had entered the venue. Each person was dressed extravagantly and looked particularly handsome. Brother Hai, I'm here. Lin Shaoxian had just arrived at the VIP area, wanting to rush over to her wealthy patron, Hai Dongsheng, who had already visited the VIP area twice and was very fond of her, spending generously. Lin Shaoxian had made quite a bit of money from Hai Dongsheng. However, when Lin Shaoxian lunged forward, Hai Dongsheng actually dodged, causing her to fall empty-handed. Miss, what do you mean by this? Hai Dongsheng stood up seriously and said, Men and women should maintain a distance. I hope you will show some self-respect. Huh? Lin Shaoxian was dumbfounded. Just a few days ago, he was hugging her while touching her, calling her baby, and today he was talking about maintaining distance? Before she was a sweet darling. Now that the Heartless Fairy had arrived, she had become a cow lady, right? Not only Lin Shaoxian, but the other girls also faced the same treatment. All the people in the VIP area seemed to have transformed into upright gentlemen. Even Su Dabiao, who usually called everyone old man from the Destroying Gun sect, was now referring to himself as young man. This wave of actions left not only Baiwa residents as ladies, but even Li Hanzhou stunned. These people really could put on an act. The ladies from Baiwa residents couldn't approach, making it impossible for them to persuade them to buy anything. But Li Hanzhou had already anticipated this situation. It was no challenge for him. While everyone was anxiously waiting, the people from the Heartless Valley had already arrived at the arena. When the Heartless Fairy Song Yitao appeared, everyone in the venue held their breath. Song Yitao was truly beautiful, stunning to the point of being beyond compare. Every man's gaze was almost fixed on her. Her extraordinary temperament and those icy eyes struck at the softest spots in their hearts. So beautiful, many couldn't help but drool. Not just the younger generation. Even some older folks couldn't help but think that if only they could be a few decades younger, how wonderful that would be. Maybe they would still have a chance to compete. Heartless Fairy, Heartless Fairy. Many young disciples below couldn't help but shout, hoping to catch the Heartless Fairy's attention. Even a glance from her would make them feel that the expensive ticket price was worth it. However, the Heartless Fairy didn't even glance at them, as if there were no room for these grains of sand in her eyes. The Heartless Fairy Song Yitao was indeed stunning. Even Lu Tianxing found his breath quickening at the sight of her. Everyone at that moment, Li Hanzhou stepped out. I can see that everyone loves the Heartless Fairy. Therefore, Longsheng View is launching a flower reward event. Li Hanzhou waved his hand, and immediately, several servants brought up flower baskets filled with various flowers. Those who liked the Heartless Fairy could buy a basket of flowers and send them to her to cheer her on. As soon as this was announced, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, if they sent flowers to the Heartless Fairy, perhaps she would glance at them. Wouldn't that give them a chance? The Heartless Fairy on the stage wasn't surprised to hear this. as Li Hanzhou had already discussed it with her before coming and mentioned that 20 of the profits could go to her. Although Song Yitao was called a fairy, she was still human. She needed resources for cultivation and would naturally not refuse such a simple opportunity. Not only that, but the person who rewarded the most flowers today would also receive a signed copy of a Heartless Valley technique from the Heartless Fairy Song Yitao. Li Hanzhou dropped another bombshell. The Heartless Fairy also agreed to this. Although it was said to be a technique from Heartless Valley, it didn't specify which technique. There were many ordinary techniques in Heartless Valley that weren't worth much, so giving one out wasn't a big deal. As soon as this was said, the whole venue erupted. Chapter 50. The first person under transcendence, is there a technique to obtain the signature of the Heartless Fairy? As soon as this condition was announced, everyone's eyes turned red. What is this? An engagement token? Damn it. Today I want to see who dares to compete with me from Shankwilling. You're talking nonsense. What are you from Shankwilling? Are we from the Wangsun family in Nanbin City afraid of you? Do you think you're worthy? Are we from Baixiong Valley dead? In an instant, the air began to fill with the scent of gunpowder. Everyone was already on the verge of confrontation. The battle on the stage hadn't even started yet, but a fight was about to break out below. If you're not convinced, come and match your skills. Afraid of you? If you're not convinced, come and try it now. Many people had already started to stir up trouble to watch the excitement. At this moment, standing on the stage, Li Hanzhou saw this scene, furrowed his brows slightly, activated his spiritual energy, and shouted in a deep voice, "If you want to fight, go outside. Changshengguan is not a place for you to fight." Boom! Everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. Li Hanzhou's shout instantly felt like a myriad of phenomena trampling down on their heads. They only felt a buzzing in their heads. And even the true energy within their bodies began to boil at that moment. Everyone's expression changed, and they faintly felt a sense of going berserk. Moreover, with Li Hanzhou's roar, a faint sound of a giant elephant's roar echoed in the air. Soul-stirring. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Fearful gazes turned towards Li Hanzhou, all displaying expressions of disbelief. They knew that Li Hanzhou, as the master of Changshengguan, was not an ordinary person, but the strength he exhibited at this moment shocked them. What kind of technique was that? They didn't know. It was simply comparable to the lion's roar of the Buddhist school of the South Sea. It must be stronger than the lion's roar, right? Everyone swallowed hard. Their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Li Hanzhou. Just a single roar almost made them go berserk. If they really started fighting, they would be no match at all. No wonder the autumn burial knife was in his hands. It seemed Zhao Qinxiu did not die in vain. On the spectator stand, the Supreme Master of Taoist was also filled with shock. Although Li Hanzhou's roar just now did not make him go berserk, he still felt his soul tremble violently. He sensed that Li Hanzhou was stronger than when he had fought Zhao Qinxiu. Master, this master of Changshengguan is incredibly powerful. That roar just now had such might. Lu Tianxing said in astonishment. That's not just a casual roar. The Supreme Master of Taoist squinted his eyes and said, Changshengguan has historically been a top sect, with countless secret techniques. That seemingly ordinary roar, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Tai myriad manifestations technique of Changshengguan, which has been lost for hundreds of years, and now it has actually reappeared. Tai myriad manifestation technique? Lu Tianxing was stunned. With Li Hanzhou's roar, everyone became obedient. But to compete for the favor of the beautiful fairy, they would not hold back. Li Guan Master, we were wrong just now. First, give me 100 flower baskets. I want to support the Heartless Fairy. At this moment, a disciple from a prestigious family stood up and said, Good. Wang Sun Chi from the Wang Sun family in Nanbin City supports the Heartless Fairy with 100 flower baskets, now ranked first. Li Hanzhou said loudly, then looked at Yin Qianzhushu not far away and said, Write down. Yes. Yin Qianzhushu wrote the name on a piece of red cloth, raised it like a flag, and hung it high in the air. Almost everyone could see it at a glance. This made Wang Sun Chi feel very proud. Good, 100 taels, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Wang Sun Chi. How much? Wang Sun Chi was somewhat dumbfounded. What nonsense is this, 100 taels each? This flower basket is 100 taels each. Li Hanzhou slapped his forehead and said awkwardly, Did I forget to mention it just now? Oh, I'm really getting old and confused. I forgot. No problem. No problem. This is my mistake. It can be refunded. It can be refunded. Refund? Li Hanzhou blinked and asked. I. Wang Sunqi's face turned red. He really wanted to say refund it, but he couldn't say out loud. Seeing this, Li Hanzhou turned back to Yun Qianzhushu and shouted, Qianzhushu, lower the flag. Wang Sunqi wants to refund the flower baskets and temporarily won't support the Heartless Fairy. Oh. Yun Qianzhushu was about to lower the flag. Wait, who said I wouldn't support the Heartless Fairy? Don't talk nonsense. It's just a mere 100 taels of silver. I thought it was a big deal. Gritting his teeth, Wang Sunqi still took out the money. He then turned to look at the elder of the Wang Sun family nearby, who had already started fuming and glaring. He inwardly cursed how his family could have produced such a spendthrift. It's just 100 flower baskets. I'll send 120. At this moment, someone immediately stood up to contend for the position of top donor. The atmosphere below the stage was bustling. Meanwhile, the competition on the stage had already begun. You three wait here, the Heartless Fairy said to her 3 junior sisters. Yes, the 3 answered. If it weren't for Lu Dongyue insisting on challenging 4 people, the Heartless Fairy would have come alone. She wasn't fighting for the autumn burial knife. She was fighting for destiny. Therefore, the first step was to defeat Lu Dongyue. If she couldn't even secure the position of the first among the younger generation, what was there to talk about in terms of destiny? I concede. Song Yitao looked at Lu Dongyue. The Heartless Fairy is being polite. Lu Dongyue was also filled with excitement at this moment. The Heartless Fairy's beauty moved him greatly. But Lu Dongyue also had the self-awareness to know he had no chance. The duel between the two on the stage commenced instantly. The forgetfulness song technique of the Heartless Valley truly deserved to be one of the top techniques. The Heartless Fairy's movements were ethereal, and her attacks appeared plain, yet contained overwhelming power. In an instant, there were hundreds of variations in her moves. Each technique carried a sense of cold aloofness. Her graceful figure captivated everyone. Many were shocked because the Heartless Fairy's strength was truly far superior to theirs. They were not even on the same level. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing chill seemed to freeze everything for miles. The cold energy transformed into threads, locking Lu Dongyue within. Each strand of cold energy condensed with an astonishing killing intent. If facing other disciples in sparring, the Heartless Fairy would naturally not strike so fiercely. But since Lu Dongyue dared to claim to be the first person under transcendence and could continuously defeat so many experts, the Heartless Fairy knew she had to exert all her strength. Otherwise, she would have no chance. Facing the martial arts of the Heartless Valley, Lu Dongyue maintained his undefeated stance, while also feeling the intricacies of the techniques of the Heartless Valley. Over these days of sparring, Lu Dongyue had gained profound insights into external martial arts. Meanwhile, his golden light spell was also being executed more smoothly than before. Chapter 51. Snow falling for miles as the golden light spell was unleashed, a golden radiance enveloped the entire body, with true energy flowing and blocking all of the Heartless Fairy's attacks. The golden light spread from his palms, resembling crashing waves. Each palm gathered an astonishing aura. Among the opponents that Lu Dongyue encountered, the Heartless Fairy was undoubtedly the strongest. Lu Dongyue could feel that this proud daughter of heaven was genuinely powerful, but unfortunately, she had met him a cheat. At this moment, the martial arts of the Heartless Valley were completely transparent to him. In fact, if Lu Dongyue wished, he could defeat the Heartless Fairy within 3 moves. However, that was something Li Hanzhou definitely would not allow. Moreover, the fans of the Heartless Fairy below the ring were fighting fiercely for the top spot. Aside from these young masters, many older spectators in the audience were also tense, their eyes red as they stared at the stage. Wasn't Lu Dongyue injured? How could he seem even stronger? They had bet on the Heartless Valley to win. Will their money go to waste? Snow falling for miles. After a prolonged stalemate, true energy surged within the Heartless Fairy, and, as she made her move, the entire arena became frigid. It was as if time and space were frozen. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky, each one freezing the ground into a layer of ice. The Heartless Fairy formed seals with her hands, and the wind and snow swirled, directly enveloping Lu Dongyue. Senior sister. The 3 disciples from the Heartless Valley were shocked. This snow falling for miles technique was one of the Heartless Valley's secret arts, only usable by transcendent masters. The Heartless Fairy, with just a 9th grade cultivation, was using such a powerful move. An ordinary person would have long exhausted their true energy and perished. Yet at this moment, Song Yitao only looked slightly pale. This move consumed a great deal of her energy. The spectators below were also amazed by the Heartless Fairy's strength. However, facing such a terrifying move, Lu Dongyue's golden light spell blocked everything, and the golden light bursting forth from it pierced through all the snowflakes like 1,000 swords. At this moment, one side was icy and snowy, while the other was blazing with sunlight, creating a stark contrast across the arena. Master, the Heartless Fairy's Song of Forgetfulness is really impressive. I am no match for her. Lu Tianqing looked at the Heartless Fairy on the stage, his expression somewhat dejected. He had thought of himself as a standout among the younger generation, a prodigy, but he hadn't expected there to be so many stronger than him. She had forcibly executed this move with her 9th grade cultivation, resulting in significant backlash, yet she still couldn't defeat Lu Dongyue. The Supreme Master smiled and said, "So Lu Dongyue's golden light spell should be a technique from your Taoist sect, right?" Lu Tianqing said with some confusion, "But it's strange. Why does his golden light spell feel somewhat familiar to me? Hey, his true energy circulation route seems like our Taishian sacred grounds, Taishian mind method." Lu Tianqing was stunned. Cough, cough. The Supreme Master coughed. "Isn't it because you taught the Taishian mind method to Lu Dongyue?" Lu Tianqing. He remembered that the last time he came to the eternal life view seeking revenge, he was thrashed by Lu Dongyue, who took on 4 of them at once. He even ended up giving away his sect's highest mind method. Thinking of this, Lu Tianqing felt a bit depressed. Was he a waste? I concede. At that moment, the Heartless Fairy's voice resonated like thunder across the square. The Heartless Fairy concedes. The disciples still scrambling to buy flower baskets for the Heartless Fairy also stopped. In the end, it was Tang Wanling from the Tang sect who secured the top position for 60,000 taels of silver. With the Heartless Fairy's concession, the faces of most people present turned particularly ugly. They had bet on the Heartless Valley to win. How could the Heartless Valley actually lose? Which bastard said Lu Dongyue was seriously injured and even needed the divine Dr. Sun Yaowang to treat him? Look at him, so full of life. How could he possibly need treatment? Are we not going to fight for a while longer? Li Hanzhou also didn't expect today to end so soon. If they fought a bit longer, Li Hanzhou felt that someone would definitely offer a high price of 100,000 taels. I've exhausted my true energy and lost. The Heartless Fairy said without any further ado. At this moment, she indeed felt like she could barely stand. Her gaze fell on Lu Dongyue as she said, "You are truly strong. I've been too arrogant, thinking of myself as an unparalleled genius. But today you have shown me that there is always someone better. However, I will surpass you in the future. The fairy is already very impressive." Lu Dongyue smiled awkwardly. If it were a real fight, he would probably not last 3 moves against the Heartless Fairy. Though I'm not as good as you, I will still compete for the fate of this world. The Heartless Fairy said sharply, "I hope to cross swords with you again on the path of competing for destiny." Let's hope so. Lu Dongyue thought to himself. Still competing for destiny? Am I fighting for destiny with my backside? As the Heartless Fairy stepped down from the stage, Tang Wanling from the Tang sect hurriedly approached her, bowing and saying, "Fairy, hello, I am Tang Wanling from the Tang sect. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Here, this is for you." The Heartless Fairy took out a book, signed her name, and handed it to Tang Wanling before leaving without looking back. Wow! Tang Wanling looked at the technique in his hands with delight. The others looked on with envy and jealousy. Blue flower palm technique. After everyone looked at it, they couldn't help but chuckle. This was an entry-level palm technique of the Heartless Valley, which even the miscellaneous disciples could perform. This thing, 60,000 taels? Ha ha! This can be bought for 20 taels. Someone couldn't help but mock. Tang sect people are really rich. Bullshit, what do you know? Tang Wanling said defiantly. This is the Heartless Fairy's autograph. Go ahead and be jealous. You haven't grasped what the fairy was trying to say to me. Why don't you give me the blue flower palm technique? Blue flower, love words. Tang Wanling said dreamily. The Heartless Fairy wants to tell me that this technique represents the love words she spoke to me, that she actually has feelings for me. I have already touched her heart. When I return to the Tang sect, I will have the elders propose to her at the Heartless Valley. By then, you will be envious of this group of bastards." Hearing this, Hanzhou was greatly shocked. Is the dog-like behavior so prevalent in this world too? Chapter 52, No More Challengers. The sun was setting. Today was an incredibly crazy day for Baiyun City. The Jueqing Valley was defeated. Many people lost their fortunes, while some made a killing. It goes without saying who those some were. Holding a large amount of silver notes, Hanzhou finally felt a hint of security. By selling high-priced tickets through Yiyun and the people from Baiwa residents, along with the flower basket reward activity, Hanzhou made nearly 1,000,000 taels. In the casino, Hanzhou bet 1,000,000 taels of silver and directly made 5 times that amount back. At this time, Hanzhou's little treasury already had 6 to 7 million taels of silver. This amount of money was a huge sum for many sects and noble families. For example, the Chongqing View had never fought such a wealthy battle before. They had previously lived in poverty, where even having a meal of meat was a luxury. Now, they were singing songs of a newly liberated serf. Yiyun, betting alongside Hanzhou, turned his own 100,000 taels into 500,000 taels. This made Yiyun, the son of the city lord, beam with joy. Although he usually had no shortage of money to spend, who would not want more money? Moreover, Baiyun City's construction needed a certain amount of funds recently. After Yiqing Bei was attacked by the Dream Demon, he also recruited some skilled people from the Jianghu to stay in Baiyun City. Money was needed everywhere. Yiyun felt that his earnings could help his family a bit. The Jueqing Ferry originally planned to leave Chongqing View and return to Jueqing Valley, but Hanzhou's accounting took some time. After distributing the profits to the Jueqing Ferry, it was getting late, and since the Jueqing Ferry had exhausted her true energy after using the 10,000 miles of snow technique today, she suffered some backlash. Hanzhou was also worried that something might happen to the Jueqing Ferry on her way back. After all, only a few girls from Jueqing Valley came. Now that the Jueqing Ferry couldn't team move for a short time, Hanzhou let her stay in Chongqing View first and wrote a letter to send to Jueqing Valley, hoping that someone from Jueqing Valley could come and pick them up. Otherwise, such a beautiful girl, now with damaged true energy, might encounter some lecher, which would be terrible. After pondering for a moment, the Jueqing Ferry agreed, so she settled down in Chongqing View. There were many rooms in Chongqing View, and Ming casually cleaned out a few for the disciples of Jueqing Valley to stay in. Ming was meticulous in his work, cleaning every corner of the room very thoroughly. Once the rooms were tidied up, although they were simple, they were very clean. Ming turned around and saw the Jueqing Ferry standing in the courtyard, so he approached her and said, "Thank you." After the Jueqing Ferry finished speaking, she entered the room. Looking around, it was indeed very clean. She then took out a silver ingot and handed it to Ming, saying, "Keep this to buy something to eat." However, Ming shook his head and said, "I'm just following my master's instructions to help you clean the room. I can't accept your money. You should rest first. I'll bring you dinner later." After saying this, Ming left without looking back. Seeing that Ming didn't accept her money, the Jueqing Ferry was somewhat surprised, as she could tell that Ming's cultivation was not high and he didn't seem wealthy. This silver ingot was enough for a family of 3's expenses for a month. The young man didn't seem to have any thoughts of taking it. She entered the room, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate her true energy to recover from her injuries. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock at the door from outside. "Guoming." The door opened, and Ming entered, carrying several small dishes and rice. Ming placed the food on the table and said, "Just some plain food. Fairy, please eat a little. You made this?" The Jueqing Fairy looked at the dishes, which were visually appealing and smelled great, seeming even better than what was made in the taverns outside. "Yes." Ming nodded. "Your cooking is surprisingly good." Although the Jueqing Fairy had a cold personality, it was only aimed at those who had ulterior motives toward her. From Ming's eyes, she didn't see a hint of greed, only pure clarity, which made her willing to talk to him a bit more. "I learned from my master recently. My master's dishes are delicious. If you like it, eat more. I'll step out now." Ming nodded and turned to leave. In the following days, the competition continued. Lu Donghua defeated several sects in succession, and Chongqing View also gained quite a few treasures. The three heroes of the Tang sect came to challenge him. But due to one person being absent, they couldn't gather enough participants. And in the end, Lu Dongyue didn't compete, leaving the Tang sect members feeling frustrated. Later, they randomly found someone to make up the numbers, and the four of them ended up getting beaten by Lu Dongyue on the arena. After that, Fang Beixian, a direct disciple of Luo Jini from Shunfeng Mountain, challenged Lu Dongyue. Fang Beixian's swordsmanship was exceptional, practically a seed of sword immortal. However, in the end, he still lost to Lu Dongyue. No one expected Lu Dongyue to maintain his unbeaten streak through so many matches. Their membership cards couldn't be refunded either. However, with Fang Beixian's defeat, only a few sects that had signed up previously came to participate in the challenges, and after the disciples of the Shanqing sect were defeated, no other sects signed up anymore. Even with the temptation of the Qiuzong Dao, no one came. It was ridiculous. Jueching Valley, Shunfeng Mountain, Shanqing sect, they had all lost. The disciples of other sects were not arrogant enough to think they were stronger than Fang Beixian and Song Yitao, right? These two could be said to be the pinnacle among the youth beneath the transcendent level. Lu Dongyue was simply incredibly strong. Master, no one has signed up anymore. One day, Yin Qianzhu dejectedly said to Li Hanzhou, I set up a stall all day today, and not a single person came to sign up. It seems like these sects are too scared to challenge second brother. Li Hanzhou didn't mind. This was already within his expectations. Now your second brother is the number one beneath the transcendent level. Who would voluntarily come and let him beat them? After getting beaten, they'd have to hand over their sect's treasures, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. That makes sense. Yin Qianzhu nodded. Li Hanzhou put down the talisman paper in his hand, then looked up at Yin Qianzhu in surprise and said, You've reached the 6th rank? Yes. Yin Qianzhu grinned and said, I was free today, so I broke through. Li Hanzhou, people can really be infuriating. Li Hanzhou had also been diligently cultivating recently. But after so many days, he only felt that his second level of qi refinement was loosening, heading towards the 3rd level. He couldn't say exactly when he would break through. Master, the Jueching fairy is leaving. At this moment, Shi Ming ran over. Seeing Shi Ming looking a bit out of breath, Li Hanzhou wondered, They're leaving, why are you so anxious? Chapter 53, A Letter from the Senior Brother, huh? Shi Ming was taken aback upon hearing this, then quickly said, Master Uncle, I'm not nervous. I'm just here to inform you. Li Hanzhou glanced at Shi Ming in surprise. His face had actually turned red. Let's go take a look, he said. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming went to find the Heartless Fairy. After a few days of rest, the Heartless Fairy's injuries had mostly healed. Now, she was waiting at the door with several junior sisters for Li Hanzhou's arrival. When she saw him, the Heartless Fairy stepped forward respectfully and said, Senior Li, I apologize for the disturbance at the Eternal Life View these days. My injuries are almost healed, and the sect elders have arrived in Baiyan City, so we will take our leave now. You're too polite, Li Hanzhou smiled and replied, I've been quite busy lately, and I hope you won't mind my lack of hospitality. Not at all, Senior Li. You've taken great care of us, the Heartless Fairy said, glancing at Shi Ming before adding. The meals that junior brother Shi Ming cooked were also delicious. I hope to have the chance to taste his cooking again in the future. Upon hearing this, Shi Ming's face turned even redder. If the fairy wishes to come, you can come anytime, he said softly. Then we'll take our leave. The Heartless Fairy and her companions departed from the Eternal Life View. Li Hanzhou watched their departing figures, then looked at Shi Ming beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Little Shi Ming, do you like the Song Yitao? Yeah. Shi Ming nodded firmly without denying it. What do you like about her? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. Pretty. Shi Ming answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Li Hanzhou laughed heartily. Shi Ming usually appeared too honest, but he was certainly not foolish. Do you want to pursue her? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but ask again. Yes, Shi Ming nodded. That could be difficult. Li Hanzhou patted Shi Ming's shoulder. Winning over that girl will probably be harder than anything else you've encountered in your life, and you'll need to be better than all the other suitors. I will try my best. Stubborn, aren't you? Li Hanzhou thought Shi Ming was joking and turned to head back. However, at that moment, a figure in a purple robe ran up from the foot of the mountain, shouting, A letter from Lu Dongyue. Just give it to me. Li Hanzhou took the letter meant for Lu Dongyue, initially thinking it was a challenge letter. However, upon seeing the name Zhou Qinlin written on the envelope, He realized it was a letter from the senior brother. Shi Ming, seeing the name on the letter, was also surprised with everything that had been happening recently. He had almost forgotten that they had a senior brother at the Eternal Life View, down the mountain to exterminate demons, and still hasn't returned. Remarkable, Li Hanzhou said, turning to look for Lu Dongyue to hand over the letter. A letter from the senior brother? Lu Dongyue opened it and his expression changed slightly. What does the senior brother say? Shi Ming couldn't help but ask. Master Uncle, the senior brother says he has found the whereabouts of Master, Lu Dongyue told Li Hanzhou. But he is currently trapped in Hanzhou Prefecture and can't return. He hopes I can go to rescue him, and also mention that he found a treasure lost by our Eternal Life View. What treasure has our Eternal Life View lost? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up at the mention of treasure. I don't know. It said that our Eternal Life View was once very prosperous and powerful, so it's normal to have treasures. But Master Uncle, isn't finding Master's whereabouts more important now? Lu Dongyue said somewhat speechlessly. Oh, right. Li Hanzhou suddenly remembered his cheap senior brother. However, his divination technique couldn't find any information about his brother at all. How could Zhou Qianlin say he had found a clue about him? And that treasure, what exactly is it? Where is Hanzhou Prefecture? Li Hanzhou asked curiously at that moment. Master Uncle, Hanzhou Prefecture is in the Great Zhou Kingdom. At this moment, Yin Qianzhe also walked in and said, but it's strange. Why did the senior brother go so far to exterminate demons and end up in the Great Zhou Kingdom? The Great Zhou Kingdom? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but say, isn't the Tianxin Academy located in the Great Zhou Kingdom? Yes. Yin Qianzhe explained, Tianxin Academy is the strongest school in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It is said that countless experts are stationed within the academy, and many martial artists from the academy have emerged, even top-tier experts who have entered the immortal realm, such as Luo Jini from Shunfeng Mountain, who came from Tianxin Academy. Then let's take a trip, Li Hanzhou said. I will go bring back your senior brother and look for a clue about him. Qianzhe and Dongyue, you two stay behind to look after the place, and I will take Shi Ming to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Take the third senior brother with you? Yin Qianzhe immediately became anxious. Master Uncle, I want to go too. Be good, we're not going for fun. We are taking your third senior brother to Tianxin Academy for important matters, and I will return quickly, Li Hanzhou reassured Yin Qianzhe. Then, fine. Although she was reluctant, Yin Qianzhe still compromised. Li Hanzhou was naturally worried about leaving the two kids to look after the place, but there was no other way at the moment. So, he spent a whole day drawing many talismans and handed them over to Lu Dongyue and Yin Qianzhe. If any troublemakers come to the sect, use the 5 thunder talismans to deal with them. Additionally, Li Hanzhou set up formations within the Eternal Life View, gathering the numerous talismans to form 2 large formations, the Tiangang 5 Thunder Formation and the 8-Gate Golden Lock Formation. Then, he also arranged a small teleportation array within the sect. Li Hanzhou didn't know much about teleportation arrays, so he could only set up a short-distance one, capable of teleporting a few miles at most, and it also had randomness. After that, he buried 369 Yang Divine Fire Talismans in the Eternal Life View. Once the teleportation array activated, the 369 Yang Divine Fire Talismans would instantly reduce the entire Eternal Life View to ashes. Even if a master like Zhao Qinxiu came, they wouldn't be able to leave alive. Those who didn't know would think that Li Hanzhou had buried some treasure in the Eternal Life View, even though Li Hanzhou's soul was powerful. Drawing so many talismans still exhausted him to the point of fatigue. However, he still felt it wasn't enough. He spent another afternoon refining a new spiritual treasure for Lu Dongyue, the binding immortal rope. If enemies attacked, this could be used to trap them. However, the normal binding immortal rope is golden, but the one Li Hanzhou refined turned out to be black. Nevertheless, he didn't care too much about it. As long as it worked, that was enough. Seeing that Li Hanzhou had refined a spiritual treasure for himself again, Lu Dongyue's hands trembled as he took it. This black thing is the binding immortal rope? It won't be some defective spiritual treasure again, will it? Indeed, Lu Dongyue had developed a psychological shadow towards the strange items Li Hanzhou refined. Last time, the soul-capturing bell had caused quite a mess. Chapter 54. Are you really going? Taichung Mountain. This mountain has a perilous terrain, yet it is also the only way to Lingyan City. As the border of the Divine K country, one must leave Lingyan City, follow the Hanzhou River, to reach the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Hanzhou was going on his first long journey, preparing for several days, ensuring he packed everything he needed. After everything was meticulously arranged, he finally set off towards Lingyan City with Ming, taking a horse-drawn carriage. At this moment, it was raining at the foot of Taichung Mountain, and the sky was pitch black. The carriage moved slowly along the mountain road, and it had already been 4 days since they set out. Inside the carriage, Hanzhou was drinking tea while reading a book, while Ming was sitting in front, driving the carriage. According to Hanzhou, at such a young age, Ming should experience more, listen more, and endure hardships in order to have a promising future. Since Hanzhou had been managing the Changsheng Temple better and better, Ming naturally believed in his words, so he drove the carriage seriously. Meanwhile, Hanzhou was reading or practicing inside the carriage. Master, it seems the rain has lessened a bit. Should we find a cave up ahead to rest and eat something? Ming said from outside. That sounds good. Hanzhou also felt a bit hungry. Fortunately, he had packed a lot of food in his storage bag this time, so they wouldn't have to suffer from hunger on the road. Who would want to gnaw on dry rations when they could travel comfortably? However, at that moment, 2 figures suddenly darted out from the woods ahead. It was a man and a woman. The man was injured, and the woman was noticeably pregnant. They looked extremely disheveled, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Just then, a flash of blade light came from not far away, slicing through the rain and heading straight for the man. The man hurriedly dodged, letting the blade light pass by him, but it shattered a distant boulder into pieces. However, the woman accidentally fell to the ground. Xiaoyun! The man exclaimed in shock. The woman's expression was somewhat pained, but she still said, Brother Shu, don't worry about me. I'll hold them off here. You run quickly. One of us must survive. No. The man gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. If I leave you and the child behind, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? But this concerns our nation's fate. The woman, called Xiaoyun, screamed, Brother Shu, don't hesitate. Just go. Hearing this, the man's expression wavered. The woman struggled to stand up, her gaze firmly fixed on the 2 approaching figures. One of them wielded a long knife, and the other held chains, both radiating a murderous intent that indicated they were intent on killing. The woman took a deep breath, then circulated her true energy. Her initial stance resembled that of a celestial crane, exuding a faint aura of nature. The woman's strength was not weak. She was already at the Xianjing realm, and her every movement carried a sense of true meaning. However, due to her pregnancy, that aura was extremely unstable. Xiaoyun! The man's eyes were filled with blood, and he appeared to be in a frenzied state, as if he had made some sort of decision. A disciple of the Celestial Crane sect? Inside the carriage, Hanzhou did not look outside, but his spiritual sense had already detected what was happening outside. Having read a lot of books recently, he understood many matters regarding the Tianxian realm, so he recognized the woman's martial arts as belonging to the Celestial Crane sect. But what was the situation with these 2? Why were they being chased while she was pregnant? Master, those 2 have such heavy killing intent. Ming also sensed the murderous aura from the 2 killers, which felt oppressive even from a distance. If my guess is correct, they should be assassins from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Hanzhou said helplessly, it seems we always run into people from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Master, should we save them? That woman is pregnant. Ming was anxious at this moment. All right, it's good for a young person to have a chivalrous heart. You go save them. Lianzhou Smilet. Okay. Hearing Hanzhou's words, Ming surprisingly did not refute. He leaped from the carriage and used lightness skills to reach the woman's side. Stop! Ming shouted. 2 people bullying a pregnant woman. How shameless. The appearance of Ming stunned everyone present. They were not surprised because they hadn't noticed Ming. On the contrary, they had already noticed the nearby carriage when they arrived. However, the driver was only a 3rd-tier martial artist, and the person inside didn't even reach 1st tier, so they hadn't paid much attention. They were shocked because a mere 3rd-tier martial artist dared to interfere in their affairs. My heavens, he really is going. Hanzhou was just joking. The 2 killers were both at the Xianjing realm, and here was a mere 3rd tier trying to intervene. Wasn't that like a dung beetle trying to peel a swallow? Was he looking for death? A mere third tier dared to seek death. The killer with the long knife sneered. To him, Shi Ming was nothing more than an ant, and even looking at him was a waste of time. Kill him. The other killer with the chains coldly snorted. Wait. The woman frowned and said, killing a child is nothing to brag about. He has nothing to do with this. If you want to fight, fight me. The woman directly stood in front of Shi Ming. She was grateful that Shi Ming was there to help her, but with his third-tier cultivation, she knew he was undoubtedly going to die. None of you can escape. The man with the chains said indifferently. Our blood sacrifice pavilion usually doesn't kill targets that don't pay, but if someone comes to block our way, it's nothing to kill them. Let's die together. The killer with the long knife raised his hand, slashing down. The blade light rippled, faintly resembling water's waves, as if containing heavy layers of waves. The woman's true energy surged to its peak, wanting to desperately receive this blow. Brother Shu, run, she shouted back to the man. However, at that moment, a calm voice rang out like thunder throughout the valley. Was show of force to kill someone at the drop of a hat. As soon as the words fell, the raindrops in the sky seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, countless raindrops gathered together, forming the shape of a sword. The sword made of condensed rainwater, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, suddenly shot out. It collided with the blade light. Bang! With a dull sound, the blade light shattered. The sword energy formed from the raindrops pierced directly through the chest of the knife-wielding killer. The sword made of raindrops even shattered his sternum. Chapter 55. Tang Men. Tang Wanshu. At this moment, the knife-wielding assassin wore an expression of disbelief. He looked down at his chest, which was already stained red, and his consciousness was fading. The next moment, he died on the spot. This scene shocked everyone present. This knife-wielding expert was a gold medal assassin from the blood sacrifice pavilion, a strong practitioner of the profound realm. How could such a powerful figure be killed in one move? Another assassin, holding a chain, also changed his expression drastically. He glanced in the direction of Li Hanzhou's carriage and then cupped his fists, saying, "Senior, this matter is between our blood sacrifice pavilion and those two married individuals. I hope you do not intervene. It will only bring you unnecessary trouble. You have 3 breaths time to leave. Otherwise, you will die too." Li Hanzhou's voice came. "Have you thought it through, senior?" The chain-wielding assassin asked cautiously. 3. Li Hanzhou slowly uttered a word. "What the hell?" The chain-wielding assassin's face changed instantly. Li Hanzhou was not following the rules of martial ethics. He had said 3 breaths of time, yet he immediately counted down from 3. He turned to flee but felt a wave of chill wash over him, a bone-chilling cold that made him feel as if his marrow was freezing. His legs could not move. "Break!" He swung the chain in his hand, and to his shock, he directly severed his own right leg, then leaped off the cliff, plunging into the rushing river below. So ruthless. Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives." The couple approached the front of the carriage and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. "It's cold outside, and your wife is pregnant. Come into the carriage." Li Hanzhou did not want a heavily pregnant woman to be out in the rain. "Thank you, senior." The two were overjoyed and climbed into the carriage. However, once inside, they were even more surprised. They had thought that a powerful figure like Li Hanzhou would be an old man with a beard, only to find that he was merely a middle-aged man in his 30s. This left them somewhat incredulous. When did Dongyan Prefecture have such a young expert? With just a wave of his hand, he had caused one profound realm expert to die and another to be injured. He must have at least the cultivation of the celestial realm. Yet, they had no recollection of him. "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives." The man cupped his fists and said, "I am Tang Wanshu from the Tang Men, and this is my wife, Lang Xiaoyan." "Tang Men?" Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised, and then invited the two to sit down. "I am not a senior. I am just a fortune teller." Li Hanzhou pointed to the plain jean fan beside him. "A fortune teller?" The two looked at Li Hanzhou's jean fan in surprise, thinking he was some bigwig from a sect, only to find out he was a fortune teller. Dongyan Prefecture even had such a powerful fortune teller. "Sir, I have an unreasonable request and hope you can agree." Suddenly, Tang Banshu solemnly addressed Li Hanzhou. "Speak." Li Hanzhou had a guess about what it was. "Today, you saved our lives, so I will not hide it from you. Although I am from the Tang Men, I am also an official of the court. I was ordered by the 9th Prince to infiltrate the Great Zhou Kingdom years ago. Recently, I uncovered very important intelligence, but was accidentally discovered by the people of the Great Zhou. My wife and I fought our way back, only to find that the Great Zhou had hired the blood sacrifice pavilion to hunt us down. I wonder if you could escort us for a while. This intelligence is crucial for the divine K. After finishing, Tang Wanshu knelt before Li Hanzhou. Please help us, sir. At this moment, Lang Xiaoyun also knelt down. Get up. Li Hanzhou could not bear to see a pregnant woman kneeling in front of him. He raised his hand, and a wave of energy lifted the two up. You are people of the Ninth Prince? Li Hanzhou asked. Yes. The two nodded. The Ninth Prince Yu Qingyang, I have met him once before. What a coincidence. Last time, Yu Qingyang was also hunted by the blood sacrifice pavilion and was saved by me. Now, you two have also been saved by me from the blood sacrifice pavilion. I suppose this is fate. Li Hanzhou thought fate was quite interesting sometimes. You save His Highness? The two were taken aback. Yeah, just a small matter. Li Hanzhou nodded. I can escort you for a while, but I have my own business to attend to. I need to go to Lingyan City and then to the Great Zhou. I can only take you part of the way. Li Hanzhou said to Tang Wanshu. All right, as long as we reach Tianxia Pass, there will be our Tangmen branch there, and our Tangmen experts will escort us back. Tang Wanshu nodded repeatedly. Shiming, let us go. Li Hanzhou said to Shiming outside. Okay. Shiming also drove the carriage away. Sir, I do not have much to repay you with, but this is the poison classic of our Tangmen, which I can give you to study. Tang Wanshu took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Li Hanzhou. This is your Tongmen's thing. Is it okay? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, sir. It's not a big deal. Tang Wanshu shook his head. Then thank you. Li Hanzhou looked at the poison classic, thinking that the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus from your Tangmen was still in my hands. Originally, Li Hanzhou was hesitating whether to return this item to the Tangmen. After all, it was their treasure. But after thinking it over, he realized that while he could give it back to the Tangmen, explaining it would be tricky. He feared they might think he stole it, and then he would have no way to explain himself. After returning the Qinglong Baiyin to Sun Yaoxian, Li Hanzhou figured that Sun Yaoxian would definitely find out about it when he returned and might even criticize him behind his back. He decided to put off the matter of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus for later. Li Hanzhou was still very interested in the hidden weapons of the Tangmen. During the journey, he chatted a lot with Tang Wanshu and learned much about Tongmen's hidden weapons. In the evening, everyone felt hungry. At this moment, the rain had stopped, so they got off the carriage to find a clean place. Li Hanzhou took out some ingredients and asked Shiming to cook. Shiming's cooking skills were quite good now, having been taught by Li Hanzhou himself. Originally, Tang Wanshu and his wife were still chatting with Li Hanzhou, but after a while, they caught a whiff of an incredibly rich aroma. This scent drilled straight into their noses. The couple had been on the run lately and had hardly eaten anything properly, especially Lang Xiaoyun, who was pregnant and felt hungrier than usual. At this moment, the delicious smell was unbearable. What smells so good? The two followed the scent and looked over, discovering that Shiming was actually grilling lamb skewers. The lamb skewers had been prepared by Li Hanzhou before he set out and were seasoned with cumin, chili powder, and other spices. Therefore, the aroma at this moment was simply soul-stirring. The juicy lamb, grilled to a crisp outside and tender inside, combined with cumin and chili, made the smell waft for miles. Even a sword immortal couldn't resist it. Chapter 56 Master Uncle teaches you a set of boxing techniques. The lamb skewers are ready. Come and try them. At this moment, Ming came over holding a handful of skewers and placed them in front of Tang Wanshu and her husband, saying, I might not have cooked them as well as Master Uncle, but you can give them a try. At this time, the two of them could hardly pay attention to what Ming was saying. Their eyes were completely fixed on that handful of lamb skewers. Their stomachs were already rumbling, but at this moment, Li Hanzhou did not speak, so they felt embarrassed to eat first. Go ahead and taste them. Li Hanzhou could see they were a bit hesitant, so he took the lead and picked up a skewer, taking a bite first. Then we won't hold back. The two of them also grabbed a skewer. The lamb was infused with the aroma of fruit with charcoal, and the scent wafted into their noses. Tang Wanshu took a big bite. Under the heat, the flavor of the lamb was incredibly rich, the meat tender, and the crispy exterior locked in the juices, enhanced by the flavor of cumin and a slight spiciness, bringing out the freshness of the lamb to the fullest. The meat had a perfect balance of fat and lean, not too dry and not too greasy, just right. Chewing it was simply an indescribable happiness. It's so delicious. Tang Wanshu was almost in tears. She had never eaten such delicious lamb skewers in her life. It's so good. Even Lang Xiaoyan couldn't care about her ladle-like image at this moment and started eating heartily. The lamb warmed her body, making her feel cozy all over. The perfectly cooked meat brought out the freshness to the extreme. If only there was some beer, Li Hanzhou thought, reminiscing about the ice-cold beer on Earth. A cup of draft beer, a bite of lamb skewers, and a sip of ice-cold beer. Now, that was a delicacy. It seemed he needed to research this in the future to see if he could replicate it. "Sir, I have some wine." At this moment, Tang Wanshu took out 2 jars of wine from her storage bag. Good. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. White wine would do in the absence of beer. The two of them began to drink heartily. Lang Xiaoyan obviously also wanted a drink, but she was pregnant and didn't dare to, so she could only accompany them. Meanwhile, Tang Wanshu and Li Hanzhou drank to their heart's content, finishing jar after jar, while Shiming kept busy grilling skewers, enjoying himself thoroughly. Eventually, Lang Xiaoyan couldn't stand it anymore and went to help Shiming with the skewers. Li Hanzhou and Tang Wanshu talked about everything, and she shared a lot about the Great Zhou Kingdom, which was a feast for Li Hanzhou's ears. When they reached an exciting part, she even shared some gossip from the Tang sect, allowing Li Hanzhou to enjoy the drama. Ha ha ha! Their laughter echoed in the valley. Anyone who didn't know would think they were out camping. Li Hanzhou drank quite a bit and started to feel a bit dazed. Although the white wine in this world was and very strong, drinking too much still had its effects. Neither Li Hanzhou nor Tang Wanshu used their internal energy to resist, so they both felt quite tipsy at this moment. Little Shiming, don't work too hard. You've been busy all day. Li Hanzhou waved to Shiming and said, "Come over." "Master Uncle." Shiming ran over and, seeing Li Hanzhou's dazed appearance, said, "Master Uncle, let me take you to rest." "I'm fine." Li Hanzhou pushed Shiming's hand away, squinting at him, and said, "Shiming, I've made your second senior brother the best among the transcendent realm, a standout among the younger generation, and turned your junior sister into a genius, defying fate. But I haven't helped you much until now. Do you blame me?" "No. Master Uncle, aren't you planning to take me to Tianxin Academy to find the fountain of youth?" Shiming quickly replied, "Sir, you've had too much to drink." Lang Xiaoyan noticed Li Hanzhou was a bit tipsy and came up to advise him. "Not too much." Li Hanzhou swayed as he stood up and said, "Shiming, Master Uncle will teach you a martial art. You must watch carefully. Although your aptitude is poor, you should be able to learn this set of boxing techniques." After saying this, Li Hanzhou walked to a nearby open space. "Okay, Master Uncle, I will definitely study hard." Shiming began to watch seriously. "Then we'll step aside for a bit." Tang Wanshu wanted to take Lang Xiaoyan away, feeling it wouldn't be proper to watch while someone was teaching boxing. Learning someone else's martial arts secretly is a big taboo. "It's fine. It's not a profound boxing technique. You can watch." Li Hanzhou waved his hand, indicating it didn't matter. Since Li Hanzhou said so, the two of them sat down again, curiously watching Li Hanzhou. "Little Shiming, pay attention." Li Hanzhou, feeling a bit dazed from the alcohol, slowly raised his hand and made a starting gesture. He then began to slowly execute the boxing technique. Shiming watched earnestly. This set of boxing techniques was very slow. Very slow. Lang Xiaoyan and Tang Wanshu initially thought that with such slow movements, Li Hanzhou must really be drunk and just playing around for Shiming. However, after a few moves, their expressions shifted from casual indifference to growing astonishment. The boxing technique remained slow, but as Li Hanzhou's movements became smoother, they surprisingly began to perceive a profound essence within this set of techniques. This was wild horse parts mane, white crane spreads its wings, grass the bird's tail, Tai Chi cloud hands. Even Li Hanzhou himself was unaware that the Tai Chi he was demonstrating was subtly sweeping through the wind and clouds. Each move infused with the power of heaven and earth, perfectly aligned with the natural way. In the blink of an eye, countless transformations appeared. Seal and close. Crossed hands. Gather. As the last command, gather, was spoken, Li Hanzhou finished the final move. As his boxing technique concluded, the forest fell into a brief silence. Moments later, the sounds of insects resumed. Tang Wanshu and her husband were already dumbfounded. What an advanced boxing technique. They both believed they had some talent in martial arts, considering they were already experts in the profound realm at a young age. Tang Wanshu had also been a talented disciple in the Tang sect in her youth. But now, after watching Li Hanzhou's set of boxing techniques, she realized she could only understand about 1/10 or 1/12 of it. She could sense the astonishing opportunities and mysteries contained within this martial art, yet she couldn't grasp it. Like an ant looking up at the sky, like a lone boat in the vast sea. The two exchanged glances, seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. No wonder Master doesn't mind us watching this boxing technique. Lang Xiaoyan sighed. I was once a talented disciple of the immortal Crane sect, but now I can't even understand Master's boxing technique. This boxing technique must rank among the top 3 across all martial arts in the Tianxian realm. Master's abilities are truly unfathomable. At this moment, Tang Wanshu was completely sober from the wine. Chapter 57. The High Priest of Yinhuang. This set of boxing techniques truly shocked them. Xiao Shiming, did you understand? At this moment, Li Hanzhou looked at Shiming and asked. I didn't understand, Shiming replied honestly. That's okay. Just take your time to comprehend it. Li Hanzhou said as he walked over and patted Shiming on the shoulder. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Master Uncle, what is the name of this set of boxing techniques? Shiming hurriedly asked. Tai Chi. Li Hanzhou dropped these 2 words and then entered the carriage. Falling into a deep sleep, Shiming quickly ran up to the carriage, covered Li Hanzhou with a blanket, and then stepped out to apologize to Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyan, saying, I'm sorry, my master uncle drank too much and lost his composure. It's okay. The two quickly shook their heads. We wouldn't dare mind that. Shiming walked to a nearby open space and began to recall the boxing techniques Li Hanzhou had just demonstrated, practicing according to his memory. Each move seemed to be somewhat in line with what he had seen. Tang Wanshu watched Shiming practice, but he could clearly see that Shiming's Tai Chi was nowhere near as good as Li Hanzhou's. It seems that Shiming really lacks talent. Lang Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, I heard that we need to go to Tianxian Academy to find the everlasting spring. Tang Wanshu stood up and smiled, saying, when the master demonstrated the boxing techniques just now, he didn't hide it from us. Doesn't that mean if the 2 of us learned this set of boxing, the master wouldn't be angry? That should be the case. Lang Xiaoyan thought for a moment. I'll try too. Tang Wanshu took a deep breath and began from the starting position. Each move was executed slowly. Lang Xiaoyan watched from the side. After Tang Wanshu finished the complete set of Tai Chi, he noticed Lang Xiaoyan's puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, how is it? How come your performance is even worse than Shiming's? Lang Xiaoyan said in surprise. Huh? Tang Wanshu was taken aback, and he turned to look at Shiming, who was still seriously practicing. I performed worse than him? No way. Could it be that Shiming has talent in Tai Chi? The next morning, when Li Hanzhou woke up from the carriage, he felt that he had really drunk too much the night before. It seems that in the future, it's better to convert the alcohol with spiritual energy. Last night was purely a result of being too happy. As Li Hanzhou stepped out of the carriage, he immediately saw Shiming up early, practicing boxing on the grass. This kid is quite diligent. Li Hanzhou thought that among the disciples in Changshan Temple, Shiming was the most hardworking. He knew he wasn't talented and that he was slow-witted, so he believed that diligence could make up for his shortcomings. However, unfortunately, he was born with a stone vein, and no matter how hard he worked, his cultivation speed was much slower than others. Perhaps in 3 months of hard practice, Yun Qianzu could catch up in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, Li Hanzhou felt something was off. Shiming was practicing Tai Chi? Where did he learn that? Master Uncle, you're awake, Shiming said upon seeing Li Hanzhou. He then stopped his boxing. Sir, you're up. At this time, Lang Xiaoyan and Tang Wanshu had also woken up. Shiming, where did you learn your Tai Chi? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. You taught me, Master Uncle. Shiming replied in surprise. Huh? I taught you? Li Hanzhou was confused. When did that happen? Last night, after you had some drinks, you taught me Tai Chi. Shiming said. Brother Tang and the others can testify. I blacked out. Li Hanzhou felt a bit embarrassed. However, at this moment, Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyan felt a jolt in their hearts. Li Hanzhou had drunk too much and passed on such advanced boxing techniques to Shiming. Since Shiming was Li Hanzhou's disciple, that wasn't a problem, but the 2 of them had also seen the techniques and learned them. Would Li Hanzhou be angry if he found out? Sir, we also saw your boxing techniques last night. Tang Wanshu cautiously said. Oh, so you saw it? Li Hanzhou yawned, indicating he didn't care. Tai Chi, Hu, back on Earth, everyone could do it. Those old men and women in the park were all pretty good at it. There are plenty of videos online teaching Tai Chi, so what if you watched it? Seeing that Li Hanzhou didn't seem to care, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then got back on the carriage and continued their journey. Yinhuang. In the depths of Yinhuang, there was an ancient town, surrounded by dense forests and swampy ground. The conditions were quite harsh, yet the people here still worked diligently. The houses lined up as if they were part of a large mountain village. At this moment, in the largest house in the ancient town, a man in a black robe had inexplicably taken a seat there, surrounded by several powerful masters with strong true energy, their swords pointed at the man in black. However, the man in black showed no signs of panic and remained quietly seated, as if the swords around him posed no threat at all. What wind blew the Grand Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion to this godforsaken place in Yinhuang? A hearty voice suddenly came. The next moment, as if a gust of wind had blown through, a figure appeared right in front of the man in black. The newcomer was an old man, his emaciated body resembling a skeleton, giving off a terrifying aura. His sunken eye sockets seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. The surrounding crowd saw the old man and all sheathed their weapons, respectfully saying, "Great priest." "Leave." The great priest waved his hand. The crowd then dispersed. The great priest of the Xinglua kingdom truly lived up to his reputation, thought the Grand Master as he glanced at the great priest. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't think you came to this ghost town in Yinhuang just for small talk. The great priest sat down and said. Then I will get straight to the point, the Grand Master said. Recently, your hands in Yinhuang have been reaching a bit too far, haven't they? What do you mean? The great priest frowned. The Grand Master said nothing and simply waved his hand, causing a corpse to fly out from his storage bag and land on the ground. What does this mean? The great priest asked. Take a look at his wounds, the Grand Master pointed out. The great priest walked over and examined the assassin's broken ribcage and the large hole in his chest. The great priest's expression changed. Great celestial technique. Do you still want to say this has nothing to do with your Yinhuang? The Grand Master said. As for Zhao Qianqiu's matter, let's set it aside for now. This time, one of my blood sacrifice pavilion's gold medal assassins died at the hands of the great celestial technique. Your Yinhuang needs to give me an explanation. Dripping rain into sword. The great priest's expression grew serious. To be able to drip rain into sword and kill a master of the transcendental realm. This person's great celestial technique must have reached at least the 7th level. But within my Yinhuang, there are only 4 people who understand the great celestial technique, and the highest cultivation among them is myself, barely at the 6th level. Do you think this matter has anything to do with my Yinhuang? The great priest said with a bitter smile. Chapter 58, The Lost Great Celestial Technique. The Great Celestial Technique is originally your Xinglua Kingdom's ultimate skill. Now, 2 members of my blood sacrifice pavilion have died under the Great Celestial Technique. If you say this matter has nothing to do with your Yinhuang, that would be unreasonable. The Grand Pavilion Master frowned. Don't say it has nothing to do with us. Even if it does, so what? The High Priest smiled, and his skeletal face became particularly eerie when he smiled. Your blood sacrifice pavilion is originally in the business of killing and trafficking. Your assassins must be prepared to be killed once they take on a task. If they die, they die. You, the Grand Pavilion Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, come to find trouble in my Yinhuang for such a trivial matter. At this point, the smile on the High Priest's face slowly faded. Do you think you can bully my Yinhuang? Faced with the High Priest's sudden change of expression, the Grand Pavilion Master was not afraid. Instead, he suddenly smiled, stood up, and clasped his fists. Since this matter has nothing to do with you, Yinhuang, then I will take my leave today. Having said that, the Grand Pavilion Master turned and left. The High Priest quietly watched the Grand Pavilion Master's back. It was not easy to keep such a dangerous person, and moreover, turning against the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion would not be beneficial for their Yinhuang. However, this matter is quite amusing. The Grand Pavilion Master suddenly stopped at the door and said blandly, the one who has mastered the ultimate skill of the Xinglua Kingdom. The Great Celestial Technique is not even one of your Xinglua people. Ha! After saying this, the Grand Pavilion Master laughed heartily and left. although the high priest's face showed no expression upon hearing this. He knew very well that the Grand Pavilion Master intended to disgust him and also wanted to add insult to injury for Yin Huang. He didn't even take the corpse with him. He turned to look at the assassin's body, which indeed bore the marks of the great celestial technique and was extremely powerful. Since the death of the national lord, no one had exhibited such a strong great celestial technique. It was truly strange. Could it be that the great celestial technique was passed on back then? The high priest felt puzzled, but it shouldn't be. The great celestial technique is a secret of the Xinglua kingdom. After the fall of the Xinglua kingdom, its residents escaped to Yin Huang, and the manual of the great celestial technique was in his hands. Now, there are only 4 people in Yin Huang who understand the great celestial technique. Besides him, there is the former supreme commander of the Xinglua kingdom, Meng Wei, who was personally taught by the emperor of the Xinglua kingdom as an exception. Then there is the second princess of the Xinglua kingdom, Chu Jiao. The last one is the only surviving prince of the Xinglua kingdom, who is also the current young master of Yin Huang, Chu Xinghe. However, Meng Wei, considering the royal family's influence, has not practiced the great celestial technique much despite understanding it. Chu Jiao has average talent and has only practiced to the 2nd level of the great celestial technique. Chu Xinghe has only practiced to the 3rd level, and besides, both of them have not yet reached the transcendent realm and have not entered the ranks of true powerhouses. How could they possibly kill the experts of the blood sacrifice pavilion? But no matter what, since this matter has occurred, it must be addressed. Thus, the high priest called for the 3 to come for a meeting. The high priest, Meng Wei, was the first to arrive. He was dressed in coarse linen clothes, his feet covered in mud, with his pant legs rolled up. His face was also smeared with mud, and his rugged face was unshaven. Anyone who saw him would think he was a peasant farmer. Who would have thought this person was the supreme commander of the Xinglua kingdom? He was once a figure that struck fear into countless generals of the Xinchu kingdom on the battlefield. The war god of the Xinglua kingdom, Meng Wei. Seeing Meng Wei like this, the high priest couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, "Meng Wei, can't you clean yourself up a bit? I was just farming. If I don't plant the seedlings now, it might be too late. I heard you wanted me for a meeting, so I hurried over. Just get to the point." "I still have work to do in the fields," Meng Wei said with a worried expression. "Nonsense." The high priest was so angry his eyes nearly bulged out. "Meng Wei, don't forget, you are the supreme commander of the Xinglua kingdom." The high priest couldn't help but say, "We have only taken root in this Yin Huang out of necessity. Sooner or later, we will counterattack the Xinchu and reclaim our homeland. With you looking like this, have you forgotten about our plans for restoration? Do you really think you're just an ordinary farmer?" Upon hearing this, Meng Wei rolled his eyes. "I haven't forgotten. I always remember I am the supreme commander of the Xinglua kingdom. I always remember the grace of His Majesty. I keep it in my heart. But if I don't farm, what will you eat? What will the young master eat? Do you know how troublesome it is for us in Yin Huang to go out for supplies?" The high priest was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the current food supply in Yin Huang relies on farming. From the supreme commander down to the former civil officials, even the deputy minister of war is now also forging iron. "Why are you two arguing again?" At this moment, a lazy voice came from outside. Soon after, a young man and woman walked in. "Young master, princess." They both greeted politely. Chu Jiao, dressed in a purple long skirt, gave a very gentle impression. Her beautiful black eyes were striking. She respectfully bowed and said, "Uncle Meng Wei, high priest." All right, what happened?" "This young master still has matters to attend to," Chu Xing has said in a somewhat carefree manner. "What matters could you possibly have?" The high priest said irritably. As the young master of Yin Huang, Chu Xinghe did not practice properly every day. Despite having great talent, he spent all day researching all sorts of random things. One day, he was forging iron with the deputy minister of war. The next, he was repairing horse hooves with the cavalry general. He was always fiddling with wood and stones, refusing to practice properly. If it weren't for the royal family leaving behind such a male bloodline, he would have really wanted to replace the young master. "My invention is about to succeed," Chu Xinghe said proudly. "With my invention, farming and irrigation will no longer be so laborious." The high priest, damn it, there is no hope for restoration. The high priest suppressed his anger and recounted what had just happened. "Someone can use the great celestial technique?" Meng Wei exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? High Priest, the manual for the great celestial technique is still here, right? Chu Jiao also said with some shock. The manual is naturally here. The High Priest turned around, took out a storage bag from a hidden compartment in the wall, and said, the great celestial technique of our Xinglua kingdom is personally guarded by this priest. No one can get close, so the problem must not lie with the manual. Saying this, the High Priest took out a book titled Those Years I Spent with My Master and Mistress in Dual Cultivation in front of everyone. Chapter 59. Chu Xinghe's decision at this moment, the expressions on the faces of several people were as vivid as could be. What is this? The High Priest's face changed dramatically. He casually tossed the book aside and hurriedly rummaged through his storage bag, but it was already empty. This storage bag originally only contained the great celestial art, a treasure of the Xinglua kingdom, which had always been personally guarded by the High Priest. How did it suddenly turn into something else? When was it stolen? High Priest, you actually read this kind of book? Chu Jiao's face also turned red. Cough, cough. Princess. Although the High Priest is old, he is still human, Meng Wei awkwardly said. What are you two still talking about? The manual for the great celestial art is missing. At this moment, the High Priest could hardly believe it. When did this manual go missing? How could he lose the treasure of the Xinglua kingdom? How would he explain this to the deceased emperor? High Priest, don't be anxious. Just then, Chu Xinghe stepped forward. Slowly picking up the book titled The Years I Spent Dual Cultivating with My Master and His Wife on the ground. The loss of the great celestial art was now a fact, and being anxious about it was useless. Chu Xinghe looked seriously at the book in his hand, then pinched it, frowning. It was the owner of this book who swapped our techniques. This paper is made of Zhongguan paper, which is not used in our Xinglua kingdom, but is commonly used in the Shinshu kingdom. This type of paper is not expensive, and people in the imperial capital of the Shinshu kingdom do not use it. It is likely from a more remote area. As he spoke, Chu Xinghe opened the book and glanced at the first page, nodding gravely. The first chapter of this book contains this line: Master and Mistress have gone down mountain, and my little girl is asleep. Why don't we go to Master S room for dual cultivation? Chu Xinghe said, this type of book is banned in the Shinshu kingdom, so its circulation is not wide. Otherwise, it could easily invite disaster. The term little girl here has a regional accent. After saying this, Chu Xinghe moved forward, and on the nearby shelf, there was a map of the Shinshu kingdom. Chu Xinghe stared at the map and casually drew a circle on it. If I'm not mistaken, the person who stole our great celestial art is in this area. The area marked on the map included several cities, among which was clearly the existence of Baiyin City. Chu Xinghe's actions left the three people present dumbfounded. So impressive? Just by touching the book and glancing at the first page, he knows where the culprit is? Seeing the surprised expressions of the others, Chu Xinghe smiled lightly. High Priest, our Xinglua kingdom's secret method is gone, and this matter is serious. As the prince of the Xinglua kingdom and the young master of Yunwang, I have the duty to retrieve the great celestial art. I will see if I can find any other clues from this book. After speaking, Chu Xinghe respectfully bowed to the others and then left. Watching Chu Xinghe's departing figure, the High Priest and Meng Wei were teary-eyed. After all these years, Chu Xinghe's talent has finally been revealed. Our young master has finally grown up, Meng Wei said excitedly at this moment. Our Xinglua kingdom has hope for restoration. The High Priest was also deeply moved. It was as if he could already see Chu Xinghe leading the people of Yunwang to conquer the imperial capital of the Shinshu kingdom. Young master, young master. As Chu Xinghe walked through the ancient town, everyone he encountered respectfully greeted him. Chu Xinghe also nodded in response. He entered his small courtyard and then walked into his room, where books were scattered everywhere, along with some wood, a stove, and various strange things. Chu Xinghe slowly closed the door, locked it, and then shut the windows. After confirming that no one was around, Chu Xinghe hurriedly took out the book The Years I Spent Dual Cultivating with My Master and His Wife from his bosom. I've heard this book is very stimulating and interesting, but unfortunately, it wasn't available in our Xinglua kingdom. Finally, I found it. Chu Xinghe couldn't wait to flip it open. Wow, so stimulating. There are even such poses? Indeed, the outside world is so exciting. However, as he read on, Chu Xinghe noticed something was off. Wait a minute. What the hell? Why is the protagonist a man? What the heck? His master is also a man. Silently pulling up his pants, Chu Xinghe leaned against the bed, feeling somewhat depressed. But who exactly stole our Xingluo kingdom's great celestial art? At this moment, Chu Xinghe began to ponder this question. If the high priest found out, he would probably cry, fainting in the wilderness. At this time, Chu Xinghe made a decision. He decided to leave Yanwang. A few days later, Li Hanzhou's carriage finally arrived at Tianxia Pass. Along the way, they had encountered almost no dangers. Upon learning that Tang Wanshu had a master who understood the great celestial art by her side, the blood sacrifice pavilion was also unwilling to act rashly. Mainly because even the blood sacrifice pavilion had not figured out Li Hanzhou's background. Acting hastily would only lead to more people getting caught. On the way, Li Hanzhou was also curious and asked Tang Wanshu if the blood sacrifice pavilion would come to seek trouble at Changshan Temple since he had killed Zhao Qinxiu from the blood sacrifice pavilion. Although Li Hanzhou had set up many backups at Changshan Temple, he was still worried. However, Tang Wanshu told Li Hanzhou not to worry. The blood sacrifice pavilion is an assassin organization. Even if Zhao Qinxiu is dead, they are unlikely to come after Li Hanzhou. The blood sacrifice pavilion only takes action for profit. If there is no money to be made, they would not easily kill people, let alone seek vengeance for Zhao Qinxiu. No one would pay them for that. It's not worth risking their lives for a dead person. With this explanation, Li Hanzhou felt much more at ease. By the time they reached Tianxia Pass, everyone was about to part ways. During these days on the road, Li Hanzhou had learned a lot from Tang Wanshu. He had already mastered the Tang sect's poison manual quite well. What surprised Li Hanzhou was that he could even perform the Taiji fist of Shi Ming quite skillfully. In front was the ferry. After Mr. crossed this river, he could reach Lingyan City. Thank you, Mr., for escorting us all the way. We'll take our leave here. We must visit the Tang sect in the future. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyan clasped their fists in farewell. All right, let us part ways here. Li Hanzhou nodded in response. Shi Ming, you won't be able to eat your lamb skewers anymore. At this moment, Lang Xiaoyan felt a bit reluctant. After spending these days together, she had grown quite fond of the straightforward Shi Ming. Uncle Master said that as long as there is fate, we will meet again in the future. Shi Ming said with a smile. Just then, a bamboo sword suddenly flew down from the sky. The bamboo sword fell into the river, and then a woman's figure directly landed on the bamboo sword, stepping on it as she left. So impressive. Li Hanzhou was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a master at Tianxia Pass. Chapter 60. The Past of the Bamboo Sword Immortal, it's her. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyan were both shocked to see this person. Many people at the riverside dock were also gasping in surprise at the scene. More importantly, this woman was truly beautiful. A glance at her made it hard to forget. Her beauty was completely different from that of the Heartless Fairy. Hers was more mature. The Heartless Fairy's beauty was delicate and commanding, but this woman's beauty was very natural, easily etched in one's heart and hard to forget. Who is she? Li Hanzhou could sense that this woman possessed great strength. The bamboo sword immortal, Sun Yini, Tang Wanshu said. She is from the Heartless Valley, one of the sword immortals of this generation, and her strength is extraordinary. Sword immortal? Li Hanzhou had heard this title before, so he couldn't help but ask, does that mean her cultivation has reached the immortal realm? However, Tang Wanshu shook her head and said, it is not enough to simply reach the immortal realm to be called a sword immortal. A so-called immortal not only has to reach the immortal realm, but must also walk their own path to be recognized as an immortal. There are pitifully few strong individuals in this world who can be called immortals because they cannot find their own path. Tang Wanshu explained to Li Hanzhou earnestly. Path? Lianzhou Nudda. Entering the immortal realm is already a difficult feat, and walking one's own path is even harder. However, that woman was a sword immortal. It was Li Hanzhou's first encounter with a sword immortal. Just by looking at her, he could clearly feel that her strength was not comparable to that of Zhao Qinxiu and Jiang Yishuan. They were completely on different levels. After bidding farewell to Tang Wanshu and her husband, Li Hanzhou boarded the ship with Shi Ming. However, once on the ship, they could no longer take a carriage. So Li Hanzhou had to find a place to sell the horse first. By noon, Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming finally boarded the ship, heading towards Lingyan City. Have you heard? Lingyan City is in turmoil again. On the ship, the conversation among several people caught Li Hanzhou's attention. It must be those people from the Great Zhou. Over the years, the friction between the Great Zhou and our divine K has been constant, especially at the borders, where such incidents often occur. This time it's not just simple harassment. It said they almost broke the city. It's rumored that someone saw the bamboo sword immortal heading to Lingyan City this morning. If it weren't for the bamboo sword immortal in these years, Lingyan City would have probably fallen long ago. A warrior with a long sword, as Wei said helplessly. Hanzhou listened to their conversation with curiosity and leaned in. Why does the bamboo sword immortal protect Lingyan City? Could it be that she was from Lingyan City in the past? Seeing Hanzhou's curious expression, one of them chuckled and said, "This brother seems to rarely go out. He doesn't even know this. The bamboo sword immortal was once the supreme genius of the Heartless Valley, named Sun Yini. Later, when war broke out in the divine K kingdom and they fought against the Great Zhou, Sun Yini participated in the defense of the divine K as a disciple of the Heartless Valley. It was during that time that she met General Hanzhou of the divine K kingdom, and their long-term partnership in battle led to them falling in love. However, disciples of the Heartless Valley are not allowed to become emotionally attached. Otherwise, they will lose all progress in their cultivation. The then head of the Heartless Valley, who was also Sun Yini's master, had hoped she would represent the Heartless Valley in the contest for destiny, but now she had fallen in love with a man. How could this be tolerated? They wanted to sever their relationship. So dramatic? Hanzhou remarked, half amused, as he listened intently. Then let me continue. An old man next to them couldn't help but interject. Sun Yini's master wanted to kill Hanzhou to eliminate Sun Yini's feelings, so she could focus on competing for destiny. However, upon learning that her master had murderous intentions towards Hanzhou, Sun Yini actually abandoned her cultivation in front of her master, completely discarding her hard-earned 7th level of the Heartless Song. Hanzhou was taken aback. What a ruthless person, abandoning her cultivation. In the 7th level of the Heartless Song, which meant Sun Yini at that time had effectively given up her Tianshang realm cultivation. She was also a love-struck fool. As it turned out, Sun Yini's actions directly caused her master to die of rage. The old man sighed. Goodness. Hanzhou clicked his tongue. That is quite the temper. After seeing her master dead, Sun Yini regretted it deeply, so she cut off all ties with Hanzhou. Hanzhou visited the Heartless Valley multiple times, but Sun Yini never showed up. Later, when the war broke out again, Hanzhou went to the Heartless Valley one last time, but did not meet Sun Yini. After that, he left for the then most dangerous Lingyan City, where he held out for 47 days, repelling the Great Zhou's 300,000 cavalry, but ultimately exhausted his life and died in Lingyan City. After Hanzhou died, Sun Yini personally went to Lingyan City to retrieve Hanzhou's body and buried him. Since then, Sun Yini took up a bamboo sword and embarked on the path of the Sword Immortal, thus earning her title of Bamboo Sword Immortal. Moreover, from that time on, whenever something happened in Lingyan City, the Bamboo Sword Immortal would come to help. The old man concluded, sighing, "She is a pitiful woman." Sigh. Hanzhou also sighed. This master is just like a maze extermination master. However, Sun Yini's talent is also terrifying. After abandoning her cultivation, she still managed to step onto the path of the Sword Immortal with just one sword. If she had fallen in love with Hanzhou back then and had continued to train earnestly, she might have truly competed for destiny and ascended by now. When the ship arrived at Lingyan City from the dock, it was already the next morning. Throughout the journey, Hanzhou read books while listening to the gossip on the ship and found this world of martial arts interesting. After disembarking, the two bought 2 horses and traveled north for half a day, finally reaching Lingyan City. However, upon arriving at the city gate, Hanzhou and Ming discovered that the entire Lingyan City was in a state of alert. Everywhere, they could see injured soldiers. The city was in chaos, with collapsed houses visible everywhere, as if it had been looted. Master Uncle, it seems those people on the ship were really right. Something has indeed happened in Lingyan City. Ming looked around and saw many displaced civilians sitting silently by the roadside with their children, their eyes devoid of light. Most of these people were women. It was evident that their husbands had died on the battlefield. Ming revealed a look of compassion. Hanzhou took a deep breath, feeling the murderous atmosphere in the air. In his previous life, The country he lived in had basically no wars. And this was his first real experience of the cruelty of war. Chapter 61. Lingyan City after the war. Master, why don't we help them? At this moment, Ming said to Hanzhou, what do you plan to do to help them? Hanzhou asked, looking at Ming. Ming fell into thought and then said, how about giving them some money? There are over 1 million people in Lingyan City. If we give them money, where will we get it from? Hanzhou shook his head. The aftereffects of war cannot be resolved by just 1 or 2 people. It wasn't that Hanzhou was unwilling to help, but he felt powerless in the face of the consequences of war. Master, why do we have to go to war? Ming said, lowering his head. Whether it's the Great Zhou or the Divine K, they all have their own people and lands. Can't we just live our lives well? Why must we go to war? It has caused so much suffering, with so many people displaced and families broken apart. What is it all for? Because people have greed. Hanzhou patted Ming's head. When you grow up, you'll understand. Let's pass through Lingyan City and head to the Great Zhou. The court will handle the matters on the Divine K side. Hanzhou said with a smile. Okay. Since Hanzhou said so, Ming could only nod. The two crossed Lingyan City in a few hours, and, along the way, they saw scenes that Ming had never encountered before. Even Hanzhou's face grew increasingly grim. One could already foresee how devastating this war had been. When they saw the soldiers guarding the borders, some of whom could no longer stand, some had lost their eyes, and some were left with just one arm, Hanzhou also felt a chill in his heart. In his previous life, Hanzhou's country had also experienced such wars, even more brutal than this one. Although Hanzhou had not experienced it firsthand, he knew that the harm wars brought to the common people was far more than this. Stop! What are you doing? Just as Hanzhou and Ming were about to exit the city from the other side, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. We're leaving the city, Ming said as he stepped forward. Leaving the city. The soldier frowned and said, Lingyan City has just experienced a war, and the enemies of the Great Zhou have only just retreated. It's very dangerous to leave the city now. You should go back and wait until it's safe outside before leaving. Brother, we have important matters to attend to outside the city, Hanzhou quickly explained. What matters could be more important than your lives? The soldier said unkindly. You two look like you couldn't even lift a chicken. What will you do if you encounter the Great Zhou's enemies? We're heading to the Great Zhou. Ming, being an honest child, directly revealed their purpose. As soon as he spoke, Hanzhou knew it was bad. At this moment, the two countries had just fought a brutal battle, and the Great Zhou's enemies had killed so many people in Lingyan City. To say they were going to the Great Zhou now was to touch a sensitive nerve. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 soldiers surrounded them, their long spears pointing at Hanzhou and Ming. Bold! You dare to head to the Great Zhou? You must be spies of the Great Zhou. One soldier shouted. Lingyan City was betrayed by an insider. Are you two involved? Hanzhou exclaimed internally. What a big hat to wear. We just arrived in Lingyan City and are headed to the Great Zhou for business, not to betray. Lianzhou really explained. Capture them first and interrogate them properly. The leading soldier commanded, and the other soldiers moved in to seize Hanzhou and Ming. Hanzhou frowned. If he was caught by these guys, it would be troublesome. Who knows if they would accuse him of being a spy and pin the blame on him. So when they approached, Hanzhou raised his hand and waved it casually, sending out a shockwave that instantly knocked the 7 or 8 soldiers away. I'm sorry, but I can't waste time here with you, Hanzhou said, kicking the horse beneath him and preparing to ride out of the city. Block him, someone shouted. There's a spy. Don't let him escape. Just then, a blade of light descended from the sky, directly aimed at Hanzhou. The blade was sharp, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Before the blade arrived, the horse under Hanzhou was cut in half by the shockwave. Stop! A rough voice boomed. Immediately, a man in armor leaped down from the city wall, wielding a broadsword and charging Hanzhou. This is troublesome. Hanzhou grabbed Ming and executed his footwork, instantly transforming into smoke, appearing right in front of the soldier. The speed startled the soldier. Even with his profound cultivation, he hadn't sensed when Hanzhou had arrived before him. Just as he was about to circulate his true energy, Hanzhou produced a piece of yellow paper. Spirit sealing. With a single piece of spirit sealing paper, Hanzhou pressed it onto the general's back, and the general felt his true energy instantly sealed, unable to circulate at all. "Let's go." Li Hanzhou intended to leave with Sherming. However, at that moment, a dangerous aura approached. Li Hanzhou's hair stood on end. This was the first time he felt such danger. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came. A bamboo sword suddenly shot towards Li Hanzhou. It was just an ordinary bamboo sword, but at that moment, Li Hanzhou felt that this bamboo sword could rival the deadliest weapon in the world. It's the bamboo sword immortal. Without hesitation, Li Hanzhou gathered thunder in his palm, forming a sword of thunder that collided violently with the bamboo sword in midair. Boom! A dull sound echoed. Li Hanzhou's thunder sword was shattered, but the bamboo sword was also sent flying, landing on the city wall. On the city wall stood a woman with indifferent eyes looking at Li Hanzhou, her gaze carrying a chilling aura that felt almost bone-piercing. The woman extended her jade-like hand, gripping the sword hilt. In an instant, the world around them changed color. The air was filled with a sense of death. The woman, with her sword, seemed like the ruler of this realm. The bamboo sword immortal truly lived up to her name. Li Hanzhou shook his numbed hand. He knew the sword immortal was powerful, and even that casual strike had nearly cost him dearly. Great celestial phenomenon. You are the remnants of Xingla. Sun Yin's voice was devoid of emotion. Her gaze, as if she were looking at a dead person. Chapter 62. The strength of the sword immortal. Hearing Sun Yin's words, Li Hanzhou gave a slight bitter smile. He had only cultivated the great celestial technique out of boredom, thinking the technique was quite useful and easy to use, so he became accustomed to it. As a result, he had really gotten himself into trouble. Sun Yini now believed he was a remnant of the Xinglua kingdom. It seemed he would need to practice the martial arts from the longevity view more in the future. "I said I'm not from the Xinglua kingdom. Do you believe me?" Li Hanzhou asked. "I don't believe you." Sun Yini shook her head. At the same time, as she spoke those words of disbelief, she drew her sword. As the sword was drawn, the wind and clouds changed color. The killing intent enveloped Li Hanzhou, and he felt he had nowhere to escape. Sun Yini's sword had not yet arrived, but the sword intent had already locked onto him. Golden light spell. Li Hanzhou activated his protective golden light spell. The golden light trembled violently under the pressure of the sword intent. At that moment, the sword light seemed to cut through a celestial curtain, and the green sword energy nearly shattered Li Hanzhou's golden light spell. Within the sword energy, the will of heaven and earth was condensed. Sun Yini executed her step technique and surprisingly stood in midair, wielding her bamboo sword to unleash several sword strikes, as if she were painting strokes that transformed the entire world into a hellish realm. Li Hanzhou struggled to maintain his golden light amidst this swaying hell. Just then, several talismans flew out from Li Hanzhou's bosom, soaring into the sky and exuding supreme power. Taoist talismans? Upon seeing the talismans fly out, a hint of astonishment flashed in Sun Yini's eyes. The talismans shone in the sky, forming a formation arranged in 8 directions. At that moment, chains unexpectedly flew out from those talismans. The sound of clattering echoed through the sky. The chains moved quickly, heading straight for Sun Yini, encircling her in 8 directions and sealing her within. Sun Yini was also somewhat surprised, feeling her true energy within her body become uncontrollable, as if she were trapped in mud and unable to move. 8 gates golden lock formation, Li Hanzhou said slowly. "Bamboo sword immortal, I think we have a misunderstanding." The soldiers in Lingyan City watched this scene in astonishment. It was the first time they had seen someone able to engage in a back and forth with the bamboo sword immortal and even manage to seal her. Who on earth is this person? Misunderstanding? The bamboo sword immortal said lightly, her gaze coldly fixed on Li Hanzhou as her sword slowly lifted. At this moment, Sun Yini's green robe fluttered without wind, her posture standing tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. As she raised her sword, she seemed to paint a moon in the void. In an instant, a bright moon truly appeared behind Sun Yini. The moon illuminated the world. Under the moonlight, Sun Yini's figure was breathtakingly beautiful, but the cold aura she emitted was even more chilling. Moonless, the 2 faint words escaped Sun Yini's lips. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound spread across the heavens and the earth. This sound made Li Hanzhou feel a headache as he saw Sun Yini's figure dissolve into that round moon. The next moment, The round moon erupted with an intense brilliance, almost engulfing the entire world. Boom! The 8 gates golden lock formation instantly collapsed. Where the light shone, there was only sword energy. Li Hanzhou's heart trembled as the golden light spell on him shattered on the spot. He saw countless sword energies rushing toward him. Endless ice. At this moment, Li Hanzhou dared not be careless. His spiritual power erupted, and the great celestial technique was pushed to its limit. Countless droplets of water gathered before him and instantly turned to ice, attempting to block Sun Yin's terrifying sword strike. The ice layer shattered completely, and Li Hanzhou was blasted backward. At the same time, he tightly grasped the autumn burial blade, raising it to slash out several times. The sharp blade light transforming into a crescent that forcibly carved a gap through the sword energy. Just then, the overwhelming sword intent suddenly vanished. Sun Yin's figure appeared at the center of the sword energy, her gaze fixed on the blade in Li Hanzhou's hand. Autumn burial blade? Sun Yin frowned and asked, "You are Li Hanzhou from the longevity view? The bamboo sword immortal actually knows me." Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. "Yes, Song Yitao is my disciple. I learned about you from her." Sun Yin nodded. "So it seems there should indeed be a misunderstanding." Ah, Li Hanzhou let out a sigh of relief. He wished he had taken out the autumn burial blade earlier. Sun Yin's strength was indeed formidable. He had almost used all his power just now. If she had continued to press, he would have had to resort to his trump card. However, he could also see that Sun Yin had not used her full strength. If they truly fought, it would really not be beneficial for either side. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, there was no need to continue fighting. However, Sun Yin still said, "Li Guanju, now is not the time to leave the city. You should come back for now. Although I don't know what you plan to do in the Great Zhou Kingdom, at this time, you cannot enter the Great Zhou." "Why?" Li Hanzhou asked. "Wanshui Prefecture is the only route into the Great Zhou, and right now, there is the Sword Immortal Wu Hong station there. You cannot enter," Sun Yin said. "The Great Zhou must be worried that after this incident, I would imitate their actions and go to the Great Zhou to kill. So Wu Hong is stationed there waiting for me. Therefore, our people from the Divine K cannot enter at all. You'll have to wait a few more days." Sword Immortal Wu Hong? Li Hanzhou had heard of this person's name. Since Sun Yin said so, he had no choice but to return to Lingyan City for now. Those who could be called immortals were all very strong. Li Hanzhou, who had just fought Sun Yin, understood this well. "You don't have to worry. That Wu Hong will only stay for 3 days at most before leaving. After 3 days, you can go to the Great Zhou," Sun Yin said. "I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Sun Yin di partir. Li Hanzhou had no choice but to bring Shiming back, finding an inn in the city to stay temporarily. "Master Uncle, you are amazing. You could actually fight with the Sword Immortal." Shiming looked at Li Hanzhou with admiration. "I couldn't win," Li Hanzhou replied truthfully. "The Sword Immortal is almost among the strongest in this world. It's normal that Master Uncle couldn't win," Shiming said. "I heard from Master that during the most glorious time of our longevity view, whether it was the Sword Immortal, Blade Immortal, or Spear Immortal, they all had to bow their heads when they came to our longevity view. Is that so?" Lianzhou Pundaret. Then he smiled and said, "The strength of this bamboo Sword Immortal is indeed very formidable. If she could accompany me to the Great Zhou, our chances of obtaining the Fountain of Youth would be even greater. Letting the bamboo Sword Immortal go with us to the Great Zhou?" Shiming dared not even think about it. Chapter 63, Want to see Hanzhou? With the help of the bamboo Sword Immortal, it shouldn't be too difficult to get the Fountain of Youth out of the Tianqin Academy, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. "That's unlikely." Shiming couldn't believe it. "That bamboo Sword Immortal looks very hard to get along with, so it's probably not going to happen. How would you know if you don't try?" Li Hanzhou stood up and said, "Let's go find her and see." Shiming looked skeptical, but still followed Li Hanzhou out the door. When they arrived near the city gate, Li Hanzhou found Sun Yin there, but when he saw her, she was actually treating the injured civilians and soldiers at the city gate. At that moment, she had long lost the aura of a Sword Immortal, surrounded by many herbs, and was sitting there with her sleeves rolled up, helping an old man place his foot in front of her. Sun Yin was seriously applying herbal juice to the old man's leg wound, her expression showing no impatience at all. This scene touched Li Hanzhou's heart. In terms of beauty, Sun Yin was no less beautiful than the Heartless Fairy. In terms of status, she was a high-ranking member of the Heartless Valley. In terms of strength, she was a sword immortal. Regardless of which identity she presented, she was destined to be someone high above others. But the scene before him made Li Hanzhou feel a strong contrast. It was very down-to-earth. Sure Ming. Li Hanzhou sighed softly. I take back what I said earlier. What did you say? Sure Ming looked at Li Hanzhou in confusion. In fact, as long as you want to help, you can still assist the common people. Believing you can't do it and not doing anything instead seems more like an excuse. Li Hanzhou said, looking at Sun Yin's figure. Sure Ming nodded thoughtfully. Let's go help. Li Hanzhou decided to help Sun Yin as well. Li Hanzhou joined in, helping many civilians bandage their wounds. Sun Yin saw Li Hanzhou's actions but said nothing. It wasn't until evening that the busy work finally slowed down. The relief food from the city arrived, and the civilians could finally drink porridge. On the city wall, Sun Yin sat there, facing the lonely sunset, lost in thought. She was barefoot, swinging her legs on the wall, showing no trace of a sword immortal. Li Hanzhou walked over and sat down beside Sun Yin. Thank you for today, Sun Yin said. If it weren't for your help, it probably wouldn't have ended so early. So many injured civilians might have died without treatment. It was a simple effort. I'm also a person of the divine threshold kingdom. So helping the people of my kingdom is only natural. But you, bamboo sword immortal, traveled from the Heartless Valley to Lingyan City, which is not a short journey. Li Hanzhou intentionally brought up this matter. For an old friend, I once risked my life to protect this place. I do not wish to see Lingyan City fall. Sun Yin said calmly. Her emotions were as calm as an ancient well, as if the person she was speaking of had nothing to do with her. You mean Hanzhou, right? Li Hanzhou asked. It seems that Master Li knows something about me. Sun Yin showed no surprise at the mention of this name, as her matters had once caused quite a stir, and many people knew about them. Li Hanzhou found that to be understandable. However, it has been many years since anyone dared to mention this name in front of me. Sun Yin smiled at that moment. Who would dare to bring up Hanzhou in front of the sword immortal? Yet Li Hanzhou was completely unconcerned. He took out 2 flasks of wine from his storage bag and handed one to Sun Yin. Want to take a sip? Sun Yin looked at it, took it, and without pretension, opened the cork and drank a mouthful. I have heard some things about Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou also took a sip of wine. I heard that the last time Hanzhou went to the Heartless Valley to find you, you didn't meet him. Sun Yin squinted and said, It seems Master Li is quite interested in this matter of mine. Do you have regrets? Li Hanzhou asked. What do you want to say? Sun Yin's voice gradually turned cold. Some things I do not wish to recall. Hearing the displeasure in Sun Yin's words, Li Hanzhou still did not mind and simply said, I just speculate that after Hanzhou died, you have regrets. And I think you should have things you want to say to him, but you no longer have the chance. Sun Yin said nothing and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Li Hanzhou raised his head, took another sip of wine, and asked, Do you want to see him again? This sentence made Sun Yin's footsteps stop, and she couldn't help but ask, What do you mean? If you want to see him once, I can help you. Li Hanzhou said to Sun Yin. Finish the words he didn't say to him. How about it? See him? Sun Yin's heart stirred, but she still couldn't believe it. He has been dead for so long. How could I possibly see him? With my Taoist secret technique, it can naturally be done. You just need to tell me whether you want to see him or not. Li Hanzhou said with a half-smile. Sun Yin bit her lip, seemingly lost in thought. All right. After a while, Sun Yin looked up at Li Hanzhou as if she had made a certain decision. But it won't be free. I also have something I want to ask the bamboo sword immortal for help with. Li Hanzhou said. You say? Sun Yin asked. I hope the bamboo sword immortal can help me with something. Li Hanzhou said with a smile. What is it? Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you going to do in the Great Zhou this time? This matter doesn't need to be known to the bamboo sword immortal for now. If you agree, I will help you see Hanzhou. If you don't agree, then let tonight's matter be as if I never mentioned it. But you can rest assured, I won't put you in a difficult position. Li Hanzhou did not reveal his purpose. All right, if you help me see Hanzhou, even if you want me to go into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I will go. Sun Yin agreed. It's a deal. Li Hanzhou went into the city to prepare the items needed for tonight. The cycle of the world had long been damaged, and these people were drifting along the path of the dead. Li Hanzhou knew that Hanzhou's soul was certainly here. Finding Hanzhou was not difficult, but his appearance required a medium. Li Hanzhou himself was the best medium. For a strong person like Shanzhu, only a powerful divine soul could suppress him. So after obtaining Shanzhu's birth date and time, Li Hanzhou began to draw talismans. A type of talisman he was drawing for the first time. It was called the summoning talisman. It could summon the souls of the dead into one's body. After making all the preparations, Li Hanzhou brought Sun Yini to an open space where no one would disturb them. It was rare to see a nervous expression on the face of the sword immortal Sun Yini. Chapter 64, The Aftermath of the Secret Technique, is a painful face. I can only give you a stick of incense's worth of time. All right, a stick of incense's worth of time is also quite precious for Sun Yini. After Li Hanzhou finished his instructions, he began to set up the ritual. As he silently chanted the soul-calling spell, a wind suddenly arose around them, but it was a cold wind that sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Li Hanzhou opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw the souls that had been summoned from all around. The number of souls shocked even him. Lingyan City was a border city, and the number of dead bodies was in the millions. As soon as he called out, hundreds of thousands of souls gathered around. If he wanted to find Shanzhu among so many people, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. At this moment, Li Hanzhou took out Shanzhu's birth date and time, gathered his spiritual power in his hand, and pointed at the birth date. In an instant, a soul flew out from the multitude and rushed towards Li Hanzhou. Is that Shanzhu? Li Hanzhou saw the newcomer, a man with a resolute face, wearing tattered armor. From the strength of his soul, this person was undoubtedly Shanzhu. In life, he must have been at least at the celestial gang's realm. Are you Shanzhu? Li Hanzhou asked. Yes, it's me. Shanzhu replied, but his gaze was fixed on Sun Yini beside Li Hanzhou. I'll give you a stick of incense's worth of time, Li Hanzhou said, then he himself. In the next moment, Shanzhu's soul was directly drawn into Li Hanzhou's body. Li Hanzhou's body trembled slightly, and then his expression changed. The incense in the nearby censer had already begun to burn. When Sun Yini saw the change in Li Hanzhou's expression, she instantly recognized that the person before her was no longer Li Hanzhou. It was Shanzhu. She could never forget Shanzhu's gaze. Yini, Shanzhu slowly spoke. I didn't expect to see you again. It's been a long time, Sun Yini said after looking at Shanzhu, and then she fell silent. The two simply gazed at each other. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The incense burned slowly beside them, creating an atmosphere that was both warm and eerie. Finally, as the incense was about to burn out, Sun Yini completely lost her sword fairy demeanor and appeared more like a young girl. When you came to the Heartless Valley to find me, I secretly watched you, but I didn't go out to see you. Please don't blame me. Sun Yini spoke slowly. I don't blame you, Shanzhu replied. I know your situation has been difficult since your master passed away because of us. I have never blamed you. Until the moment I died in Lingyan City, the person I thought of the most was still you. Hearing this, Sun Yini trembled all over, looking into Shanzhu's eyes. I thought that when I saw you again, I would have a lot to say. But now that I really see you, I suddenly find I don't know what to say. I think just being able to quietly stay with you for a while is enough. I will protect Lingyan City well, you can rest assured. As long as I am here, the city will not fall. Sun Yini said seriously, once my disciple can stand on her own, I will leave Heartless Valley and settle in Lingyan City. You have suffered. Shanzhu knew that Sun Yini had always helped with Lingyan City. The journey from Heartless Valley to Lingyan City was not short, and whenever something happened in Lingyan City, Sun Yini would rush to help immediately. It had always been this way over the years. This is the city you protected with your life. I don't want to see it fall into enemy hands. Sun Yini said slowly. Thank you, Yini, Shanzhu said, slowly moving closer to Sun Yini. Before she could react, he had already kissed her lips. At that moment, Sun Yini's pupils constricted, and she instinctively raised her hand and slapped Shanzhu. The slap left Shanzhu dazed. I'm sorry, Sun Yini quickly said. I didn't mean to. It's just that this body isn't yours. All right. Shanzhu also reacted. But I never kissed you when I was alive, and I didn't expect to have the chance to kiss you after death. What nonsense, Sun Yini said, feeling a bit shy. However, at that moment, the incense had burned down to the end. Yini, the time is up. I have to go. Shanzhu looked at the incense in the censer with a hint of reluctance. Take care. I will take care too. After saying this, Hanzhou nodded slightly. She was now a sword fairy and no longer the young girl in love from years ago. Her mindset had matured significantly. Over the years, she had already moved on from Hanzhou's death, so facing him now, Sun Yini was able to remain calm. As the last bit of ash from the incense scattered, Li Hanzhou's consciousness also awakened. Are you done talking? Li Hanzhou looked at Sun Yini and asked. Thank you. Sun Yini nodded. It's just a transaction of interests. Li Hanzhou smiled, but at that moment he suddenly winced. Strange, Li Hanzhou said in surprise. I've heard the old man say that inviting a spirit can indeed lead to many side effects, but I never heard that it would cause a face pain. Li Hanzhou touched his face, feeling as if he had been slapped. Hearing Li Hanzhou's mumbling, Sun Yini felt a bit embarrassed. That slap was from her. Who told him to suddenly kiss her? If it were someone else, she would have killed him long ago. All right, you kissed me, so I slapped you. Very reasonable. 3 days later, Li Hanzhou left Lingyan City with Shiming. Sun Yini was supposed to accompany him, but she said that if she went to the Great Zhou, it would definitely raise their suspicions. If Li Hanzhou needed help, he should send her a letter, and she would rush to help as quickly as possible. Li Hanzhou thought about it and agreed, so he set off alone with Shiming. Master Uncle, what on earth did you do for that bamboo sword fairy to be willing to help you? On the way, Shiming was still very curious. It all comes down to interests. I help her fulfill her wish, and she helps me with something. It's that simple, Li Hanzhou said while reading. At this moment, the book in Li Hanzhou's hand was not a book, but some basic information on the neighboring countries that Sun Yini had given him. It was important to understand the situation in Great Zhou before going there. Not only about Great Zhou, but also about some small neighboring countries and even Yinhuang. It contained basic information and local customs, which Li Hanzhou found very interesting. Chapter 65. Zhou Qianlin is missing. Li Hanzhou focused on Yinhuang, as he was currently cultivating the great celestial technique, which was Yunhuang's ultimate treasure. He guessed that he would definitely attract Yunhuang's attention. So it was wise to learn more about Yunhuang's affairs. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in countless battles. However, the Great Zhou was not a united front at this moment. Internal strife was quite severe. Li Hanzhou felt that such things would happen in every dynasty. It was simply a matter of having too many sons, secretly vying for power and wanting to seize the position of crown prince. Wasn't the kingdom of Shunke the same? The one wanting to kill the 9th prince Yu Qingyang must be one of his brothers, or perhaps an elder brother. As the strongest enemy of the kingdom of Shunke, the Great Zhou could not escape such a fate. The imperial family is the most ruthless. Li Hanzhou shook his head. For the position of an emperor, no matter how close brothers were in childhood, they would almost certainly confront each other with weapons when they grew up. The closer they were as children, the more ruthless they would become as adults. Do you want to be an emperor? Li Hanzhou asked Shiming at this moment. I don't want to. Shiming shook his head. I think being an ordinary person is pretty good. Master Uncle, why is the weather getting hotter and hotter? At this moment, Shiming couldn't help but say, the climate in the Great Zhou is different from ours in Shunke, Li Hanzhou replied. It should be about to snow in Shunke by now, but it's still summer in the Great Zhou. Li Hanzhou opened the curtains to take a look and found that the blazing sun outside was indeed getting drier. In the distance, some farmland had even dried up. Shiming was also hot and took off his outer garment, revealing a small jacket underneath, feeling somewhat better. We are already at the border of Wanshui Prefecture, and ahead is Wanshui City. Your senior brother is waiting for us in Wanshui City, Li Hanzhou said to Shiming. Master Uncle, that letter was sent almost a month ago. Is senior brother really still there? Shiming expressed some doubt, whether he is there or not. We have to go and see, Li Hanzhou thought. He was very curious about how Zhou Qianlin had suddenly come to the Great Zhou. He also wanted to know what the treasure he had found was and what the clues about his senior brother were. If they could recover the treasures of Changsheng View, it would thrive even more. After another day and a half, the two finally saw Wanshui City. The weather was hot, and the entire city had a distorted feeling from the heat. The soldiers guarding the city looked very wilted, and even when Li Hanzhou and Shiming entered the city, those soldiers were hiding in the shade, too lazy to come over and check them. As a border city, Wanshui City was also quite large. Moreover, it was heavily guarded, and Li Hanzhou could feel that there were hidden experts within the city as he entered. According to Zhou Qianlin's letter, Li Hanzhou and Shiming arrived at the Wanshui Inn where Zhou Qianlin was staying. However, when they asked the innkeeper about Zhou Qianlin, he was surprised to tell them that Zhou Qianlin had already left the Wanshui Inn 10 days ago. Senior brother is gone? Shiming asked in astonishment. Where did he go? I don't know. The innkeeper shook his head. Li Hanzhou calculated for a moment, but his calculations could not be detailed enough to pinpoint Zhou Qianlin's exact location. He could only tell that Zhou Qianlin was still in Wanshui City. However, Wanshui City was too large, with dozens of blocks. And trying to find someone in such a big city was like finding a needle in a haystack. With no other choice, Li Hanzhou and Shiming decided to stay at the inn for the time being. That evening, the two were eating by the window on the first floor when the street suddenly became lively. They saw many soldiers escorting a dozen people, tied up and with rags stuffed in their mouths, while cavalry guarded them. Many onlookers gathered around. Sir, your wine. At this moment, the waiter came over with the wine. Waiter, what happened to those people? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. The people you mentioned? They're from the kingdom of Shenke, possibly spies sent here. We've already caught many recently, the waiter replied with a smile. People from the kingdom of Shenke? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. It seemed quite dangerous in Wanshui City. People from the kingdom of Shenke could be captured as spies? Master uncle, do you think senior brother might? Shiming said cautiously at this moment. Li Hanzhou was also uncertain. He didn't know where they had been imprisoned, and if senior brother had truly been captured as a spy by the great Zhou, things would get troublesome. It seems we need to think of a way. Li Hanzhou knew it would be difficult to accomplish anything in a place he was unfamiliar with. What way? Shiming asked curiously. Just then, the street became noisy again as many commoners knelt down on both sides. Soon after, a large group of people walked down the middle of the road, followed by a luxurious palanquin protected by a guard, among which were many skilled fighters. Listening to what the commoners were saying, Li Hanzhou learned that the person coming was actually the fourth prince Yunqing. From the book that Sun Yin had sent, Li Hanzhou also knew that Yunqing was one of the strong competitors for the crown prince position. The fourth prince Yunqing had come to Wanshui Prefecture to seek rain for the people. This was a kind of sacrificial activity, but since Yunqing was personally performing the ritual, it naturally attracted more attention. Your Highness, noon is approaching. You need to go out to seek rain. A guard outside a mansion was respectfully saying. Got it. I'll go in a moment, came Yunqing's voice from inside. However, at this moment, Yunqing had a serious expression as he looked at someone who had quietly appeared in his room. What are your guards doing? They didn't even notice someone enter my room. Sir, what do you want from me? Yunqing, having experienced many storms, asked calmly. Or are you here to kill me? Are you with my second brother or my sixth brother? I am with neither, Li Hanzhou said. I came to find His Highness the Fourth Prince to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Yunqing was not entirely convinced by Li Hanzhou's words. Your Highness is seeking rain today. I can help you make it rain. How about that? Li Hanzhou suggested. Chapter 66. Seeking rain, can you help me seek rain? Yunqing squinted at Li Hanzhou, looking like a swindler posing as a Taoist priest. However, the confidence in Li Hanzhou's demeanor, along with his ability to appear here without anyone noticing, proved that he was indeed a capable person. Yet, there was not a trace of true energy circulating within him. If he was an ordinary person, it could only mean that Li Hanzhou's strength was beyond his imagination. People come to me every day, but you're the first to say you want to cooperate. Yunqing said, you say you can seek rain. How am I supposed to believe you? Whether you believe me or not, Your Highness. Haven't you come to seek rain today? Lianzhou Rupilia. Wanshui Prefecture has been in drought for 3 months, with not a drop of rain. Your Highness's visit to seek rain is merely to show your face before His Majesty and gain some public support among the common people, accumulating some foundation for your future bid for the crown prince position. In fact, Your Highness knows very well that wanting rain is not so easy. After 3 months of drought, your pleas are unlikely to make the heavens grant rain. You've also prepared for the possibility of no rain. His Majesty would not blame you for this. Instead, he would see your concern for the people. But if it does rain, it would mean your actions have moved the heavens, and the heavens have shown mercy to the common folk. You would be seen as destined by heaven, and His Majesty would certainly value you even more, wouldn't he? Li Hanzhou's words moved Yunqing. He knew that if it really rained and the drought-stricken Wanshui Prefecture received a downpour, His reputation as a prince would surely reach its peak. How do you want to cooperate? Yanqing couldn't help but ask. Simple. I just want you to help me find someone, Hanzhou said. Just find someone? Yanqing relaxed. If it was just finding someone, that was easy. As the fourth prince of the great Zhou kingdom, finding someone shouldn't be difficult, right? Yes. Just find someone, Hanzhou confirmed. All right. Yanqing agreed. What should I do then? You don't need to do anything. Just do what you originally planned. And leave the rest to me, Hanzhou said slowly. Yanqing nodded and then walked out. At the altar in Wanshui City, Yanqing was already prepared. The citizens of the city had heard that the fourth prince had personally come to Wanshui City to seek rain and had come to watch the spectacle. The city lord and some local officials had also arrived early to wait. The entire altar was crowded with people. The silver armor guards of the great Zhou stood guard nearby, surrounding the altar. These guards exuded a heavy, murderous aura, indicating that they had shed blood often. Their gazes were like those of hawks, scanning the surroundings for any ill-intentioned individuals. Bow to His Highness the Fourth Prince. Upon seeing Yanqing arrive, numerous officials immediately bowed. Everyone, rise, Yanqing said lightly. Your Highness, everything is ready. At that moment, Yanqing's personal guard approached respectfully. Yanqing nodded. At this moment, he looked into the distance and saw Hanzhou standing atop a stone tower not far away. Yanqing was also curious about how Hanzhou would seek rain. The citizens watching Yanqing were excited. Wanshui Prefecture had been in drought for 3 months, and crops could not grow. They were genuinely hoping for a heavy rain. Hopefully this works, a dark-skinned strong man prayed. What use is that? A scholar-like man sneered. It's just for show. Shut up. His Highness the Fourth Prince is seeking rain for us, and you're talking nonsense here. Someone immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Don't you believe it? The scholar-like man said disdainfully. This so-called rain-seeking is just a facade to compete for the crown prince position before us commoners. Anyway, even if the rain-seeking fails, His Majesty won't blame him. He can only say it's up to heaven. Then the fourth prince will claim he tried his best, having done nothing, yet gained a good reputation. TSK. You don't understand. The matters of the royal family are very deep. Hearing this, the surrounding citizens were half convinced, seeming to find his words reasonable. At that moment, in a nearby tavern, a young gentleman dressed in white silk sat there, looking out at Yanqing seeking rain. Fourth brother, I want to see how you seek rain. The young man's lips curved into a smile. Sixth prince, the person has already blended in with the citizens. At this moment, a servant approached. Well, these citizens really believe fourth brother is here to seek rain for them. They need to understand that this is just a performance. We can't let their hearts turn towards fourth brother, the young gentleman said. Rest assured, my lord. I guarantee that His Highness the Fourth Prince will be busy for nothing this time. The servant chuckled. At this time, the rain-seeking ceremony at the altar had already begun. After worshipping heaven and earth, Yanqing stood high and loudly proclaimed, My name is Yanqing. Today, I stand here to seek rain for the people of the great Zhou. Heaven, please discern, the people are innocent. Under this prolonged drought, the fields are cracked, and the crops are withered. Life is difficult. I deeply understand the suffering of the people and am anxious. I hope heaven will show mercy and send down rain to relieve the people's suffering and benefit all living beings. I am willing to exchange my sincerity for the people's peace. If it rains, I will lead the people to express gratitude to heaven, diligently govern, and protect the people of the great Zhou, allowing them to live and work in peace, forever enjoying tranquility. After speaking, Yanqing knelt down and bowed to the heavens. The many citizens below quickly prostrated themselves. In the tavern, the sixth prince smiled. Fourth brother is quite serious about this. I almost believe it. However, at that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the heavens and earth. The sky became overcast with thunder and lightning, and the booming thunder startled everyone. The sky immediately darkened. This scene left the citizens of Wanshui City in shock. Is it going to rain? Everyone couldn't believe it. Just after seeking rain, it was about to rain? The spies planted by the sixth prince among the crowd were also dumbfounded. Is it really this miraculous? Just after seeking rain, the heavens are about to send rain? Is the signal this good? All of this was naturally orchestrated by Hanzhou. With the great heaven manifestation technique cultivated to a profound level, He could influence the weather, so calling the wind and rain was nothing to him. What's going on? The sixth prince's expression changed, and he stood up from his chair, looking at the sky outside, hardly believing his eyes. Your Highness, this. The servant was also speechless. At this moment, raindrops began to fall slowly. Chapter 67. Open struggles and secret fights. It's raining. I don't know who shouted it first. It's raining. When the raindrops hit the faces of the common people, feeling that icy touch, they finally believed it was real. Thank you, Your Highness the fourth prince. At this moment, many commoners knelt down again, thanking the fourth prince in unison. Seeing so many people kneeling, Yinqing was also extremely excited. Li Hanzhou's surprise truly was overwhelming. Saying it's raining means it really is raining. Everyone get up quickly. This is not just the credit of this prince alone. We have touched the heavens together, and the heavens have shown mercy and blessed our great Zhou. Yinqing spoke to the crowd. The commoners were still cheering. The rain was getting heavier. Yinqing's bodyguard came over and held an umbrella over Yinqing's head, but Yinqing dodged it, frowning and saying, "This prince is currently enjoying the rain with the people. Throw your umbrella aside." Yes. The bodyguard quickly tossed the umbrella aside. With the prince out in the rain, how could he dare to hold an umbrella? Damn it. The sixth prince saw this scene outside, and his face turned dark with anger. Recently, the emperor had been somewhat displeased with him. How could he allow him to make such a grand comeback? The sixth prince was seething with rage. Your Highness, don't let your health be harmed. The fourth prince is just lucky to have caught the rain. The servant quickly tried to comfort him. Nonsense. The sixth prince glared at him and said, "Why don't I have such good luck?" This. The servant saw the sixth prince's expression and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, then said, "Your Highness, do you think there might be people from His Majesty nearby?" The sixth prince looked at the servant in surprise and said, "According to Father Emperor's habits, there would definitely be one or two of his people around fourth brother. Not just fourth brother. Who among us doesn't have them? It's just that they usually hide too deeply, so it's hard to tell. Therefore, it won't be long before the matter of fourth brother moving the heavens and bringing down the sweet rain reaches Father Emperor's ears. Your Highness, I have a plan." The servant leaned in and whispered 2 sentences in the sixth prince's ear. The sixth prince's eyes lit up. "Go do it quickly," the sixth prince hurriedly said. "I'll arrange it right away," the servant said and ran off. At this moment, around the altar, many officials were also very happy. The Lord of Wanshui City shouted, "Heaven bless great Zhou." Yinqing looked at the happy faces of the common people below and felt very excited. What he did today would surely reach the emperor's ears soon. Recently, he had been scolded harshly by the emperor over army funding issues. But this event would definitely make the emperor view him in a new light. Just as he was thinking, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly, "The fourth prince has helped us successfully ask for rain. We won't starve to death this year." As soon as this was said, someone immediately echoed, "Yes, the fourth prince is truly our great benefactor." With 2 people echoing, the other commoners naturally followed suit. Hearing this, Yinqing was even happier. However, immediately someone shouted, "Thank you, Your Highness the fourth prince. Long live the fourth prince. Long live the fourth prince." As soon as one person shouted, a second person followed. Hearing this, Yinqing's expression suddenly changed. Long live is a title for the emperor. He is just a prince. If so many commoners shout long live, this word would surely reach the emperor's ears. Don't shout randomly. Yinqing's bodyguard quickly tried to stop them. However, there were too many commoners present. They were not very educated and easily influenced by others. Hearing someone else shout, they immediately followed suit. With so many commoners, it was impossible to stop them at this moment. Yinqing's expression grew darker. Meanwhile, not far away in the tavern, the sixth prince couldn't help but laugh. If the emperor found out that the fourth prince was being hailed with long live, he would surely be in trouble. The first person to shout was getting more and more excited as he was sent by the sixth prince. His eyes gleamed with cunning. Long live the fourth prince. However, just as he shouted this, a thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky. Boom! The lightning struck him directly. This scared everyone, and they froze in place. The person was instantly charred by the lightning. Bang! He fell to the ground. In an instant, the scene fell into complete silence. Even Yinqing was stunned. A living person was struck into charcoal right before his eyes. What is going on? The sixth prince also didn't he expect that one of his men would be inexplicably struck dead by lightning. Taking advantage of the crowd's shock, Yunqing quickly shouted, "Everyone, in today's world, only the current emperor can bear the title of Long Live. This person suffered divine punishment for shouting randomly, so please do not shout recklessly." Hiss! The crowd gasped. At the same time, they felt a bit of fear. They had just shouted too. Would they also be struck by lightning? Yunqing continued, "The heavens bless our great Zhou, bringing us rain. This act symbolizes that the current emperor is the true son of destiny, irreplaceable. The emperor's achievements are recognized by heaven and earth, and this is a blessing for our great Zhou. Long live the emperor!" Yunqing shouted loudly. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The commoners became excited again. Yes, even heaven and earth recognize the current emperor as the true son of destiny, which means he is a good emperor. What do they have to worry about? Yunqing was sweating nervously. He looked into the distance and saw that Li Hanzhou had already disappeared, but Yunqing knew that the lightning just now must have been sent down by Li Hanzhou. If it weren't for Li Hanzhou's lightning, he would really have been finished today. Oomph. The sixth prince in the tavern snorted angrily and got up to leave. How could he be so unlucky? The heavens were helping the fourth prince. After everything settled down, Yunqing returned to his residence. Not long after, someone came to report, "Your Highness, there are 2 people outside asking to see you, one of whom says he has business with you. Quickly invite them in." Yunqing hurriedly said. Li Hanzhou is his benefactor. He had just saved his life and could call on the wind and rain. Such a capable person would be very helpful in his quest for the crown prince position. Yunqing decided he must hold on to this big leg. Not long after, Li Hanzhou entered with Shiming. "Did you remember what I told you?" On the way, Li Hanzhou asked Shiming. "I remembered." Shiming nodded, but still felt a bit nervous. When Li Hanzhou and Shiming walked into the room, Li Hanzhou smiled and clasped his fists. "Congratulations, fourth prince. I pay my respects to the fourth prince." Shiming also said politely, "Senior, no need for formalities. You really helped me a lot today." Yunqing smiled, then continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you used the great celestial technique to ask for rain, right?" Chapter 68. This is the young master of Yunhuang. Your Highness has good eyesight. Li Hanzhou did not deny it. There was nothing to fear in the great Zhou. The Xinglua kingdom was an enemy to the Shen kingdom, but not to the great Zhou. "Indeed, you are from Yunhuang," Yunqing said politely. "This is our young master of Yunhuang." Li Hanzhou pointed to the side at Shiming. Shiming was still a bit nervous, but nodded nonetheless. Upon hearing this, Yunqing was taken aback. He looked at Shiming, who appeared to be an ordinary boy, and yet he was the young master of Yunhuang. "Chu Xinghe." Shiming cupped his fists and said, "So it's young master Chu? I've long admired you." Yunqing hurriedly responded, "This is our great priest." Shiming pointed at Li Hanzhou and said, "I guessed it." Yunqing said, "Who besides the great priest of Yunhuang could possess such profound mastery of the great celestial technique? I had only heard of this miraculous skill before, but seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Gentlemen, I have arranged for some light refreshments to express my gratitude for your help today." Upon learning that the 2 were the young master and great priest of Yunhuang, Yunqing was even more excited. Although the Xinglua kingdom had been defeated by the Shen kingdom and pushed deep into Yunhuang, it still had powerful individuals and many remnants of its former forces. If rallied, it could still be a considerable power. If the Xinglua kingdom could support him, his chances of becoming the crown prince would increase. Thus, when Yunqing learned that the people before him were the young master and great priest of the Xinglua kingdom, he decided he must cultivate a good relationship with them. "You're too kind, Your Highness," Li Hanzhou said politely. "Wanshui City, Tanyan Tower." Yunqing hosted Li Hanzhou here. The entire Tanyan Tower had 7 floors. Only the wealthy and powerful could access the top floor, and even the first floor was not accessible to ordinary commoners. A table full of delicacies from mountains and seas. There were many dishes that Shiming couldn't name, leaving him dazzled. The fourth prince even called a few stunning singing girls to accompany Li Hanzhou and Shiming in drinking. "Come, great priest, I toast you a drink. Once again, thanking you for saving my life today." The entire top floor had been booked by the fourth prince, and his personal guards were stationed outside. Good. Li Hanzhou didn't mind having beautiful women around, eating grapes peeled by them while drinking. However, Sherming was different. This honest and dull boy had never seen such a scene. He became stiff all over, feeling particularly nervous with two beauties on either side of him. I heard you are the young master of the Xinglua kingdom? One beauty asked with a smile. Yes, Sherming stiffly lied. Then, young master, what do you do every day? Let this servant hear what princes from other countries do. The other beauty leaned on Sherming's shoulder and said, every day, I chop wood, Sherming answered truthfully. The two girls were taken aback. Chop wood? Really? Sherming nodded. Do princes also chop wood? The two couldn't believe it. I didn't expect the young master of the Xinglua kingdom to work so hard. Then, does the young master eat the same delicacies as we do in the Great Zhou? How many dishes does the young master eat each day? 4. While Sherming was having a nonsensical conversation with the two singing girls, Hanzhou began discussing serious matters with Yunqing. Your Highness, the person I'm looking for is named Zhou Qianlin. He is from the Shank Kingdom. From the Shank Kingdom? Yunqing raised an eyebrow. That's right, Hanzhou replied calmly. This person is a spy we sent into the Shank Kingdom. But for some unknown reason, he recently came to the Great Zhou and then lost contact. Yesterday, I saw that many people from the Shank Kingdom were captured on the streets, and I heard they have been capturing quite a few recently. So I suspect my spy has been caught. I hope your Highness can help me look into it. Don't worry, this small matter I will help you with. Yunqing immediately agreed. Yanghua. At this moment, Yunqing called out, Your Highness. Yunqing's personal guard immediately walked in and knelt respectfully. Go investigate if any of the people captured recently in Wanshui City are named Zhou Qianlin, Yunqing instructed. If there is, have the Lord of Wanshui City release him immediately. Just say he is my person. Yes. Yanghua immediately went to carry out the task. Great priest. It won't take more than half an hour to find your person. Don't worry, let us continue to drink. Drink. Hanzhou felt someone was indeed efficient. Treated to good food and drink, and they could also help him. Half an hour later, Yanghua returned and whispered a few words to Yunqing. Yunqing's brows furrowed, and he waved his hand for Yanghua to leave. Your Highness, what is wrong? Hanzhou noticed Yunqing's expression was off. I had someone look for the people captured from Shank Kingdom in the past few months, but I couldn't find anyone named Zhou Qianlin. It seems he hasn't been captured in Wanshui City. Perhaps he has gone somewhere else? Yunqing asked. Not found. Hanzhou quickly calculated and confirmed that Zhou Qianlin was indeed in Wanshui City. However, he wasn't captured. Why couldn't they find him? Seeing that Hanzhou was also puzzled, Yunqing smiled and said, Great priest, Brother Chu, it's not easy for you to come to the Great Zhou. Why not stay with me first? I will help you find the person you're looking for, and I'll notify you as soon as there is news. How about that? I truly feel bad for troubling your Highness. Hanzhou pretended to decline. The great priest is really too polite. The Shank Kingdom is our common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, I have always held you in high esteem, great priest. Please do stay. There may be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yunqing hurriedly said, Well, since your Highness is so kind, then I'll accept. Hanzhou reluctantly agreed. Originally, I brought the young master to the Great Zhou to search for the Fountain of Youth, and now that I have no target, it's good to stay here first. The Fountain of Youth? The Fountain of Youth from the Heavenly Chosen Academy? Yunqing asked curiously. So you came to the Great Zhou for the Fountain of Youth as well? What a coincidence. Coincidence? What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Hanzhou quickly asked. Because there will soon be an auction, and the qualification to enter the Fountain of Youth will be auctioned off, Yunqing said with a smile. Qualification to enter? Isn't the water from the Fountain of Youth being sold directly? Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. Not at all, Yunqing explained. Although the Fountain of Youth belongs to the Heavenly Xian Academy, it is actually located in a forbidden area. Each time the Fountain of Youth is auctioned, it is for the qualification to enter the forbidden area. Being able to obtain it is a matter of skill. If one cannot, it means there is no fate. Chapter 69. It's just a spiritual treasure. I can make it, so that's how it is. Hanzhou didn't expect there to be so many explanations inside. However, if there's a qualification for the auction, he would definitely buy it. He wondered how much silver would be needed to obtain the qualification to enter the Fountain of Youth. Hanzhou was particularly curious about this. I remember the last auction. The qualification to enter the Fountain of Youth was bought by a master from a clan for 3 million taels of silver, Yunqing recalled. So expensive. Li Hanzhou was astonished. Just the qualification to enter was sold for such a high price. It's normal, Yunqing explained to Li Hanzhou, because the Fountain of Youth is a divine object of heaven and earth. It is said that the Fountain of Youth was the first spring water that appeared when the world was born. The spring water has longevity effects. Drinking a sip can allow an ordinary person without cultivation to live over 100 years without illness or disaster. If a cultivator drinks from the Fountain of Youth regularly, it can significantly increase their cultivation speed, improve their physique, and even enhance their comprehension. That's why it is so precious. So many effects. Li Hanzhou expressed doubt, feeling that the Tianxin Academy was just marketing. What's the difference between this and that divine tea of mind that helped the founding emperor of the Shunke kingdom ascend? The only difference might be that the Fountain of Youth is really useful. Has anyone tried it? Li Hanzhou asked. Drinking a sip of the Fountain of Youth every day can really speed up one's cultivation? I don't know. Yunqing shook his head, because no one has ever done that. Why not? The Fountain of Youth is a divine spring, and it's located in the forbidden area of the Tianxin Academy, Yunqing said. That forbidden area is called the Tianxin Forbidden Zone. Entering it is a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life, and obtaining the Fountain of Youth is not easy either. Before entering the Yin-Yang Forbidden Zone, you need a spiritual treasure called the Biluoping. Only with this spiritual treasure can you hold the Fountain of Youth. Otherwise, if you use another container, the Fountain of Youth will turn into ordinary spring water when you come out, losing all its effects. Biluoping? Li Hanzhou thought to himself that there must be no such spiritual treasure in the books he had. It should be a higher level one. After all, the book he bought to make spiritual treasures was casually purchased by the original owner, and the treasures made were all common goods. Is the Biluoping for sale? Li Hanzhou hurriedly asked. This is not for sale, but if you want to make a Biluoping, you can ask the spiritual treasure masters at the Tianxin Academy to make it. It costs 500,000 taels of silver to make one. Yunqing said. In previous years, those who bought the qualification also asked the spiritual treasure masters at the Tianxin Academy to make it. Damn, that's robbery. Li Hanzhou's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Making a broken bottle costs 500,000 taels of silver. I might as well make it myself, Li Hanzhou said irritably. Can the Grand Priest make spiritual treasures? Yunqing was surprised at this moment. Of course, he can. Li Hanzhou nodded, saying he had made quite a few interesting things. Really? Yunqing suddenly became excited. I can, but I don't have the method to make the Biluoping, Li Hanzhou said, feeling troubled. Without the blueprint, he couldn't make it. That's no problem. Yunqing laughed heartily. The method is available in the palace. I'll find a way to get it for you. But I wonder if I can ask the Grand Priest to help me make a spiritual treasure too? What spiritual treasure do you want to make? The water avoidance pearl. Yunqing said quickly. If there's a method, I can give it a try. Li Hanzhou agreed, thinking that he couldn't let the other party work for nothing. Thank you, Grand Priest. I'll get the materials ready as soon as possible. Yunqing was very pleased. He needed the water avoidance pearl for a significant purpose. In 2 months, it would be the birthday of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. They, as princes, naturally had to present the most sincere gifts. There was a crown rumored to have been lost hundreds of years ago, representing the imperial power of the Great Zhou. If they could find this crown, the emperor would surely be greatly appreciative. The water avoidance pearl is a high-level spiritual treasure that many spiritual treasure masters cannot make due to insufficient strength. The water avoidance pearl made can only withstand down to 100 meters. Beyond that, it cannot withstand the water pressure. Therefore, Yunqing needed a powerful spiritual treasure master to make the water avoidance pearl. Li Hanzhou's strength was so strong that, in his view, his level of making spiritual treasures should also be quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boasted that he could make the Biluoping. Everyone was happy after a meal, except for Shiming. Shiming tried his best to act like a prince of the Xinglua kingdom, but the questions from those 2 singers were too tricky, leaving him at a loss for answers. Having just recently eaten meat, how could he imagine what life was like for a prince of a country? At most, it was just a prince chopping wood with a golden axe, eating 6 dishes at noon. In the evening, Li Hanzhou and Shiming were arranged to rest in Yunqing's villa, while the 4th prince hurried back to the capital to report. At midnight, Shiming heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Curious, Sherming walked over. As soon as the door was opened, a figure rushed in and covered Sherming's mouth before he could react. Sherming was startled, but then he realized that the person covering his mouth was someone he recognized. Be quiet. The visitor slowly lowered his hand. It was a young man. After letting Sherming go, he approached the door, looked outside, and carefully locked it. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Sherming said in surprise. We've been looking for you for several days, but we couldn't find you. We thought you were captured. I knew you all were in the city from the first day you arrived. Zhou Qianlin frowned as he looked at Sherming. Didn't I send a letter to the second junior brother? Why did he not come? But you and the master uncle did? This is a long story. Sherming quickly said, let me take you to see master uncle. Wait. Zhou Qianlin said, what do I need to see him for? I'm surprised he has lived this long. I call for the second junior brother because I have important matters and a great opportunity to discuss with him. I didn't expect it would be you who came. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Just follow me. Huh? Aren't you going to inform master uncle? Sherming hurriedly asked. No need to inform him. Zhou Qianlin said. What else can he do besides eating, drinking, gambling, and wasting time? With such a great opportunity, telling him would only slow us down. Just the two of us will do. Also, I don't know how you managed to stay here, but this is the villa of the fourth prince. And you guys are too bold. Hurry up and follow me. Otherwise, when the fourth prince realizes, he might kill you. Senior brother, listen to me, master uncle. No more nonsense. Let's go. Chapter 70. The opportunity supported by the royal family. No, senior brother. Before Sherming could say anything, he was pulled out the door by Zhou Qianlin, who then took advantage of the absence of people around to grab Sherming and climb over the wall. Outside, there were people waiting to assist them. Sherming took a look and realized that the person waiting was one of the guards of the fourth prince. No wonder his senior brother could easily enter the other courtyard. It turned out to be an inside job. After crawling out through a dog hole, they found two burly men waiting outside. Is this your junior brother? The two burly men said in a low voice. Their auras were restrained, and their strength was not weak. At least they both had 9th grade cultivation. Yes, this is my junior brother Sherming, Zhou Qianlin said with a smile. All right, let's go. The boss is waiting, the two men hurriedly said. Okay, let's go. Zhou Qianlin said excitedly to Sherming. Little junior brother, let's go. Senior brother will take you to seek opportunities. Sherming was confused. These two big men did not look like good people. At that moment, a voice came. What opportunity are you seeking? You brought your junior brother, but didn't he bring me? Zhou Qianlin. Do you even see me as your elder? Who? The four of them turned around and saw a Taoist priest standing there, smiling at them. Master uncle, Sherming exclaimed in surprise. He had just been worried about being taken away by his senior brother, and that his master uncle wouldn't be able to find him. Master uncle. Zhou Qianlin could only grit his teeth and call out. This person is your master uncle? The two burly men looked at Zhou Qianlin in surprise. One of them asked, your master uncle is here. Why didn't you call him to join us? With such a good opportunity, the more people, the better. You don't know. My master uncle is nothing special and is well-versed in gambling and vices. He owes a lot of debts outside. Zhou Qianlin whispered to the two. Hearing this, the two men assessed Hanzhou and found that it was indeed true. Hanzhou didn't even have any cultivation. He really is a waste. However, seeing his clothes were quite new, he didn't look that poor. Since he is Zhou Qianlin's master uncle, then let us take him along. One of the burly men said, with such a good opportunity, we should definitely bring our own people first. Then please, let us go meet our boss. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. The two burly men approached Hanzhou, grinning. Then let's go. Hanzhou glanced at the two. Zhou Qianlin sighed and had no choice but to agree. The three of them followed the two burly men through the alleys of Wanshui City, eventually arriving at a somewhat desolate courtyard. The courtyard was not small, but looked a bit shabby. Noisy sounds were coming from inside. This is the place of opportunity? Hanzhou asked in astonishment. You'll know once you go in. One of them knocked on the door in a pattern of 3 short knocks followed by 2 long ones. Shortly after, a pair of small eyes appeared, carefully looking outside. Guomin, a thin young man inside, opened the door for Hanzhou and the others. Once inside the courtyard, Hanzhou sensed that there were dozens of people in the courtyard. Although it wasn't small, having dozens of people living there was still a bit cramped. There were also patrolling people inside, each with cultivation. 2 8th grade experts were hiding in a room drinking. Boss, we're back, the two men shouted. Inside, a chubby man was sitting there drinking tea. Upon hearing this, he stood up with a smile and said, "You're back. How'd it go? Did you bring anyone?" "Yes, we brought two people." The two pointed at Ming and Hanzhou. Hanzhou looked at the chubby man in front of him. He was plump, and the smile on his face seemed very insincere, a typical smiling tiger. After drifting around Earth for so many years, Hanzhou had seen all kinds of people. Just by looking at his face, he could tell he wasn't a good person. "I am Zhang Xiaohu," the chubby man said politely, cupping his hands. "Goodness, you're not even pretending anymore, are you?" Hanzhou was curious to see what this person was up to. So he replied politely, "I am Hanzhou, and this is my junior nephew, Ming. We heard there are opportunities here, so we follow my senior nephew. May I ask, Brother Tiger, is there really an opportunity here?" "Of course," Zhang Xiaohu quickly replied. "Your senior nephew is here. Would I dare to deceive you?" Zhou Qianlin, hearing this, proudly puffed out his chest and said with satisfaction, "Master Uncle, you're not young anymore. If you seize this opportunity today, you might turn your life around. Otherwise, well, it's really hard to say." Hanzhou remained calm and asked, "I'd like to know what opportunity Brother Tiger is talking about. Bring it out for this brother to see." At that moment, Zhang Xiaohu extended his hand, and someone next to him immediately handed over a red, ball-like object. Hanzhou looked at the object in front of him, but didn't recognize what it was. It was small and round, resembling a walnut. "This is a Qian fruit," Zhang Xiaohu explained to Hanzhou. "It contains a very powerful source of fire, a rare fruit that is unique to our great Zhou. If you eat one, your comprehension of fire will be enhanced, and in the future, you might even step into the immortal realm and become an unparalleled strongman." Goodness, what a tall tale, Hanzhou thought, examining the object. His spiritual sense pierced into it, but he found that it didn't possess any fire aura at all. It was just an ordinary walnut, perhaps with a special color. "The royal family of the great Zhou wants to sell this fruit. So they found me to gather righteous people from the common folk to secretly sell this thing," Zhang Xiaohu explained. "Huh." Hanzhou couldn't help but laugh. "The royal family wants to sell such a treasure, but needs to do it secretly? Why not do it themselves? And why the secrecy? Cut it out, my brother. You don't understand. The great Zhou royal family's intention is to support the common people, giving us commoners a chance to make money. Naturally, this thing has to be sold secretly. Otherwise, if the families in the imperial city know, could this thing still fall into our hands?" Hanzhou, hearing this, roughly understood what they were trying to do. "Am I supposed to pay some money first to obtain the right to sell this? If I can recruit others to do this, I could also get a share of the profits?" Hanzhou said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhou Qianlin in surprise. He thought Zhou Qianlin had told Hanzhou about it. Hanzhou secretly cursed Zhou Qianlin for being a fool, wondering why he hadn't returned to the sect and instead got tricked into a pyramid scheme. Chapter 71. The Reincarnation Disc of Innate Spiritual Treasures. Hanzhou never expected that after crossing into another world, he would still encounter a pyramid scheme. Silly Zhou Qianlin actually thought he could trick Lu Dongyue into coming here to gather people. It was probably all nonsense about finding his master and some treasure of the longevity view, right? "Uncle Master, do you have any money?" Zhou Qianlin looked at Hanzhou with some suspicion. Joining the club requires a fee of 200 taels of silver to obtain the sales rights for the Qian fruit. Hanzhou's financial situation was clear to him. He was broke and even owed gambling debts. "Brother Zhou," Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Zhou Qianlin and said, "Although our membership fee is 200 taels of silver, if you work hard, I guarantee that within a year, you can earn 1,000,000 taels of silver." "Yes, boss," Zhou Qianlin said humbly. Hanzhou took out 400 taels of silver from his storage bag and threw it onto the table. "Good, good," Zhang Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. "You truly are a person with ambition. Rest assured, as long as you follow me and work hard, I guarantee you will make a fortune. Once you have money, you can buy any cultivation resources you want, and your cultivation speed will be extraordinary. At that time, I will give you 2 Qian fruits, and, after eating them, you might even reach the immortal realm and become a sword immortal or gun immortal. It's all possible." Zhang Xiaohu's grand promises seemed to fill Hanzhou up. "All right, we've paid the money. Let's go back to sleep," Hanzhou said to Ming. Ming nodded and was about to leave with Hanzhou. However, As they turned around, two burly men blocked their path. "Gentlemen, this is a secret opportunity supported by the royal family, and we cannot let it leak out. So you two will stay here. Tomorrow someone will come to teach you. Staying here will also be more convenient," Zhang Xiaohu said with a forced smile. "Then we'll stay. Please arrange a room for us," Brother Hu Li Hanzhou said. "All right." Zhang Xiaohu signaled to his subordinates to make arrangements quickly. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming were assigned to the same room as Zhou Qianlin. The room only had a large communal bed with over a dozen people sleeping inside. Li Hanzhou casually took out a talisman, ignited it between his fingers, and the scent it emitted caused everyone else in the room to fall asleep. "Huh, Uncle Master, what did you do?" Zhou Qianlin was startled to see everyone fall asleep. When did this useless Uncle Master have such abilities? Li Hanzhou said nothing, raised his hand, pointed into the air, and then grabbed. Suddenly, the roof tiles shattered, and a figure fell from the roof, landing in front of Li Hanzhou. It was one of the 8th grade experts in the courtyard. "Xionggu." Zhou Qianlin was startled. "You." The 8th grade expert looked up at Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou's cold gaze made him feel as if his entire body had been frozen, unable to move. Li Hanzhou then pressed a talisman onto Xionggu's forehead, and the talisman instantly transformed into golden light that entered Xionggu's mind. The next moment, Xionggu's eyes became hollow, as if he had lost his soul. "Get lost," Li Hanzhou said calmly. Xionggu said nothing and slowly stood up, walking out. "Uncle Master, what happened to him?" Shi Ming, who was already used to Li Hanzhou's abilities, asked curiously. "Nothing, I just made him temporarily forget this memory. He'll go back to sleep," Li Hanzhou replied calmly. "Zhang Xiaohu sent him to monitor us." "Uncle Master, you." Zhou Qianlin realized he could no longer see through this useless Uncle Master. Li Hanzhou didn't waste time with Zhou Qianlin and instead asked, "Is what you said in your letter about your senior brother and the treasure of the longevity view true, or just a trick to deceive me?" "Of course it's true," Zhou Qianlin said honestly, feeling a hint of fear at Li Hanzhou's gaze, as if the Uncle Master in front of him was no longer the same person from his memories. "Where is my senior brother? What treasure are you talking about?" "Lianzhou Pressa. I came to the Great Zhou because I got a lead on my master. I did find traces of the treasure. It is the reincarnation disc that our longevity view lost back in the day," Zhou Qianlin said truthfully. The reincarnation disc. Li Hanzhou was also surprised. The innate spiritual treasure. The reincarnation disc, ranked 3rd. Such a treasure actually belongs to the longevity view. It is rumored that the reincarnation disc can allow a person to be reborn, borrowing a body from the dead, and is one of the most powerful spiritual treasures among innate spiritual treasures. "Where is it?" "In the Tianxian Forbidden Land," Zhou Qianlin whispered. "I asked where your senior brother is." "My master is dead," Zhou Qianlin said somewhat dejectedly. "Senior brother is dead?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "What? The senior brother, master is dead?" Shi Ming exclaimed, grabbing Zhou Qianlin's arm in disbelief. But Li Hanzhou found it hard to believe. If his senior brother really died, his divination skills would have surely picked up on it. But if his senior brother were alive, he wouldn't have been able to deduce that either. What was going on? "Little junior brother, stop shaking. Although master has died, he found the reincarnation disc before he passed away, and thus he was reincarnated. I have already found my master," Zhou Qianlin hurriedly explained. "So that means master died, but he used the reincarnation disc to be reborn?" Shi Ming couldn't help but ask. "Yes, but although master has been reincarnated, his new identity is somewhat complicated," Zhou Qianlin said helplessly. "I came here to make money, mainly to earn enough to redeem my master." Zhou Qianlin told Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming. "Redeem him? Is master imprisoned?" Shi Ming inquired. "If master is imprisoned, we can ask the 4th prince to help get him out." Shi Ming looked at Li Hanzhou. However, at this moment, Li Hanzhou had a strange expression as he stared at Zhou Qianlin and asked, "Zhou Qianlin, your master hasn't reincarnated into some inappropriate place, has he? Like a brothel or something?" Cough, cough. Zhou Qianlin awkwardly replied, "Uncle Master, master had no choice. The reincarnation disc caused his soul to wander, but he had to find a new body within an hour. As time was running out, he finally encountered a recently deceased woman from a brothel, so, for a moment, the room fell silent." Chapter 72. Little Sakura read, "I want to redeem my master." But that day the madam of the brothel asked me for 50,000 taels, which I simply cannot afford, Zhou Qianlin said softly. How is your master doing? Li Hanzhou didn't know how to ask and could only phrase it delicately. After all, it is well known what women in brothels do. He should be fine, Zhou Qianlin replied, lacking confidence, and continued. I told my master that I would rescue him as soon as possible, and he said he would hold firm to his principles and fight back. Where's that brothel? In the divine capital. How far is the divine capital from here? Li Hanzhou asked. If riding a horse, it would take about 2 days to get there. Zhou Qianlin quickly asked, Are you going to rush over to rescue my master? The fourth prince is currently in the divine capital, and I will write to him to help me get him out first. By the way, what is your master's name now? My master is now called Little Sakura Red. After Zhou Qianlin said this, his face turned red. It was too embarrassing. Li Hanzhou nearly choked on a mouthful of water. His big and burly senior brother was actually named Little Sakura Red. Forget it. Let's save the person first. With one step, his figure vanished directly from the room. Zhou Qianlin was completely stunned to see Li Hanzhou leave as if no one was there. Isn't his master a good-for-nothing? How does he seem so powerful now? Little junior brother, how did your master become so strong? Zhou Qianlin couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Shi Ming shook his head. My master is very strong now. Our Chongqing view is well known in the Divine K Nation. Li Hanzhou left the dilapidated courtyard and then found a place to write a letter, asking the letter hawk to send it to the divine capital as quickly as possible. At the same time, he hurried towards the divine capital. Before leaving, Li Hanzhou returned to the other villa, where 2 of the fourth prince's personal guards were left to serve him. Li Hanzhou instructed them to take people to surround the dilapidated courtyard and detain them first. In the divine capital of the great Zhou, today, the emperor of Zhou held a family banquet, and over a dozen princes attended. Yunqing was heavily praised by the Zhou emperor at the banquet for his efforts in seeking rain. Father, this is just what a son should do. Ultimately, the rain in Wanshui city is also due to heaven's mercy on the people, recognizing you as the emperor. What I did is actually insignificant, Yunqing said respectfully to the Zhou emperor. The Zhou emperor smiled and nodded. The other princes all had very ugly expressions, especially the 6th prince and the 2nd prince. You all should learn more from your 4th brother. The Zhou emperor glanced at the other princes. Yes, father, everyone quickly responded. Yunpa. The Zhou emperor looked at the 2nd closest to him. Father, Yunpa quickly stood up. He was already over 40, with a face full of stubble and a fierce aura, looking particularly rugged. Your elder brother died young, and now you are the eldest. In the future, if your younger brothers have any issues, I hope you can help them more, the Zhou emperor said blandly. Father, I understand. Yunpa felt very unhappy after hearing this. What do you mean by helping them more? Doesn't that mean you hope I assist the future crown prince? Not to cause them trouble? Does that not mean the crown prince position has nothing to do with me? Who does father favor, and who is he preparing to pass the throne to? Could it be the 4th? Praising the 4th so much today is very likely. The palace banquet finally ended amidst the father-son affection. Everyone's hypocritical faces were vividly displayed in this court. When Yunqing returned to his residence, a personal guard approached him respectfully and said, Your Highness, it is a letter from the high priest of Yunwang. Let me see. Yunqing quickly took the letter. If it weren't for Li Hanzhou this time, how could father praise me? Yunqing felt very good. When he opened the letter and saw the contents, he curiously asked, Is there a place called Tianqing Building? The surrounding guards quickly replied, 4th Prince, Tianqing Building is a place of entertainment. There are not just 1, but 4 Tianqing buildings in the divine capital, each located in different directions, and business is very good, with all the girls inside being quite charming. It seems you guys have been there quite a bit. Yunqing looked at several of them. The guards quickly shook their heads. We heard about it. Help me find a person. The 4th prince said, I don't know which Tianqing building he is in. The person is called Little Sakura Red. If found, buy her out. Yes. Several people quickly left to find Little Sakura Red. In the 2nd prince's residence. Bang! Crash! The sound of smashing things echoed. All the servants in the residence were too scared to breathe. Even the 2nd prince's royal consort and concubines did not dare to enter. Why? Why don't I have the qualifications to compete for the crown prince? Damn it. I have made great contributions on the battlefield, and now I'm being asked to help those useless younger brothers. Yunpo was almost driven mad with anger. What is the fourth? He is nothing. How dare he compete with me? When the opportunity arises, I will kill you. Just then, a soldier walked by outside, hesitated for a long time, and did not dare to enter. Get in here, Yunpo shouted angrily. Yes, yes. The soldier quickly walked in. Second master. The soldier hurriedly said, the fourth prince's side has some activity. They are looking for someone and have gone to Tianqing building. Tianqing building? Yunpo frowned. Who are they looking for at Tianqing building? Looking for someone called Little Sakura Red. The soldier cautiously said, the fourth prince seems to not know that Tianqing building is your property. They are in a hurry to find Little Sakura Red. Little Sakura Red? Yunpo couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is that? Replying to the second master, she was previously a singer, but later the madam wanted her to entertain clients, and she refused, even attempting to hang herself, but was saved. Recently, the madam, fearing she might die again, didn't let her entertain clients, but recently, for some unknown reason, her singing and playing have been terrible, and she has been complained about by customers several times. So the madam, in a fit of anger, locked her in the basement. The soldier quickly explained to Yunpo. Oh, Yunpo was surprised. That kid Yunqing is actually looking for this Little Sakura Red. Could it be that they have something going on? Humph. Have someone bring that Little Sakura Red to my residence. I want to see what tricks they are up to. Yes. Perhaps I can pry some secrets about the fourth from this Little Sakura Red, Yunpo thought. In the basement of Tianqing building. It was very damp here, with rats running around and even cockroaches. In a corner sat a woman in red, appearing to be in her 20s with a delicate face. Saying she was stunning would not be an exaggeration. Her figure was graceful, ample where it should be, and curvy where it should be. Sigh. The young girl let out a soft sigh, expressing endless sorrow. Chapter 73. The second prince's invitation. Li Changshou never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Qianlin, were you going to save me? Li Changshou thought helplessly. Reincarnating as a courtesan was bad enough, but being locked up here for not being able to sing or play instruments and going 2 days without food was unbearable. Am I really going to starve to death? In my past life, I had at least achieved transcendent cultivation, but after reincarnation, all my powers were gone. Without any internal energy, I had fallen to such a lowly place, and recently I had been teased by men countless times. If it weren't for my desperate resistance, I would have probably been taken advantage of long ago. Just thinking about it made me feel sick. I had tried to escape twice, but each time I was caught and beaten by the guards of the Tianqing building. After 2 beatings, I was truly scared to run away again. Fortunately, once I happened to see my disciple Zhou Qianlin on the roadside and quickly called him over, hoping he could redeem me. Unfortunately, Zhou Qianlin was too poor and could only scrape together 20 taels of silver after great effort. The madam refused to let me go. Zhou Qianlin then said he would go earn more money and asked me to wait for him to redeem me. However, I felt that it might take a long time. Just then, the door to the basement opened, and 2 guards from the Tianqing building came down. You lucky woman, get up, wash up, and come with me. One of the fierce guards said. What for? Li Changshou asked cautiously. What for? Today, His Highness the Second Prince wants to invite you. You're in luck. You might just soar to great heights. Hurry up and get up. Don't keep the second prince waiting. The second prince? Li Changshou was a bit confused. How did this involve the second prince? Stop wasting time, get up. The 2 guards helped Li Changshou out of the basement. Li Changshou felt this might be an opportunity. Maybe I could escape. So, under the service of 2 maids, I washed and changed clothes. Sister Inghong, should we call a doctor? Why do you keep having nosebleeds every time you bathe? The 2 maids asked when they saw Li Changshou bleeding from her nose. It's fine, it's fine. No need to call a doctor, Li Changshou quickly replied. Every time I bathed and took off my clothes, seeing the body of a young courtesan made this old virgin unable to help but bleed from the nose. Her figure was just too stunning. Why get back? I should let my junior brother see. That kid is also a virgin, and when he sees my figure, he also bleed from the nose like me? Li Shanshou Shukulat. The 2 maids found Li Changshou's behavior a bit strange, but said nothing. Soon, Li Changshou was taken downstairs, and when she saw the dozens of guards in front of her, her heart sank. So many people? This might be a bit difficult to escape from. Moreover, among these guards, there were experts present. One old man clearly had transcendent cultivation. What should I do? Missing Hong. It's time to get in the sedan chair. Someone came up and said politely, "Oh, all right." Li Changshu had no choice but to get into the sedan chair. The ride was smooth, and before Li Changshu could think of how to escape, the sedan chair had already arrived. She was directly brought to the second prince's residence. "Second master, the person is here." Yin Po's personal guard brought Li Changshu before Yin Po and then exited. Yin Po turned to look at Li Changshu, and his eyes lit up. "My goodness, there is such a beautiful girl in the Tianqing building, and I didn't know." Yin Po was a bit shocked. The Tianqing building was his property, and he had no idea there was such a beautiful woman in it. "What are the people below doing?" "Greetings, Your Highness." Li Changshu had no choice but to bow. "What is your relationship with Yin Qing?" Yin Po stepped forward and scrutinized Li Changshu. "Yin Qing?" Li Changshu blinka. "Who was that? A customer of mine?" "No impression at all. I don't know him," Li Changshu said truthfully. "Huh." Yin Po sneered. "You don't know? I see. You're protecting him, aren't you?" "I." Li Changshu was speechless. "I already said I don't know him." "I get it." Yin Po's eyes suddenly brightened. "You get it?" "Nonsense," Li Changshu thought, looking at Yin Po's exaggerated expression. "You must have met somewhere before, and then the fourth prince fell for you. You both had feelings for each other, but the fourth prince didn't know your identity before. Recently, he investigated you, learned your identity, and came to the Tianqing building to redeem you. Am I wrong?" Yin Po stared at Li Changshu's face. Li Changshu looked at Yin Po's face, which was so close, and the bad breath he emitted made her speechless. Why don't you go write a novel? However, listening to Yin Po, Li Changshu also grasped quite a bit of information. The fourth prince? So, this person in front of me is the second prince, the fourth prince's older brother? If I say I'm the fourth princess woman, as his older brother, he would probably treat me with courtesy and provide me with good food and drink. Wouldn't I then have a chance to escape? And I would be safe for the time being? Thinking of this, Li Changshu felt this was a very good opportunity. Yes, since you've seen through it, I have nothing to hide. Indeed, as you said, you really are impressive, Li Changshu sighed lightly. Ha 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 ha. I said why the fourth prince is looking for you everywhere. It seems that things are really as I said. Oh, fourth prince, you're in love with a courtesan. I wonder what the emperor will say when he hears about this. Ha 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 ha. Yin Po couldn't help but laugh, his expression twisted. Today, Emperor Zhou praised Yun Qing in front of everyone, which made Yin Po very unhappy. He even felt that Emperor Zhou might declare Yun Qing as the crown prince. The more Yin Po thought about it, the angrier he became, but today he had caught Yun Qing's weakness, which lightened his mood considerably. You really are the fourth prince's woman. Yin Po's eyes turned red as he approached Li Changshu. I am. What is wrong? Li Changshu noticed something was off about Yin Po's gaze. Humph. Yin Po turned around, took a whip off the wall, held it in his hand, and then sneered. The next moment, as Yin Po walked towards Li Changshu, he began to unfasten his belt. The fourth prince upset me today, so I'll let his woman have some fun with me. No problem, right? Yin Po grinned wickedly. Chapter 74. The Bamboo Sword Immortal arrives. Damn. Seeing Yin Po's actions, Li Changshu was almost scared to death. This bastard actually wanted to do it with him. The scruffy face made Li Changshu feel nauseous, so he quickly said, Wait. Wait for what? I'm going to take you right now. Let the fourth brother see how powerful his second brother is. Yin Po had no intention of stopping. Li Changshu was grabbed by both arms by Yin Po. Despite Li Changshu struggling desperately, he was now in the body of an ordinary woman. How could he possibly struggle against Yin Po? Moreover, Yin Po was a martial artist. I'm a man. I don't know the fourth prince. I'm telling the truth. Li Changshu shouted desperately. A man? Little beauty. Even if you are a man, I'm going to have you today. Yin Po laughed heartily, directly leaning over to kiss Li Changshu's neck. Damn it, pervert. Li Changshu realized that this second Prince Yin Po was an absolute pervert. You are mine tonight, I say. Yin Po laughed heartily, pulling hard and tearing off Li Changshu's clothes, exposing half of his chest. Li Changshu was about to cry. Help! Call all you want. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. This is my royal mansion. Even if the fourth brother knows, he can't break in. Yin Po grinned and said, Just keep struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Fourth brother, aren't you capable? Today I'm going to sleep with your woman, and you won't be able to do anything about it. Li Changshu was in despair. He was really going to lose his virginity tonight. Forget it, it's all fate. Li Changshu silently closed his eyes. Try not to look at Yunpa's rough face, just treating it as if he were being pushed by a pig tonight. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, the door to the room was suddenly smashed to pieces. The noise startled Yunpa to the point of nearly becoming impotent. A strong wind swept through, and the wind actually carried Li Changshu out. Who is it? Yunpa was taken aback. Someone had dared to invade the prince's mansion. There were assassins. The huge commotion also caused the guards in the prince's mansion to rush over, surrounding the scene immediately. Outside the room, by the pond on the rockery, Li Hanzhou had a black cloth covering half of his face, holding the stunned Li Changshu. His gaze swept over the guards present, finally landing on Yunpa. Bold thief, daring to invade my royal mansion. What punishment do you deserve? Yunpa was furious. However, the atmosphere on the scene was somewhat strange. A personal guard stepped forward and couldn't help but say, "Second master, why don't you put your pants on first?" Huh? Yunpa looked down and saw that he had just been startled and actually forgot to wear pants. No wonder it felt a bit cold. But Yunpa wasn't embarrassed. All around were big men, so what was there to be shy about? "Junior brother, it's you." As Yunpa went into the room to put on his pants, Li Changshu couldn't believe his eyes. The person who came to save him was actually Li Hanzhou. Although Li Hanzhou had a mask on, he was Li Hanzhou's senior brother. How could he not recognize him? It was his useless junior brother. Moreover, for some reason, looking at Li Hanzhou, Li Changshu felt that he was completely different from before. Senior brother. Li Hanzhou looked down and saw the exposed skin in front of him, and his nosebleed almost spurted out. It was too big, and that figure was too outrageous, with a first-rate feel. The skin was also so smooth. Damn, what am I thinking? This is my senior brother. Seeing Li Changshu's disheveled appearance, as if he had just been violated, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, he just didn't go in, right?" "Fortunately, junior brother, you came in time, otherwise, it would have really happened." Li Changshu was about to cry. Who could understand that kind of helplessness? Thinking about that scene just now, Li Changshu really couldn't help but cry. Leaning on Li Hanzhou's shoulder, feeling a bit better. "You dare to steal my woman." As Yunpa came out and saw Li Changshu leaning on Li Hanzhou's shoulder, their intimate posture made him furious, and he roared, "Take them down. Kill." Many soldiers rushed forward with long spears, intending to capture Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou waved his hand casually, and a wind blade slashed across. Dozens of soldiers rushing forward were directly blown away by Li Hanzhou's aura, while the wind blade severed all the steel-long spears. Seeking death, Yunpa was furious and drew his sword, ready to charge. But at that moment, a sword chi descended from the sky. The sword chi pierced the air, making Yunpa feel a sense of death. Boom! The sword chi actually split the entire prince's mansion in half. This scene shocked everyone present. At this moment, Li Hanzhou and Li Changshu had also disappeared. Yunpa stared blankly at this scene. The remaining sword chi made him feel terrified, as if even a wisp of sword chi could kill him. He was an extraordinary realm cultivator. Amidst such terrifying sword chi, there was also the supreme aura of the Tao. A sword immortal? The waves of shock surged in Yumpa's heart. He just wanted to sleep with a woman. How did he provoke a sword immortal? Reaching such a level of cultivation had already surpassed the realm of humans. It was something he couldn't contend with. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. Moments later, Li Hanzhou appeared in a wasteland in the capital with Li Changshu. Junior brother, just now was. Li Changshu was extremely shocked. He had discovered that Li Hanzhou's strength was terrifying. Moreover, the technique he used was actually the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique. Why does junior brother know the Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique? Thanks. Li Hanzhou didn't respond to Li Changshu, but looked up at the sky. At this moment, Su Nianyi's figure slowly descended from the sky, coming to Li Hanzhou's front. "There's nothing to thank for," Su Nianyi said. "Those guys in the prince's mansion couldn't keep you anyway. I just acted casually." Then, Su Nianyi glanced at Li Changshu in Li Hanzhou's arms and couldn't help but say, "Didn't expect you, this Taoist, to be quite charming. Coming to the great Zhou to go against a prince for a woman." Charming? Li Hanzhou was taken aback, looked at Li Changshu beside him, and then said, "Well, you misunderstood, actually. No need to explain to me." Sun Yini shook her head. I'm not interested in other people's romantic affairs. I just owe you a favor. You say, what do you want me to help you with? All right. Li Hanzhou thought it didn't matter whether he explained or not. Then please help me with one thing. Fairy. Li Hanzhou stepped forward and whispered a few words in Sun Yini's ear. Sun Yini raised her eyebrows. Just like that? Chapter 75. Yin Yang Fish, sorry to trouble you. Fairy, Li Hanzhou said politely. Got it, Sun Yini replied and turned to leave. Once Sun Yini had walked far away, Li Changshu leaned in curiously and asked, Junior brother, who was that beauty just now? That's Sun Yini from the Heartless Valley, Li Hanzhou replied. Sun Yendi? Li Changshu's expression changed. The bamboo sword immortal? You know the bamboo sword immortal? And she just said she owes you a favor? Li Changshu couldn't believe it. I helped her a little before. Li Hanzhou glanced at Li Changshu, then took out a cloak from his storage bag and draped it over Li Changshu, saying, Fortunately, I sensed something was off and ran all day using lightness skill to rush from Wanshui City to save you, otherwise tonight you. Hey, junior brother, even though I don't know what happened to you, thank you for saving me tonight. As your senior brother, I have nothing to repay you with, but I can let you see my body in the future, just to satisfy your cravings and such, Li Changshu chuckled. Li Hanzhou almost choked, scolding, Senior brother. You're a pervert. What's wrong? I think I'm quite good looking, Li Changshu said, stretching out his hand to pinch his chest. See, it's quite soft. Forget it. Let's head back. The disciples are still waiting, Li Hanzhou said, too lazy to bother with him. Li Hanzhou bought a carriage and headed towards Wanshui City. The capital was quite chaotic tonight. A sword immortal had arrived in the capital. The imperial city was under martial law. Li Hanzhou found Yunqing and asked him to arrange a place to stay. Then instructed Yunqing to send someone to bring Shi Ming and Zhou Qianlin from Wanshui City to the capital. Yunqing was also curious about what had happened tonight. Li Hanzhou only briefly mentioned it and didn't talk about the bamboo sword immortal. Is your second brother trying to retaliate against me? Upon hearing about Yunpa, Yunqing's expression darkened. Hearing that he was looking for Xiaowing, he was directly taken away and then wanted to be sullied. This made Yunqing very unhappy. I overlooked this before. I just learned that the brothel that day was my second brother's property, Yunqing said. So the information leaked and caused you trouble, great priest. That's fine, Li Hanzhou said curiously. Your second brother must be very wealthy, right? Among us princes, my second brother is the richest. Yunqing nodded. He has the support of several major clans in Hanzhou behind him, and he owns many properties, so his financial power is quite strong. Oh, Lianzhou Bundaret. Previously, when the emperor asked me to raise military funds, these clans would rather give the money to my second brother than contribute. Up until now, they haven't donated much at all. Yunqing shook his head helplessly, feeling that the task assigned by the Zhou emperor was truly too difficult. At this moment, Li Hanzhou remembered that at the upcoming auction, he needed to bid for the qualification to enter the Forbidden Area. Not only for the Fountain of Youth, but also because, according to Li Changshu, the reincarnation disc was still lost in the Forbidden Area. That thing belonged to the Changsheng Temple, and he had to get it back. On the way back, Li Hanzhou curiously asked Li Changshu how he entered the Tianxian Forbidden Area. Li Changshu said he had no idea it was the Tianxian Forbidden Area. He accidentally discovered an ancient teleportation array and was inexplicably transported inside. However, after he was teleported in, that teleportation array was destroyed. This made Li Hanzhou somewhat suspicious that someone had secretly arranged everything. The teleportation array was completely set up targeting Li Changshu, using the reincarnation disc as bait to lure him over. Not just a guess, after some deduction, Li Hanzhou indeed found traces of manipulation behind it. But who it was, Li Hanzhou couldn't deduce. Logically, they hadn't offended anyone. So why would someone target the Changsheng Temple? As for the qualification to enter the Forbidden Area, Li Hanzhou originally thought his money should be enough, but he suddenly realized all his money was in silver notes, which worked in the Divine K, but not in Zhou. The cash he had added up to only a few thousand taels, which was far from enough. Yunqing couldn't possibly take out that much money either, so Li Hanzhou was considering whether to borrow some from the second prince. What was the great priest thinking? Yunqing couldn't help but ask. Nothing much. Let's wait until the people from Wanshui City arrive. Li Hanzhou already had an idea in his mind. The next morning, Li Hanzhou came to find Li Changshu, reminding him not to leak their identities. Junior brother, how did you learn the great celestial technique? Li Changshou still couldn't understand how the national treasure of Xinglua Kingdom was learned by Li Hanzhou. I don't really know how to explain it. Just consider it something I picked up, Li Hanzhou said, not knowing how else to explain it. Li Changshou shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. He was too lazy to pursue it. Are you planning to stay like this forever? Li Hanzhou looked at Li Changshou's graceful figure, which was indeed quite alluring. Is there any way to change you back? What can be done? Li Changshou sat down and said, the reincarnation disc is indeed a congenital spiritual treasure, but everyone can only be reincarnated once in their lifetime. I don't think I can reincarnate again, unless I can find the yin-yang fish. It is said that when the heaven and earth gave birth to congenital spiritual treasures, 3 yin-yang fish were born, capable of reversing yin and yang, bringing the dead back to life, transforming the 2 sexes. If there's a yin-yang fish, it will definitely allow me to become a man, Li Changshou said seriously. Li Hanzhou recalled, 700 years ago, the Southern Sea Buddhist sect used a yin-yang fish to transform a supreme relic that had been tainted by demonic energy. That supreme relic is still enshrined in the Southern Sea Tianlong Temple. 400 years ago, a farmer found a black and white fish in the mountains, went home and made a bowl of fish soup, and surprisingly, it made his dying old father youthful again, turning him into a young man. And he even married his stepmother. Now there's only one yin-yang fish left in the world, but no one knows where it is. Let it be. Li Changshou sighed lightly. Junior brother, when master left, he told me to take good care of you. If you remain single for this lifetime, I can accompany you until old age. Get lost? Li Hanzhou felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, a guard walked in and respectfully said, Great priest, the 4th prince requests your presence. I understand. Li Hanzhou went to find Yun Qing. Seeing Li Hanzhou arrive, Yun Qing said excitedly, Great priest, I've got the manufacturing methods for the water avoidance pearl and the Biluo bottle. Take a look. Saying that, he handed over 2 pieces of paper. Li Hanzhou glanced at them, and Yun Qing continued, I've already had the materials for the spiritual treasures prepared, so you don't have to worry about that. Good. When a young master and the others arrive, I'll start helping you with it, Li Hanzhou promised. Chapter 76. Meeting Zhang Xiaohu again, looking at the manufacturing steps. Although there seemed to be many more runes than before, and they were more complex, Li Hanzhou felt it was merely a bit troublesome. He didn't think it was particularly difficult. Thank you, High Priest. Yun Qing quickly expressed his gratitude. 2 days later, Shi Ming and Zhou Qianlin arrived in the capital from Wanshui City. You are my master? Shi Ming looked at the beautiful girl in the alley before him, unable to believe it. Master, you weren't, Zhou Qianlin said excitedly. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, Li Changshou said, still maintaining some authority in front of his disciple, though not much. Especially in his current state, he felt more like a neighborly older sister. After they met, Li Hanzhou went to find Yun Qing. Your Highness, I have some questions for the Zhang Xiaohu we captured earlier, Li Hanzhou said. All right, Yun Qing replied. He had previously sent someone to bring Zhang Xiaohu to the capital and intended to throw him into the prison, but he hadn't had the chance yet. So Li Hanzhou wanted to see Zhang Xiaohu first. On his way to the dungeon to see Zhang Xiaohu, Li Hanzhou saw a soldier from the prince's mansion being beaten, his body covered in bruises. Li Hanzhou couldn't help but sigh at how ruthless Yun Qing could be. He recognized the man as a guard who had colluded with a pyramid scheme, and he felt it was well-deserved. High Priest, the person is inside, Yun Qing said, leading Li Hanzhou to the dungeon, curious about what Li Hanzhou wanted with this person. When Li Hanzhou saw Zhang Xiaohu, he was already on the verge of death, lying in a corner, gasping for breath. His already plump body was now struggling even more. It's you. Seeing Li Hanzhou, Zhang Xiaohu seemed somewhat incredulous. It's me, Li Hanzhou replied as he walked in. I have some questions for you. If you cooperate, I can plead for you and give you a chance to live. If you resist, then I can only let the 4th prince treat you well. I'll talk. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly crawled to Li Hanzhou's feet, pleading, Brother, oh no, from today on, you are my adoptive father. Adoptive father. Please don't let them hit me anymore. I'll say anything. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, Li Hanzhou knew the kid had really been beaten badly. Let me ask you, where did you get that Qian fruit? Lianzhou Inkireth. Adoptive father. I'll be honest, that is not a Qian fruit at all. It's a type of walnut from my hometown, and I dyed it with a special dye that doesn't fade, just to deceive people. Zhang Xiao cried as he spoke, spilling everything. What a scheming merchant, Yin Qing scoffed. High priest, a person like this deserves to be killed 100 times. Your Highness, this person is useful, Li Hanzhou said. Didn't you want to raise military funds? I also want to auction off the qualification to enter that Tianxian forbidden land. Why don't we team up and make some money? Huh? Yin Qing was taken aback. How do we make money? Just leave it to me. Li Hanzhou whispered his plan into Yin Qing's ear. The more Yin Qing listened, the more unbelievable it seemed, and by the end, he looked a bit frightened. He looked at Li Hanzhou and felt that this person was really dangerous. Your Highness, this person is useful. Let him go for now, Li Hanzhou said. Yin Qing nodded. Hearing that he was to be released, Zhang Xiaohu was immediately excited and hurriedly bowed his head. After you go out, help me with some tasks. If you do well, I'll reward you. If not, I'll bring you back and guarantee you'll be beaten 10 times worse than before, Li Hanzhou said calmly. Yes, I'll do my best. Whatever orders you have, adoptive father, just say it, Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly while looking at Li Hanzhou. Just call me sir. Yes, adoptive. Sir, Zhang Xiaohu quickly corrected himself. After they went out, Yin Qing began arranging matters while Li Hanzhou started studying the spiritual treasure manufacturing diagram that Yin Qing had brought back. A few days later, in the imperial study, reporting to your majesty, the high priest of the Xinglua kingdom has come to visit with a young master. A eunuch beside Emperor Zhou said. Emperor Zhou was looking at memorials and, hearing this, was somewhat curious. People from Xinglua kingdom? Why have they suddenly come here? Emperor Zhou didn't have a dislike for people from Xinglua kingdom, especially since Xinglua's enemy was Shun Ke, which was also the enemy of Dezhou. The saying goes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Xinglua kingdom was no longer at its peak, it still had some foundation. Prepare a banquet. Yes, since people from Xinglua kingdom had come, it wouldn't be proper not to invite them for a meal. Emperor Zhou also notified the second prince, fourth prince, sixth prince, and some less favored princes to join the meal. In the great hall, many princes had arrived and sat on both sides. Yin Qing sat there calmly. The second prince, Yun Pe, was staring at Yin Qing with a fierce gaze. The day the sword immortal rescued Li Changshou, Yun Pe had worried that the sword immortal had some connection with the fourth prince, so he had been inactive these days. The young master of Xinglua kingdom has arrived. At this moment, Li Hanzhou entered with Shiming. Greetings to your majesty of Dezhou. Li Hanzhou and Shiming bowed to Emperor Zhou. No need for formalities. Emperor Zhou looked at Shiming and asked, This is the young master of Xinglua kingdom, right? I am Chu Xinghe, Shiming replied, having gotten used to the act after several days. Please take a seat, Emperor Zhou said with a smile. Your majesty, we come from Yanhuang and have brought some humble gifts. I hope you won't find them unworthy, Li Hanzhou said, clapping his hands, and immediately, people outside brought in some items. When the boxes were opened, they contained various jewels and porcelain, which looked quite ordinary. Emperor Zhou nodded. You have gone to great lengths. However, when the last box was opened, the contents attracted everyone's attention. Inside the box were 10 very exquisite fruits, and the box itself was also very finely crafted. It was the first time Emperor Zhou had seen such things and couldn't help but ask, What is this? Li Hanzhou signaled to Shiming, then said, Your Majesty, this is a unique treasure from our Xinglua kingdom, called Qian fruit. It is very precious and can help one comprehend the path of flames. With good luck, one might even step into the immortal realm. So miraculous? All the princes present looked at the Qian fruit in surprise. A treasure that could allow one to enter the immortal realm? Emperor Zhou's eyes brightened. Is it really that incredible? Chapter 77. The Merchant from Beijue and the Qian Fruit originally. This item was a treasure of our Xinglua kingdom. The former Grand Master of Xinglua kingdom consumed Qian fruits for a long time before stepping into the immortal realm. However, now that our Xinglua kingdom has been destroyed by the Shenk, we have no choice but to sell this treasure to other countries to sustain our livelihood in Yanhuang. Li Hanzhou sighed helplessly and said, I could have brought more for your majesty. But who would have known that someone would steal all our Qian fruit from Yin Huang a few days ago, leaving only a few, so I can only bring these for you. Stolen? Emperor, Zhou asked in surprise. Who did it? It must be the people from Shenk, Li Hanzhou said indignantly. They stole our Xinglua kingdom's treasure as revenge for our previous actions against their ninth prince. We came to the Zhou today to seek an alliance against Shenk. Li Hanzhou continued, although our Xinglua kingdom has been destroyed, we still have some foundation. I heard that the Zhou sent troops to attack Lingyan City, causing significant losses there. So we came to propose an alliance to resist Shenk together. Our Xinglua kingdom has been longtime rivals with Shenk, and we understand many of their affairs. So we can provide assistance to the Zhou. Good, Emperor, Zhou said with a smile. That sounds excellent. If we can join forces against Shenk, then Shenk has nothing to fear. Exactly, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. If there is hope to retrieve the Qian fruits in the future, our Xinglua is willing to share the fruits equally with the Zhou. Let us drink. Emperor Zhou raised his cup in a toast. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming also raised their cups in response. After the banquet, Emperor Zhou invited Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming to stay in the palace for a few days, and they naturally agreed. 2 days later, a merchant appeared in the capital, dressed in the attire of Beijue Kingdom. Beijue merchants are quite rare, as Beijue is really far from the Zhou, although they're also in Dongyan State. There are 2 other small countries in between, so Beijue merchants are hardly seen here. However, this merchant arrived in the capital and spread the word that he wanted to buy Qian fruits, offering a price as high as 50 taels each. Such a high price attracted considerable attention, but they had no idea what Qian fruits were. Gradually, the news reached the ears of the second prince, Yunpa. Buying Xian fruits? Yunpa was somewhat surprised. He had heard about them. A few days ago when the high priest of Xinglua Kingdom came, he brought 10 to present to Emperor Zhou. He had seen them himself. But weren't those treasures of Xinglua Kingdom? They were stolen by the people of Shenk. How can anyone come to Zhou to buy Qian fruits? That night, Yunpa came out of the Tianqing Tower. Recently, he had been very troubled. The emperor's lukewarm attitude towards him and the request for him to help his younger brother had left him quite frustrated. He came to Tianqing Tower to vent his feelings. Getting into the sedan chair, Yunpa was about to return to the palace. Just as they turned a corner, there was a loud bang as the bearers bumped into someone. Watch where you're going, the bearer yelled angrily. It's you who aren't looking, knocking my goods over. How dare you? Do you know whose sedan this is? Hearing the commotion outside, Yunpa frowned and lifted the curtain to see what was happening. Upon looking, he saw a young man squatting on the ground picking up things. However, when Yunpa saw what was on the ground, he was taken aback. Wasn't that a Qian fruit? Bring it to me, Yunpa ordered. Several guards nearby rushed up and captured Zhou Qianlin. What are you doing grabbing me? Zhou Qianlin said in panic. Where did you get this? Yunpa took a Qian fruit and found it indeed looked exactly like the ones he had seen before. I am here to sell for my master, Zhou Qianlin said. You better let me go. If you offend my master, you won't have good days ahead. Humph. Do you know who I am? Yunpa sneered. I don't care who you are, Zhou Qianlin snorted. My master is a sword immortal. A sword immortal? Yunpa was taken aback by this revelation. He recalled the mysterious sword immortal who had rescued someone from his residence not long ago. Could this person be the master of the one in front of him? It was very possible. Otherwise, how could so many sword immortals appear? What is your master's name? Yunpa asked. Do you think you can ask about my master's name? Zhou Qianlin snorted coldly. Let me go. My master sent me to sell Qian fruits, and if I fail to complete my task, I will be punished. How much are you selling these Qian fruits for? Yunpa inquired. 30 taels each, Zhou Qianlin replied. 30 taels? Yumpa's eyes lit up. If he bought them for 30 taels, and the Beijue merchant was buying them for 50 taels each, wouldn't he make a profit of 20 taels just by reselling them? How many do you have? 300. What's it to you? I'll take them all. You'll take them all? Zhou Qianlin was surprised. That would be 9,000 taels. I'll take them. Yunpa took out a banknote for 9,000 taels and handed it to Zhou Qianlin. Zhou Qianlin counted the banknotes, nodded, and said, all right, these Qian fruits are yours now. I can report back to my master. Wait, do you have more Qian fruits? Yes, there are plenty more, Zhou Qianlin said. My master has acquired a lot. Hearing this, Yunpa felt it made sense. Xinglua Kingdom was a place with many experts. and only those with power from the immortal realm could steal treasures from Xinghua Kingdom. It seemed that this was indeed the work of the person in front of him's master. Have these fruits delivered to my royal palace. I will buy them. Yunpa thought this was a lucrative opportunity. Okay. Zhou Qianlin turned and left. After Zhou Qianlin left, a guard approached and quietly asked, "Second young master, should we follow him?" "Not all," Yunpa said. "His master might be watching. Offending a sword immortal is a price we cannot afford. If we buy his goods, we might actually be able to get on good terms with this sword immortal. If I have the support of a sword immortal, the position of crown prince will definitely be mine. Also, tomorrow, find that Beijua merchant and sell the Qian fruits to him, while keeping an eye on him to ensure he doesn't come into contact with the person from tonight." Upon hearing Yunpa's words, the guard immediately understood what Yunpa intended to do. The next morning, the Beijua merchant was summoned to the royal palace. The plump Beijua merchant was none other than Zhang Xiaohu in disguise. Zhang Xiaohu wasted no time and directly bought all 300 Qian fruits at the price of 50 taels each. "Thank you, Your Highness, for helping me acquire the Qian fruits, but the quantity is a bit small. It's not easy for me to come all the way from Beijua and only get this little. The profit is minimal," Zhang Xiaohu sighed. "If Your Highness can bring more, I'll buy them at 70 taels each." Upon hearing this, Yunpa's eyes brightened. 70 taels. Chapter 78. The Strange Water-Repellent Pearl. All right, let's cooperate long-term. This prince will definitely get you more crimson flame fruits. Yunpa readily agreed. "Good, then I'll wait for you to bring them to me. Don't worry about the quantity. I have plenty of funds." Zhang Xiaohu also patted his chest to assure him. Zhang Xiaohu left. Looking at the silver note in his hand, Yunpa was extremely excited. Just by flipping it, he made so much profit. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the person from last night. As long as they didn't know each other, he could profit from it. There was also a chance to befriend the sword immortal. The next evening, Zhou Qianlin arrived at Yunpo's residence with a storage bag. "Do you still want crimson flame fruits?" After entering, Zhou Qianlin said casually, showing no respect towards Yunpa. However, the more he acted this way, the less Yunpa felt it was a problem. After all, he had the sword immortal backing him. Not to mention Yunpa, even the emperor could be disregarded. "How many did you bring today?" Yunpa quickly asked. 1,000. Zhou Qianlin sat down, took a sip of tea, and said, "But my master said that the crimson flame fruits are in high demand now, selling very well elsewhere, and the price is on the rise. So it's not 30 taels of silver each anymore. It's 50 taels each. You can take it or leave it. I'm leaving if you don't want them." 50 taels? Yunpa was stunned. The price actually went up? Why did it suddenly increase? Yunpa couldn't help but say, "According to our previous price, it was already not cheap. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. We're not worried about buyers." Zhou Qianlin said nonchalantly, "Last time I came, I saw their S.A. Princess mansion in the West City. I'll go ask if they want to buy." Saying this, Zhou Qianlin stood up to leave. West City? Fourth brother? Upon hearing this, Yunpa immediately panicked and quickly blocked Zhou Qianlin's way. "I didn't say I didn't want it. Please don't be angry, little brother." Yunpa smiled and said, 1,000 crimson flame fruits, right? I'll take them all. Anyway, even if the price went up, he would still profit. Here are the goods. Zhou Qianlin took out 1,000 crimson flame fruits from his storage bag. "Count them?" Zhou Qianlin asked. "No need. I trust you, little brother." Yunpa waved his hand grandly and handed over 50,000 taels of silver notes to Zhou Qianlin. Zhou Qianlin didn't say anything more, took the silver notes, and turned to leave. "Little brother, next time bring me more goods." Yunpa shouted from behind. Zhou Qianlin didn't reply, just waved his hand and left. After Zhou Qianlin walked a while, Yunpa immediately sent someone to find Zhang Xiaohu. "Ha ha! Second prince is really impressive. I couldn't collect a single one in so many days, but you actually managed to get so many." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up as he looked at the 1,000 crimson flame fruits. 1,000. Yunpa said, "According to what we discussed before, 70 taels of silver each." "No problem." Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand, and 70,000 taels of silver notes were handed over. Seeing the silver notes, Yunpa was overjoyed. Earning 20,000 taels in just a few hours, what kind of good business could make money so quickly? But it was still too little. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, "Your Highness, can't you give a bit more? I'll try my best." Yunpo was also helpless. Zhou Qianlin only brought this much. Your Highness, please help me get more. I received a letter from Beiju saying their business is booming and the demand for these things is huge. The market is empty. If you can get me more, I'm willing to buy them at 100 taels of silver each. Zhang Xiaohu said seriously. 100 taels? Yunpo was shocked upon hearing this. The price actually doubled. It was only 50 taels at first. Leave it to me. Yunpo patted his chest and assured him. I'll take the stuff first. Zhang Xiaohu had someone pack the crimson flame fruits and left the palace. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yunpo was thinking about how to get Zhou Qianlin to bring him more crimson flame fruits. In the palace, Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming, as visitors from Yunwang, were treated exceptionally well. The Zhou Emperor occasionally invited Li Hanzhou to dinner, and Li Hanzhou accepted without hesitation. In his previous life, Li Hanzhou was a charlatan with an ability to deceive that ordinary people couldn't match. Although he didn't know much about Yunhuang, he could still talk nonsense convincingly. After all, the Zhou Emperor had never been to real Yunhuang, so whatever Li Hanzhou said seemed credible. In recent days, Li Hanzhou had nothing to do and had started crafting spiritual treasures. He promised Yunqing to make him a water-repellent pearl. After 3 afternoons of effort, Li Hanzhou finally created the water-repellent pearl. The pearl was as big as a walnut, and the moment countless runes converged, the entire pearl radiated light. It's going to work. Just a regular water-repellent pearl. No weird functions, please. Li Hanzhou thought nervously as he watched the water-repellent pearl nearing completion. According to the description in the book, the moment the water-repellent pearl was formed, it would become a deep blue pearl, resembling the color of the ocean. And if you pressed it to your ear, you could hear the sound of waves. Under Li Hanzhou's anxious gaze, blue light began to emanate from the water-repellent pearl. It worked, Li Hanzhou exclaimed in delight. However, gradually, the blue light began to fade, turning from blue to blood red. In the end, what appeared before Li Hanzhou was a blood-red pearl. There were also black patterns flickering on the pearl, looking extremely sinister. Li Hanzhou, this thing looks way too villainous, doesn't it? Is this really a water-repellent pearl? Whose water-repellent pearl looks like this? Li Hanzhou was baffled and began to check his rune code again. But no matter how many times he checked, he found no issues with the code. But the thing he created was different. Li Hanzhou picked up the pearl and pressed it to his ear, wanting to see if there was any sound of waves. To his surprise, when he pressed it, he actually heard a creepy laughing sound, like a pervert chuckling inside. There isn't really a demon in here, is there? Li Hanzhou started to lose confidence. Sigh, forget it. My spiritual treasures might always be strange, but at least they have the basic functions. At most, they just have some unexpected additional features. Li Hanzhou didn't want to think too much about it. Anyway, the water-repellent pearl was made, and whether Yunqing dared to use it would depend on him. He put the pearl away and planned to give it to him when leaving the palace. Li Hanzhou prepared to continue making the Bailuo bottle. This thing is used to hold the fountain of youth and is extremely important. Li Hanzhou carefully studied the manufacturing instructions, wanting to see what was different about this Bailuo bottle. Chapter 79. Can you eat it? So that's how it is. After reading it, Li Hanzhou finally understood that the Bailuo bottle is a special container designed for holding unique liquids. It can isolate any changes in properties, and any liquid placed inside the Bailuo bottle will remain unchanged. The immortal spring is a type of special divine water that will change once it leaves the spring pool, turning into ordinary spring water within half an hour. Therefore, only the Bailuo bottle can carry the immortal spring away while ensuring it never turns into ordinary spring water. However, the manufacturing of the Bailuo bottle is quite complicated, and the materials required are very expensive. Fortunately, Yunqing had prepared them. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for Li Hanzhou to gather the materials himself. However, the Bailuo bottle also has a drawback. Its capacity is too small, only able to hold about 1 liter of liquid. Thus, every time someone enters the Tianxian forbidden area to obtain the immortal spring, they can only bring out about 1 liter. No mistakes allowed. Li Hanzhou began to seriously craft the Bailuo bottle. For 3 days, Zhou Qianlin seemed to have disappeared, not showing up at the royal palace, which made Yunpa extremely anxious. He had people searching everywhere, but there was no news of Zhou Qianlin. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohu came every day to urge Yunpa put to get the Qi Yin fruit, even raising the price to 120 taels. Yunpa was eager to make money, but he couldn't find anyone. Sigh. Yunpa watched his soldiers train at the martial arts field, his face filled with worry. Second master. At this moment, a personal guard rushed over. Speak up. Yunpa's expression was not good at the moment. The seller of the Qi Yin fruit has arrived. The guard quickly said, Really? Yunpa's frown disappeared, and he hurried to meet Zhou Qianlin. When he saw Zhou Qianlin sitting there drinking tea, Yunpa almost cried and rushed over, saying, Little brother, you finally came? You have no idea how I've been these past few days. Sorry, your highness. My master had some matters in the past 2 days, so I couldn't come, Zhou Qianlin replied, taking out a storage bag and saying, Your highness, this time I brought 5,000 Qi Yin fruits for you, but the price is no longer the previous one. It's now 100 taels each. As per my master's instructions. Another price increase? Yunpa frowned, but even at 100 taels, he could still make a decent profit. 5,000 is still a bit low. Yunpa couldn't help but say, Little brother, go back and ask the sword immortal if he can sell me some more. Still not enough? Zhou Qianlin frowned and asked, How many do you want? I want as many as you have. Yunpa quickly replied, As many as I have. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlin couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how many Qi Yin fruits my master brought? I'm afraid you can't afford them. You don't need to worry about that. I can handle as many as there are. Yunpa patted his chest and said, If you really want them, I'll ask my master when I get back. He has at least 300,000 in stock. If you can consume that much, I'll bring them to you. Zhou Qianlin said nonchalantly, 300,000. Hearing this number, Yunpa was still shocked. At 100 taels each, that would be 30 million taels of silver. He really couldn't come up with that much. Although he had money, he couldn't produce that kind of cash. Think it over, Zhou Qianlin said as he stood up. I'll be staying at the Sanshan Inn in the city tonight and leaving tomorrow. If you want them, I'll bring them to you. But I must warn you in advance. If I bring the Qi Yin fruit and you don't buy them, and dare to play tricks on me, my master will personally come to discuss this matter with you. I wouldn't dare. Yunpa quickly said, I'll think about it and give you an answer tonight. After Zhou Qianlin left, Yunpa immediately had someone find Zhang Xiao. 5,000. Yunpa anded Zhang Xiao 5,000 Qi Yan fruits. Sigh. Zhang Xiao sighed helplessly and said, Your Highness, after this batch, I plan to leave the Great Zhou. What's wrong? Yunpa asked hurriedly. I received news from a North Jew that Qi Yin fruits have appeared in the Li country as well. I want to go check it out. I can't gather much here, so I'll see if I can collect more over there. Zhang Xiao shrugged. I've been busy here for so many days and Haven Tea even collected 10,000. It's really too time-consuming. How many can you consume? Yunpa looked at Zhang Xiao. Consume how many? Zhang Xiao sneered, taking out a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket. Each note was worth 100,000 taels. Just this stack alone was at least several million taels. Seeing this, Yunpa's eyes lit up, and he even felt an impulse to kill Zhang Xiao and steal his silver notes. Your Highness, don't underestimate me. Although I'm just a merchant from North Jew, I have a significant status there. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm the richest. Even our emperor treats me with respect. Last year, half of the military funds for North Jew were donated by me. No matter how many Qi Yin fruits you bring, I can consume them all. Listening to Zhang Xiao's words, Yunpa calmed down a bit. This person has such considerable power in North Jew. If he were to die in the Great Zhou, a war would likely break out between North Jew and Great Zhou, and who knows how many people know that Zhang Xiao is collecting Qi Yin fruits here. If he were to die, I would definitely be the first suspect. If this leads to a war between Great Zhou and North Jew, and my father learns the reason, I would surely lose my chance at the throne. I can get 300,000 Qi Yin fruits. Do you want them? Yunpa pondered for a moment and said, 300,000? Zhang Xiao's eyes brightened. Yes. If your highness can get them, I can offer you a price of 130 taels each. How about that? Good. Yunpa was delighted. That's another 10 taels increase. He buys at 100 taels each and sells at 130 taels, making a profit of 30 taels per fruit. 30,000 Qi Yin fruits would net him 9 million taels. That's more than his total assets. Yunpa's breathing became heavy. All right, wait for my news. I'll get the Qi Yin fruits for you in the next few days. Yunpa said, Then I'll await your highness's good news. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists as he said. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yun immediately had his personal guards start looking for people. This was too big of a deal for him to handle alone. But it didn't matter. He had several powerful clans supporting him behind the scenes. These people were all his uncles and aunts, relatives who supported him in ascending to the throne. These clans were very wealthy. If his own money wasn't enough, he could have them help him out, and he would return the favor later. With this money, he could contribute part of it for military expenses. That useless fourth brother couldn't gather military funds, so let me do it. My father would surely appreciate me for it. Yun sneered. Fourth brother, just wait. Chapter 80. I am here for quiet cultivation that afternoon. The heads of several major clans gathered at the residence of the second prince. Borrow money? Upon hearing Yun mention borrowing money, the clan leaders displayed incredulous expressions. The second prince had considerable assets in the capital. How could he possibly be short on money? Nephew, what do you need to borrow money for? Duke Fu asked curiously. You shouldn't be short on cash. Yes, nephew, what do you need that much money for? Yun's uncle also looked very curious. You don't need to worry about that. Yun naturally wouldn't disclose the matter. How could he casually mention his plan to quietly earn a profit of 9 million taels of silver? What if they wanted share of the benefits? This matter was crucial to whether he could ascend to the position of crown prince. Yun said solemnly, if you lend me the money, I can repay you within 7 days. Upon hearing that it could help Yun ascend to the position of crown prince, the heads of the major clans exchanged glances. If that were the case, it would be worth it. All right, several of them nodded in agreement. They were doing all of this for the sake of helping Yun ascend to the throne, so they could benefit from it later. Besides, it was just a loan. It wasn't as if they wouldn't be repaid. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent with the major clans joining forces, along with Yun's own funds, to gather a total of 30 million taels in silver notes. 30 million taels. That was a huge sum no matter where it was placed. However, when Yun thought about his potential profit of 9 million and the goodwill he could earn from the Sword Immortal, he felt this opportunity was truly worth it. He also wasn't worried that the Qi Yin fruit was a scam. After all, both the high priest of Xingluo country and the young master of Xingluo country had stated that it was a precious treasure of their country and very valuable. With official certification, what was there to worry about? In Yunhuang, the high priest looked at the confidential report in his hand with a grim expression. The intelligence indicated that someone was impersonating the high priest and young master of Xingluo country in Hanzhou. He felt that there must be some sort of conspiracy behind this, so the high priest had already sent someone to Hanzhou to expose these two frauds. The people of Yunhuang had never been to Hanzhou at all. He believed there was definitely a conspiracy behind this. High priest were back. At this moment, two figures arrived outside the high priestess door, one in white and the other in black, both with the black and white impermanence of Yunhuang, skilled experts. How did you return so quickly? The high priest was somewhat astonished. The journey from Yunhuang to the Hanzhou took at least a few days. So how could these two have returned so fast? Wait, what happened to your faces? The high priest noticed that the two of them looked battered. The white impermanents had even been injured. The black and white impermanents were indeed experts from Yunhuang, with cultivation at the Tiangang level. When they teamed up, they were incredibly powerful. Their dual blades were unmatched by ordinary Tiangang experts. High priest, someone is blocking us outside Yunhuang, preventing us from leaving. The black impermanence said helplessly. Who? The high priest was somewhat surprised. Shun Ke Zhu Jianxian. The white impermanence replied with a bitter smile. She said she wanted to cultivate quietly there for a while and asked us people from Yunhuang not to disturb her. We tried to fight her, but we ended up getting injured. Zhu Vianxian, Sun Yanyi. The high priest said angrily. What is she suddenly doing in Yunhuang? Cultivating in a place like this is nonsense. There's nothing here to cultivate. I will take a look. After finishing, the high priest left the ancient town. There is only one road leading out of the ancient town of Yunhuang, and that road was covered in thorns and marshy areas, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Therefore, the people of Xingluo country were not worried about any enemies attacking from here. Whoosh! The high priestess figure moved swiftly over the marsh, where the distant sounds of unknown ferocious beasts could be heard roaring. At the entrance, on a slab of blue stone, a woman was seated cross-legged with a bamboo sword resting on her knees. At this moment, Sun Yin slowly opened her eyes and said flatly, "You can't leave here. Go back." The high priest's figure appeared in front of the blue stone. Surrounded by a flowing wind, his speed was extremely fast. The high priest stood with his hands behind his back, a powerful aura emanating from him. "Zhu Qing Valley S. Zhu Jianxian. I've long admired your name," the high priest said, staring at Sun Yin. "Great celestial technique." Sun Yin glanced at the newcomer and said, "You must be the high priest of Yunhuang, right?" "It is I." The high priest clasped his fists and said, "I welcome you to Yunhuang for cultivation, but we have matters to attend to that require our people to go out. I hope Zhu Jianxian can grant us some convenience and allow them to leave first. I can arrange for another place more suitable for your cultivation." "No need. This place is just fine." Sun Yin shook her head. "This place is filled with marshes and weeds, and there are countless mosquitoes that will disturb your cultivation, right?" The high priest was not willing to give up. "No, the mosquitoes won't approach me." Sun Yin shook her head again. The high priest frowned. Zhu Jianxian didn't need to use true energy. Her presence alone formed a sword domain, and sword energy surrounded her, truly preventing the mosquitoes from approaching. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The high priest narrowed his eyes and asked. "When it's time to leave, I will naturally leave." Sun Yin closed her eyes and said, "Before that, the people of Yunhuang must not leave. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." "You." The high priest was furious. He pointed at Sun Yin. He wanted to say something fierce, but he didn't know what to say. "I've heard that there is an ancestral elder sleeping in Yunhuang. If you really want to leave, you can ask your ancestor to take action. If you can defeat me, you can go." Sun Yin said nonchalantly. "Oomph." The high priest coldly snorted and turned to leave. There indeed was a sleeping ancestral elder in Yunhuang, but why was he asleep? It was because the elder's lifespan was running out, and he had used an unparalleled secret technique to halt his aging, only able to act at critical moments. If they awakened the elder for such trivial matters, they would truly lose all their foundational strength. Seeing the high priest leave, Sun Yin continued her cultivation. The reason she came to Yunhuang was precisely due to Li Hanzhou's instructions, hoping she could guard Yunhuang and prevent the people from leaving for no more than 2 months. Sun Yin felt the task was simple, so she agreed. After all, where she cultivated didn't really matter. The high priest was well aware that someone in Hanzhou was impersonating the young master of Yunhuang, but he was still unable to take action, which made him extremely irritated. "High priest, why don't we take action together and break out?" The black impermanence spoke to the high priest at this moment. "No way." The high priest directly denied it. "That person outside is a sword immortal. Even if so many of us work together to force Sun Yin back, if she truly means to fight, we would at least lose half our people." Chapter 81. One more trap for the high priest. At this moment, someone rushed in from outside, breathless, and said, "The young master is missing." "What?" The high priest was startled. "The young master hasn't gone out these past few days. I was a bit worried, so I went in to check, and found that the young master was gone, but he left a letter." As he spoke, the visitor handed the letter to the high priest. The high priest quickly opened it. "Nonsense," the high priest said angrily after reading it. "The young master actually sneaked out to find that person who knows the great celestial technique. What if something happens? High priest, let's go find the young master." "Hey," and by hurriedly said, "How can you go out?" The high priest glared at the two. "Sun Yin is guarding there. He won't let you go out at all." This. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other. "I can only hope the young master is safe." The high priest could only pray at this time. Dazhou. That night, Yin sent someone to find Zhou Qianlin, agreeing to purchase 300,000 red flame fruits. Zhou Qianlin promised to bring them the next morning. This made Yin so excited that he could hardly sleep all night. Early the next day, Zhou Qianlin indeed arrived, bringing all 300,000 red flame fruits in a storage bag, nearly burying the entire room. "Second prince, all the red flame fruits are here. You can let someone count them," Zhou Qianlin said. "It's a total of 30 million taels of silver. All the goods are here, and the master said that he thanks the second prince for helping him clear all the stock. If there's a chance in the future, he will come to visit." Hearing this, Yin quickly said excitedly, "Welcome, Sword Immortal. I will certainly treat you well. No need to count. I trust the Sword Immortal." After saying this, Yunpa handed over the 30 million taels of silver notes to Zhou Qianlin. Good. Zhou Qianlin looked at the silver notes and then said, "The master is in the city today for business. I will go back and ask if he has time. If we haven't come by noon, then the master will not have time, and we will have to leave the capital." "Okay, I will wait." Yunpa quickly agreed. Until Zhou Qianlin left the royal manor, Yunpa hurriedly had people put away the red flame fruits and then prepared for a banquet. "Your Highness, I'll quickly bring that Zhang Xiaohu here," a personal guard said. "Wait." Yunpa thought for a moment and said, "Not yet. That sword immortal is very likely to come. If he finds out that I am profiting from him, he might be displeased. Let's wait until the sword immortal leaves the capital before we look for Zhang Xiaohu." Understood. However, Yunpa waited and waited, and by midday, the sword immortal still hadn't arrived. "Second young master, it's already past noon, and no one has come. It seems the sword immortal won't be coming," the personal guard said. Yunpa felt a bit disappointed. It seemed there was no chance to meet this sword immortal. "Go find Zhang Xiaohu." Yunpa ordered someone to look for Zhang Xiaohu. However, half an hour later, several personal guards rushed back in a panic and said, "Second young master, Zhang Xiaohu is missing." "Missing?" Yunpa suddenly stood up from his chair, exclaiming, "How could he be missing? Did you search properly?" "We did. We asked around in the courtyard where Zhang Xiaohu was staying. They said he left in the morning and hasn't returned yet." "What? Go find him for me." "Yes." That day, the guards of Yunpo's manor searched all over the capital. Until nightfall, everyone returned without finding any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. No one had seen where he went. What to do? Yunpo's face was filled with panic as he slumped in his chair. If they couldn't find Zhang Xiaohu, who would he sell the 300,000 red flame fruits to? He had borrowed money from several clans. If the fruits couldn't be sold, how would he pay back the money? "Second young master, could it be that Zhang Xiaohu tricked us?" A nearby personal guard cautiously said. "Oomph." Yunpo's killing intent surged as he said, "The goods can't rot in our hands. Immediately use connections to contact the merchants from Beijue, find this Zhang Xiaohu, and also ask over there if anyone wants to buy red flame fruits. I can offer 100 taels of silver each." Yunpa no longer cared about making a profit. He just wanted to recover his costs. "Yes, for Prince's manor." Haha. In the dungeon, Yunqing looked at the large stacks of silver notes in his hands, laughing so much that his mouth nearly split to his ears. 30 million taels of silver notes. Such a huge sum I've never seen before. The high priest truly has good methods, using 300,000 walnuts to con so much money from the second brother. Yunqing laughed heartily. The cost of 300,000 walnuts was only a few hundred taels of silver, but it earned back 30 million taels. "Your Highness, the matter you promised me." At this moment in the dungeon, Zhang Xiaohu cautiously said to Yunqing, "Rest assured, I promise to spare your life, and I will naturally fulfill my promise. Once I find a suitable opportunity, I will let you go," Yunqing said indifferently. After saying this, Yunqing glanced at a pile of silver notes beside him. He picked it up and looked at it, saying, "Did you make these fake silver notes? They look quite convincing. If one doesn't look closely, they really can't tell." The second prince didn't have the chance to look carefully that day, so it was quite easy to deceive him. Zhang Xiaohu said truthfully, "You stay here honestly for now. Once the matter is resolved, I will release you." "Yes, yes." Yunqing left the dungeon with 30 million taels of silver notes. This batch of silver notes had long been agreed to be split with Hanzhou 70-30. Yunqing took 10 million taels, and the remaining 20 million taels belonged to Hanzhou. Yunqing had thought about secretly keeping the 30 million taels for himself, but that thought was fleeting. Yunqing felt that Hanzhou was too terrifying. If he offended him, he might not even be able to keep a single hair, and his life could be at risk. Just a few walnuts could con the second brother out of 30 million taels of silver. And even the major clans supporting the second brother had been schemed against. Such a person, one must never offend. At this moment, Hanzhou in the palace also received news from Yunqing, learning that the plan succeeded. Hanzhou smiled and replied to Yunqing, telling him not to worry, anyway. The second prince had already been tricked once and could be tricked a second time. Upon receiving Hanzhou's letter, Yunqing nearly had a heart attack. The second brother had just been conned out of 30 million taels of silver, and now he wanted to con him a second time? Can the wool be pulled off indefinitely? What kind of vendetta is this? But thinking about it, Yunpa nearly slept with the high priest woman. No wonder Li Hanzhou hated him so much. Chapter 82. The temptation of Yunpa. In the following days, Li Hanzhou strolled around the divine capital every day, buying numerous items with Shiming. Li Changshou also wanted to go out and take a walk, but Li Hanzhou wouldn't allow it, fearing that Li Changshou might be seen by Yunpa's people. As a result, Li Changshou could only stay frustrated in the fourth prince's residence. Zhou Qianlin had already been secretly sent out of the Great Zhou by Yunqing and returned to the divine Quebec. After being away for so long, Li Hanzhou was also worried about home, so he had Zhou Qianlin go back to relay messages to Lu Dongyue and Yin Qianzhe, reassuring them. However, while things were easy on Li Hanzhou's side, Yunpa was in dire straits, truly unable to think of food or tea these days. Zhou Qianlin had gone missing. Zhang Xiaohu had also disappeared. He was guarding 30,000 Qiyin fruits, and every day was filled with anxiety. As the days were approaching when several major clans would come demanding money, and he still had no money to repay. 30 million taels of silver. Among them, 23 million taels were borrowed. Even if he sold all his properties and treasures, he couldn't repay such a large sum. Second Master, a letter has arrived from Beijue. A personal guard hurried in. Let me see. Yunpa snatched the letter with his crimson eyes. After reading its contents, Yunpa's eyes turned even redder. Fraud! Yunpa erupted in anger, tearing the letter into pieces. There was no merchant named Zhang Xiaohu in Beijue at all. Everything about befriending Beijue's emperor was nonsense. All of it was fake. The guard was so frightened that he didn't dare to make sound. It was over. Completely over. No one in Beijue had ever heard of this Qiyin fruit. It couldn't be sold there either. Yunpa sat on the ground, looking dejected. How could he fill such a huge pit? Second Master, I think this matter is a bit strange. The guard pondered. Of course it's strange. Yunpa glared at him. I'm such a clever person and I've been played. Isn't it strange? No, what I mean is you said that this Qiyin fruit was brought by those two people from Xinglua Kingdom, claiming it was their secret treasure and very valuable. And then it was stolen, right? Is that so? What's wrong? Yunpa frowned. But things aren't as they say. No one in Beijue knows about the Qiyin fruit, so I suspect that those two from Xinglua Kingdom might also have problems. The guard said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Yunpa couldn't help but fall into thought. He felt that what his subordinate said made sense. This Qiyin fruit was brought by them, and then inexplicably, someone appeared selling his Qiyin fruit, causing him to lose so much money. There were indeed some issues, but they were people from Xinglua Kingdom. The high priest of Xinglua Kingdom had performed the great celestial technique for his father. It couldn't be fake, right? How could someone who wasn't from Xinglua Kingdom perform the great celestial technique? Yunpa asked. I don't know about that, but I still feel that these two people have problems. You can try it, Second Master. The guard smiled. Tell me in detail. Yunpa quickly asked. Weren't the people from Xinglua Kingdom saying that the Qiyin fruit was lost? Didn't they say it was their secret treasure? Then they must really want this item. As long as you invite them to your home and show them that we have so many Qiyin fruits, and then sell it to them, if they buy it, then it's naturally not a problem. If they don't buy it, then it indicates they have issues, and we can capture them. At that time, the emperor will surely reward you. The guard said with a smile. Right? Yunpa's eyes lit up. They wanted this item so much, didn't they? Just say that he bought it from somewhere else and then sell it to them. Even if he couldn't sell it at a high price. As long as he could recover the money owed, that would be fine. Good lad. Yunpa patted the guard on the shoulder, saying, I didn't expect your dog brain to be of use. If this works out, I'll promote you. Thank you for your promotion, Second Master. The guard said excitedly. I want to see what kind of ghost or monster this high priest of Xinglua Kingdom is. Yunpa said coldly. If he is willing to buy, then that's fine. If he is unwilling, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. In the palace, Li Hanzhou was finishing the final touches on the Bailuo bottle. At the moment the Bailuo bottle was completed, Li Hanzhou looked at the bottle that should have been emerald green, only to find it turned into a black and white bottle. However, Li Hanzhou was not surprised at all. He was used to it. The Bailuo bottles he made were always strange. At this moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. Kumin, Li Hanzhou said casually. Messenger. A eunuch walked in respectfully, saying, Messenger, I have come to deliver an invitation. Invitation? Li Hanzhou took the invitation that the eunuch handed over with both hands. His Highness the Second Prince invites you to his residence tonight for a discussion. He said he has prepared something you would be very interested in, and please bring the young master along. The eunuch said respectfully, "Understood. Please inform His Highness that I will attend tonight." Lianzhou SHAMELESS. "All right, then, messenger, I'll take my leave." The eunuch retreated and closed the door behind him. Li Hanzhou looked at the invitation, revealing a smile. More money was coming. In the second prince's residence, Yunpa arranged everything, preparing a banquet, and had 300 knife-wielding guards ambushed in the mansion. He also invited 2 masters from the Jianghu, both of whom had reached the transcendence realm. For Li Hanzhou, Yunpa had indeed laid out a net. The young master of Xinglua Kingdom has arrived. At this moment, a voice announced outside. Yunpa stood up, tidied his clothes, and then went out to welcome them. "Greetings to the high priest of Xinglua Kingdom. Greetings to the young master of Xinglua Kingdom." Yunpa said politely with cupped fists. "Second prince is too polite." Li Hanzhou smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to treat us to a meal. How can we accept such kindness? The high priest need not be polite. Xinglua Kingdom and our Great Zhou are friendly nations. You traveled a long way to Great Zhou, and my father is busy with state affairs and doesn't have time to accompany the high priest properly. As his son, I naturally have to help my father share some responsibilities." Yunpa said with a smile, "Please, both of you, we have prepared some light wine. Please come in. Since that's the case, we won't stand on ceremony." Li Hanzhou and Shiming walked in. "Uncle Master, there are quite a few people ambushed in this residence," Shiming suddenly said in a low voice. Li Hanzhou looked at Shiming in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" "I can feel it." Shiming couldn't quite explain it himself, scratching his head and saying, "I just have this inexplicable feeling." Chapter 83. All right, albeit Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Shiming had a talent in this area? "Sure, Shu, it seems that the second prince is going to be detrimental to us," Shiming said quietly to Li Hanzhou. "Don't talk nonsense," Li Hanzhou smiled and replied. "The second prince is a good person. He called me here today to give Shu money." "Huh?" Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Please have a seat," the second prince said politely to the 2 of them. Present were also some of his generals, each of whom looked at Li Hanzhou and Shiming with forced smiles, pretending to be polite. Li Hanzhou didn't care much about that and boldly sat down, casually grabbing a grape from the table to eat. Really sweet," Li Hanzhou said as he picked up the grape and stuffed another into his mouth. "The Grand Priest is truly a generous person." The second prince also sat down and began to introduce Li Hanzhou to his generals. Li Hanzhou nodded at each introduction. "The second prince is the only one among all the princes who holds military power, right?" Li Hanzhou asked casually. Hearing this, the second prince proudly puffed out his chest and pretended to be modest, saying, "The Grand Priest is joking. This is not military power. It's just a little escort. My father allowed me to lead a small team for training, and I only command about 3,000 soldiers." "That's quite good," Li Hanzhou nodded. 3,000 soldiers is not a small number, but if they were to rebel, it would still be lacking. Yunpa was very enthusiastic, toasting Li Hanzhou with cup after cup of wine along with his soldiers. As for Shiming, the young master of Yunwang, they completely ignored him, as they could see that Li Hanzhou was the true power in Yunwang. Perhaps this young master was just a puppet. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Yunpa finally shifted the topic to the main issue. "I heard from a grand priest that your Xinglua Kingdom has lost a lot of Qian fruits, right?" Yunpa asked with a smile. "I wonder if the grand priest still wants those Qian fruits." "Of course I do. Those are treasures of my Xinglua Kingdom." Li Hanzhou sighed. "It's a pity that we rely on those things to survive. I wonder how much the grand priest sold them for before?" Yunpa asked seemingly casually. "When the price is good, they can sell for about 100 taels each." Li Hanzhou raised his cup and replied. "Good," Yunpa exclaimed, then continued, "To be honest, I bought a lot of Qian fruits from others. When I heard they were Qian fruits, I thought they might be the batch that the Grand Priest lost. So I spent a lot of money to buy them. If the Grand Priest needs them, just give me a base price, and you can take all the Qian fruits." "Huh?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "You bought Qian fruits?" Li Hanzhou asked in surprise. "Yes." Yunpa waved his hand and took out the Qian fruits from his storage bag, spilling them all over the floor. "Since I thought they were treasures of the Grand Priest, I bought them all. Since the Grand Priest can sell them for 100 taels each, how about I sell them to you for 90 taels each. That way, the Grand Priest can earn 10 taels. Although it's not much, it can still provide some income for Xingluo Kingdom, right? Yinpa smiled at Li Hanzhou, eager to see his reaction. If Li Hanzhou was willing to buy, that would be best. Although selling at 90 taels each would mean a substantial loss for himself, at least he could pay off some debts owed to several clans. If he refused to buy, it would indicate that something was wrong, and his 300 axe wielders and 2 strong warriors in the Tongxin realm would immediately take action to capture Li Hanzhou and Shiming. Li Hanzhou's expression gradually turned cold as he quietly took a sip from his cup. Second Prince, you said you encountered someone selling them, so you bought them all, right? Li Hanzhou asked. Yes, considering they are from your Xingluo Kingdom. I bought them all. Yinpa observed Li Hanzhou's expression. All right, very good. Li Hanzhou clapped his hands. Second Prince, I have already stated before the Emperor that all the Qian fruits from our Xingluo Kingdom have been stolen, which means that the person selling the Qian fruits is likely the thief who stole from our Xingluo Kingdom. Why didn't you inform us when you encountered such a person? Perhaps we could have caught that little thief. Instead, you bought everything and now come to sell it to me? What is your intention in doing this? Huh? Hearing this, Yinpa was taken aback. He then realized that his words indeed had loopholes. However, how could he show weakness in front of Li Hanzhou? The Grand Priest misunderstood. Yinpa hurriedly said, the person who sold me the Qian fruits is extremely powerful, a mysterious sword immortal. I know that the Grand Priest's cultivation is not low, but facing a sword immortal, you might suffer losses, so I didn't dare to inform the Grand Priest. I was worried about your safety, you know? That's why I took the liberty of deciding to buy them. I hope the Grand Priest won't mind. Oh, I see. Li Hanzhou suddenly understood. So it was a sword immortal. No wonder they could steal treasures from my Xingluo Kingdom. Yes, I don't know exactly which sword immortal it was, but it was indeed a sword immortal, Yinpa said. That sword immortal came to my residence a few days ago and kidnapped someone. Many people in the capital saw it. If you don't believe me, the Grand Priest can go ask around. The Second Prince is joking. How could I not believe you? Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Then, Grand Priest, what do you think about these Qian fruits? Will you buy them? Yinpa asked, staring at Li Hanzhou. Buy them? Why wouldn't I? Lianzhou Ruplia. The Second Prince helped me find the Qian fruits and even sold them to me at a cost. I am grateful and will definitely report to the Emperor to reward the Second Prince well. Good. Upon hearing that Li Hanzhou wanted to buy, Yinpa's smile widened. As long as Li Hanzhou bought the goods, he was willing to lose some money. How many goods does the Second Prince have? Li Hanzhou asked. 300,000 pieces. Yinpa suppressed his inner excitement and said, the Grand Priest just needs to give me 27 million taels of silver. All right, no problem. With that, Li Hanzhou took out a stack of banknotes from his storage bag. Each note was worth 100,000 taels. It looked like a thick stack, and Yinpa was almost drooling. Li Hanzhou counted and then said, the Second Prince has really helped me a lot. I'm very grateful. I wonder where the goods are. The goods are all here. With that, Yinpa directly handed over his storage bag to Li Hanzhou. All 300,000 Qian fruits were inside, not a single one missing. Chapter 84. You are far inferior to your fourth brother great. Li Hanzhou took out the Qian fruit from his storage bag and placed the silver banknotes on the table. Great Priest, then this deal is settled. Yinpa said as he reached for the silver banknotes placed by Li Hanzhou on the table. So much money would be enough to pay back the clan's debt. However, just as his hand touched the banknotes, Li Hanzhou suddenly grabbed Yinpa's wrist. Great Priest, what is the meaning of this? Yinpa looked at Li Hanzhou and found that his expression was somewhat frightening. Your Highness the Second Prince, at this moment, Shiming, who had been silent, stood up and said, the Second Prince is playing us. This was something Li Hanzhou had just taught Shiming to say. He thought that since Shiming was here, he should participate a bit instead of just eating. What do you mean by that? Yinpa asked, confused. Is this a Qian fruit? Shiming casually threw the Qian fruit into the wine bowl in front of him. As soon as the fruit touched the wine, its color suddenly dissolved, revealing the original walnut color, and the dye floated into the cup. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Your Highness, look closely. Our Xingluo Kingdom's Qian fruit will not lose color, Li Hanzhou said coldly, then took out a Qian fruit and tossed it into the wine cup. The Qian fruit floated quietly there, with not a hint of color lost. Meanwhile, Yinpa's Qian fruit had almost completely lost its color. Li Hanzhou pinched out the walnut and snorted coldly. Your Highness really knows how to joke. How could this be? Yunpa panicked and took out a large handful of Qian fruits, pouring a jug of wine over them. But all the Qian fruits lost their color, leaving just a pile of ordinary walnuts. Great priest, do you believe this was a misunderstanding? Yunpa said in a daze. A misunderstanding indeed. Li Hanzhou squinted his eyes and said, Then I will also go tell the emperor about this misunderstanding. His good son thought he could deceive my Xinglua kingdom out of 27 million taels of silver with a pile of walnuts. This matter, the emperor of Zhou must give my Xinglua kingdom an explanation, although my Xinglua kingdom has been forced into the Yunhuang by the divine threshold. It is not something that just anyone can trample on. Farewell, Li Hanzhou said angrily. He then prepared to leave with Shiming. Wait, great priest. Yunpa panicked. This matter must not be known by the Zhou emperor. If the emperor found out, he would have no way to explain it, because after thinking carefully, it seemed that he was the one trying to deceive others with walnuts, claiming he was also deceived. Who would believe that? Zhou Qianlin had fled. Zhang Xiaohu was nowhere to be found. He had no evidence to present. His father would surely scold him severely, and then he would be completely disappointed in him. The position of crown prince would surely have nothing to do with him. Li Hanzhou paused his steps. Does your highness have anything else to say? Or do you want to secretly summon 300 executioners to kill us? You could try. No. Great priest has misunderstood. Yunpa was startled. This made it even harder to explain. Great priest, tonight's matter is truly a misunderstanding. I hope the great priest can forgive me. Yunpa awkwardly approached Li Hanzhou, gritting his teeth, and took out a stack of silver banknotes. For the losses caused to the great priest, this is just a small token of my sincerity. As an apology, I beg the great priest not to inform my father. Li Hanzhou glanced at the stack of banknotes. There were probably 100,000 taels there. After considering that this fellow probably didn't have much money left, this was already his last resort. Fine, seeing as the emperor of Zhou has treated me well, I want to make things difficult for you. I hope your highness will take care. Li Hanzhou accepted the banknotes and placed them into his storage bag. You are really far inferior to your fourth brother. In my opinion, your fourth brother is more suited to be the emperor than you. After saying that, Li Hanzhou pulled Shiming and left the second prince's residence. Yunpa stood there, clenching his fists tightly. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Second master, a few soldiers behind him cautiously approached. Get lost. Yes. Everyone hurriedly left, knowing that Yunpa was in a bad mood at that moment. After leaving the second prince's residence, Li Hanzhou strolled slowly down the street with Shiming. Not full yet? Li Hanzhou smiled and said, There's a noodle stall up ahead. Let us go have a bowl of noodles. Okay. Shiming nodded. He indeed hadn't eaten enough. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles. Li Hanzhou called out to the noodle stall owner after sitting down. Okay. The owner, an old man, warmly greeted the two, wiped the table, and then turned around to cook the noodles seriously. Master Uncle, you're really amazing. Shiming praised. You had Zhang Xiaohu prepare 2 types of Qian fruit long ago. One that can lose color and one that cannot. Zhang Xiaohu is quite talented, Li Hanzhou replied. The dye mixture was done well. But Master Uncle, why did you mention the fourth prince before leaving? Saying the fourth prince is more suited to be emperor makes him more dangerous, doesn't it? Shiming was a bit puzzled. Silly child. Li Hanzhou patted Shiming's little head and then said, Although we are close to the fourth prince now, don't forget our identity. The Zhou dynasty is an enemy to us. You saw the devastation in Lingyan City on our way here. So many families were torn apart, lives ruined, all caused by the Zhou. If they fall into internal strife, it would benefit us of the divine threshold. Right now, we're temporarily bound together by interests. Once this matter ends, we will inevitably have to confront the Zhou dynasty. I understand. Shiming nodded. The noodles are here. At this moment, the owner brought over 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table, smiling. Take your time, it's hot. Thank you, boss. Li Hanzhou took a bite of the noodles. The hot soup was very delicious. However, Shiming stared silently at his bowl of noodles. Why aren't you eating? Li Hanzhou asked. Shiming absent-mindedly said, Master Uncle, you said that if the Zhou and the divine threshold really go to war, it will be the common people who suffer, right? Such delicious noodles might not be available after the war, right? Can't we avoid fighting? Ming looked at Li Hanzhou and asked. We can. Li Hanzhou looked at Ming. You should practice hard. When your strength can determine everything, you can naturally influence whether the two countries go to war. As long as you are strong enough, they will all listen to you and dare not go against your wishes. Isn't that a way to resolve conflicts? Chapter 85, The Second Death Burial Phone. Shui Hou listening to Li Hanzhou's words. Ming was momentarily stunned, then said nothing, only lowering his head to silently eat his noodles. The next day, Li Hanzhou took his leave from Emperor Zhou and mentioned that his young master got along well with the fourth prince, planning to stay at the prince's residence for a few days. Emperor Zhou naturally agreed, saying it was good for the young people to interact. Li Hanzhou and Ming made their way to the residence of the fourth prince, Yunqing, with great confidence. When the high priest saw that Li Hanzhou had arrived, Yunqing was very excited, as he was finally going to receive the water-avoiding pearl that Li Hanzhou had promised him. My water-avoiding pearl should be ready, right? Yunqing invited Li Hanzhou to sit down, then eagerly said, I suppose it's ready. Li Hanzhou slowly took out the water-avoiding pearl, placed it in a cloth bag, and handed it to Yunqing, his gaze drifting elsewhere, not daring to look at Yunqing's face. Let me see. Yunqing excitedly opened the cloth bag, and when the blood-red water-avoiding pearl appeared before him, he was completely stunned. What is this? The water-avoiding pearl. The color is wrong, isn't it? It's unique. Yunqing was almost driven to laughter by Li Hanzhou's response. He examined the blood-red pearl closely, and no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like some evil thing. Don't worry about the color. My water-avoiding pearl can definitely avoid water. If you don't believe it, your highness can try it out. Li Hanzhou had his pride regarding his spiritual treasure. You could say that the spiritual treasure he created was not proper, but you couldn't claim it was useless. Not only was it useful, but it also had some inexplicable additional uses compared to others' treasures. Although Li Hanzhou himself did not know what other functions this water-avoiding pearl had. He had secretly tried it before, and it seemed that apart from avoiding water, the pearl had no other functions. This made Li Hanzhou suspect that this water-avoiding pearl was merely a different color, and its actual function was the same as an ordinary one. All right, I will try it out first. Yunqing took the water-avoiding pearl and left, intending to find a place to test its abilities. If it was powerful, he could then go to the North Sea to search for the crown. Junior brother. At that moment, a delicate voice appeared outside the door. Then, they saw a flamboyant Li Changshou rushing in from outside. Li Changshou's appearance almost made the guards in the prince's residence spray blood. He was wearing a thin layer of gauze that revealed quite a bit, looking both fair and fierce. Even Li Hanzhou almost sprayed blood. Senior brother, what are you doing? Li Hanzhou couldn't help but point at Li Changshou's clothes and said, What are you wearing? Oh, Li Changshou was indifferent, casually sitting down and saying, If it weren't for this skin, I wouldn't even wear clothes. The weather in Hanzhou is just too hot. He continued, By the way, when are we going back? I miss Lu Dongyue and the others. If you want to go back, you can go first. I still have things to do in Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou poured a cup of tea for Li Changshou. Li Changshou picked up the cup and gulped it down, then asked, I heard Ming say you want to find a fountain of youth. Are you serious? That fountain of youth is in the Tianxian Forbidden Land, and it's very dangerous in there. It's fine. If I have the chance, I will bring out the rebirth disc too. After all, that's something from our Chongqing view. Li Hanzhou said seriously. Junior brother, I know your strength is decent now, but places like the Tianxian Forbidden Land are really dangerous. Li Changshou said thoughtfully, moreover, over the years, I can feel that our Chongqing view seems to be targeted by someone. This time, if I accidentally enter the Tianxian Forbidden Land, it might be arranged. The rebirth disc is like bait intentionally thrown there. Senior brother, I've already become like this. I don't want you to take risks too. If luck is bad, you might die there. If luck is worse, when you come out, we might end up as sisters. Get lost. Li Hanzhou said irritably. The one targeting us shouldn't be our Chongqing view. It should be the Dao sect's inheritance. Li Hanzhou said to Li Changshou, Do you know that the entire Tianxian continent has been set up with a death burial feng shui formation? It prevents the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from being absorbed. Now that I have already unlocked one of the holes, as long as I completely solve the death burial feng shui formation, Our Tao sect's inheritance can return. I know. Li Changshu shrugged. The phoenix tree in our Chongqing view is one of the death burial feng shui holes. You know? Li Hanzhou was surprised. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you? Li Changshu looked at Li Hanzhou strangely. Do you do anything else besides eating, drinking, and gambling every day? Would I even get a chance to talk to you? Li Hanzhou thought about it and agreed. Not only that, Li Changshu's expression became serious. There's another death burial feng shui hole in the Tianxian Forbidden Land. This Tianxian Forbidden Land is quite lively. Li Hanzhou squinted his eyes and said, I still advise junior brother to try not to get involved. I know Sure Ming's aptitude is average, but everyone has their fate. Now that you have divine power, even if you don't touch that death burial feng shui formation, our Chongqing view can still be well off. Li Changshu continued to advise Li Hanzhou, Senior brother, don't say any more. I promised the old man that I would solve the death burial feng shui formation. Li Hanzhou was determined. Old man? Li Changshu was taken aback. Who? Li Qingfeng. It wasn't until the evening that Yun Qing returned from outside. As soon as he came back, he excitedly said, High Priest, your water-avoiding pearl is really effective. It's better than any of the water-avoiding pearls I've had before. That's natural. Li Hanzhou snorted lightly. The effect of my spiritual treasure is undoubtedly good. By the way, nothing else happened besides avoiding water, right? Li Hanzhou still asked out of concern. Yun Qing was taken aback by this question. No, nothing else happened. It's fine. I was just asking. Li Hanzhou thought to himself that it was good if nothing happened. High Priest, I'm going to set off for the North Sea tomorrow. I've also found out for you that the auction will start in half a month. The qualification auction for entering the Tianxian Forbidden Land will be held in Tianghu City. So I want to accompany you. Yun Qing said to Li Hanzhou, All right, Your Highness, you take care of your own matters. I can go to the auction by myself. The next morning, Yun Qing hurriedly took people to the North Sea to search for the crown. At the second prince's residence. Second master. The fourth prince has already set off. At this moment, a man in black came to Yun Po's front and said respectfully. Yun Po's eyes were filled with killing intent. Notify them to act once they reach the North Sea. Yes. Yun Po slowly said, Old for you. I've invited the Tiangang realm assassins from the blood sacrifice pavilion. This is quite a tribute to you. Chapter 86 The Rules of Tianxian Academy. On the day Yun Qing left the capital, Li Hanzhou, along with Sure Ming and Li Changshu, also departed. Staying here had no meaning anymore, and they wanted to arrive at Tianghu City early to wait for the auction to begin. Moreover, they heard that Tianxian Academy was located in Tianghu City, and Li Hanzhou was eager to see what this so-called #1 academy in the Tianxian realm was like and what it taught. The three of them left the capital, riding horses towards Tianghu City. The journey from the capital to Tianghu City required crossing 3 cities and would take at least 7 days. However, with ample time, Li Hanzhou wanted to experience the customs of the Great Zhou along the way. Meanwhile, Yun Qing also needed about the same amount of time to travel from the capital to Beihai, but Beihai and Tianghu City were in completely different directions. Beihai City. After 6 days of travel, Yun Qing finally arrived at Beihai City. Beihai City was the closest small town to Beihai. Stepping out of Beihai City led directly to the vast Beihai Sea, and the residents of Beihai City made their living by fishing in the sea. Your Highness, we have arrived at Beihai City, Yun Qing's personal guard said to him from the carriage. For safety, Yun Qing had brought many skilled fighters with him, including 2 strong practitioners of the Tongxian realm. At this moment, Yun Qing was sitting in the carriage, fiddling with the water avoidance pearl that Li Hanzhou had given him. He was studying it seriously. Before leaving, Li Hanzhou had told him that his water avoidance pearl was different from ordinary ones. Besides avoiding water, it had other functions, but he needed to explore and discover them himself. However, after 6 days of travel, Yun Qing had yet to figure out any additional uses for the water avoidance pearl aside from avoiding water. Is he joking with me? Yun Qing suspected that Li Hanzhou was just playing a prank on him. Yun Qing got out of the carriage and found an inn to rest. The other guards stood watched diligently. However, across from a tea stall, a man in black with a conical hat glanced over casually. He had a knife hanging at his waist. The man exuded a suppressed killing intent and seemed to have very little presence. Even the 2 Tongxian realm experts following Yun Qing did not notice his existence. After Yun Qing entered the inn, The man in black continued to sip his tea, showing no signs of action. This man was a Tian gang realm assassin from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, hired at a high price by Yunpa to kill Yunqing. However, he did not act in Beihai City because he had just discovered that there was actually another Tian gang realm expert hidden in this small town. Unclear about the identity of that expert, he thought that if it was an official, it would be difficult to kill someone here. So he planned to wait. Tomorrow, when Yunqing would head down to Beihai, he would directly strike at him in the sea. If Yunqing died in the water, the blood would attract many ferocious beasts, and by the time Yunqing's body was eaten by the beasts, no one would suspect he had been murdered. Meanwhile, Hanzhou and the other two had also arrived in Tiangu City. The immense Tiangu City gave a very shocking feeling. Upon entering the city, Hanzhou and the others found that Tiangu City was indeed different from other cities they had visited before. The streets were filled with scholars, and all the buildings had an ancient style bearing the marks of time. Master Uncle, this city has a special atmosphere, very gentle, Shi Ming remarked, gazing curiously at the sky. Is there spiritual energy leaking into the air? Hanzhou extended his hand and felt a faint spiritual energy in the atmosphere. This spiritual energy was very subtle, but undeniably present in the air. It really is spiritual energy, Li Changshu said in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, this energy should be leaking from the Tianxian Forbidden Ground. With such faint spiritual energy enveloping the air, it's no wonder so many powerful individuals come from Tianxian Academy. It seems we really need to visit the Tianxian Forbidden Ground. Hanzhou became even more determined to make a trip to the Tianxian Forbidden Ground. To go to the Tianxian Forbidden Ground, we must first go to Tianxian Academy. Hanzhou casually stopped a passerby. Excuse me, how do we get to Tianxian Academy? The passerby looked at Hanzhou and the others and smiled. You three want to stay at Tianxian Academy, right? Just go down this street, turn left, and you will see a square. Then head south, and you will find Tianxian Academy. Can we stay at Tianxian Academy? Hanzhou was a bit surprised. If they could stay at Tianxian Academy, it meant they wouldn't even have to pay for lodging. Of course, but many people want to stay there, and only a few can actually get in. The passerby smiled and walked away. The three exchanged glances and then headed towards Tianxian Academy. The closer they got to the academy, the more they could feel the density of spiritual energy in the air. However, this density was just relative to the city gates. It was still unlikely to cultivate in such spiritual energy. The sounds of reading could always be heard in their ears, making them feel pleasantly uplifted. When the three arrived at the entrance of Tianxian Academy, Hanzhou immediately saw the 4 large characters Tianxian Academy on the plaque. The 4 characters contained a strong aura of righteousness, as if they could dispel all evil spirits. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered at the entrance of Tianxian Academy, and Hanzhou and the others curiously approached. Coincidentally, a young scholar walked out from inside. He scanned everyone and said, "If you wish to stay at Tianxian Academy, I will repeat the rules once more. We will arrange corresponding disciples for you based on your cultivation level. As long as you can surpass our disciples in any aspect, you will qualify to stay at Tianxian Academy. It's that simple. Let's get started. I can't wait any longer," a man in the crowd said excitedly. "There are such rules?" Lianzhou Bundarat. In any aspect, it seems Tianxian Academy teaches a wide range of subjects. The people inside are quite confident. You go first. The scholar pointed at the excited man. All right. The man eagerly stepped forward, following the scholar into a building. What the specific assessment entailed was unknown to those outside. However, after a while, the man emerged with a dejected expression, having lost all his previous excitement. "I concede," the scholar who had just walked out said with a smile. "How did you lose?" The man's friend hurriedly asked. The man helplessly shook his head. "I'm at the 5th rank, and their disciples are also at the 5th rank. I lost in one move." Chapter 87. What do you want to compare? One move? The two friends couldn't believe it. Although they both had 5th grade cultivation, the gap was so large. "Next, it's my turn." At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward. "Please, sir," the scholar disciple politely invited the old man into the room. After a while, the old man walked out with a confused expression. When the others saw this expression, they knew for sure the old man had lost. "Thank you for your grace, sir." The scholar clasped his fists and said, "Your chess skills are quite good. If you train for a few more years, you will surely achieve something. Upon hearing this, the others realized that the old man had gone inside to play chess and had lost. With 2 consecutive defeats, the others immediately felt a sense of dread. "Uncle Master, what should we do?" Sherming looked at Li Hanzhou with a worried expression. "What's there to worry about? When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover," Li Hanzhou said, not worried at all. He had no true energy, and to the outside world, he looked like an ordinary person. If it really came down to a contest, he would just be matched against an ordinary person. Beating an ordinary person would be like child's play. "Master," Sherming looked at Li Changshu again. "First ask Uncle Master, then ask Master. You traitor. Figure out yourself." Li Changshu snorted lightly. The next few who went in almost all came out with their heads down. Lianzhou Gunta. A total of 46 people had gone in for the assessment, but only 2 had actually succeeded in getting through. Li Hanzhou was curious. The Tianqin Academy really taught everything. It was said that even craftsmen who entered to compete with the academy's students in basket weaving lost. "Next, this one," the scholar said politely to Li Hanzhou. "This is for you." Li Hanzhou took out a cloth bag from his storage pouch and handed it to Sherming, then said, "I'll go in and wait for you." Sherming felt the contents of the bag, and his eyes lit up. It turned out Uncle Master had brought this out. Li Hanzhou followed the disciple into the house and discovered that while it looked like just a house from the outside, the inside was very spacious. "This gentleman is just an ordinary person, so our Tianqin Academy will send out an ordinary disciple as well. I wonder what you want to compare?" the disciple asked curiously. "A contest," Li Hanzhou smiled and said, "I don't read well, but I know a bit of martial arts. Just find someone who can fight." "A contest?" The scholar was surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone without any cultivation wanting to choose martial arts. "How do we compare? Pull each other's hair?" "All right." The scholar had no choice but to comply and went to find a somewhat skilled, ordinary disciple. "No need to compare, you passed." At that moment, a deep voice came from nowhere. "Yes, Vice Dean." The scholar respectfully bowed towards the distance. Li Hanzhou also smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you." The scholar was puzzled. It was the first time the Vice Dean had personally said there was no need to compare. He couldn't help but glance at Li Hanzhou with curiosity. Could this person be a relative of the Vice Dean? What was so special about him that he was exempt from the test? However, by a lake in Tianqin Academy, an old man was fishing. He looked like an ordinary elder, yet his whole being seemed to blend with the surrounding environment, as if he could transform the world himself. In this era, it was rare to see someone with pure spiritual energy. The old man shook his head with a smile. "What is there to compare? I'll go in first." Li Hanzhou came out and said to Li Changshu and Sherming, "You two, good luck." "This young lady here," the scholar said, looking at Li Changshu. "All right." Li Changshu stepped forward, and gasps of admiration came from the crowd. It was because Li Changshu was truly too beautiful. Upon entering the room, the scholar said to Li Changshu, "Miss, what do you want to compare?" "I'll compete with you." Li Changshu stared at the scholar before saying, "I'll compete with you." "Compete with me?" The scholar was taken aback and then smiled, saying, "Miss, I am the chief of the Shumen at Tianqin Academy. Although I'm just a scholar, my cultivation is at the 9th grade. You are just an ordinary person. No matter what we compare, you will be at a disadvantage." "Shumen?" Li Changshu looked the scholar up and down and then asked with a smile, "Then, young scholar, what is your name?" "I am Su Haoren." "Nice name. But the young lady hasn't said what she wants to compare yet. How about this? Instead of comparing, you can just secretly let me pass. How about it?" Li Changshu said, throwing Su Haoren a flirtatious glance. Unexpectedly, Su Haoren was completely unmoved and chuckled, saying, "Miss, this trick won't work on me. We Shumen people keep our integrity. Even the seductive techniques of the Hahuan Valley can't sway us." "Then there's no helping it." Li Changshu did not expect that her beauty would not work. She quickly messed up her hair and tore her clothes halfway down, exposing half of her bosom. "I already said this won't work on me. It's indecent," Li Changshu shouted while running towards the door. Su Haoren's face changed dramatically. The Shumen people valued their reputation the most. If Li Changshu were to go out like this and shout about indecency, how could he possibly clear his name? Su Haoren stepped forward in an instant, becoming a shadow that blocked Li Changshu's path, then covered her mouth with his hand, panic-stricken, saying, "Miss, can I just let you pass?" "Oh." Li Changshu finished dressing and calmly said, "Thank you, young master." when Li Changshu walked out the door. Su Haoran's heart was still trembling. What kind of person was this? Almost ruined his reputation. If this got out, how could he still be the chief? Sigh. That person was let in as an exception, and now this one was too. Su Haoran walked out, casting a strange glance at Shiming, secretly thinking that these three people came together, and the first two were not normal. This kid looks honest. He should be normal, right? Little brother, you can come in now, Su Haoran said to Shiming. Okay. Shiming jogged up. The people below were discussing. These three are not simple. They came together, and two have already gone in. They're impressive. They were curious about what they were competing in to pass so easily. How strange. I think I just heard someone shout about indecency. Did I hear that wrong? A person with good hearing curiously scratched his ear. Chapter 88. The ancient crown. After Shiming entered the house, Su Haoran said, Little brother, you have a third-grade cultivation. So I will call a third-grade junior brother to compete with you. This is our rule. Okay. Shiming nodded obediently. Finally, he encountered someone normal. Su Haoran breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Little brother, what do you want to compete in? Chopping wood, Shiming said seriously. Let's see who can chop wood faster. Su Haoran nodded. This request was still considered normal. After all, there have been competitions for basket weaving, so chopping wood was nothing. Soon, Su Haoran called over a young man, whose dark skin and an axe in hand also indicated he was at the third-grade cultivation level. This is a disciple from our Tianxian Academy's strength sect, third-grade cultivation. I prepared 50 wooden stakes for you. Whoever finishes chopping first wins, Su Haoran said. Before them were dark wooden stakes that looked anything but ordinary. They were harder than regular wood. Brother, shall we begin now? The young man said to Shiming. Sure. Shiming nodded and took out his axe from his bag. Su Haoran and the young man's expressions were normal at first, but when Shiming pulled out the axe, their faces slowly turned from calm to astonishment. Prajna axe. Su Haoran and the young man's jaws nearly dropped. I misjudged him. None of these three are normal. Su Haoran said speechlessly. Who brings a divine weapon to chop wood? This is ridiculous. The young man, enraged, threw down his axe and walked away. Using the Prajna axe to chop wood is like cutting tofu. How can he compare? All right, we'll consider you the winner, Su Haoran said, also speechless. Since even the junior brother conceded, there was no need for a competition. You should have mentioned you were using the Prajna axe earlier. I wouldn't even bother moving the wood. Ah, thank you, brother. Shiming said politely, and then went inside to find Li Hanzhou and Li Changshu. Su Haoran watched Shiming's departing figure, and for some reason, felt that the work he did every day was inexplicably tiring today. After entering Tianxian Academy, some disciples came to arrange rooms for Li Hanzhou and the others, allowing them to rest and informing them that most places in Tianxian Academy were accessible. They could also attend the classes taught by the teachers in the academy. This piqued Li Hanzhou's interest. Tianxian Academy is divided into 4 sections: the book sect, strength sect, martial sect, and mysterious sect, each of which has various subjects, allowing almost anything to be learned at Tianxian Academy. Li Changshu said to Li Hanzhou, however, studying at Tianxian Academy is expensive, and there are also requirements for aptitude. But many powerful individuals come from Tianxian Academy. Sword immortals, saber immortals, wine immortals, spirit treasure masters, renowned craftsmen, and alchemists are all numerous. Isn't the great Zhou very strong? Li Hanzhou asked in surprise. Not at all. Li Changshu shook his head. Tianxian Academy is neutral. Although it is in Great Zhou, it does not belong to Great Zhou. Tianxian Academy accepts all, and there are not only humans here, but even demon races. How amazing. Li Hanzhou thought Tianxian Academy was indeed remarkable. He decided to rest, and then explore the academy tomorrow to see what interesting things they taught. The next morning, Yinqing rented a boat with his subordinates and had already arrived above the North Sea. It wasn't until noon that Yinqing finally found the location according to the ancient texts. Your Highness, that is the deserted island recorded in the ancient texts. So the crown should be beneath it. A nearby guard pointed to a deserted island not far away. Yes, that's right, it's here. Yinqing smiled and said, with this water avoidance pearl today, I will definitely retrieve the ancient crown. Your Highness, it's dangerous underwater. Let me go instead. A strong warrior stepped forward, looking somewhat worried. No need. Yinqing shook his head. I must retrieve this myself. Your Highness, please be careful, the people around him said. With the water avoidance pearl, there will be no problem. Yunqing hung the water avoidance pearl around his neck and then leaped off the boat. As Yunqing jumped down, the surrounding seawater parted completely, creating a space around him, and not a single drop of water touched his clothes. Soon, Yunqing reached the seabed. Despite the immense water pressure, he felt no issue. Looking around, he smiled and said, "The High Priest's water avoidance pearl is truly useful." At that moment, Yunqing looked around and discovered a massive sunken ship in the distance, rumored to contain the ancient crown. However, he didn't notice that on the deserted island not far from him, a black-clothed swordsman had been waiting for a long time. He originally planned to kill Yunqing as soon as he entered the sea, but unexpectedly received a message from Yunpa yesterday. Yunpa decided to have him wait until Yunqing retrieved the ancient crown before killing him and taking back the crown. So now he could only wait for Yunqing to come out. Yunqing searched the sunken ship at the seabed for a long time and finally found the ancient crown. It was adorned with 5 brilliantly colored gemstones, and surprisingly, after being underwater for so long, the crown still radiated light, truly a treasure. Yunqing had already envisioned presenting this to his father on his birthday. How happy his father would be. The position of the crown prince would surely be secured. Up, Yunqing took the crown and swam to the surface. Your Highness, the numerous guards saw Yunqing emerge from the sea and hurriedly called out, feeling relieved. I found it, Yunqing said excitedly. Who? At that moment, all the guards were taken aback and quickly drew their weapons. Yunqing was also startled and turned around sharply, only to find a black-clothed swordsman standing on the surface of the sea not far behind him. The almost tangible killing intent pressed down like a storm. There's an assassin. 2 strong warriors at the Xianjing level immediately sprang into action, flying to the surface and standing on the water with their lightness skills. Protect the prince. Some guards bent their bows and aimed arrows at the black-clothed swordsman, shooting directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the arrows could get close to the black-clothed swordsman, they all distorted and fell into the sea. In an instant, the entire ocean seemed to calm down, and the black-clothed swordsman slowly said, Your Highness, the 4th prince. Someone wants your life. I am here to take your head. Seeking death. The 2 Xianjing strongmen were furious and immediately prepared to strike. However, in the next moment, both felt an immense heaviness in their bodies, as if something was suppressing them. Domain. It's Tian Gang Realm. Chapter 89. The Killer with a Broken Mind in the Heavenly Gang Realm. Yunqing's expression changed. He never expected that a powerful expert from the Heavenly Gang Realm would come to kill him. Wasn't this a death sentence? The 2 experts he invited from the Tongxian realm were simply no match for someone from the Heavenly Gang Realm. 4th Prince, I'm sorry. The black-clad swordsman raised his hand and struck down with a knife, heading straight for Yunqing's head. The speed was as fast as lightning. Even the 2 Tongxian realm experts couldn't react in time. Swish! The blade energy was overwhelming, carving a deep trench in the sea. Yunqing thought he was doomed. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at his body, he touched his neck and found himself completely unharmed. He couldn't help but look at the black-clad swordsman in astonishment. The black-clad swordsman. He didn't expect that the 4th prince was actually a master who could dodge his strike. The black-clad swordsman frowned and thought it was strange. Yunqing's cultivation level hadn't even reached transcendence. So how did he evade his blade? Yunqing? Am I that powerful? Your Highness. The others, seeing that the 4th prince was safe, all breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely thinking he was going to die just a moment ago. Your Highness, run. The 2 Tongxian realm experts felt their bodies heavy and unable to exert any strength, only urging Yunqing to flee quickly. Yunqing knew it wasn't the time to hesitate, so he turned and ran across the surface of the sea. The water avoidance pearl allowed him to sink to the bottom without getting wet, and even enabled him to run wildly on the water surface. However, seeing the 4th prince about to escape, the black-clad swordsman felt no tension at all. In his eyes, a prey like the 4th prince was simply incapable of escaping. Swish! Almost in the blink of an eye, the black-clad swordsman reached Yunqing's back, his knife slicing down like thunder. This strike was even more terrifying than the last. producing a sonic boom. Faster. After the slash, the surface of the sea looked as if it had been flattened. Fourth prince, your head eye. The black-clad swordsman started, but was utterly shocked to find that Yunqing was still unharmed, having dodged a strike again and was continuing to run forward. Even Yunqing couldn't believe it. How did he evade that blade? He only felt that when the knife came at him, his body instinctively moved to avoid it. Could it be that he had awakened his martial arts? Was he some once-in-a-million genius, a child of destiny? The black-clad swordsman refused to believe it. A mere ant who hadn't even reached transcendence could dodge two of his strikes. This was an immense humiliation. If word got out that a renowned gold medal killer from the blood sacrifice pavilion failed to kill an ant below transcendence after 3 strikes, wouldn't that be laughable? It would ruin his reputation. Kill. This time he was serious, unleashing his domain fully. The blade energy wreaked havoc on the heavens and earth, with each strike plunging the surroundings into darkness. The oppressive waves of energy crashed down, as if wanting to annihilate the entire sea area. However, no matter how many strikes he made, Yunqing seemed like a slippery eel, always able to evade his attacks. Come here. The black-clad swordsman decided to abandon his knife, directly reaching out to grab Yunqing and strangle him. But just as his hand was about to touch Yunqing's body inexplicably dodged his hand. Impossible. He felt that nothing was more absurd than this. Yunqing also thought the situation was too ridiculous. This was the heavenly gang realm. Was it really this hard for a heavenly gang expert to kill him? Why did his body always evade his attacks? Your Highness, run. Just reach North Sea City. The North Sea General is stationed there. The other shouted. Right? Yunqing suddenly remembered that the North Sea General was stationed in North Sea City, and he was a heavenly gang realm expert, so this killer might not be a match for him. He couldn't let him return to North Sea City. The black-clad swordsman knew that once Yunqing got back to North Sea City, he would have no chance left. The heavenly gang expert in North Sea City was very strong, almost reaching the immortal realm. Binding immortal rope. The black-clad swordsman directly used a spiritual treasure. A rope flew out, intending to bind Yunqing. However, as soon as the binding immortal rope reached Yunqing's side, he evaded its entanglement effortlessly, his body slipping away like an eel. Thunderclap bell. The black-clad swordsman gritted his teeth and took out a bell covered in lightning arcs, then struck it hard. Instantly, dark clouds gathered over the sea, followed by golden lightning striking down continuously. Boom! 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 Countless fish in the sea perished, yet Yunqing still managed to evade. Yunqing kept running and running until he finally reached the edge of the North Sea. North Sea City was within reach. The black-clad swordsman also chased him to the seaside. After unleashing over 100 strikes and using a spiritual treasure, he was now panting heavily. Yet, he hadn't even touched a hair on Yunqing. Yunqing was also gasping for breath. With his cultivation, he shouldn't be this exhausted. It was sheer fear. Being chased by a heavenly gang realm killer. If he didn't wet himself, he felt he had displayed commendable courage. But he still couldn't understand why he could evade all of this person's attacks. How'd you do that? The black-clad swordsman glared fiercely at Yunqing, feeling that his career was ruined. A dignified heavenly gang realm killer failing to kill someone who hadn't even reached transcendence. And he had worn himself out like this? If this got out, where would he find work in the future? I don't know, Yunqing replied helplessly. Stop chasing me. North Sea City is right ahead. You won't be able to kill me. The black-clad swordsman looked at North Sea City behind Yunqing and realized he had no chance left. Today's debt. I Lin Shui will remember. One day I will kill you. The black-clad swordsman declared, leaping and vanishing from Yunqing's sight. Seeing him leave, Yunqing finally collapsed to the ground. So his name was Lin Shui. Lin Shui. Lin Shui. Water? Suddenly, Yunqing froze for a moment, then took out the red water avoidance pearl hanging around his neck and blinked. Could it be? Yunqing was somewhat dumbfounded. Li Hanzhou's words echoed in his ears. My water avoidance pearl not only avoids water, but has other special functions. Just wait for your highness to discover them. The water avoidance pearl. Not only can it avoid water, but can also evade attacks from people with water in their names. Yunqing was stunned. Wow, is this for real? If it were true, then this pearl was truly a treasure. And this effect was something even Li Hanzhou, far away in Tianjin Academy, didn't he know? He only knew that his water avoidance pearl had some other uses, but what exactly those were, Li Hanzhou was completely unaware. Even if he discovered the function of his water avoidance pearl now, Li Hanzhou would still curse. That's too ridiculous. Chapter 90. The leader of the Xianmen, the Tianjin Academy, was bustling with activity. Li Hanzhou and his companions wandered around, observing various disciples engaged in different tasks, leaving them dazzled. It truly seemed that there was a bit of everything being taught here. Among the 4 sects of the Tianjin Academy, Li Hanzhou was most interested in the Xianmen, eager to discover what it taught. Could it be something profoundly mysterious? When Li Hanzhou suggested visiting the Xianmen, he was met with opposition from Li Changshou and Shiming. Shiming was more inclined to check out the Limen to see what skills its members possessed, while Li Changshou was uninterested in the Xianmen, preferring to visit the woman to observe what martial arts the disciples were practicing. Ultimately, Li Hanzhou went alone to the Xianmen. Compared to the other 3 sects, Li Hanzhou immediately noticed that the atmosphere of the Xianmen was much quieter. As he walked along the streets of the Xianmen, he could smell strange scents in the air, and there were people arguing loudly about something. The disciples in this area paid no attention to Li Hanzhou's arrival. The academy hosted many visitors, and they were used to people wandering around, as long as they didn't disturb their studies. The Xianmen Library. As Li Hanzhou walked, he spotted a library ahead. His eyes lit up. Surely, he could browse the books here? Li Hanzhou loved reading and wanted to see what the Xianmen was all about, so he stepped inside. The library had a limited collection, only 1 floor. At that moment, several disciples were reading, so Li Hanzhou quieted his steps and picked a book from the shelf to read. Ecology of All Things. The strange title intrigued Li Hanzhou, and he opened the book. As he read, he was surprised. The book contained descriptions of various animal and plant characteristics, as well as medicinal properties, resembling an encyclopedia of living things. He then picked another book nearby, which was similar but focused on the insects of the Tianjin realm. Moving to another area, Li Hanzhou found another book. This one, seeing its content, left him dumbfounded. It discussed the reactions of various materials mixed together and even speculated that humans do not suffocate because the air we breathe contains substances necessary for us. There's also a suggestion that air might consist of countless tiny particles. This was chemistry. Li Hanzhou felt a bit bewildered. He walked to another section and found several more books, discovering that they discussed the boiling point of water being 100 degrees, but noted that in higher altitudes, water could boil at temperatures below that. There were also discussions about the mutual nature of forces. After reading through several books, he realized this section was all about physics. Li Hanzhou finally understood what the Xianmen was about. It taught subjects like physics, chemistry, and mathematics. However, after reading for a while, he noticed that the content was quite basic, equivalent to a middle school level, and much of it was incorrect. Nonetheless, he thought that for beings from another world, researching physics and chemistry was quite impressive. He just wondered what practical use these studies had, as he saw no evidence of them creating anything useful. This world still seemed to be at an ancient level. Transportation relied mostly on walking, communication on shouting, and heating on shivering. What good was learning if it couldn't be applied? Li Hanzhou shook his head with a smile. The Xianmen wasn't very interesting. Li Hanzhou prepared to leave. How dare you? At that moment, a trembling voice came from behind him. Li Hanzhou turned in surprise to see an elderly man, shaking with anger, pointing at him with a book in his arms, saying, "You dare say what we learn in the Xianmen is useless." Li Hanzhou was taken aback and quickly replied, "I didn't say what you learned was useless. You're talking nonsense. I just heard you say it." The old man glared fiercely at Li Hanzhou. What happened? At this moment, several Xianmen disciples rushed over, and upon seeing the old man, they respectfully greeted, "Greetings, sect leader." Li Hanzhou looked at the elderly man in astonishment. This person was actually the leader of the Xianmen. "Who are you? Who let you in?" The old man fixed his gaze on Li Hanzhou. "A visitor, just here to read some books," Li Hanzhou replied truthfully. "Oomph." A Xianmen disciple snorted coldly, saying, "Shouldn't you go to the Shumen to read? What can you understand here? Our Shuaman's books are forbidden for outsiders to read. You wouldn't understand anyway." "Exactly. Pretending to read is an insult to our scholarship, another disciple added disdainfully. You say our scholarship is useless. The old man stepped forward, looking arrogantly at Li Hanzhou. We Xianmen are dedicated to discovering the truth of this world. It's not something mundane like you can comprehend. Leave now and don't come back. Hearing their words, Li Hanzhou's anger flared. So what if you learned a bit of superficial knowledge? Why act so high and mighty? I wouldn't even bother learning your trivial stuff. It's just basic knowledge that even children understand. Li Hanzhou replied irritably, turning to leave. Stop. The old man was really furious. You say my scholarship is something children can understand? All right, I haven't met such stubbornness in years. I must teach you a lesson today. The old man was so angry that his blood pressure was rising. Sect leader, teach him a lesson. Do you want to fight? Lianzhou fronut. Looking at the old man. Although he had a transcendent cultivation level, it was clear that he was not a match for Li Hanzhou. Fight? That's something for the martial artists of the woman. How about this? I will pose a question to you. If you answer correctly, I will give you a magical treasure. If you cannot answer, you will have to apologize to our Xianmen in front of the 4 sections. Oh, Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened. There was such an opportunity? You think your middle school level knowledge can stump me? How about this? If I answer correctly, I will also pose a question to you. If you answer, I will apologize. If you cannot, you will give me another magical treasure. What do you think? Li Hanzhou stroked his chin as he spoke. Arrogant. The old man retorted angrily. If I cannot answer, I will give up my position as the leader of the Xianmen to you. Chapter 91, Thought-Provoking Questions. Oh, there's no need for that. I'm not interested in being the leader of your sect. Li Hanzhou shook his head. You, the leader of the Xianmen sect, was so furious he almost had a stroke. He, being the leader of the Tianjin Academy with a prestigious status, couldn't believe that Li Hanzhou looked down on it, making him wish he could make Li Hanzhou understand why the flowers were so red right now. All right, I'm going to ask a question now, so listen carefully. The leader of the Xianmen sect forced himself to calm down. The other disciples were also filled with righteous indignation, looking at Li Hanzhou with pity, as the questions posed by the leader were notoriously difficult, guaranteed to leave Li Hanzhou questioning his life. May I ask? Li Hanzhou was indifferent. Sometimes, near graveyards, you can see green flames, commonly known as ghost fire. Do you know why? The leader of the Xianmen sect asked this question, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. This was a question he had been researching for years, and he had only figured out the answer last month. People are ignorant. Most believe that ghost fire is produced by spirits after death, which makes them very wary of it. The leader of the Xianmen sect speculated that Li Hanzhou must think the same. Oh, ghost fire? Li Hanzhou was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the leader of the Xianmen sect to ask a question that wasn't so foolish. For the technological level of this world, understanding why ghost fire exists was indeed impressive. Can't answer, can you? The leader of the Xianmen sect sneered. You bet and you lose. Now go to the plaza of the Tianjin Academy and apologize to us in front of the 4 sects. Apologize. The other disciples echoed. What are you shouting about? Li Hanzhou said lazily. The question was a bit challenging, but it was nothing special. It's just ghost fire. What's so hard to understand? Then why don't you tell us? I'm all ears, the leader of the Xianmen sect said proudly. It's just that when a person dies, there is a substance called phosphine in their body. This phosphine reacts with oxygen in the air to produce flames. Phosphorus has a very low ignition point, around 38 degrees, which creates the ghost fire we often see. Li Hanzhou casually explained the ghost fire to the leader of the Xianmen sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader's expression changed from indifferent to utterly stunned. Why? How does he know? He had spent many years researching this, finally understanding that a substance in the human body reacts with air to produce flames. He hadn't even had time to name this substance. Phosphine? No, that's not important. What's important is how Li Hanzhou knows this. One disciple sneered. He's just making things up? What's phosphine? I've never even heard of it. Exactly, leader. This person is talking nonsense. He should apologize to us. Another disciple encouraged. How about that? Am I right? Li Hanzhou asked the leader, whose face had turned the color of pig liver. Although the leader of the Xianmen sect was unwilling to admit it, he could only nod helplessly and say you're right. What? The other disciples were all shocked. Li Hanzhou was right? My spiritual treasure? Li Hanzhou extended his hand for the spiritual treasure, eager to retrieve it, fearing the old man might play tricks later. I'll give it to you. The leader of the Xianmen sect, looking reluctant, took out a spiritual treasure from his storage bag. This is a spiritual treasure personally refined by the vice president of our Tianxian Academy. If used well, it can withstand a Tiangang realm expert. The leader said, handing over scroll. A painting? Li Hanzhou looked curiously at the scroll in his hand, and upon opening it, he found it was a landscape painting. This is the ink rain in the human world. The leader of the Xianmen sect said reluctantly, it can seal living beings within the painting. Good stuff. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. It sounded very advanced. All right, then do I still need to pose a question? Li Hanzhou glanced at the leader of the Xianmen sect. I've already taken one of your spiritual treasures. It's a bit inappropriate to take another. Arrogant. The leader of the Xianmen sect exploded again upon hearing this. Don't think that just because you answered one of my questions correctly, you have the right to challenge me. You can ask, and if I can't answer, I'll do anything. The leader was furious. Li Hanzhou wanted exactly this effect. This old man was the leader of the Xianmen sect, so he must have many good things. Then I will ask. Li Hanzhou pondered for a moment and then asked a question that left everyone speechless. Li Hanzhou casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf, then let go, directly throwing the book to the ground. As everyone looked on in astonishment, Li Hanzhou asked, why did this book fall to the ground instead of flying into the sky? What kind of question is that? One disciple said, speechless. Things thrown out obviously fall to the ground. How could they fly? Is that even a question? Another disciple laughed. Isn't that common sense? Kid, are you messing with me? The leader of the Xianmen sect was also angry. If things don't fall to the ground, where else would they fall? Li Hanzhou shrugged. Yeah, things do fall to the ground, but have you ever thought about why? Why do they fall to the ground instead of floating up to the sky? This is indeed common sense, but what is the principle behind it? The leader of the Xianmen sect was about to answer, but the words got stuck in his throat. He stood there dumbfounded. Why do things fall to the ground instead of flying up? Why? This was something that had always been the case since birth. So naturally, one would think it was normal, but what is the principle? He had never thought about this question before. The other disciples were also looking at each other, all stumped by this question. I don't believe you know the answer. One disciple said stubbornly, I naturally know, but I'm not going to tell you for free. Li Hanzhou extended his hand. Since you've lost, then give me another spiritual treasure. The leader of the Xianmen sect's face turned a bit red. I don't have any more spiritual treasures. Huh? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Old man, don't mess with me. You're the leader of the Xianmen sect, and you don't have any spiritual treasures? Just that one? How could you be so poor? Well, the leader of the Xianmen sect coughed. Among the 4 sects, our Xianmen is actually the poorest because we need a lot of money for experiments, and we have no channels to earn money, so I can't help it. Chapter 92. The great scholar of the book Door, forget it, forget it. Li Hanzhou sighed, feeling helpless. I'm just unlucky. After saying that, Li Hanzhou was about to leave, but at that moment, the leader of the Xianmen grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Li Hanzhou turned around in surprise. So why is that? The leader of the Xianmen looked at Li Hanzhou with eager eyes. Even the disciples behind the leader were staring at him with anticipation. This question sounded ridiculous at first, as if they were just playing a joke, but upon careful thought, it seemed to contain profound knowledge. Forget it. Seeing their curious expressions, Li Hanzhou had no choice but to explain, it's called gravity. Gravity? The leader of the Xianmen was puzzled by these 4 words. In our world, there's a force called gravity that pulls us down to the ground, so everything falls to the ground instead of floating up, Li Hanzhou explained to everyone. That's not right. A disciple immediately raised an objection. Willows catkins float in the air, and birds fly in the sky. This force does have strength. Birds use their wings to counteract gravity and fly into the sky. But if they stop flapping their wings, won't they fall? Lianzhou explained seriously. Moreover, catkins are very light and rely on the wind to float, but they eventually fall to the ground. Don't they? Everyone was suddenly speechless. How? How did you discover this problem? The leader of the Xianmen was trembling with excitement. Li Hanzhou was about to say it was proposed by a man named Newton, but he feared that the leader would ask who Newton was, which would be troublesome. So he could only say, one day I was sleeping under a tree, and a durian fell on my head, which made me think of this question. Now, can I go? Hearing this, the leader of the Xianmen was so excited that he exclaimed, just from a durian falling on your head, You can deduce gravity? Are you perhaps the chosen one of our Xianmen? Please allow me to pay my respects. After saying that, the leader of the Xianmen cupped his fists and bowed to Li Hanzhou. The other disciples, seeing their leader bow, hurriedly followed suit. I hope you can join our Xianmen and revitalize it. The leader of the Xianmen said earnestly. Li Hanzhou, I'm just here for a stroll. What is this nonsense about joining your Xianmen? I'm not interested, goodbye. Li Hanzhou turned to leave. Teacher. Suddenly, the leader of the Xianmen shouted teacher and then knelt down, excitedly saying, If you don't agree, I will remain kneeling. Please stay. The other disciples quickly knelt down as well. What the heck? How old are you to still be playing this game? Li Hanzhou was speechless. The leader of the Xianmen, at such an old age, was kneeling to him, asking him to be his teacher. Li Hanzhou never expected to encounter such absurdity while out for a walk. Just as Li Hanzhou was about to ignore this old fool and leave this troublesome place, he heard a voice from outside. Lu Jianan, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to a junior? Following the voice, he saw an old man standing at the entrance of the library, exuding a strong aura of righteousness. With a scholarly demeanor, his white hair and youthful face gave off a very impressive vibe. This old man had a higher status than the leader of the Xianmen. How ridiculous. The leader of the Xianmen is kneeling to a junior here. If this gets out, won't it disgrace our Tianxin Academy? The great scholar said disdainfully. The Xianmen is still the same as before, truly a pile of mud that can't be lifted. Ha ha ha. Behind the great scholar were many students who looked like scholars, and they all laughed heartily. The leader of the Xuanmen's face turned red, and he stood up, scolding, The worthy should come first. This gentleman's knowledge is far beyond mine. So what's wrong with me kneeling to pay my respects? Just him. A scholar disciple couldn't help but look at Li Hanzhou. It only shows that your Xuanmen's knowledge is too low. The great scholar shook his head. Defaming my teacher. Lu Jianan shouted angrily. Hu Dongru apologized to my teacher. Li Hanzhou was speechless. When did he become this person's teacher? However, seeing this old pedant, he was also quite displeased. Who did he look down on? Are you impressive? Just because you have a beard? I should apologize to him? Hu Dongru smiled and shook his head. Don't be foolish. To get to the point, I brought my disciples here because I heard that your Xianmen has developed a very easily air-drying ink. We came to get some to see how good it is. Dream on. Lu Jianan shouted angrily. Defaming my teacher and still wanting our Xuanmen's ink? Get lost. We won't give you any ink. Today, if you don't apologize to my teacher, we won't give you any of our creations in the future. The leader of the Xianmen said angrily. You old fool. Are you intentionally trying to go against us? Hu Dongru also got angry. Your Xianmen is at the bottom every year with no money or people. If it weren't for our book door still willing to buy some things from you, your disciples would be starving. And you, without any gratitude, want to turn against me because of an ignorant junior? Lu Jianan, I see you must be living too well and want to stir up trouble, right? Wait. Li Hanzhou finally couldn't listen anymore. He, the person involved, was right here and had said nothing. How did he get dragged into this? Also, you old fool, are you calling someone an ignorant junior? Are you talking about me? Li Hanzhou pointed to himself. A disciple behind Hu Dongru chuckled and said, This person is our book door's leader. When he says you're ignorant, don't take it personally, because in his presence, everyone is ignorant. Nonsense. Lu Jianan stepped forward, stroking his beard and said, I just can't stand your pretentiousness. You say everyone is ignorant in front of you. Then let me ask you, do you know why things fall to the ground instead of flying up into the sky? As soon as this question came out, Hu Dongru was obviously taken aback. The disciples behind him were also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are you stupid? Things naturally fall to the ground. They don't have wings. How could they possibly fly up? Chapter 93. Are the books all eaten by dogs? Haha, a bunch of fools. The disciples of the Xianmen side proudly puffed out their chests and said, The principle is this principle, but you have no idea why. We know. You only know that things fall to the ground, and you know that people starve if they don't eat, but you completely don't understand the principles behind it. So you are the fools. Exactly. The disciples of the Xianmen were not to be outdone and directly started arguing with the disciples of the Xumen. You're talking nonsense. The disciples of the Xumen were unhappy. Do you know what these things are useful for? Do they test this kind of stuff during the imperial examination? You know these things will only make you poorer, useless, yet you treat them as treasures. That's right, our Schumann excels in poetry and literature. Do you dare to compare? Just look at who will be more respected when they leave the Tianxin Academy in the future, our Schumann disciples or your worthless Xianmen. A scholar from the Schumann sneered. You. The disciples of the Xianmen turned red with anger because what the Schumann disciples said was true. Their disciples were indeed more respected. But they pursued the truth of this world. Is the Schumann really superior? At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Hu Dongru glanced at Li Hanzhou, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, It seems this young brother looks down on our Schumann. I do not look down on the Schumann. Li Hanzhou stepped forward and said calmly, I don't think there is anything wrong with being a scholar, but I just feel that your books have all gone into the dogs' bellies, and you read to feel superior. Is this how the sages taught you? Bold. Hu Dongru was furious. Our Schumann disciples don't need your comments. Who do you think you are? With no ink in your chest. You can only mess around with people from a lower sect like the Xianmen. How could you understand the profound meanings in books? Exactly, apologize to us. How dare you insult us scholars? Is anyone allowed to enter Tianxin Academy these days? Sect Master, I think we should kick this person out. Kick him out. The Schumann disciples shouted angrily. You dare. Lu Jianan protected Li Hanzhou. My teacher is exceptionally talented. How can you common folks compare? What my teacher said is true. Your books have all gone into the dogs' bellies. Lu Jianan, you old scoundrel, this person has insulted our Schumann disciples. Even you can't protect him today. Otherwise, I will report him to the principal. Hu Dongru pointed at Li Hanzhou and said, Youngster, it's still not too late for you to apologize now. Why should I apologize? Li Hanzhou remained defiant. These people from the Schumann were really too much. He was determined to stand up today. Lu Jianan's protection moved Li Hanzhou a bit, feeling that this old man had probably been bullied by the Schumann people often and was ready to help them vent their anger. Since you said I have no ink in my chest, let's compare and see who really has no ink. Li Hanzhou stared at Hu Dongru. Huh? Lu Jianan was stunned. He turned to look at Li Hanzhou and whispered, Master, what do you want to compare with them? What do you want to compare with us? Hu Dongru said, with a strange expression, If it's about the chaotic things of the Xianmen, there's no need. We Schumann people look down on those things. So we naturally have no research on them. Huh? Li Hanzhou sneered. Comparing knowledge of the Xianmen with you would be bullying you. Since you Schumann people are so proud and think you are well-read, let's compare poetry. Hiss. At Li Hanzhou's words, the Xianmen side gasped. Has Li Hanzhou gone mad? The Schumann people were also momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha! To compare poetry and literature with them is simply too ridiculous. Dare you? Li Hanzhou calmly looked at them and asked, If you win, what then? If you lose, what then? Hu Dongru glanced at Li Hanzhou and said, If I win, I will apologize to your Schumann and then roll out of Tianxin Academy, never to come back again. If your Schumann loses, I want your Schumann to apologize to the Xianmen in front of all 4 sections, Li Hanzhou said coldly. Good. This is what you said. It is not a Schumann forcing you to do this. A scholar stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, Sect Master, let me compete with him. Hu Dongru nodded. This disciple is named Qian Wanshu, who has a great talent for poetry and has produced several excellent poems. Hey, I will compete with you. Qian Wanshu stepped forward proudly and said, I want to bully you. Let your Xianmen set the topic, and we will compete in poetry. Dare you? Come on. Li Hanzhou nodded and then said to Lu Jianan, You set the topic. Huh? Lu Jianan's expression was not very good. He felt Li Hanzhou was too impulsive. Although the Schumann people were very annoying, they indeed had real talent and knowledge. Especially this Qian Wanshu. He was quite renowned among Schumann disciples. Several of his poems were widely circulated and even attracted the admiration of countless women. Competing in poetry with Qian Wanshu, he didn't know what Li Hanzhou was thinking. But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Lu Jianan could only hope that Li Hanzhou wouldn't lose too badly. Since the great Zhou is currently in turmoil, having recently fought with the divine abyss, let's use war as the theme for the poem. Lu Jianan had to propose. Then I'll go first. Qian Wanshu stepped forward, thought for a few seconds, and began to speak. The beacon fires rise to the sky. The sounds of war shake the earth. The general wields his sword. The brave display their heroism. Hot blood spills on the battlefield. Loyal souls are recorded in history. Victory is finally in sight. The world rejoices in peace. Once Qian Wanshu's poem was recited, many disciples from the Shuman applauded. Good. Dongru also nodded. A good line about the general wielding his sword and the brave displaying their heroism captures the spirit of the soldiers on the battlefield. Thank you, Sect Master, Qian Wanshu said with a smile. Then he looked at Li Hanzhou and said, It's your turn. Do you have enough time for an incense stick? Li Hanzhou did not expect that Qian Wanshu was indeed quite impressive. As soon as the war theme was mentioned, he wrote a poem. In terms of poetry, Li Hanzhou felt that he couldn't match Qian Wanshu even 10 times. However, although he couldn't write poetry, he could copy. He had learned so many poems in his previous life that anyone he picked out would be a masterpiece. Wanting to win was not difficult at all. No need for an incense stick, just copying. Writing poetry is easy. I could do it now, Li Hanzhou said without turning red or panting. Chapter 94, A Spirit Crystal, So Soon? The members of the book sect looked at Li Hanzhou with skepticism. Qian Wanshu could create it because he was a talented scholar of their sect. How could Li Hanzhou possibly compose a poem in such a short time? All right, recite it for me. Qian Wanshu shook his head. It better not be nonsensical, or it won't count as poetry. Teacher, Lu Jinan and others looked at Li Hanzhou with concern. Then listened carefully. Li Hanzhou cleared his throat, took a couple of steps, pretended to think for a moment, and then began to recite. The nation shattered. Mountains and rivers remain. In spring the city's grass and trees grow dense. Feeling the time, flowers splash tears, hating separation. Birds startle the heart. Upon hearing the first 2 lines, the disciples of the book sect, who had initially been waiting for a joke, instantly became solemn, replaced by shock. Li Hanzhou really could write poetry. Moreover, these 2 lines were exquisite. Even Hu Dongru showed a hint of astonishment. Li Hanzhou immediately recited the next 2 lines. The beacons blaze for 3 months. A letter from home is worth a fortune. With white hair growing shorter, one can hardly hold a hairpin. After finishing the poem, the scene fell into silence. Li Hanzhou looked at the astonished expressions of the people in the book sect and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Competing in poetry? With my due family as prowess, I could crush this group of amateurs. The beacons blaze for 3 months. A letter from home is worth a fortune. Hu Dongru seemed a bit dazed, murmuring. Images of war emerged in everyone's minds, with common people displaced and soldiers dying on the battlefield. Even writing a letter home was a luxury. War brought despair to the people. From any perspective, it was countless times better than the poem Qian Wanshu had written. Absolutely exquisite. Impossible. How could I lose? Qian Wanshu didn't even need to wait for others to judge. He knew he had lost. Li Hanzhou's poem was so much better than his. He didn't even know how many times better. Yet, the more it was like this, the more despair he felt. He actually lost. This is our book sect. Hu Dongru also had no choice. At this moment, he could only admit defeat. But before Hu Dongru could finish, a disciple stepped forward and said, I refuse to accept this. I want to compete again. Senior Brother Zhou. Seeing the newcomer, Qian Wanshu felt a bit ashamed. You've already lost. Why should I compete with you? Li Hanzhou shook his head. I can place a bet. Zhou Qiluo took out a stone radiating colorful light from his pocket and said, I can wager this spirit crystal with you. Others looked at Zhou Qiluo with surprise. Is he really pulling out a hidden treasure? Spirit crystal? Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up, although he didn't know what it was. He could feel that the spirit crystal contained a strong spiritual power. If he could absorb it, it would greatly help his cultivation. All right, if you lose, give me the spirit crystal, and you book sect will apologize in front of the 4 sects, Li Hanzhou said. If you lose, get out of the Tianxin Academy. Zhou Qiluo glared at Li Hanzhou. Hu Dongru glanced at Zhou Qiluo, wanting to say something, but held back. Zhou Qiluo's knowledge surpassed that of Qian Wanshu, and among the disciples of the book sect, he was the best in composing lyrics. With him stepping up, there would definitely be no problem. Hu Dongru hoped Zhou Qiluo would win. Otherwise, losing the wager was minor compared to having them apologize to the Xian sect, which would be more painful than killing them. Then let us compete in lyric writing. Zhou Qiluo said first, since the previous topic was about war. Let us continue with that and write a lyric on the theme of generals. Do you dare? Whatever, Li Hanzhou was indifferent at this moment. His gaze fixated on the spirit crystal. Senior brother Zhou, go for it. Show him the power of our book sect. The other disciples became anxious. Zhou Qiluo was clever. He happened to have a lyric about generals that he had recently written, and it was quite good, which is why he chose this topic. Zhou Qiluo couldn't afford to underestimate Li Hanzhou after his earlier poem. In the cold moon by the frontier, the camp's lights are dim. The sounds of iron horses and golden spears shake the earth, swords pointing to the sky with a chilling spirit. The general has fought 100 battles. With hot blood still warm, a loyal soul like a red dye. With lofty aspirations to defeat the enemy, how can one fear 1,000 deaths on the battlefield? Eternal wisdom remembered through the ages. Good. After reciting, the other disciples exclaimed, thinking they had secured victory. Even Udongru nodded with a smile, believing Zhou Qiluo's lyric was quite good. The disciples of the Xian sect looked gloomy. Although their knowledge wasn't high, they also thought Zhou Qiluo's lyric was excellent. They couldn't find any faults. All eyes turned to Li Hanzhou, who was still focused on the spirit crystal in Zhou Qiluo's hand. He was contemplating asking where the spirit crystal came from later. It's your turn, Zhou Qiluo said to Li Hanzhou. Huh? You finished? Li Hanzhou snapped back to reality. You didn't even listen? Zhou Qiluo was furious, feeling that Li Hanzhou was insulting him. All right, it's my turn. Li Hanzhou cleared his throat and began to speak. Drunk, I light a lamp to look at the sword. In dreams I return to the camp with the horn blowing. 800 miles divided under my command. 50 strings echoing the sounds beyond the pass. Autumn on the battlefield, mustering the troops. The horse gallops like a swift lue, the bowstring like thunder, startling the heart. To settle the king's affairs, winning renown in life and after death. Alas, my white hair. As soon as Li Hanzhou's lyric breaking the formation was recited, it shocked everyone present. Udongru stared wide-eyed at Li Hanzhou, his lips trembling. What kind of talent is this? Just pondering for a few seconds and then opening his mouth to produce a peerless lyric? To settle the king's affairs, winning renown in life and after death, alas. My white hair. As he pondered this line, Udongru seemed to see a general who had fallen from grace. This lyric vividly depicted a general's entire life, leaving people sighing. Even if Udongru wanted to favor his own disciple, he couldn't bring himself to say that his disciple had won against such a lyric. They were simply not on the same level. How about that? Li Hanzhou looked at Zhou Qiluo. Zhou Qiluo's face had turned ashen. He silently walked up, hesitated for a moment, then respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou and offered the spirit crystal with both hands. The others also fell silent, including Udongru, who took a step back and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. This left Li Hanzhou momentarily stunned. So formal? This gentleman is right. Our studies have gone to the dogs. Today, meeting you, I realize how vast the world is. Your poem and lyric have greatly benefited me. Qian Wanshu said respectfully. I accept my defeat. We will go back and prepare to apologize to the Xian sect. The members of the book sect left, watching their dejected expressions. Li Hanzhou felt embarrassed to ask about the origin of the spirit crystal. Chapter 95. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Thank you, Master. After everyone left, Lu Jinan was extremely excited and led the disciples in bowing to Li Hanzhou. Today, they finally felt vindicated. Usually, the people from the Shumen were arrogant, looking down on everyone, but today they had been severely taught a lesson by Li Hanzhou. They even had to apologize to the Xian men in front of the four gates. Just hearing about it was satisfying. If it weren't for Li Hanzhou, they would never have heard an apology from the Shumen in their lifetime. Li Hanzhou couldn't be bothered to correct him about the master title. He picked up the spirit crystal in his hand and asked Lu Jinan, where did this come from? Master said spirit crystal? Lu Jinan asked, yeah, I feel that it contains abundant spiritual energy. Where did you get this? Li Hanzhou inquired. The spirit crystal is naturally formed. Lu Jinan explained. Tinggu City is the only place in the entire Tianqian realm shrouded in spiritual energy. Over time, in some corners of Tinggu City, it is very likely that spirit crystals are formed, crystallized from the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in spirit crystals can be transformed into true qi by martial artists, which is beneficial for cultivation. However, these things are extremely rare, very expensive, and not many people use them for cultivation. Some people might buy them as a backup. When their true qi is exhausted, a spirit crystal can be a lifesaver. I see. So where can I buy this? Li Hanzhou asked again. These things are not sold in large quantities. Even in the Tiangu City Chamber of Commerce, you can only buy 1 or 2 pieces. Master can wait for the upcoming auction in Tiangu City. There will definitely be people auctioning them off, Lu Jinan said thoughtfully. Oh, thank you. I'm going back now, Li Hanzhou said as he turned to leave. Master, won't you come see the Shuman apologize to us in the Xianmen? Lu Jinan quickly asked. Not interested. You all go, Li Hanzhou replied helplessly. Don't call me master. I'm really not suited to be your teacher. Then, if the student has questions, I hope master can help clarify them. Lu Jinan bowed again. Li Hanzhou was truly taken aback by this old man. He waved his hand and left. He never expected that just taking a stroll would lead to so many events. When Li Hanzhou returned to his residence, Li Changshou and Shiming had not yet returned. He didn't know where they had gone wandering. He couldn't wait to sit down and began to operate his Beidiju, attempting to draw the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal to assist his cultivation. Just moments later, Li Hanzhou discovered that his cultivation method reacted with the spiritual energy in the spirit crystal. Although the spirit crystal was small, it had crystallized the spiritual energy over many years, and the amount contained within was considerable, even vast. Li Hanzhou unceremoniously absorbed all the spiritual energy. The colorful spirit crystal floated before Li Hanzhou. As he absorbed it, it became smaller and smaller, while the spiritual energy within Li Hanzhou's body soared. He didn't know how long it had been, but Li Hanzhou felt the shackles in his body suddenly break through, and his spiritual energy increased by another level. He advanced from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 4th level. Although it was only a single level increase, it was a significant improvement for Li Hanzhou. His internal spiritual energy was more abundant and pure, making the operation of martial arts techniques much smoother. This made Li Hanzhou feel delighted. If he had enough spirit crystals, he could even hope to reach the foundation building stage. However, spirit crystals were rare, and obtaining them was not easy. He could only try his luck at the auction. As soon as Li Hanzhou opened his eyes, he saw Li Changshou sitting across from him. Congratulations, junior brother. Your cultivation has advanced again, Li Changshou said, looking at Li Hanzhou with surprise. Junior brother, how did you cultivate spiritual energy in this time of depleted spiritual energy? I don't know. It just happened naturally. Lianzhou raplia honestly. He truly had no idea. He could cultivate spiritual energy as soon as he arrived in this world. You don't even know yourself? Li Shangshou bundarat. It seems that our ancestor has revealed his spirit. How long have I been cultivating? Li Hanzhou looked at the setting sun outside. It seemed to be getting late. 3 days. Li Changshou held up 3 fingers. So long? Li Hanzhou was a bit surprised. He felt like only a short time had passed. How could 3 days have gone by? No wonder those cultivators in novels often mentioned that hundreds of years could pass in the blink of an eye. It seemed to be true. Junior brother, I increasingly find it hard to see through you. Li Changshou leaned closer, almost face to face with Li Hanzhou. Before Li Hanzhou could speak, Li Changshou continued. The Shumen, the leading gate of the Tianxian Academy, actually apologized to the Xianmen in front of everyone. And they said you taught them how to be human with a poem? And Lu Jinan, the master of the Xianmen, exaggeratedly acknowledged you as his teacher in front of everyone. Your name is now very prominent in the Tianxian Academy. In the past 2 days, visitors have come to see you like a swarm of bees. Some came to ask for poems, some wanted to know if you had a partner. And Lu Jinan came several times, wanting to consult you, but since you were in seclusion, I turned them all away. Li Changshou said with a smile, My junior brother, what other abilities do you have that I don't know about? Is the former Li Hanzhou, who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, really you? After hiding for so many years, what do you really seek? What do I seek? Nothing. Li Hanzhou silently complained in his heart. The former Li Hanzhou was just a useless person, okay? It was this young master who was excellent. Senior brother, you don't need to get so close when you talk. If someone sees us like this, they might think we. Just as he said that, they heard a loud crash. The two turned to see Shiming standing at the door, 2 warm pancakes already dropped on the ground. When he saw the two looking over, Shiming's face turned tense, and he turned to run out, saying, Master, Uncle Master, I didn't see anything. Li Changshou was stunned, then realized that his current position with Li Hanzhou looked a bit ambiguous. Shiming, let me explain. Li Changshou hurriedly chased after him. Li Hanzhou shook his head helplessly. His senior brother was really unreliable. It seemed he needed to find a way to turn him back into a man. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside. Master, student Lu Jinan is here to visit. Why is this old man here again? Li Hanzhou felt a headache coming on. Chapter 96, The Dangers of the Heavenly Forbidden Land. After all, he was currently residing in the Heavenly Academy, so it wouldn't be good to refuse a visitor. Thus, he called Lu Jinan in. Greetings, Master. Lu Jinan entered and bowed deeply to Li Hanzhou. Ah, get up, Li Hanzhou said, not interested in receiving such a formal greeting from a student much older than him. Master, I have come to seek your guidance on some knowledge. I wonder if it is a convenient time for you. Lu Jinan looked at Li Hanzhou with eager anticipation. Go ahead and ask, Li Hanzhou replied. Hearing Li Hanzhou's agreement, Lu Jinan's face lit up with joy, almost like a child, and he quickly leaned in to ask all the questions he had. Li Hanzhou listened to these questions, which were not difficult, mostly a middle school level, covering subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and even biology. He answered them one by one. Lu Jinan trembled with excitement. These questions that seemed so difficult to him were as easy as eating and drinking to Li Hanzhou. Master is truly talented. Lu Jinan was at a loss for words. Li Hanzhou chuckled inwardly. It was just that your questions were simple. If you touched on university-level knowledge, I might not know it. I have a question for you, Li Hanzhou said to Lu Jinan. Please, Master, Lu Jinan replied. Sit down. Li Hanzhou felt uncomfortable seeing such an old man standing in front of him. Thank you, Master. Lu Jinan found a chair to sit down and listened attentively to Li Hanzhou. What do you know about the Heavenly Forbidden Land? Li Hanzhou wanted to learn more about the Heavenly Forbidden Land, as it seemed very dangerous. Lu Jinan looked at Li Hanzhou in surprise. Are you planning to enter the Heavenly Forbidden Land, Master? Yes, I want to find a fountain of youth, Li Hanzhou said without hiding anything. What? Lu Jinan examined Li Hanzhou. Master, the reason the Heavenly Forbidden Land is called a forbidden place is that it is extremely dangerous. I cannot see through your cultivation level, but I still advise you not to go in. Tell me more, Li Hanzhou urged. The Heavenly Forbidden Land has appeared since an unknown time, Lu Jinan said seriously. However, every person who has entered the Heavenly Forbidden Land and returned has given different descriptions of it. But they all share one common point. When searching for the Fountain of Youth in the Heavenly Forbidden Land, you can only search during the day. You must never wait until dark. You must come out before nightfall. Otherwise, after dark, monsters will appear in the Heavenly Forbidden Land. Monsters? Li Hanzhou asked with interest. What kind of monsters? I don't know. Lu Jinan shook his head. Very few people who stayed until dark managed to come out, and their descriptions were all different. There was once a person from our Heavenly Academy's martial arts division named Teng Lin, who mastered spear techniques and was unparalleled. He ultimately entered the ranks of spear immortals, but went into the Heavenly Forbidden Land and never came out again. Lu Jinan sighed lightly. A generation of spear immortals fell within. Even a spear immortal fell? Li Hanzhou's heart shook. What kind of power did a spear immortal possess? He didn't know Teng Lin, but he had fought with Sun Yinyi, who was a sword immortal, and they should be of similar strength, both being powerful figures who reached the immortal realm. Such a person, with extraordinary strength, should have been able to escape easily, yet he died in the Heavenly Forbidden Land? Li Hanzhou had also asked Li Changshou about the situation in the Heavenly Forbidden Land, but Li Changshou hadn't said much. He had been transported into the Heavenly Forbidden Land by the ancient teleportation array when it was already dark. He himself didn't even know how he died. Li Hanzhou began to take this seriously. He felt that he had previously assumed too casually that the Heavenly Forbidden Land was not that terrifying. Now it seemed that being called a Forbidden Land indeed had its unique aspects. However, there was the Fountain of Youth, the Rebirth Disc, and the Death Burial Feng Shui spot inside. This journey was something he had to undertake. At worst, he would finish his business before dark and come out. As for the Fountain of Youth, Lu Jinan continued, the Fountain of Youth does not stay fixed in one place, and not everyone who enters the Heavenly Forbidden Land can find it. It depends on luck. After talking with Lu Jinan for a while, Li Hanzhou had gained a sufficient understanding of the Heavenly Forbidden Land. After Lu Jinan left, Ming was brought back by Li Changshou. Li Hanzhou looked at Ming and asked, have you been practicing the boxing techniques I taught you these past few days? Yes, Sherming nodded and then said, Uncle Master, I went to the martial arts division yesterday and heard the people there discussing you. The people in the martial arts division are discussing me? Hanzhou was taken aback. But I don't even know them. What are they discussing me for? They said that when you entered the Heavenly Academy, you were preparing to find someone to fight, but the deputy dean exempted you from that and let you enter directly. It is said that only 2 people in history have received such treatment, and they're all guessing that you might actually be a great master. They hope you can visit the martial arts division when you have time, Sherming said seriously. The martial arts division? Huh? Hanzhou became interested. The martial arts division of the Heavenly Academy was a cradle of strong warriors. Just from the Heavenly Academy's martial arts division, there were several powerful figures in the immortal realm. Such a place was indeed worth visiting. So, Hanzhou didn't wait until next day. He left his residence and headed straight for the martial arts division. The martial arts division was the largest among the 4 divisions, and the atmosphere was filled with a sense of battle. As soon as Hanzhou entered the martial arts division, he could feel countless auras falling upon him, as if they were probing him. However, Hanzhou didn't mind. If they wanted to watch, so be it. At the same time, Hanzhou's spirit sensed the strength of the martial arts division, with countless experts stationed there. He even sensed a powerful figure from the immortal realm within the martial arts division. In terms of aura, it was even comparable to Sun Yinyi. However, Hanzhou was not interested in greeting them. On the way, he had been thinking about perfecting the Northern Emperor technique, modifying it to support the execution of Taoist martial arts. Therefore, he needed a lot of martial arts experience, and the martial arts division was just the right place for that. In the martial arts division's library, Hanzhou saw numerous martial arts insights left by strong warriors, which were exactly what he needed most at the moment. Thus, for the next 7 days, Hanzhou hardly left the library, almost reading through all the martial arts insights available. While reading, he was also digesting the information. The knowledge within was immensely beneficial to Hanzhou. At the same time, based on these insights, Hanzhou discovered that the biggest problem with the Northern Emperor technique was its operation route, which was not suitable for martial arts practitioners.